Hello, brothers, welcome back to Bun. This guy is Su-chun. In his previous life, he was an adoptive older brother who got cheated on more than once, then was framed and killed. Now that he has returned in this life, this young man is determined to become an ice-cold boy and scoop up all the top-tier girls in the apocalypse. The story begins. Recently, abnormal natural disasters have been happening all over Earth, such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, lightning storms, and floods. In an unfamiliar city, the volcano there suddenly erupts in an abnormal way, causing the temperature throughout the city to rise to a suffocating level. After realizing the danger in their area, tens of thousands of residents hurriedly pack their belongings and move elsewhere. At this moment, inside a moving bus, everyone is loudly discussing the strange things that have happened in recent days. The guy in the blue shirt curses, "Damn it, a few days ago, there was an undersea earthquake. Mount Fuji erupted, and in just a few days, hundreds of thousands of people died. I never thought even we would have to evacuate today." The kind-looking girl in the pink dress sitting beside him checks the things she brought, then says worriedly, "Oh no, I left in such a hurry that I didn't bring anything. I can only go to Jiangnan City and buy some supplies." The guy in the blue shirt suddenly turns around and asks her, "Miss, have you seen the news? Everything in the Ali Walmart warehouse in Jiangnan City has already been moved away." Hearing him say that, the girl cries out in shock, "What? No way. Those supplies added together must be worth hundreds of billions." The guy sitting opposite also speaks up to remind them, "That's old news. Today, East Bright Lake in Shan City dried up completely too. The Great Run East warehouse was also moved." Suddenly, a cool and handsome young man's voice from behind refutes their information. It's not hundreds of billions. It's tens of trillions worth of supplies that disappeared. And all these disasters are signs. Open your eyes and watch. Doomsday is coming. Just looking at this cool interface, he is obviously the main character. The author says he is Su-chun. Hearing Su-chun say something so terrifying, both the girl and the guy in front treat it as a joke. No way. Doomsday? What kind of joke is that? If it really is Doomsday, I'm actually looking forward to a little. When that time comes, all living beings will finally be equal. When Su-chun hears that guy say something so stupid, he feels a little annoyed inside. Oh, all living beings are equal? Even in the apocalypse, there will never be a day when all living beings are equal. Because this young man has personally experienced it before, Su-chun's memories of the apocalypse begin to show terrifying scenes. It is hard for anyone to believe that it could happen in the present. It turns out that in his previous life, he was only an ordinary food delivery worker. When the apocalypse descended, because solar energy spread abnormally, Earth's inner core began to expand rapidly and the temperature rose. Movements in Earth's crust happened frequently. Monsters hiding underground also followed and climbed up to the surface. The entire world changed. A new world, a new order. In that world where supplies were extremely scarce, even a packet of instant noodles or a sausage required paying a heavy price. Damn, the way these people eat sausages is really strange. At Bun's house, we don't eat like that. And this young man was reborn from that very apocalypse, returning to 1 month before the end of the world. The big-breasted woman hears what Su-chun just said and is filled with fear. She grabs Su-chun's arm and rubs her legs against him. "Handsome, what you said just now scared me a little. Could you?" After being reborn, Su-chun is already deeply afraid of women, so he immediately shakes off her hand and refuses her. "I have things to do. Go find someone else to rub against." Su-chun then gets off at the bus stop and goes to the warehouse where he works every day. When the apocalypse descends, what is the most important thing? Standing before this huge goods warehouse, Su-chun answers his own question. Of course it's supplies. In my previous life, all my time was wasted searching for supplies. This time, I have to prepare properly. Su-chun walks inside and takes a uniform he wears every day. As soon as he reaches the door, the manager frowns in displeasure. "You're late again by 21 seconds. Half a day's wages deducted." At this point, why would the young man care about wages? Deduct whatever you want. Although he thinks that, he still pretends to scratch his head anxiously and says, "Damn, sorry boss, he." Entering the warehouse, Su-chun looks at the supplies around him. He secretly recalls his previous life. When Doomsday came, the boss ran away first, and a whole year of his wages was completely lost. Should these supplies count as compensation for me? Or should I just take them all? Suchin quickly walks inside and prepares to activate his space. Then he raises his hand forward, opening an interdimensional portal to collect all the supplies. Inside, Suchan orders, "Space, open the spatial system." The system notification appears. Rice, cooking oil, and meat detected, automatically absorbing into the system. Damn, this spatial system is pretty good. After it activates, it immediately and automatically collects all the supplies inside. The supplies gradually disappear along with the system's notifications that it is automatically absorbing them. Suchan enters his vast space. This is my ability, interdimensional space. As long as I open the interdimensional space, everything around me will enter a three-dimensional space that is 10,000 meters long, 10,000 meters wide, and 10,000 meters high. It follows my thoughts and provides enormous convenience when I go shopping for free. Relying on this special ability, I drained 2 lakes and harvested everything in cities destined to be destroyed during the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, even a packet of instant noodles is a luxury, let alone fresh food. And time here is stopped, so no matter how long food is kept, it remains fresh. Suchin bursts into tears of joy. Finally, I won't have to eat dirt like I did during the apocalypse in my previous life. Suchan dusts off his hands and opens the system list after finishing the collection of supplies here. The list of supplies obtained this time: 200 bags of rice, 152 bottles of cooking oil, 155 kilograms of various vegetables, 220 bottles of mineral water, 375 boxes of ready-to-eat food, 95 boxes of seasoning, and 186 bottles of alcohol. Suchan sighs to himself. After getting this many supplies, I can finally relax a little. At the same time, the manager and several movers come inside, pushing the door open as the manager says, "You guys help me move the goods out." The manager and the 2 guys behind him push open the door and immediately cannot believe their eyes. Damn it, am I seeing things? Looking at the warehouse space, now completely empty, when just a few minutes earlier it had been full, the manager is so stunned that he cannot understand it. Damn it. Then the manager angrily points at Suchan and shouts, "Hey, where did all the goods here go? I'm asking you." Suchan raises his hand and opens a teleportation space. Smiling, he says something that leaves the people before him dumbfounded. "Oh, I took all the goods away." The guys in front of him are shocked by Suchan's answer. "What?" Realizing that Suchan intends to escape, the manager signals the 2 employees to aggressively grab Suchan. "You bastard, how exactly did you do it? Catch him for me." Suchan opens another spatial portal, then jumps backward into it and says goodbye. "I'm off, boys. Take care. Oh, and from now on, you don't need to clock me in anymore." The angry-looking young man rushes forward, intending to catch Suchan. Bye-bye. Both the manager and the 2 young men witness this scene that seems like a joke, and they are all left baffled. Where did he go? He disappeared outside the warehouse. Another teleportation portal appears. Suchan jumps out from inside and lands beautifully. Walking outside, Suchan withdraws his spatial ability portal. This is my second special ability, called Space Leap. It can pass through space within a range of 3 meters. Damn, with this, borrowing money from the bank or peeping would be awesome. The young man looks back at the warehouse where he worked for the last time. In the apocalypse, relying on this special ability, I can enter collapsed buildings to search for supplies and then retreat safely. Even when facing mutated beasts, Space Leap can save my life at a critical moment. Suchan raises his hand to take off his shirt, then throws it high into the air and says, "Then my zero-cost shopping operation is over." As the young man is preparing to leave this place, suddenly, the phone in his pocket rings. It is a message from the government with the following content. At present, Earth's violent movements may cause localized natural disasters. Citizens should take precautions. At present, everything is under control and will not affect everyone's daily life. Please do not panic excessively. After Suchan reads the notice, he clicks his tongue. The government is afraid of causing panic. Knowing that the apocalypse is about to arrive, Suchan is about to turn off his phone and continue walking when suddenly someone calls. Judging from the young man's expression, he is not happy at all. The caller is Jiang Shaoshan, the person Suchan spent his entire life taking care of in his previous life. Suchan looks at the caller's name. After thinking carefully, he sighs. Then he answers the phone. Hello, I am listening. On the other end of the line, Jiang Shaoshan sees that Su Chun has answered and immediately starts complaining. Damn it, Su Chun, you actually played the disappearing act on me, and you even listed the house with an agent to sell it? How can you be so unreliable? Do you think any girl would still be willing to follow you after you sell the house? Jiang Shaoshan has just finished fooling around with someone else. After they are done, she puts on lipstick while scolding Su Chun. Where is your responsibility as a man? Although I don't care about your house, I'm still a girl. If you don't give me the house, how am I supposed to feel secure being with you? Damn, Bun feels like something is off here. Su Chun asks coldly, is there anything else? Seeing Su Chin's indifferent attitude, Jiang Shaoshan immediately shows her displeasure. What kind of attitude is that? I'll give you one more chance. Come back now and transfer the house to me. Otherwise, don't even dream of marrying me. Su Chin replies coldly, I'm on my way back to Xanadu. We'll talk when I get back. Then he hangs up the call, not giving Shaoshan the chance to say anything more. After ending the call with Jiang Shaoshan, Su Chun angrily curses, Jiang Shaoshan, in my previous life, we lived through 5 years of the apocalypse. I was the one who went everywhere searching for supplies to feed you. I was the one who brought you into the safe zone. If it weren't for me, you would have starved to death long ago in the apocalypse. But you, Su Chun looks at his phone, remembering the memories of his previous life. The moment when Jiang Shaoshan and Wang Haoyu conspire together and plan to kill Su Chun. Wang Haoyu tightly grips Su Chin's neck and watches with his own eyes the young man's terrified expression before death. With wickedness written all over his face, he asks the young man, Su Chun, why have you been coming back empty-handed lately? You didn't hide all the good stuff, did you? After Wang Haoyu takes action to finish Su Chin off, he immediately moves closer, preparing to get intimate with Jiang Shaoshan. He's useless now. Next, the two of us can. Jiang Shaoshan plays the role of an innocent little sister, trying to push away Wang Haoyu, who is burning with desire and preparing to devour her completely. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If he died, it's because he was useless. As for whether you're useless or not, that depends on your performance tonight. At this moment, Jiang Shaoshan does not care about Su Chin's corpse lying beside them at all, and instead invites the center-parted guy to hurry up while it's hot. The young man, Su Chun, remembers his past self. In my previous life, I truly was an idiot. I actually trusted people like that. But this time, Wang Haoyu, Jiang Shaoshan, I will make you pay the price. Su Chun clenches his fist, his face filled with hatred. You will not die easily. I want you to taste the pain I went through 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Su Chun trembles as he clenches his fist, then relaxes it again, sighs, and opens his phone. Sigh, in this world, the only things left can only be bought with money. But I have to think of a way to get money first. Su Chun opens his phone and calls the agent. Is this Manager Liu? I can sell that house of mine at half price, but I need cash, and I need it right now. After that, Su Chun takes a taxi to Manager Liu's real estate office. As soon as he arrives, he sees that wretch Jiang Shaoshan and that guy Wang Haoyu standing in front of the door. Seeing Su Chun arrive, Jiang Shaoshan asks with an angry expression, Su Chun, do you know how long I've been waiting? The young man gets out of the car, then coldly walks past and completely ignores those two idiots. Jiang Shaoshan is shocked by Su Chin's strange behavior, while Wang Haoyu immediately blocks Su Chin's path. With a fierce expression, he shouts, who gave you permission to sell the house? You dare sell our house? Do you believe I can make sure you won't see tomorrow's sun? Faced with Wang Haoyu's ugly expression and unpleasant tone, Su Chun says nothing. He simply reaches out coldly, grabs Wang Haoyu by the neck, and lifts him up, making the guy panic instinctively. Su Chin shows no mercy. Holding Wang Haoyu by the neck, he smashes him hard onto the ground, causing the guy to cough up blood. His eyes roll back as he screams in pain. As Su Chin acts, he coldly reminds Wang Haoyu, it's my house. I can do whatever I want with it. Seeing Su Chun behave so strangely, Jiang Shaoshan is afraid something will happen to Wang Haoyu. She immediately rushes over and tugs at Su Chin's clothes, screaming and making a scene. Let go. What are you doing? Someone help. He's killing someone. Contrary to Jiang Shaoshan's expectations, Su Chun does not hesitate and gives her a very hard slap, sending her falling backward. Jiang Shaoshan raises her hand to touch her face and stares blankly at Su Chun with an incomprehending look. As for Wang Haoyu, because Su Chun has been choking him for too long, Wang Haoyu now feels his mind drifting. Between the boundary of life and death, which one should he choose now? In his suffocating state, Wang Haoyu uses the last bit of breath he has to say to Su Chun, Let Let go. Suchan looks at Wang Haoyu with contempt. Don't worry, you won't die too quickly. When Suchan finally releases his grip from his neck, Wang Haoyu feels as if he has just escaped the gates of death. The way he looks at Suchan is like he is looking at the Grim Reaper. Wang Haoyu struggles to back away, his face twisted as he coughs violently. Suchan ignores those two despicable people and steps inside to continue his plan. Seeing Wang Haoyu like that, Jiang Shaoshan moves closer in concern. Little you, how are you? Damn, they just slept together, and now they're acting all sisterly and brotherly? That woman Jiang Shaoshan clearly has no idea what is going on. She turns back angrily and shouts, Suchan, while I'm not angry yet, hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Otherwise, in this lifetime, don't even dream of marrying me. Suchan says nothing. He only turns his head coldly and gives the two of them an icy look. Wang Haoyu and Jiang Shaoshan realize that Suchan's killing intent has not yet faded. They instinctively shudder. Then both of them take to their heels and run. As Wang Haoyu runs away, he yells, just you wait. Suchan looks toward those two bastards and clicks his tongue. You useless trash. A while later, inside the real estate office, Manager Liu pours water for Suchan. His heart is full of scheming calculations as he immediately asks, Mr. Su, how about I pay to buy your house? Manager Liu appears respectful and polite on the outside, but inside he is full of crafty schemes. He secretly calculates a house worth more than 1 million, and this fool is selling it for 700,000. With a flip of my hand, I can earn several hundred thousand. Suchan drinks water while smiling and replies, that's fine, but it must be paid in full. Can you pay today? As soon as Suchan says this, Manager Liu feels as if he has found gold. He immediately confirms enthusiastically, yes, we'll sign a contract, pay today, and transfer the title next week. Holding the contract in his hand, Suchan immediately agrees to the deal. Then Suchan thinks to himself, by then, you can choose any house you want as long as you dare to live in it. He idiot. Right after that, the very reliable Manager Liu immediately transfers the money to Suchan with a ding. The young man opens his phone and confirms that 700,000 yuan has been transferred into his bank account. After the agreement between both sides is complete, Suchan says goodbye to Manager Liu. As he walks, the young man thinks, although many kinds of natural disasters are happening nowadays, Xanadu is located inland on the Central Plains. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions are all very far from here. Along with the government refuting the rumors, life here is still very orderly. Suchan coldly walks past a utility pole with an F88 flyer pasted on it. Call, and you'll get money. 5,000 per million per day. Borrow quickly before you miss your chance. The house will bring you back to shore. Bun is also a regular customer here. Their customer care is pretty attentive, hee. At this point, what I need most is money. Whoever dares to lend, I dare to borrow from them all. As for how you collect the debt later, that's up to you boys to choose. After noticing the loan information on the utility pole, he immediately stops to look. Loan sharks? Damn, isn't this money right here? The young man immediately takes out his phone. Hello, is this F88? Lend me some money, little bro. The more, the better. A moment later, the young man arrived at the meeting place at the International Maritime Building. Inside F88 Limited Liability Company, the fat man Wang Dehai explained to Suchan, oh my, handsome, this house of yours isn't worth much. Hearing that, Suchan asked back, damn, seriously? Then how much can I borrow? Suchan looked at the fat man in front of him, feeling rather speechless. So was this guy, Wang Haoyu's big brother, Wang Dehai, who in his previous life had died in the mouth of a mutant beast. Fatty Wang Dehai puffed on a cigarette, picked up Suchan's property deed, and replied, at most, you can borrow 500,000, but this property deed has to stay with me. Suchan did not want to waste time with him. He immediately stood up, placed his hand on the deed, and made the deal. Add another 100,000, brother Fatty, and I'll settle it right now. Don't worry, give me 1 week, and once I win back the money I lost, I'll pay you back. When Wang Haoyu heard the young man say that, he was secretly delighted. Damn, so he's a gambler. Once someone gets hooked on this stuff, he'd even dare sell his own parents. And he still wants to win back what he lost. Idiot. Let's see if I don't play you to death today. Wang Dehai took another drag on his cigarette and reminded him, as long as this deed is mortgaged to my company, everything else is easy to discuss. After finalizing the transaction with Wang Dehai, Suchan immediately received 600,000 yuan, transferred right away. Meanwhile, on Jiang Shaoshan and Wang Haoyu's side, outside. Jiang Shaoshan touched her bruised cheek and muttered angrily, I was only taking back the house that belongs to me. What did I do wrong? That guy actually dared hit me. I'll make him pay. Wang Haoyu got out of the taxi while clutching his painful neck. I'll make that bastard pay. Damn it, I'll have my big brother kill him. Unexpectedly, Su Chen also passed by this place. Jiang Shaoshan stared in shock and confusion, then turned to ask Wang Haoyu, Little you look, is that Su Chen? Wang Haoyu touched his neck with a pained expression and said angrily, Damn it, it really is him. What's he doing here? Jiang Shaoshan clenched her fists in anger. If we want to get to the bottom of this, let's follow him and see what that guy's been doing these past few days. The place Su Chen was heading to was the Green City Hotel. Su Chen's memories began to unfold. In his memories, many commercial buildings had rapidly frozen under the impact of the incoming seawater and the cold, causing them to collapse instantly. But the Green City Hotel had withstood all kinds of natural disasters until the very end. Su Chen slowly entered the Green City Hotel. As he walked, he thought, I heard the presidential suite inside is fully equipped and even has a swimming pool. This place could be used as a base. Staying here long-term wouldn't be bad either. Although he had emptied many warehouses earlier, there was no hot food or fresh vegetables in them. Seeing someone enter, the receptionist immediately greeted him. Hello, I am Liu Xan, the hotel's catering service manager. How may I help you? Su Chen immediately struck Liu Xin. Hello, I'd like to book 1,000 banquet tables. Can you do that? The girl seemed unable to believe her ears. She asked blankly, 1,000? 1,000 tables? Realizing she had lost her composure, Liu Xin quickly regained her professionalism and replied, Yes, we can. We have price tiers of 5,000 per table, 10,000 per table, as well as 30,000 and 100,000 per table. As Liu Xin introduced the options, she looked at Su Chen and sighed inwardly. Good heavens, this young man has such an extraordinary bearing. He's actually a hidden rich second generation. Su Chen smiled, made his choice, and confirmed. Then 10,000 per table for a total of 10 million. I'll pay a deposit of 500,000. Deliver them to the address I provide, and I'll pay the remaining balance 1 week later. After confirming with the hotel, Su Chen commented inwardly, the standards of the Green City Hotel are really this high? With a happy expression, Liu Xian gestured for Su Chen to follow her. A deposit of 500,000? Then please come this way to make the payment. Su Chen smiled and nodded. The cost of ingredients alone was estimated to be 500,000. But if it meant building a relationship with wealthy people like this, it was very worthwhile. The most important thing in business was learning how to handle people tactfully. Damn, the ingredients only cost 5%? They really know how to do business. As Liu Xian invited Su Chen to follow her, she asked, By the way, how should I address you? The young man replied coldly, Su Chen. As they walked, Liu Xian turned back curiously and asked, Mr. Su, are you getting married? As if he had just found a bright idea, Su Chen immediately confirmed it. That's right, I'm getting married. Oh, right? Help me book a presidential suite as well. After completing the payment and deposit, Su Chen happily left the Green City Hotel. As he walked, he thought to himself delightedly, what bliss! 10 million worth of food, handled with only a 500,000 deposit. As for the final payment, haha, during the extreme heat apocalypse, 1 block of ice could be worth hundreds of millions. Liu Xian was probably seeing the presidential suite for the first time too, and she immediately beamed as if sharing in his happiness. Damn, is this the presidential suite for the honeymoon? Whoever marries him will truly be happy. At the same time, Jiang Shaoshan and Wang Haoyu were also lurking outside. After seeing Su Chen working and talking with Liu Xian, Jiang Shaoshan immediately walked over and asked, Hello, may I ask what that person came here to do just now? Seeing this, Liu Xian asked in return, The gentleman just now? May I ask who you are? Jiang Shaoshan immediately confirmed, That young man is Su Chen. He is my boyfriend. Hearing this, Liu Xian's expression turned a little disappointed, and she immediately replied, Your boyfriend? He just booked a 1,000 table banquet with us and paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan. You're truly lucky to have a boyfriend like that. Liu Xian observed Jiang Shaoshan and clicked her tongue inwardly. This girl is about a 7 out of 10 at best. Her temperament isn't even as good as mine. Do rich people all like girls like this? Hearing the receptionist confirm what had just happened made both Jiang Shaoshan and Wang Haoyu cry out in panic. No, impossible. How could he have the money to book 1,000 tables? For a banquet, as Liu Xian opened Su Chen's transaction record again, she explained, Rich people like playing the game of hiding their identity. They're just worried their other half is after their assets. So they wait until the wedding day to announce everything publicly. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoshan immediately began comforting herself with delusions. Then would they suddenly play the disappearing act before getting married and do things like emotional abuse? Wang Haoyu asked blankly, "That damn guy, that Su Chun, is he really rich?" Liu Xin showed the phone screen to the two of them and confirmed, "Of course. Look, 500,000 was just transferred." After spying out Su Chen's situation, Jiang Shaoshan and Wang Haoyu left together and went outside. As Wang Haoyu smoked, he asked, "Sis, that's a 1,000-table banquet at a 5-star hotel. Who is he planning to invite?" Jiang Shaoshan's face lit up, her chest bouncing with joy as she replied, "You don't understand. Of course, it's to introduce me to their upper-class circle, then announce my identity." Wang Haoyu immediately stood up and tried to make a lecherous move, his face drooling as he asked Jiang Shaoshan, "Haha, then what should we do?" Jiang Shaoshan immediately pushed his hand away and rejected him. "I want to take the initiative and give that bootlicker a chance to act first." In Jiang Shaoshan's mind, she began painting all kinds of luxurious and dazzling scenes to indulge her own fantasies. This woman had never imagined such a scene in her entire life, and she had never expected it could actually come true through that bootlicker Su Chun. At this moment, Su Chan was sitting seriously at his desk, recalculating the transactions he had completed. He had sold a house for 700,000 yuan, borrowed 600,000 yuan from a loan shark, and spent 550,000 yuan on the food order. But during the previous zero-cost shopping spree, there were still many necessary items he had not bought. Even if he only paid deposits, the remaining 800,000 was still not that much. Among the 36 stratagems, Prophet Su Chun came up with an idea. His eyes lit up as if he had seen the light of the party. Su Chun immediately bared his teeth in a sinister grin. "At a time like this, it would be too much of a pity not to take out online loans. Damn, this guy is practically a professional. I never even knew you could borrow money like this." After that, Su Chan downloaded more than 82 apps in one go and took 94 identity verification photos. The online loan limit was 300,000. Su Chan began posing for selfies and following the instructions required by the apps. After spending some time swindling, applying, the young man tossed his phone aside and let out a sigh of relief. "Xanadu Bank, your account balance is 9,777,000 yuan. Su Chan lay down to rest and stretch his muscles. I finally managed a trick. Borrow more than 9 million yuan. Damn, but there's no time left to waste. There's still many things I need to buy." After getting the money, Su Chun began browsing shopping platforms and buying things like mad, including Shopee, Lazada, Tiki, TopTop, all of them. As the young man operated his phone, he calculated wall heaters, ice machines, ice cubes, anthracite coal, and charcoal. These things were not available in the city. Fortunately, they could be bought online, and the delivery was very fast. Su Chin recalled the Earth's two opposing extremes. After the apocalypse, extreme heat would be followed by extreme cold. Whether he could survive would depend on whether he had enough of these two things. After finding the phone number of a coal supplier, Su Chun immediately called and asked, "Hello, may I ask what the current price of anthracite coal is?" 2,500 yuan per ton. Damn, then I'll take 2,000 tons of coal. Price isn't a problem. I'll transfer 500,000 first. After that, Su Chun contacted an ice factory. "Hello, is this the ice factory? I want to order ice cubes." "All right, I'll come over and discuss it in person." Just as he stepped out the door, Su Chun ran into Jiang Shaoshan and Li Na walking together. After hearing Shaoshan briefly recount the situation, Li Na had secretly realized something and changed her opinion of Su Chun. Seeing Su Chun walk past, Li Na began acting coy. "Oh my, isn't this Su Chun? Long time no see. Tian Tian has been missing you these past few days." Tian Tian must be that bitch Jiang Shaoshan's nickname, right? Su Chun looked at Li Na and thought to himself, "Li Na, this woman is Jiang Shaoshan's best friend who kept blaming me behind my back, allowing Jiang Shaoshan to seize my house." Hearing Li Na say this, Su Chun asked coldly in return, "Miss me? What did she miss? My house." Seeing Su Chun act so unusually cold, Li Na showed obvious embarrassment and stammered an explanation. "Oh, Chun Chun, Xiaoshan was only testing you back then. Why did you have to go so far? Don't you know how heartbroken Xiaoshan was? Jiang Xiaoshan pretended to be gentle, blushing as she approached, and tried to hold Suchen back. Suchen, can you come with me? I'm not in a very good mood. I made you angry yesterday, so don't be mad at me. Because of what she had done during the apocalypse, Suchen already knew exactly what kind of person Xiaoshan was. Suchen did not hesitate. He immediately walked away coldly. I have something to do today. Go stroll around by yourself. Jiang Xiaoshan and Li Na stared blankly, not understanding Suchen's behavior, and commented, "What is going on? This guy is acting way too convincingly." Li Na watched Suchen and announced, "Suchen drove away." Li Na thought to herself, then reminded Xiaoshan, "Hurry and follow him. This must be that young man's test for you." A while later, at Prosperity Ice Factory, Boss Wu was also standing at the gate waiting for Suchen. As soon as he saw Suchen get out of the car, Boss Wu ran over warmly, shook his hand, and welcomed him. "You must be Boss Su. You really are young and promising." Suchen also smiled and replied to Boss Wu, who had called earlier. "I already made myself clear on the phone. How long will it take to make 2,000 tons of edible ice?" Seeing Suchen ask this, Boss Wu patted his chest proudly. "Our ice factory may not dare brag about anything else, but when it comes to efficiency, we are absolutely number one. 3 days. 2,000 tons of edible ice will only take 3 days. 400 yuan per ton, 800,000 total. Final price." Suchen did not bargain. He immediately opened his phone and transferred money to Boss Wu. "I'll pay a deposit of 100,000 first. Deliver it to the address I give you 3 days later." Boss Wu happily held up his QR code and laughed loudly. Good. No problem." After Suchen finished transferring the money to Boss Wu was overjoyed, and the word money was practically shining in his eyes. Boss Su, what do you need this much ice for? Is there some large-scale event? We can still cooperate in the future, and I can give you a better price." The young man then walked toward his car and smiled as he answered, "I'm preparing to go to the Alpha Federation to do charity." Suchen's answer made Boss Wu go from extreme joy to total confusion. After Suchen left, Boss Wu watched the car drive away and commented, "An 800,000 yuan deal. Negotiated just like that. Young people really are efficient." A while later, Li Na and Jiang Xiaoshan's car also stopped in front of the ice factory. Boss Wu turned back blankly, his face full of surprise. More people coming to cooperate in business? Without an appointment, Jiang Xiaoshan opened the car door and asked Boss Wu with a shy expression, "Boss, Suchen is my fiancée. What were you two talking about just now?" Boss Wu looked at Xiaoshan blankly, not understanding. "Fiancé? What is this, some kind of spy game?" Although he was somewhat confused, Boss Wu still answered directly, "Oh, Boss Su ordered 800,000 yuan worth of ice from us just now." Hearing Boss Wu confirm this made Li Na and Jiang Xiaoshan cry out in shock. 800,000 yuan just to buy ice? It's confirmed. Suchen is a tycoon. No, he must be a super tycoon. Li Na asked Boss Wu with a panicked expression, "What is Boss Suchen planning to do?" Boss Wu raised a hand to his chin, then recalled, he said he was going to the Alpha Federation to do charity. Boss Wu's answer left these two women completely unable to understand what was going on. Suchen went to a restaurant in the city, then sat down and reviewed everything. Everything had already been ordered. For the remaining time, he could calmly enjoy the sunlight before the apocalypse arrived. In his previous life, he had been busy working. Forget high-end restaurants. He had not even had time to go into a cafe. While Suchen was immersed in thought, a waiter approached, greeted him, and handed him the restaurant menu. "Welcome, honored guest." As Suchen looked over the menu, he sighed in amazement. 7-spice spicy meat, pig's blood, and awful soup. Damn, they even have stir-fried buffalo penis with starfruit. As expected of a high-end restaurant. The dishes are all in the 4 digits too. Suddenly, Suchen flipped to a page with a question mark priced at 17,000 yuan. "What is this? A question mark selling for 17,000. The waiter smiled and explained, "This is a dish personally prepared by our restaurant's head chef, Yulin. As for what it specifically is, that depends on the head chef's inspiration." Suchen found this restaurant quite interesting and confirmed, "This dish is rather interesting." "Then I'll order this one." The waiter immediately replied, "Yes, sir." After the waiter left, Suchen looked around the restaurant and saw many bookshelves, so he took out a copy of Marxism-Leninism to read. In his previous life, when a catastrophe occurred, a strange power caused many creatures to become abnormal. The mutant beasts that appeared were very similar to the monsters he had seen in his past life from the classic of mountains and seas. But regarding these abnormalities, people preferred to call it atavism. Atavism referred to ancestral traits reappearing in descendants after many generations. For example, growing a tail, growing hair all over the body, and so on. While Su-chan was deep in thought, a sweet-looking head chef with pink hair wearing a zip-up skirt brought out the food. The female head chef approached and introduced it. "Hello, honored guest. I am Yalin, the head chef of this restaurant. This is a dish I prepared based on your style and bearing." Su-chan looked up at Yalin, and memories suddenly flashed through his mind. Su-chan realized in a daze that the person standing in front of him was the Hell Chef, Duanya. In the apocalypse of his previous life, the Hell Chef possessed the skill to turn rotten things into delicious food. No one could resist the temptation, but those dishes were made from the flesh of mutant beasts. Anyone who ate them would certainly die. Seeing Su-chan's dazed expression, Yalin was secretly puzzled. What kind of expression is that? Is he afraid that a great beauty like me would poison the food? After that, Yalin tried her best to smile and explain. This dish symbolizes the two sides of life. One side is pan-seared with cooking oil, while the other side is fried in puff pastry. One steak, two different flavors, making people unable to resist trying it. Su-chan immediately used his fork to taste the dish, then smiled and clicked his tongue in praise. Damn, I have to admit, this dish is very delicious. This 10,000 was well worth it. As Su-chan enjoyed the food, he thought to himself, if she could cook for me during the apocalypse, forget it. Heaven knows whether she would poison it or not. Meanwhile, Lina and Jiang Shaoshan were standing outside, peeking in. Lina kept slapping her thigh loudly to drive away insects. Her face twisted as she said, "I heard each dish in this restaurant costs over 10,000. Your husband is definitely a rich second generation. When you become a rich lady, don't forget your sisters. I'm about to be bitten to death by mosquitoes." Beside her, Jiang Shaoshan kept peering inside and replied, I will definitely become a rich lady." After finishing his meal at Yalin's restaurant, Su-chan continued on to 3 centuries. Standing in front of the bar entrance, the young man thought to himself, 3 centuries, the place to burn money in Upper Capital. Some rich second-generation heir once spent 2 million yuan here and still did not even know what abalone looked like. But when the apocalypse arrived, there would be no more lavish, decadent places like this. In my previous life, my biggest regret was never having come in here even once. While Su-chan held his wine glass and was lost in thought, the girls excitedly urged the young man on. "Handsome, why aren't you drinking?" Su-chan replied a little awkwardly, All right. While the other 2 girls were having fun and letting loose, sitting beside Su-chan was a girl who was fairly calm and seemed shy. Seeing Su-chan looking at her friend, the girl came closer, filled the young man's glass, and introduced her. "This is Yin-yun's first time here. Her boyfriend cheated on her, so we brought her here to have some fun." Yin-yun looked tense, then sadly recounted, "That disgusting scumbag. When I wouldn't sleep with him, he went and found some old woman instead. He has no standards at all. Do all you men care that much about sleeping with women?" Su-chan held his wine glass and explained, men being lustful is something carved deep into their bones. What Su-chan said only made the girl even more depressed. She immediately picked up the glass and drained it in one gulp. Seeing the terrifying scene before him, Su-chan froze and reminded her, that glass isn't water, miss." Right after downing it all, Yin-yun slammed the glass onto the table, then shouted at the young man, "Handsome, are you single?" Su-chan was rather stunned by her actions and gave a vague response. Hearing that, Yin-yun pressed her body close to Su-chan, then blushed and said, "Then, do you want to?" Seeing their friend being so bold, her 2 friends immediately cheered her on. "Yin-yun, that's right. That scumbag doesn't deserve you. Be brave, Yin-yun." At the same time, nearby, Lina and Jiang Shaoshan also entered and looked around for Su-chan. When Shaoshan heard the shouts from Yin-yun's 2 friends, she immediately turned and recognized Su-chan there. She looked at Su-chan and shouted, "Su-chan, what are you doing?" Lina also agreed and confirmed, "Is this cheating?" Su-chan noticed the 2 women were there as well, so he spread his arm around the girl beside him and reminded her, "Come on, come outside with me." Yin-yun was smitten by Su-chan's manly move. In her mind, she thought, this man really has the aura of a true man. After that, Su-chan immediately pulled Yin-yun up and quickly ran upstairs. "Let's go upstairs." Down below, Lina and Jiang Shaoshan chased after him and shouted, "Su-chan, stop right there. Su-chan pulled Yun-yun into a room upstairs, then gently locked the door. Su-chan turned to Yun-yun and said, "Sorry, those two just now." Before Su-chan could finish explaining, Yun-yun beside him had already blushed. She shyly said to Su-chan that it would be my first time. Su-chan looked at her bashful appearance and thought to himself, this girl. Unexpectedly, Su-chan flicked Yun-yun on the forehead with a snap, making Yun-yun cry out, "Ouch." Then he reminded her, "Are you drunk? Sober up. Don't go out over the next few days. Stock up on plenty of food at home." Yun-yun frowned in pain and stammered in reply, "All right, but..." Su-chan then opened the door to go outside and reminded Yun-yun, "Also, if you want to date, you shouldn't look for someone here. In the future, forget it. There won't be any future anyway." Su-chan walked out and closed the door behind him, thinking, "A rare chance like this, and I'm just leaving. It really is a pity." But as soon as Su-chan stepped outside, he saw a terrifying scene in front of him. Lina was pounding on the door and shouting, "Su-chan, you can't do that to Xiaoshan." On Jiang Xiaoshan's side, she was kicking the door and screaming threats. "Su-chan, I know you're inside." Looking at the scene before him, Su-chan sighed. With these two here, there's no way tonight can be enjoyable. At the warehouse Su-chan had found in the outskirts, according to the orders, the goods would be delivered here directly this morning. But as soon as the delivery trucks stopped here, the voices of the drivers and delivery workers rang out one after another. "Are you Boss Su? Where should these 20 containers go? Boss Su. Boss Su, this warehouse doesn't have cold storage. Aren't you afraid it'll melt? I'm delivering coal." Su-chan walked around once and signaled to everyone. "Move the heaters and ice machines inside. Block the entrance there and place the ice cubes here. That's all." Wang Haoyu, Lina, and Jiang Xiaoshan had also arrived there. Wang Haoyu struggled to squeeze out of the crowd and reported back. "Sister Qian, Su-chan rented a huge warehouse out here in the suburbs. He bought a lot of large machines I don't recognize and is moving them into the warehouse." Jiang Xiaoshan looked somewhat curious and thought, what exactly does Su-chan want? Lina looked toward the group from Green City Hotel carrying things and called out, "Xiaoshan, look, isn't that the banquet from Green City Hotel? Even the red carpet has been laid out. Do you think he's going to surprise you with a proposal, and then guests from all directions will arrive?" As soon as Lina said that, Xiaoshan felt as if she were floating on clouds. With a smug look on her face, she said, "Humph, even if he proposes to me, it's not certain I'll agree. Lina, come with me. Let's go over and see how sincere he is." Jiang Xiaoshan walked to where Su-chan was standing and asked, "Su-chan, why did you buy so much?" Su-chan took off his coat, looked at Xiaoshan with a cold expression, and said, "Did you come to help me move things? Once you finish moving them, I'll tell you." Hearing Su-chan tell her to come help made Xiaoshan's face twist up in displeasure. "Move things? What kind of joke is that? I'm about to become a rich madam, so why should I still do this kind of thing?" Seeing her friend hesitating, Lina immediately ran over, nearly bumping shoulders with her as she reminded her, "He's probably testing you. He must want to see if you're qualified to be a rich madam." Xiaoshan thought her friend made sense. Although her face was a little twisted with reluctance, she immediately ran over to lift a few boxes. "Fine, I'm not some arrogant woman anyway." Dressed and acting in her affected, coquettish manner, Jiang Xiaoshan used all her strength to hoist a box onto her shoulder. Her face was strained, and she could barely breathe, but she still tried to encourage herself mentally. "To become a main wife, I must have both character and education. As long as I can pass today's test, Su-chan will definitely marry me." Bisao Liu-shan, Lina also put on a coquettish pose, intending to charm Su-chan. "Brother Su-chan, I'll help too." As Lina tried hard to strike an alluring pose, she thought to herself, what rich second-generation heir isn't lustful? As long as I show a little sincerity, even if I can't become his wife, I can at least get some benefits. Su-chan looked at the two women who had delivered themselves to his door, curled his lips, and thought to himself, free labor shouldn't be wasted. 1,000 banquet tables and 2,000 tons of ice. Although the hotel and factory had sent extra people, it would still take a long time to finish. After all the places had transported and delivered their goods to the warehouse, it was already afternoon. Seeing that the work was done, Su-chan stretched and shouted, "Finally finished." Right at the warehouse entrance, after doing unpaid labor, Jiang Xiaoshan was drenched in sweat from inside to outside, from head to toe. Her whole body trembled as she kept frowning and complaining about Suchun. Suchun really went too far. He made us move things from morning until afternoon, and he didn't even treat us to a meal. When I become his wife, I'll definitely take all his money. Beside her, Lina was also standing with her legs trembling, her whole body shaking and barely able to breathe. She also forced herself to complain. That bastard Suchun made us move such heavy things. That block of ice had to be over 50 kilograms. Although Jiang Shaoshan was angry, she still forced herself to fantasize. The test is over. Suchun should be about to announce that I'm his bride, right? Those wealthy guests should be arriving soon too. Lina beside her, her face turning purple, also chimed in exactly. The food is getting cold. Don't the guests mind? Rich people are really strange. On the other side, Suchun generously handed each delivery driver a thick red envelope and announced, "Everyone worked hard today. I'll follow the contract for the remaining payment and pay it all within a week." After receiving the red envelopes, the delivery drivers all looked radiant and surprised. This envelope is thick. There must be 10,000 yuan in here. Everyone held the envelopes in their hands and shouted brightly, "Boss, you're the best." Jiang Shaoshan trembled as she struggled to drag herself closer to Suchun, then asked, "Suchun, don't you have something important you want to say to me?" Contrary to everything Shaoshan had imagined, Suchun walked inside coldly and replied indifferently, "Oh yes, thank you very much for your help, but there's no reward, so you can leave." Jiang Shaoshan froze, then turned back and voiced what she had been thinking. "You stop joking. You must have some surprise for me. Call the guests out. Let's hurry up and get married." Suchun turned back, half joking and half serious. "Get married? Oh, I'd like to, but right now, not only have I sold my house, I'm also buried in debt. Do you still want to follow me?" Lina did not believe him and immediately shouted in rebuttal, "Impossible. A banquet worth over 10 million, restaurant expenses of several hundred thousand. How could you have no money after buying all this?" Suchun placed his hand on the boxes and replied, "Oh, these? Some big shot wanted to do charity work. He wants to alleviate poverty in Alxa, so I'm just helping out." Jiang Shaoshan gritted her teeth, her face brimming with murderous rage, and decided to charge forward and settle things with Suchun. "So that means you bastard dared to trick me, didn't you?" Seeing Shaoshan go mad and rush over to fight him, Suchun immediately dodged to the side and asked back, "How did I trick you?" Unable to touch Suchun, Jiang Shaoshan fell sprawled on the ground. Swallowing her anger, she kept cursing, "Suchun, you bastard. You were never some rich second-generation heir at all. I don't want to marry you." Suchun looked at Shaoshan with contempt. "Who would want a gold-digging woman like you?" Suchun's words struck her pride, making her eyes bulge with fury as she gave Suchun a gaze full of resentment. "You." After that, Shaoshan and Lina angrily turned and left the place. "Bastard, just you wait. I'll make you regret this." Lina pointed at him in warning. "Suchun, you're finished. You're definitely finished." Suchun ignored the two foolish women making a spectacle of themselves and turned back into the warehouse to wrap up the final task. How stupid. Wait until the apocalypse arrives and we'll see what happens to you. After entering, to be more careful and avoid anyone discovering him, Suchun immediately locked the warehouse door. Then he walked closer to the supplies and goods arranged there. The supplies are finally enough. Next, all that's left is waiting for the apocalypse. Suchun raised his hand and began activating his superpower to open his space. Batch after batch of supplies were sucked by Suchun into his interdimensional space. That evening, inside a building in wealthy Xanadu, in a room, Wang Dehai was warmly saying to Xiaoqian, "Qianqian, from now on, if you follow little you, you'll eat well and dress well." Damn, so it was still Xiaoshan. The author changed her into Xiaoqian, so I'll follow that too, everyone. In Xanadu, as long as my name is mentioned, it still carries some weight. Wang Haoyu put his arm around Xiaoqian and pulled her close, then reminded her, "Sister Qian, Suchun treated you like that. You should have left him long ago and been with me instead." Xiaoqian replied shyly, "Then I'm really looking forward to your performance." Wang Haoyu answered confidently, "Don't worry, Sister Qian. I'll have my big brother avenge you." Jiang Xiaoqian's face clearly revealed scheming thoughts. In fact, Wang Haoyu isn't bad either. His big brother is quite wealthy in Xanadu. Being with him is better than being with that dead dog Su Chun. While Jiang Shaoqian was engrossed in her calculations, Su Chun unexpectedly spoke from the dining table behind them. Damn, this woman really isn't picky, is she? As soon as Su Chin's voice sounded, Shaoqian jumped in fright and turned around. Su Chin? Why is he here? Seeing Su Chun, Wang Haoyu immediately flew into a rage, the veins on his face bulging as he pointed at Su Chun and shouted, "Big brother, that's the brat who attacked me before." With a fierce expression, Wang Dahai looked towards Su Chun. Well, there you are, brat. I was just getting ready to look for you. I didn't expect you to dare lay hands on my younger brother. You've got guts. Standing behind him, Wang Haoyu asked Wang Dahai, "Big brother, you know him?" Wang Dahai replied, "This kid previously borrowed 600,000 yuan from me and used his house as collateral. Tomorrow should be the repayment deadline." Enlightened by his big brother, Wang Haoyu chuckled. "So that's how it is. Looks like we can settle old grudges and new ones together." Behind them, Jiang Shaoqian folded her arms and looked at Su Chun with contempt. He dared to owe Brother Hai money. I'm afraid he won't be able to repay it in this lifetime. Luckily, I already cut ties with him. Li Na, standing beside her, also echoed, "He dares borrow any kind of money. He really doesn't know whether he wants to live or die." After Su Chan finished enjoying his food, he wiped his mouth and spoke. "Damn it, can't you even let a person finish a meal?" Wang Dahai walked closer and reminded Su Chun, "Kid, you'd better have the money ready to pay me back tomorrow. And you still want to drink in a hotel? Are you looking down on me? Don't tell me you can earn 600,000 yuan overnight." Wang Haoyu and the pack of mad dog underlings behind him began barking fiercely. Like hell he can pay it back. "Big brother, no need to waste words with him. This piece of trash dared to hit me. Beat him to death." Seeing the situation grow tense, Liu Xian immediately stepped forward and tried to mediate. "Everyone, what are you trying to do? If there's something wrong, let's talk it over slowly." Wang Dahai pointed at his younger brother and grinned. "Talk? Fine. Tell this kid to kneel, kowtow, and apologize to me and my brother, and we'll consider this matter over." Liu Xian turned back with a troubled expression and asked Su Chen, "Mr. Su, what's going on?" Su Chen turned to reassure Liu Xian. "It's nothing. Just a few pieces of trash." As soon as Su Chen said that, Wang Dahai flew into a rage. He slammed the table and shouted, "Damn it, kid, then I don't need to show you any mercy anymore. Today, you're finished. Even if someone comes, they won't be able to save you." Unexpectedly, from behind, several burly men walked in and loudly asked, "What the hell are you doing?" The angry-faced man, along with the fierce-looking underlings behind him, walked closer and asked Wang Dahai, "Who allowed you to cause trouble here?" Wang Dahai was startled and turned around, his face deathly pale. Su Chen also raised his head and inwardly recognized the person who had arrived as Gao Chang. Seeing Gao Chang arrive, Wang Dahai immediately tucked his tail between his legs and switched to a warm attitude. "Haha, Brother Chang, what brings you here?" Gao Chang did not even glance at Wang Dahai and threatened, "I have important business here today. Whoever causes trouble shouldn't expect me to spare them." Wang Dahai thought with a servile expression, "This Gao Chang is a famous businessman in Xanadu, with extensive connections and plenty of men under him. I can't offend him." Wang Dahai immediately sought peace. "Yes, Brother Chang, please go handle your business. I'll come over later to toast you." Su Chen recalled his previous life. Skull Crusher Gao Chang. "In my previous life, after the apocalypse began, Gao Chang was a powerful force in Xanadu. His subordinate was the Hell Chef. That's right. I heard before that Green City Hotel was the first place where mutation occurred after the apocalypse arrived. Looking at it now, the reason Gao Chang could become Skull Crusher must be that an atavistic mutation had already appeared here early. If that's the case, then sorry." Gao Chang turned back, secretly noticing the look in Su Chen's eyes as he looked at him. Su Chen looked at Gao Chang and thought, "This opportunity is mine now." Gao Chang looked towards Su Chen. Seeing the young man's imposing bearing and that his face showed not the slightest fear, Gao Chang felt intrigued. Interesting kid. A while later, Gao Chang had entered a VIP room together with Duanya. Standing before the president in front of him, Gao Chang pushed Duanya forward in order to achieve his business goal and introduced her. "President's son, I invited Miss Duan here." Duanya asked the man before her with a cold expression, "May I ask what President's son wanted to see me for?" The man called President's son held a wine glass that a waiter had just filled, then said, Well, I've heard that Miss Duan is a great beauty. Today, I finally get to meet you." With a lecherous smile on his face, President's son held the wine glass out in front of Duanya and said, "Come on, have a drink." The moment President Sun brought the wine glass in front of her, it made the woman feel somewhat afraid. Duanya thought to herself, there's definitely something drugged in this wine. She anxiously searched for some way to refuse. Down below, in Su Chen's room, Su Chen was holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it, then slowly savoring it while looking out over the city. In my previous life, Jiang Shaoqian and I hid in the underground basement, which was how we avoided the extreme heat of the apocalypse. I didn't expect that this time, after I abandoned her, she would come all the way here. Su Chen lowered his gaze toward the swimming pool below, where Wang Haoyu and his group were present. Su Chen said coldly, perfect timing. I'll settle the new grudges and old hatred together. The two young underlings, Wang Haoyu and the others, were down by the swimming pool. Because Wang Dahai was so fat and stocky, he felt the weather even more clearly. He kept wiping away sweat and asked his little brother with a grimace, "Brother, don't you feel like tonight is even hotter than this morning?" Wang Haoyu had an inflatable duck float around him. The person beside him agreed with his big brother. Exactly. That's why I suggested coming to the pool to cool off. It's also convenient for the ladies to change into swimsuits. Wang Haoyu gave his big brother a wicked smile. Damn, just thinking about that scene. Big brother, aren't you excited? Hearing his underling ask that, Wang Dahai's face instantly lit up. He affectionately put an arm around Wang Haoyu's shoulder. Damn kid, not bad. You really know how to seize an opportunity. Inside, Li Na and Jiang Shaoqian had just changed into sexy swimsuits that revealed their alluring figures. Li Na raised a hand to block the moonlight and said with some discomfort, "Qian, look, doesn't the moon feel like the sun?" Jiang Shaoqian, just like Li Na, had sweat all over her face as she replied, "Yeah, isn't it a little too bright?" Just as the two girls stepped out to the pool, Wang Haoyu suddenly came over, grabbed Jiang Shaoqian's hand, and shouted, "Qian, do you see it? My love for you is as beautiful as tonight's moon. This is the proof of our love." Jiang Shaoqian was dumbfounded by Wang Haoyu's actions. Feeling rather uncomfortable, she reminded him, "Ow, it's unbearably hot. Hurry and take me to the pool." Up above, Su Chan was enjoying a glass of wine while giving the people below a contemptuous smile. "Haha, your love is about to start smoking." Su Chun raised his glass and tapped it against the window. Cheers once again to the apocalypse. Outside, the moon suddenly moved closer to Earth. The temperature abruptly soared, and the heat became increasingly obvious. Wang Dahai's group below were all stunned by the phenomenon unfolding before them, when they felt they could no longer endure the heat. Outside, they immediately panicked and ran indoors, screaming as they fled. Damn it, why is the moonlight suddenly burning like this? It hurts, it hurts. It hurts so much. Wang Haoyu ran inside with his tongue practically hanging out and reminded everyone, there's no time to get to the pool. Hurry back to the hotel. Meanwhile, because Wang Dahai was fat and stocky, he tried his best to drag his body forward and run after them, panting as he shouted, "Wait for me." Inside, Wang Dahai's group of underlings were playing cards. Seeing that the moonlight seemed a little too intense, one of them wondered, why did it suddenly get so bright outside? Brother Hai and the others haven't run into trouble, have they? Another underling dismissed it when he heard that. They're just picking up girls. You wouldn't understand the boss's fun. No sooner had the underlings finished speaking than Wang Haoyu and the two girls smashed through the door and ran inside for their lives. Everyone's skin was red and swollen. The underlings stared blankly at the people who had just rushed in. "Hey, what are you doing? Why is your skin all red?" The guy in the back still paid no attention to what was happening and immediately urged his two card-playing teammates to continue. Wang Haoyu and the two women rolled around crying out in pain as soon as they rushed inside. "It burns! It burns! Help! I'm dying from the heat! I'm dehydrated! Bring water! Hurry!" Wang Haoyu and his duck float looked toward the fish tank, their faces like drowning men who had found driftwood, and immediately shouted, "Water! There's water!" The three of them, Wang Haoyu, Jiang Shaoqian, and Li Na, immediately rushed toward the tank as if their lives depended on it. Once he cooled down, Wang Haoyu gasped, "I'm alive." As for the other two girls, they kept fighting over it. "Get out, get out. This water is mine. Hey, get out." The underlings asked Wang Haoyu and the others in confusion, "What happened to you people? Where's Brother Hai?" As soon as Wang Haoyu heard the underlings mention his brother, he immediately shouted in panic, "That's right, where's Big Brother?" Just as Wang Haoyu finished speaking, Wang Dahai arrived at the door. The skin on Wang Dahai's body was covered in burns and blisters. Smoke rose from his entire body as he struggled to call out help. Seeing Wang Dahai, Wang Haoyu and the underlings immediately rushed over in panic. Big brother, are you okay? Burn medicine. Get burn medicine. Hurry. Little you abandoned your brother? Big brother, I was wrong. I'll never abandon you again. Up above, in the room with Gao Chong and Duanya, President Sun noticed that Duanya was deliberately stalling for time and immediately asked, "Damn it, why isn't the beauty drinking?" Seeing that the situation was a little awkward, Gao Chong spoke up. "President Sun, I've prepared a banquet. Why don't we?" President Sun glanced over at Gao Chong and reminded him, "In Xanadu, no one has ever dared not drink wine poured by Mr. Sunday Little Gao. This matter has nothing to do with you." After being warned, Gao Chong immediately turned his face aside and pretended not to see anything. Seeing this, Duanya glanced at Gao Chong and thought to herself, "Damn Gao Chong. To curry favor with Sun Debiao, he's throwing me under the bus." Sun Debiao relies on his absolute power in Xanadu and has harmed countless women. Today, he's clearly set his sights on me. Duanya looked at the glass of wine and frowned inwardly. There's definitely something wrong with this wine. I absolutely cannot drink it. But what should I do? Suddenly, the light outside increased sharply, so bright that ordinary people's eyes could not bear it. Gao Chong and President Sun immediately cried out in pain. What's going on? My eyes. Gao Chong instantly ordered his underlings, "Hurry and close the curtains. It's so hot." Gao Chong looked confused, his expression grave as he said, "President Sun, something seems wrong." President Sun's face showed some fear as he signaled, "Come on, let's go downstairs and see what's happening." It was precisely this sudden accident that saved Duanya's life, causing her to immediately breathe a sigh of relief. Down in the lobby, Liu Xian immediately stopped everyone and signaled for them not to go outside. "Everyone, please stay calm. We've already contacted the rescue team. Please wait here." As soon as she said this, many people became unhappy. "Wait my ass. I make millions every minute. How can I waste time here?" Exactly. Gao Chong came downstairs and asked his subordinate, "Old Meow, what's going on?" Old Meow stood beside him, taking off his jacket as he explained, "Just now, the moon suddenly became blindingly bright and the temperature shot up. Outside, it must be over 70 degrees. According to the news, nearly 100 people have already been injured." Beside Gao Chong, President Sun was also hurriedly calling Minister Zhao. "Hello, Minister Zhao. We're at Green City Hotel. Could you send someone to pick me up?" "No." "All right, I understand." Gao Chong anxiously turned and asked, "President Sun, how is it?" President Sun answered with a worried face, "Right now, the higher-ups must do everything they can to guarantee the power supply and ensure no problems occur. They don't have any manpower to come here. The current situation is somewhat troublesome." In Wang Haoyu's group's room, while an underling was applying medicine to him, Wang Dehai cried out in pain, "Ow, ow, ow, ow. Be gentler." Wang Dehai's underling reminded him worriedly, "Brother Hai, you need to go to the hospital." Wang Haoyu said fearfully, "How are we supposed to get to the hospital when it's this hot outside?" Seeing this, Wang Dehai grimaced and comforted them. "Don't worry, I'll have little Jiao bring the car over to pick us up." Immediately afterward, Wang Dehai signaled for an underling to call little Jiao. When little Jiao picked up in the car, he replied, "Brother Hai, I'm in the underground parking lot." "Hot? Yeah, it does seem a little hot." Little Jiao immediately drove outside to pick up Wang Dehai's group. "Everyone, wait a bit. I'll be right there." Little Jiao stared outside in confusion and wondered, "Why is the sky bright already?" The temperature seems. This fool had only driven a short distance when the car tires could no longer withstand the heat outside. The tires instantly burst and deflated. All four wheels blew out at the same time. The car was forced to stop. Little Jiao angrily got out, kicked the tire, and cursed, "Are you kidding me? It's so hot the tires exploded? What kind of damn weather is this?" Little Jiao, that underling, did not hesitate to run. Back on foot while calling Wang Dehai. "Hello, Brother Hai. All four tires on the car blew out. I can't get there now. I have to go back. You guys figure something out yourselves." The moment little Jiao stepped into the area illuminated by the moonlight, the soles of his shoes instantly melted, sticking tightly to the ground and causing the fool to lose control and fall forward. He slammed to the ground with a thud. Just as he opened his eyes and was about to curse, he saw that beside him were many corpses lying there, all in a state as if they had been scorched by the sun. Little Jiao cursed in terror, "Holy crap." Then, just as he suddenly tried to stand up, half of his face was already stuck firmly to the ground. Little Jiao screamed in agony, startling Wang Dahai's entire group inside. Because of that, Wang Dahai subconsciously dropped his phone to the floor. The underling screams gradually grew quieter. Then the phone connection crackled and disconnected. Meanwhile, inside Su Chen's room, because this young man had prepared in advance, he had already set the air conditioner to its lowest temperature, 16 degrees. The current room temperature was 25.5 degrees, and the room was not affected by the temperature outside at all. Because of that, Su Chen could calmly and comfortably drift off to sleep. The government began announcing what was happening. Because the moon had suddenly released an enormous amount of heat, the outdoor temperature had risen to 75 degrees, and the ground temperature had also reached 100 degrees. This incident had caused nearly 100 casualties. Everyone was urged to stay indoors and not go outside in order to avoid skin burns and respiratory burns. At the city power center, because some ultra-high voltage substations were exposed to excessively high outdoor temperatures, the power transmission lines overheated, resulting in short circuits. Inside the power center, one ultra-high voltage substation could not withstand the high temperature and immediately exploded, causing many areas of the city to lose power. Wang Dahai's phone rang with a notification from the call to Little Jiao. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed cannot be reached. Wang Dahai stared at the phone with a grimace. It seemed Little Jiao had disappeared. After one of his underlings went out to check, he returned and reported, "Big brother, all the other rooms in the hotel are full. This is the last room. We can only squeeze in together." When Jiang Shaoqian and Li Na heard this, they immediately looked displeased. "Are you kidding? How can I share a room with filthy men?" "Exactly. I want a separate room." Suddenly, all the lights in the room went out, and the entire space became pitch black. The heat became even more stifling, causing Wang Dahai to curse. "Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this godforsaken place? Why did the power go out?" The underlings felt so hot and suffocated that they were about to go mad, taking turns removing their shirts to feel less oppressed. The air conditioner stopped working. The temperature rose immediately. "Brother Hai, the temperature in the room must be over 40 degrees now. If we keep squeezing in here, sooner or later we'll die from the heat." Wang Dahai turned back and gritted his teeth. "We have to think of a way." Jiang Shaoqian suddenly proposed an idea. "I remember Su Chen's presidential suite has a swimming pool. We can go seize it." Inside Su Chen's room, he was comfortably swimming while recalling his previous life. Because Xanadu's power system had not been properly maintained, it had left hidden dangers behind. Although additional manpower had been mobilized, the city's power system still exploded. Anyone connected to the city power company lost electricity. That was why I specifically chose a room with a swimming pool and also prepared standing air conditioners and a large battery to provide power. To ensure the room temperature, I also added ice. Su Chen enjoyed a fine glass of red wine while leaning back on the sofa, slowly savoring the refreshing coolness. It seems Su Chen had just swum a few laps and burned quite a lot of calories because his stomach immediately growled, making him look down in confusion. "Ugh, I'm hungry." Su Chen opened his interdimensional space and pulled out a large amount of food: strawberries, flan, crab, steak, fried chicken, steamed buns, and mantou. Then His Majesty Su Chen split apart his chopsticks and made the final call. "On the first day of the apocalypse, I'll just have a simple breakfast." "Damn it, you call that simple? I've been skipping breakfast just to make these reviews. Boo-hoo, my life is so hard." As Su Chen began eating, he thought, "I wonder when Gao Chang's opportunity will appear." Truly, even lightning knows not to strike during mealtime. For the second time, Su Chen was disturbed by Wang Dahai's group. "Open the door. Open the door, Su Chen. I know you're in there." Su Chen did not hesitate and went over to open the door. As soon as he opened it, cold air from inside the room immediately flowed outside. Wang Dahai was stunned by the space inside the room. "So cool. This is cold air." Su Chen stepped to the doorway and asked coldly, "What do you people want?" Wang Haoyu looked inside at the room full of high-end goods and refreshing air conditioning and immediately cried out with a grimace, "Ice. Big brother, it's ice." This room not only has a swimming pool, but also electricity and food. Outside, Li Na, Jiang Shaoqian, and Wang Haoyu's group angrily shouted and made a racket. "Su Chen, we're about to die, so why are you enjoying yourself here alone?" "Exactly. You're far too selfish. Get out of this room right now. Walk out on your own, and don't force us to take action." Wang Dahai no longer thought too much and immediately pushed the door open to enter. Kid, you owe me money, and it's time you paid it back. But I'll take this room as interest for these past few days. Otherwise, I'll throw you straight outside. The moment Wang Dahai set foot on the floor inside, Su Chun coldly fired his gun, instantly giving Wang Dahai a copper bullet in the ribs. Wang Dahai looked at the red, bleeding spot on his side, his eyes trembling in terror. Su Chun coldly aimed the gun at the people in front of him and warned, "Take one more step and you die." The people outside were scared out of their wits after Su Chun fired. A gun? He actually has a gun? Where did this guy get it? Wang Dahai clutched his stomach and grimaced. Su Chun, you actually managed to get a gun. Fine, you're good. I admit defeat. Just as Wang Dahai intended to take another step, Su Chun immediately fired again. The gunshot sent the people behind him into another state of shock. Su Chin's warning shot went straight toward Wang Dahai's leg, doubling the pain for this fool who was already hurting, pushing him to the depths of agony. Damn it, my leg. Su Chun aimed the gun in one final warning. If you're gonna get lost, then get lost. Stop wasting words. Do you want to die? I'll count to 3. Get out of my sight immediately. 1, 2. Downstairs, Gao Chong's angry voice shouted. What? Your hotel doesn't have any food? Liu Xin immediately bowed her head and apologized to Gao Chong's group. I'm sorry. The day before yesterday, someone booked 1,000 banquet tables, so almost all the food was used up. According to the schedule, supplies were supposed to be delivered today. President Sun poured bottle after bottle of water over himself while gritting his teeth and reminding her, then bring all this food and water up to me. As soon as President Sun said that, many people angrily retorted, you already took all the bottled water. Now you want to take all the food too. Damn it, you're not leaving us any way to survive. So what if you have money? If you have money, why don't you leave? The water and food should be divided equally among everyone. On what basis should it all be given to you? Gao Chong's underlings became furious when they heard the muttering from the people in front of them. They immediately looked fierce, veins bulging. What? Is someone dissatisfied? I'll invite him outside right now. A bunch of trash like you think you're worthy of fighting with me? Suddenly, Wang Dahai's group came out from inside. Help! Su Chun killed someone. Seeing this, Gao Chong turned back and walked closer to examine the injury. Is that a gunshot wound? Not many people can get their hands on a gun. Looks like the person upstairs is very dangerous. Wang Haoyu looked at Wang Dahai, who was coughing violently, and asked worriedly, Big brother, how are you? Jiang Shaoqian immediately shouted loudly, so everyone could hear. Su Chin's room has electricity, air conditioning, and a swimming pool. As soon as Jiang Shaoqian's voice rang out, the noisy crowd immediately surrounded her. Are you telling the truth? Young lady, don't lie to us. Shaoqian angrily pointed things out. I saw it with my own eyes. I even saw ice, lots of food, and even fried chicken and wine. It's practically paradise. When the crowd heard Shaoqian's information, they immediately headed together toward Su Chin's room to demand those comforts. We're here sweating like we're in a sauna, while he's actually enjoying himself. Damn it, why does that kid have ice and air conditioning while we have to suffer here? Go up and drag that kid out. Hand over the ice and the air conditioner. Mommy, I want fried chicken. Gao Chong instructed an underling behind him. Scout out the situation. You follow them and take a look. I don't need to teach you what to do, do I? The underling immediately obeyed. Don't worry, Brother Chong. As soon as that group went up and knocked on Su Chin's door, Su Chun immediately opened it and asked, What's going on? The aggressive crowd outside felt the cool air drifting out and immediately sighed in admiration. So cool. It feels like every pore on my body is comfortable. One young man looked inside and replied to Su Chun, Buddy, we're here to negotiate with you. Don't you see what a dangerous time this is? In this whole hotel, only your place still has air conditioning. Can you let us come in and cool off for a bit? Young people should learn to respect the elderly and care for children. You look like someone who likes helping others. Meanwhile, the little brat standing by the door below craned his neck to look in and asked, Where's the fried chicken? The moment he looked inside and saw the basket of fried chicken on the dining table, the little brat immediately shouted, Fried chicken. Then he bared his teeth like some starving ghost and rushed forward. Mom, fried chicken. I want fried chicken. As expected, the moment the brat stepped 1 foot into the room, he was instantly sent flying backward, a deep shoe print stamped into his stomach. When the brat's parents saw their son fly out and lose consciousness, they immediately cried out in worry. Son, Su Chun coldly reminded them, keep your child under control. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you discipline him. Seeing Su Chin's inhumane actions, The crowd outside grew furious, shooting dagger-like glares at Suchin. He's only a child. How could you do that? Murderer! You're a murderer! One after another, the crowd charged towards Suchun, demanding an explanation. Someone like him doesn't deserve to stay here. Get the hell out. He's only one man. Everyone get him. Charge in. Suchun immediately opened fire, gifting the young man who had shouted charge a loving bullet right into the forehead, right before the stunned, frozen gazes of the two young men beside him. That young man slowly collapsed to the floor to rest from all his exhaustion. When the two young men beside him saw that, they immediately wet themselves in fear and looked back. Suchun pointed the gun at everyone and reminded them, I may be alone, but each of you only has one life. Inside the Green City Hotel, after Wang Haoyu saw Wang Dahai's corpse left outside under the sky, he immediately screamed in despair. Big brother, why did you leave my big brother outside? The underlings took turns holding Wang Haoyu back inside, not letting him go out. Calm down. Brother Hai is already dead. Brother Hai's wound had been infected and festering for a long time. In this kind of temperature, without medicine, Brother Hai wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. Wang Haoyu's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. His face twisted with hatred as he roared, Suchun, it's all because of that bastard Suchun. Up above, outside Suchin's presidential suite, Jiang Shaoqian and Li Na kept standing in front of the camera and pleading, Brother Chun, I know you wouldn't have the heart to shoot us. You were only scaring Wang Dahai. Suchun, have you forgotten how much I love you? The two women kept striking provocative poses and gazing deeply into the camera. As long as you let us in, we'll do anything you want. Big brother, let us go in and cool off for a bit. I'm willing to stay with you and Shaoqian tonight. Suchin immediately opened the door and smiled. What deep sisterly affection. In that case, come in. When the two women heard Suchun confirm his agreement, their eyes instantly lit up as if they had found gold. Really, I knew Suchun wouldn't abandon me. Big brother, you really are a kind person. Before the two girls could finish celebrating, Wang Haoyu suddenly charged over from behind them, his face looking as though he wanted to eat Suchin alive. Get the hell out of my way. I'm going to kill him. Just as Wang Haoyu's hand was about to touch him, Suchin lowered his eyes and coldly reminded him, anyone who steps through this door will die. Immediately, as soon as he finished speaking, Suchun grabbed a baseball bat and delivered a fatal home run straight to Wang Haoyu's face, sending him flying backward. Wang Haoyu turned himself into a bowling ball, rolling back and knocking the two women behind him away, making all three scream in pain together. Suchun held the baseball bat and struck it hard against the floor, then invited them, come on, ladies, keep coming in. Suchin's cold, death-filled gaze and murderous appearance made both women grimace in terror. They immediately did a complete turnabout. We're not going in anymore. We're not going in. Okay. Right. It's very nice outside, too. Suchun looked coldly at the women sprawled on the floor and reminded them, then get lost. There was no need for Suchun to say a second time. Jiang Shaoqian and Li Na immediately ran away as if being chased by ghosts, abandoning Wang Haoyu to crawl after them from behind like a clown. Sister Qian, wait for me. Suchun raised his eyes to look at the ceiling, where a machine gun fitted with a camera had already been installed. Facial recognition. Then he thought to himself, if they did not get lost, they really would have died. A while later, a large vehicle appeared outside the Green City Hotel. All of its tires have been replaced with crawler tracks, allowing it to avoid being obstructed by the extreme heat outside. When the people in the Green City Hotel saw the rescue team arrive, everyone shouted excitedly, Look, is that a rescue team vehicle? The wheels have been modified into crawler tracks, and the windows are insulated. That must be a rescue team vehicle. Great. The rescue team must be here to save us. We're saved now. The vehicle stopped in front of the hotel entrance, and the rescue team, wearing heat-insulating suits and carrying weapons, stepped out. A soldier walked forward and reminded everyone, please step back and clear a path. Excuse me, is Academician Lu Jingui here? As soon as the soldier asked that question, Academician Lu immediately stepped out and confirmed, I'm here. The soldier immediately brought a heat-insulating suit to the academician and explained, Academician Lu, we are the rescue team. Please put on this heat-insulating clothing quickly and leave with us. Seeing that these people had not come to rescue everyone, the crowd immediately became restless. Wait, aren't you here to save us? That's right. You can't just save him alone. A rescue worker stepped forward and reassured everyone. Everyone, calm down. The government has launched a rescue operation. Midnight is when the temperature is at its lowest for the day. Tonight, you can go on your own to Silicon Valley Square, the nearest relief point, to receive aid. Hearing this information from the rescue worker, everyone showed joy. Really? There will officially be rescue aid before dawn tomorrow. That's wonderful. The government hasn't completely collapsed yet. President Sun stood behind them with an unhappy expression and rushed forward to take advantage of the situation. I am Sun to Biao of the Sun Group. I'll give you 100 million. Hand over the heat-insulating clothes. I need to leave right now. President Sun was naturally no match for these professionally trained soldiers. He was immediately subdued by the rescue worker and pinned down as the man reminded him. Academician Liu Jinghua is our geology expert. He plays an important role in this disaster. Please do not obstruct our operation. President Sun cursed loudly in pain toward Gao Chong. Gao Chong, you bastard. What did I keep you around for? Go, get me the heat-insulating clothes. Before guns and bullets, all living beings were equal. Gao Chong and the others stood there blankly, not daring to resist, and could only ignore President Sun's words. After picking up Academician Liu, the rescue group immediately withdrew. Everyone ready, retreat. As the rescue team gradually left, Jiang Shaoqian suddenly approached and grabbed a young soldier's arm. Her face full of fear, she said, "Mr. Soldier, wait. Upstairs, there's a crazed killer." Li Na seized the chance to come closer and shouted along with her. That's right. That insane murderer even has a gun. Just now, he almost sent us all to our deaths too. The nearby crowd also joined in accusing Su Chun. You must seek justice for us. You absolutely can't let that murderer off. A soldier named Xiao Feng took off his helmet and decided to stay behind. I'll stay. I know what I'm doing. You take the heat-insulating suit and go first. Once I've handled it, I'll contact everyone. Xiao Feng's teammate reminded him, these are special times. Don't act impulsively. After that, young Xiao Feng took off his heat-insulating suit. Then he held his gun and headed upstairs. Let me see just who you really are. Behind him, Jiang Shaoqian revealed a vicious smile. Once Su Chun is shot, I'll be able to stay in his room and wait for rescue. Outside in the corridor, Xiao Feng advanced towards Su Chen's presidential suite. The space was completely silent. Xiao Feng hid behind a corner, carefully observing the situation inside this place. After observing all around, his eyes suddenly noticed the potted plant opposite him. Xiao Feng looked down in surprise. Akameda. The camera Su Chan had placed in the potted plant to observe the crowd's every move outside immediately gave a close-up shot of Xiao Feng hiding there. Then Su Chen's door slowly opened. Su Chen's arm reached outside and threw a bomb towards Xiao Feng. Seeing Su Chen's sudden action, throwing a bomb toward him, Xiao Feng was somewhat startled and swore, "Damn it." When the bomb approached Xiao Feng's area, it immediately activated and exploded. But unexpectedly, this was not an explosive bomb. It was a tear gas grenade. The bomb began spewing smoke around Xiao Feng's feet, making him immediately cough violently and grimace as he realized, "Damn it, it's tear gas." Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Feng kept grimacing and coughing, his eyes tightly shut because he could not withstand the constant tear gas. Xiao Feng frowned and thought to himself, the situation is bad. I should retreat. While the young man was struggling to endure it and find a way to withdraw, Su Chen's figure appeared behind him, holding a baseball bat and preparing to swing. Su Chen's attack came down with a clang, sending Xiao Feng into a deep sleep. A while later, inside Su Chen's room, Xiao Feng slowly woke up. Xiao Feng opened his eyes with difficulty and thought to himself, my eyes hurt so much. Where is this? It feels so cool. Su Chun stood in front of him, holding Xiao Feng's military ID card and reading, Liu Xiao Feng, Deputy Captain of the Special Forces. Since you're awake, let's talk. Xiao Feng sensed the cool air surrounding his body and looked around for a while. Then Xiao Feng asked in confusion, air conditioning? Who exactly are you? How do you have guns and grenades? Dizzy, Su Chun put down the gun and replied, I'm just a fresh university graduate. I bought the guns and other things while traveling in the Middle East. Xiao Feng was shocked and could not believe what he had just heard. So he asked again, are you kidding me? Su Chun also replied slowly, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Su Chun asked Xiao Feng, has the government set up relief points? Are they planning to have residents go to the relief points by themselves before dawn tomorrow? Xiaofeng asked in alarm. How do you know that? Su Chan silently recalled the past. It seemed no different from his previous life. Then Su Chan said, although the temperature will drop significantly in the early morning, anyone exposed to the moonlight for more than 10 minutes will faint and many people will die on the way too. The relief points. Xiaofeng lowered his head and looked away, replying awkwardly, there's no other way. Although we have established safe zones, modifying rescue vehicles is also difficult. But many people can't hold on any longer. We can only let the residents go to the relief points themselves before dawn tomorrow. Su Chan walked closer, put his hand on Xiaofeng's shoulder, and reminded him, in fact, thick quilts and thick padded clothing also provide insulation. They can increase the survival rate and prevent people from fainting. Su Chen's words startled Xiaofeng, and he blurted out, really? Su Chen pointed his gun at Xiaofeng's head, then replied, yeah, of course. Su Chen's action frightened Xiaofeng a little, and he immediately tried to ease the situation, because Xiaofeng realized this method would save many people. Wait a moment, brother. Can you wait until I tell them about the quilts before you kill me? I'll only use the internal communication system. Don't worry, I won't call for backup. Contrary to Xiaofeng's expectations, Su Chen immediately used a dagger to cut his ropes. This left Xiaofeng even more dumbfounded. What is this, a sequel? Su Chen continued pointing the gun at Xiaofeng and reminded him, I respect what you're doing, so I won't kill you this time. But I won't forgive you if you dare provoke me again. Xiaofeng asked Su Chen, aren't you afraid that after I leave, I'll call on the rescue team to deal with you? Su Chen glanced behind him and said to Xiaofeng, afraid? Raise your head and see what that is. Xiaofeng looked up at the ceiling and immediately shouted in horror. A robotic machine gun with a facial recognition camera? Where did you get that? Su Chen smiled and repeated, I already told you. I got it from the Middle East. Once this thing is activated, no one in this room will survive except me. But in the current situation, you probably won't have time to pay attention to me anyway. Xiaofeng seemed somewhat wary and confirmed. I understand. After that, Xiaofeng went downstairs and left with the rescue team. This left everyone below confused and bewildered. That soldier just left like that. He only mentioned the quilt thing. He didn't say anything about what happened upstairs. Didn't you see? The soldier's gun was confiscated. Is that guy really that powerful? Even soldiers have no way to deal with him. President Sun watched the rescue team leave without accomplishing anything and immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it. Then he turned around and slapped Gao Chong hard across the face. What did I keep you around for? Why didn't you make a move just now? A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Get lost. While the fat old man kept venting his anger on everyone around him, Old Mao looked at him through gritted teeth, then turned to ask Gao Chong, Big brother, how long do we have to keep enduring him? Gao Chong's face strained with restraint as he replied, the government has already begun rescue efforts. After order is restored, we'll still need to use his connections higher up. Su Chan suddenly appeared at a corner and spoke up to remind Gao Chong. The chaotic world has already begun, yet Boss Gao still wants order to be restored. When Old Mao saw Su Chan, he immediately looked as if he wanted to eat him alive. Where did you come from, brat? I'll kill you right now. Gao Chong thought calmly for a moment, then stopped Old Mao. Wait, Su Chan, why did you come downstairs? Su Chan held a thermos filled with ice cubes, then poured them out in front of Gao Chong and Old Mao. I came to find Boss Gao to make a deal. One ice cube after another fell out, spreading a lovingly cool sensation that immediately made Gao Chong and Old Mao look like bloodthirsty demons. In this scorching weather, when Old Mao saw the pile of ice Su Chan had poured out, the young man seemed to go mad and rushed towards Su Chan. It's ice. Big brother, his room must have even more good stuff. If we kill him, everything will be ours. Su Chan immediately turned cold and pointed his gun straight at Old Mao's throat, causing the young man to raise both hands in front of him, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. Gao Chong looked at Su Chan and Old Mao, then put on a money-seeking smile. Brother, Su Chan, don't lower yourself to his level. We should talk about the deal instead. After Gao Chong and Old Mao finished discussing the deal with Su Chan, they immediately obtained the thermos of ice. The two men instantly entered a state of ecstatic ice crunching. This feels amazing. Old Mao and Gao Chong kept playing with the ice cubes in their mouths, speaking to each other with satisfied expressions. I've been trapped here for 3 days. This is the first time I've felt this refreshed. I can't even imagine what that brat's room must be like. First, we'll agree to his request, then find a chance to kill him. When the time comes, that room will be ours. President Sun saw Gao Chong hiding the remaining ice in his hand. Furious, he rushed over and kicked the ice away. Well done, Gao Chong. So you were hiding ice. President Sun repeatedly stomped on Gao Chang's body and reminded him, "Next time you have something good and don't take the initiative to hand it over, you're dead." President Sun's actions immediately caused the anger inside Gao Chang to rise several levels. As President Sun toyed with the ice cubes, he looked toward Yalan. "Damn, this feels good. We're almost out of instant noodles after these past few days. If there's no rescue, we'll starve to death." "Oh, isn't that Ms. Duan? In weather this hot, you still refuse to take off your clothes. You're really persistent." Seeing how beautiful Yalan was, President Sun's beastly urges began to awaken. He immediately grabbed Yalan's arm tightly and pulled her up. "But I like playing with women like you. I'm in the mood now. Come with me upstairs." Yalan was caught off guard by President Sun's rough action and immediately resisted, slapping him hard across the face. "Bastard, don't touch me." Yalan's resistance drove President Sun mad. He tore apart the clothes Yalan was wearing, leaving her body half exposed. "You stinking bitch. Then I'll do you right here. After that, I'll let everyone have a taste." Yalan gritted her teeth and endured it, covering the exposed parts of her body with her hands, her face filled with hatred as she looked at President Sunday. He licked his lips and stared at Yalan. "Haha, soaked all over like that. You must be hot, right? Then let me help you take everything off." Behind him, Gao Chang seemed unable to tolerate President Sun's outrageous behavior any longer. He immediately stepped forward and warned Sun Debiao, "You've gone too far." Sun Debiao turned back in fury and cursed Gao Chang. "Damn it, shut your mouth. Gao Chang, I already gave you face. Do you know who you're talking to?" Gao Chang did not answer Sun Debiao. Instead, he coldly drove the knife straight into Sun Debiao's neck, causing Sun Debiao to collapse and bid farewell to this life forever. Seeing Sun Debiao fall, the people nearby screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Gao Chang let go and realized Su Chen had been right. "Since this was already a chaotic age, then go die. From now on, this place is under my control. Everyone else can either get lost and go to the rescue point or die here." Su Chen stood upstairs, looking down at Yalan and Gao Chang's group. Then he rested his chin on his hand and spoke in a cold voice. "Looks like my words had an effect. In my previous life, that young man was the boss here. If I make the course of events happen, faster then." Su Chen looked down at the corpses of Wang Dehai and Sun Debiao, which had been thrown outside under the sky. Then he wondered, will that young man's opportunity also appear earlier? Back inside Gao Chang's room, Gao Chang was slowly enjoying buckets of cold ice. Below him, Jiang Shaoqian and Li Na were kneeling in front of him, repeatedly putting on greedy expressions. "Brother Chang, give us some. I want it. Give us some. We'll do anything you want." Gao Chang gulped down mouthfuls of icy water, then threw the bottle of cold water toward the two women. "If you want ice water, then follow me. Whatever I tell you to do, you do it." Old Mao, standing behind him, asked Gao Chang, "Brother Chang, aren't we going to the rescue point?" Gao Chang leaned back in his chair and explained, "It's the apocalypse now. If you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself. Besides, the rescue point is 1 kilometer away. There's no guarantee we'll survive long enough to get there." Below, after receiving the bottle of cold water from Gao Chang, Jiang Shaoqian and Li Na kept fighting each other for it. "Don't grab it from me. Leave me a little." Old Mao looked at the two women making a scene and continued asking, "But we don't have many supplies left either. Why do we still have to take in these useless people?" Hearing this, Gao Chang explained, "Doesn't Su Chen want to keep these people here? Perfect. We also need a few sacrificial pawns." As night passed and the new day arrived, every person present had wrapped themselves in cotton quilts, following what soldier Lu Xiaofeng had said. Jiang Shaoqian and Li Na were among them. "We can finally leave this damned place. For the past 2 days, we only got a little snack food. Once I reach the rescue point, I have to eat meat and drink cola." While the two women were still busy imagining the future, Old Mao suddenly appeared, yanked the quilt off Jiang Shaoqian, and startled her into screaming, "What are you people doing?" Old Mao bared his teeth in a cold smile. "What are we doing? Brother Chang already gave you water, and now you want to leave? There's no such thing." Old Mao immediately acted brutally, tearing open Jiang Shaoqian's zippered dress and frightening her. "Didn't you say you'd do anything? Then serve me first." Outside Green City Hotel, the crowd had also begun moving. One young man endured the outside temperature while gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it. Ever since Gao Chang took control of the supplies, he hasn't given us any water or food at all. If we stay in the hotel, we'll die of thirst. If we go to the rescue point, there may still be a chance to live. But outside was even hotter than they had imagined. Even though wooden boards had been attached to the soles of their shoes, they could still feel the temperature of the ground. An older woman walking ahead of the three sturdy young men suddenly tripped over a stone in front of her. She immediately pitched forward with a scream and fell down. The moment her whole body touched the ground, after she struggled to stand up, the skin on her body had already melted onto the ground. The old woman kept screaming in agony. This terrified the young man even more. The old woman kept shouting for help, but no one paid her any attention now and simply continued walking. One person after another could no longer endure it and collapsed to the ground, rolling and screaming as they stopped moving and said goodbye to their unfinished lives. At a time like this, they did not even know whether they themselves could survive. So how could they have the leisure to care about others? Even if the person who fell was family, in the apocalypse, saving oneself came first. Back at the entrance area of Green City Hotel, the bodies of Wang Dahai and Sun Debiao were gradually mutating under the heat of the sun. Their entire bodies turned crimson as though streams of lava were flowing within them. The two of them suddenly mutated and awakened again, their eyes turning blood red. Su Chun stood upstairs, watching the groups of people leave, and narrated, "In my previous life, I was just like them and went to the rescue point. Back then, no one reminded me to bring a quilt. Although it was only a short kilometer, who knows how many lives it took." Down below, Jiang Shaoqin shouted, trying to stall old Mao. "Boss, wait a moment, wait a moment." Seeing this, old Mao yelled, "You filthy bitch, what now?" Jiang Shaoqian and Li Na, their faces full of fear, began looking for ways to buy time. "Boss, why don't we go upstairs to a room and have fun, not here?" "Right, we'll cooperate with you." Old Mao looked at the two women and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you two wanton women still no shame." Suddenly, the mutated Wang Dahai and Sun Debiao smashed through the door and charged inside, their entire bodies crimson and their blood-red eyes full of terror. Wang Dahai and Sun Debiao unexpectedly entered, dragging themselves along and growling, causing Gao Chang's group to cry out in shock. "They're zombies! Zombies!" Wang Haoyu, standing behind Gao Chang, said in frightened panic, "If you get bitten by them, you'll turn into a zombie." But Gao Chang suddenly turned around, grabbed Wang Haoyu by the neck, and said, "Go test it and you'll know." Then Gao Chang threw Wang Haoyu towards Sun Debiao to block him, causing Wang Haoyu to scream in pain. It's too hot, too hot." Old Mao immediately turned to Gao Chang in concern. "Brother Chang, are you all right?" Gao Chang, his whole body flaring with heat, pulled his hand back and commented, "The temperature on this guy is extremely high." Suddenly, Su Chun came downstairs, carrying the sword he had prepared in advance. Then he reminded Gao Chang's group to move aside. Old Mao looked at Su Chun in a daze and thought, "Is this guy planning to deal with the zombies?" Gao Chang looked towards Su Chun and smiled sinisterly. "Then we'll wait until he kills all the zombies, and then we'll kill him." Su Chun held his sword and looked towards Sun Debiao and Wang Dahai, recalling inwardly, in the apocalypse, when sunlight shines onto the human body, it causes mutations. But they are not zombies and do not transmit a virus. They are more like the drought fiends described in the classic of Mountains and Seas, so I'll call them drought fiends. Su Chun looked at the two drought fiends lumbering toward him. Unexpectedly, Sun Debiao did not target Su Chun, but instead turned toward Gao Chang. Realizing this, Su Chun thought to himself, "These drought fiends actually still retain a little memory from when they were alive. Or perhaps it should be called an obsession." Su Chun turned back and secretly glanced at the drought fiend Sun Debiao, then stepped backward and commented, "In my previous life, Gao Chang must have killed this man too, causing him to harbor hatred and seek revenge on Gao Chang after becoming the first drought fiend. That settles it." Su Chun shifted his gaze toward the drought fiend before him that was charging at him. "As for this Wang Dahai, because I killed him, he became another drought fiend." As Wang Dahai rushed over to attack him, Su Chun dodged to the side, glanced behind him, and prepared to act. So Gao Chang's opportunity is here. After Su Chun found Gao Chang's opportunity, he immediately swung his sword forward and slashed down fiercely at the center of Sun Debiao's head. With one slicing blow, a crystal core flew out of the drought fiend's body. After Su Chun killed it and looked at the crystal core, he thought to himself, "This is the crystal core. It can grant an extremely powerful physique. Su Chen rushed over and grabbed the crystal core from the Drought Fiend's son to Biao's body. Now it belongs to me. Right behind him, the Drought Fiend Wang Dahai also kept roaring angrily and charged towards Su Chen. Realizing this, Su Chen pushed off and leaped back, leading Wang Dahai toward Gao Chang's group. I'll leave this remaining one to you. Su Chen slowly returned to his room and waved goodbye. Take your time playing. This made Gao Chang grit his teeth in anger and curse. Damn it. After the pain Wang Haoyu had just endured, his body was currently in a dazed, half-conscious state. Suddenly, Gao Chang grabbed him by the neck again and dragged him up. Useless trash, get up. Then he threw him to the Drought Fiend Wang Dahai, so the two brothers could hug each other and deepen their bond, making Wang Haoyu scream in delight as he continued remaining in the warmth with his older brother. Gao Chang furiously picked up a bottle of ice water and threw it at the Drought Fiend. Damn it, grab the tools and kill him. Up in Su Chen's room, Su Chen threw the crystal core into a cup and then poured strong liquor inside. In the apocalypse, crystal cores occasionally appeared in the skulls of Drought Fiends and mutated beasts. Crystal cores were very rare. Even among 100 of them, there might not be one. Su Chen picked up the cup and looked at the crystal core. After washing the crystal core clean, he swallowed it directly. Su Chen no longer hesitative. Because Gao Chang's opportunity had officially been seized by him, he immediately gulped down the cup of liquor containing the crystal core into his stomach. After absorbing the crystal core, Su Chen's eyes immediately turned crimson, and the blood vessels around his eyes bulged clearly across his face. His body began absorbing the energy of the crystal core. Su Chen's body immediately grew larger, and a strange phenomenon erupted. The clothes on his body were instantly torn apart. Fire and lava appeared inside his body, causing Su Chen to scream in pain, and then he gradually lost consciousness. Su Chen crashed heavily to the ground, his body completely naked, and sank deep into unconsciousness. Down below, after Gao Chang's group finished dealing with the Drought Fiend Wang Dahai, Wang Haoyu was also lying unconscious nearby. Gao Chang, furious because they had used up a great deal of water to deal with that zombie, kicked Wang Dahai's body repeatedly and cursed, "Damn it, move. Move again and let me see." Old Mao and the underlings looked at the pile of water they had just had to bring out to deal with the zombie and felt their hearts ache. This was the last of our water. Now, there's none left. Lina intended to escape from this place, so she quietly tried to leave. Unexpectedly, Old Mao grabbed her hand and held her back. "You filthy bitch, trying to run? Believe it or not, I'll chop off your legs." Lina grimaced in pain and shouted an explanation. "Brother Mao, without water, we'll all die of thirst. I can tell you a way to deal with Su Chen. Let me go to the rescue point." Old Mao angrily shook her hard and shouted, "Talk now. If you dare mess with me, you're dead." Lina had already reached the end of the road. She felt that if there was still a chance to live, this was it. So she immediately revealed the information. Jiang Shaoqian is Su Chen's fiancée. If you humiliate her in front of Su Chen's door, Su Chen will definitely open the door, and then you can take that chance to ambush him. When Old Mao heard Lina's tip, he immediately turned back to look at Jiang Shaoqian and laughed. "Damn, so there's something like that? That really is a good method." When Jiang Shaoqian was betrayed by Lina, her expression turned vicious. She seemed unable to believe her eyes and was left speechless. Vina, Jiang Shaoqian touched her constantly growling stomach, gritted her teeth, looked toward Gao Chang's group, and reminded them, "I can cooperate with you, but I'm hungry. You have to feed me first. I want to eat meat." Old Mao stared blankly, then turned back and asked, "Eat meat? There's no electricity, and the meat in the freezer has all gone rotten. Damn it, I want to eat meat too." When Gao Chang heard Jiang Shaoqian say she wanted to eat meat, he stepped closer, his face fierce, and asked, "You want to eat meat?" Then Gao Chang brought the knife before Jiang Shaoqian and glanced toward Lina as he said, "Then do it yourself." Jiang Shaoqian looked fearfully toward Lina and asked, "You mean the meat on her body?" Faced with the choice between friendship and life, Jiang Shaoqian did not hesitate to choose life. Her attitude changed completely as she suddenly turned toward Lina, making Lina break out in an even colder sweat. Jiang Shaoqian looked at the knife in Gao Chang's hand, then rushed over without hesitation and snatched the knife away. Then Jiang Shaoqian coldly walked toward Lina, who was being held by two underlings. Her friend's cold-blooded actions made Lina scream in fear. "What are you doing? What exactly do you mean? Don't come over here, Shaoqian. We're like sisters. You can't do this." Zhang Yan approached Lina. With an icy, bloodthirsty expression, she coldly reminded her friend, "Stop lying to yourself. When were we ever sisters? Besides, just now, you even wanted them to humiliate me." As soon as Jiang Shaoqian finished speaking, she swung the knife. Then, with one hand holding Li Na's head, she used the other to stab her friend repeatedly in the abdomen 10 times. So don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Gao Chang's group witnessed the cold-blooded scene before them. Although they were underworld people who hacked and killed without flinching, when faced with the sight of close sisters turning on each other, they all stared blankly and seemed somewhat afraid. After Jiang Shaoqian finished dealing with Li Na, she looked down at her friend lying collapsed on the ground and laughed loudly. She had nearly gone mad. Ha ha ha, Su Chun, wait until I eat my fill, then I'll go drink your blood dry. Gao Chang regained his composure and told Old Mao to handle it. Have Yalan roast the meat. Only when the brothers have eaten their fill will we have the strength to deal with Su Chun. Old Mao turned to look at Gao Chang with a worried expression and hesitated. But Brother Chang, Gao Chang did not turn toward Old Mao, only reminded him lightly. Without water, we can't last even one day. If you don't want to turn into a zombie, then do as I say. Old Mao looked at the scene before him and gritted his teeth in discomfort. Although he did not want to do this and could not imagine himself eating human flesh, he immediately turned and ordered his underlings. Where is Yalan? Find her and bring her here. Up above, inside Su Chen's presidential suite. After waking up, Su Chen had awakened a new power. His body's movement speed had suddenly increased greatly. Su Chen could move throughout the space inside the room in an instant. His entire body seemed to be surging with a strange new feeling. Su Chen stood up and commented, "So this is a physical type ability? I can feel my power has increased." Su Chen stepped closer and casually swung his hand, shattering a block of ice inside the room. My muscular strength has also increased. Suddenly, the room's doorbell rang. The person knocking was Duan Yalan. Su Chen instinctively turned back and thought with a snort, "Someone's here again." Outside, after Duan Yalan pressed Su Chen's doorbell, she stood there awkwardly and thought, Gao Chang and the others have all gone insane. Downstairs is no longer habitable. This place is my only hope. Luckily, I still have a trump card. With a click, the door opened. Su Chen, without a single piece of cloth covering his body, suddenly stepped outside and coldly asked Yalan, "What is it?" Yalan raised her head to look into Su Chen's cold eyes, then gradually lowered her gaze to the dark thing below. This made her blush a little, and then she shouted, "Damn it, you pervert!" Su Chen was also startled when he realized he had not put on clothes and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Saw thee, I didn't do it on purpose. A while later, the two finally returned to a normal state, though they were still somewhat embarrassed. After putting on clothes, Su Chen sat down on the sofa and spoke. "Ahem, well, my resources are limited. You and I have only just met. I can't support you just because you're pretty." As Su Chen spoke, he thought back. Based on what he knew of Duan Yalan from his previous life, she was a very strong woman. Her relationship with Gao Chang was also one of cooperation. Although he had once considered recruiting this woman, the atmosphere now was somewhat awkward. Duan Yalan was also a little embarrassed and did not dare look Su Chen directly in the eye, so she avoided his gaze and turned to the side. Aside from being a chef, I'm also a student, an outstanding graduate of Southwest Medical University. I have a medical license and 3 years of experience as a surgeon. After finishing her explanation, Duan Yalan's mind began to wander. Damn, his figure is actually that good. No, I said the wrong thing. I mean, this room is actually this good. It has electricity and ice. I have to show my value if I want to stay. Su Chen returned to normal and looked coldly at Duan Yalan as he said, "So you're a doctor too?" That really is an attractive condition. But supplies are getting scarcer now. Who knows whether anyone can even live until tomorrow. Afraid Su Chen would reject her, Duan Yalan hurriedly tried to think of a way. "As long as you don't drive me downstairs, I can do anything." As soon as Duan Yalan finished speaking, Su Chen rubbed his chin and gave her a wicked smile. He looked toward Duan Yalan. Since a beauty is put that way, then treat this place as your home." After realizing she had misspoken, Duan Yalan immediately covered her mouth. This was bad. In her panic, she had blurted out nonsense. Although Su Chen was smiling on the surface, he immediately reminded Duan Yalan coldly, "But I have to warn you, in front of me, you have only one choice. Behave obediently. Don't play any tricks or else." Duan Yalan shyly looked down at the floor and answered nervously, I understand. I have never doubted your methods or your resolve. Su-chan then looked at Duan Yalan and smiled as he reminded her, very good. Then take off your clothes now. As soon as Su-chan said this, Duan Yalan instantly panicked. Her eyes widened and she stammered shyly, "We're starting right now?" After hearing Su-chin's order, Duan Yalan immediately entered the bathroom to carry out the process of cleaning the food for Brother Chin. Duan Yalan stood beneath the cool water flowing from the shower, silently muttering in her mind, "There's water, electricity, food, and even a bathroom. I really don't have to worry about the heat. I don't have to worry about being assaulted by others, and I don't have to worry about being eaten by others." Duan Yalan stood quietly beneath the streams of water, feeling both happy and worried. To the people outside, this place was definitely heaven. It was just that she felt Su-chan was not exactly a gentleman. While bathing, Duan Yalan's thoughts started wandering. Duan Yalan began imagining all sorts of outrageous scenes, like kneeling at his feet and looking up at Su-chan. Su-chan lifted Duan Yalan's chin with one hand, smiled, and said to her, "Next, I'll let you taste a special dish." Duan Yalan, breathing hard, with the fruit basket half covered and half exposed, stared blankly up at Su-chan. Duan Yalan continued imagining the perverted things Su-chan might do, such as secretly filming her while she was bathing. As for what he would do with it, that was only her own imagination for now. Duan Yalan shook her head to calm herself down. Forget it. In any case, I already thought I would accept this when I came here. Duan Yalan continued imagining Su-chan secretly filming her in the shower, then giving a lecherous smile as he explained, "I didn't come here to peep at you bathing. I'm only here so I can stop you from doing anything bad." After carefully taking care of Su-chin's food, Duan Yalan covered it properly and walked out. After Duan Yalan introduced herself as having medical experience, Su-chin immediately prepared a nurse outfit for her, because Su-chin's little brother was currently ill and needed care. Duan Yalan put on the tight-fitting outfit, revealing her perfect curves. Her shy expression was enough to make countless men lose their minds. She bashfully tried to cover the half-hidden, half-exposed areas with her hands and asked Su-chan shyly, "Su-chan, isn't this outfit a little too small?" Su-chan stared at Duan Yalan without blinking, then raised a hand to rub his chin in satisfaction. "Not small. Definitely not small at all. Simply put, it's perfect." Duan Yalan turned around blankly and pushed her hips back. She looked down at the outfit she was wearing and asked in confusion, "Really?" As the saying goes, even a beating has to wait until after a meal, but now that woman Jiang Shaoqian was interrupting Brother Chen's fun time. Just as Su-chin's emotions were surging because of Duan Yalan's nurse outfit, Jiang Shaoqian suddenly pounded on the door and shouted, "Help! Save me! Su-chan, open the door! Su-chan, open the door and save me!" Outside, Gao Chang saw no movement from Su-chan, so he immediately pretended to grab Jiang Shaoqian by the head. Then he bared his teeth and threatened Su-chan, "If you don't come out, I'll break the door down directly." Su-chan looked somewhat regretful that the fun had only just begun. He stood up, looked toward the door, clicked his tongue, and said, "Here we go again." Su-chan was just about to get up and open the door when Duan Yalan hurriedly stopped him in panic. "Don't open the door. We can't open the door right now. The people outside killed Li Na and ate her. Before Duan Yalan could finish, Su-chan understood the situation. He turned back, looked at her, and asked coldly, "You mean they ate a person?" Su-chan silently recalled what had happened in his previous life. Then, without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped outside. Su-chan calmly warned Gao Chang's group, "Don't even think about breaking down the room door. If you do, you'll really get into big trouble." Meanwhile, the actors Jiang Shaoqian, Gao Chang, Old Mao, and their accomplices were playing out the scene of a naive girl being assaulted and threatened. Jiang Shaoqian kept sticking out her tongue and crying for help. "Su-chan, save me." After confirming that Su-chan had finally shown himself, Gao Chang and his accomplices' eyes glowed red, and blood vessels bulged all over their bodies. Their bodies were in a semi-drought fiend state as they bared their teeth and looked at Su-chan smugly. "You finally showed your face." Su-chan calmly stood right beside the door and looked coldly outside. Gao Chang had arranged for one of his subordinates to hide right beside the door, holding a knife and planning to ambush and kill Su-chan. As expected, when Gao Chang's subordinate saw Su-chan open the door, he prepared to act. He suddenly swung the knife straight at Su-chan and shouted, "Die!" But what Gao Chang's group did not expect was that Su-chan had already prepared in advance. He had observed the cameras and grasped the entire situation outside. He quickly grabbed the knife-wielding subordinate's hand. With a few basic moves, he restrained him and easily broke the joint in the man's arm, leaving Gao Chong and the people behind him immediately stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Jiang Shaoqian continued acting, struggling hard to escape from Gao Chong's group as she shouted, "Let me go!" Then Jiang Shaoqian rushed forward, stretching her hand towards Su Chun and begging for help. "Su Chun, save me!" But contrary to this woman's expectation that Su Chun would soften, the young man said no. He immediately reached out and grabbed Jiang Shaoqian by the throat, making her freeze in place. Choked by Su Chun, Jiang Shaoqian could only gasp helplessly. Su Chun looked at her mutated face and commented coldly, "Once you have officially eaten human flesh, your bodies will gradually mutate and fangs will grow in your mouths. You are no longer human." The faces of Gao Chong's group behind her had already become ferocious as they looked at Su Chun. The world has become the apocalypse now. As long as we can keep surviving, what's wrong with eating people? Jiang Shaoqian's face began to mutate. Her fangs became more obvious, her tongue lengthened, and her eyes glowed crimson as she laughed sinisterly. "Haha, human flesh is delicious. After eating it, I feel my body is full of energy. So, Su Chun, I can't wait to taste what your flesh is like." "Godi!" After Jiang Shaoqian shouted, she swung her hand towards Su Chun's face and attacked. But life was not a dream. Su Chun kicked her squarely in the face, sending her flying backward like a ball. This scene left Gao Chong's group somewhat stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Su Chun's kick was very powerful, sending Jiang Shaoqian flying all the way out the window. But with her body already gradually mutating, Jiang Shaoqian quickly grabbed onto the wall, avoiding a trip to meet her ancestors. She gritted her teeth, and the veins on her body bulged more and more clearly. Resentfully, she reminded Su Chun, "Su Chun, I definitely won't let you live so easily." But with her body dangling from the wall and directly absorbing radiation from the sun, Jiang Shaoqian suddenly jerked and struggled, screaming in pain, "Ah, it's so hot!" After Jiang Shaoqian was dealt with, Gao Chong immediately charged forward, wanting to fight Su Chun to the death. He shouted orders, "Brothers, rush him! Don't give him a chance to draw his gun." Su Chun looked calmly at these fools rushing forward to risk their lives against him and merely snorted coldly. "Do I need to waste bullets dealing with the likes of you?" One of Gao Chong's subordinates immediately leapt up, performing the move Broken-Winged Eagle. He looked at Su Chun and reminded him, "Kid, don't underestimate us too much." But contrary to what he had just said, Su Chun looked coldly at the eagle flying toward him. "But I actually really like wasting them." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chun pulled out his gun and gifted that wing-spreading eagle a copper candy right between the eyebrows. Before the eagle could fly any farther, its wings were clipped and it dropped down just in time to reincarnate. The remaining people realized they could not gather together to deal with Su Chun, so they immediately ran in different directions, quickly reminding one another to scatter. Su Chun aimed straight ahead and fired, but these fools all managed to dodge. Old Mao crawled along the ceiling overhead, trying to approach from behind. Su Chun laughed loudly and reminded him, not only our strength, but even our reactions and speed have become stronger now." While Gao Chong and his subordinate approached Su Chun from below, Old Mao swung his fist from above and lunged straight down at Su Chun. "Since we're prepared, there's no way you can completely defeat us." Old Mao's face was ferocious as he bared his teeth and shouted, "Go die!" But before he could come down, Su Chun used the ancient movement skill and suddenly appeared above him. He grabbed the man's head, leaving him bewildered. "Do you think this is all it takes?" With his physical strength, Su Chun immediately pressed his head down, smashing the man's face hard into the floor. Old Mao's face struck the ground with a boom. Su Chun's face was filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "Go to hell!" A subordinate nearby swung a knife straight towards Su Chun's neck, but Su Chun suddenly caught the hand holding the knife and then seized the blade. With two swift slashes, he dealt with two of Gao Chong's foolish subordinates. Seeing each of his men knocked down one after another, Gao Chong immediately erupted in fury, swung his fist at Su Chun, and let out a savage roar. But before Gao Chong could even touch a hair on Su Chun's leg, Su Chun had already grabbed him by the throat. Before Gao Chong could react, Su Chun used his strength to shove him toward the wall, causing Gao Chong to gradually lose consciousness. While Su Chun was preparing to finish off Gao Chong, Jiang Shaoqian had also successfully mutated her body and was trying to find a way back. Su Chun suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent and turned his gaze to the side on guard. Jiang Shaoqian's entire body had mutated, with streams of lava appearing inside her body. a long tail appeared below her, and she charged straight in from outside into the room. After springing back, Jiang Shaoqian immediately appeared before Su Chun with a new form that looked rather impressive. Su Chun slowly looked at the monster that had just appeared and asked Jiang Shaoqian coldly, "You've ended up transforming into this state so quickly. It seems your obsession runs quite deep." As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, he tightened his grip and snapped Gao Chang's neck with a crack. After dealing with Gao Chang, Su Chun let go and dropped Gao Chang's body. His whole body filled with murderous intent as he looked at the demon Jiang Shaoqian. "Then I'll just kill you again." As soon as Su Chun finished, every remaining hair on Jiang Shaoqian's body stood on end. Her resentful eyes fixed on Su Chun as she roared furiously. At this moment, Su Chun's dinner, which he had not had the chance to eat, was still peeking from outside to watch the show. She looked at her idol in surprise and sighed inwardly. Unbelievable. Su Chun really is powerful. With his own strength, he single-handedly killed Gao Chang and his gang. Duan Yalan looked at the scene before her. While Gao Chang and his accomplices had already been dealt with, Su Chun stood proudly facing the monster Jiang Shaoqian. The monster's disgusting appearance made Duan Yalan shudder in revulsion. But the monster in front of Su Chun gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Duan Yalan, wearing the nurse outfit specialized in healing the spirit, watched the show while thinking. She secretly hoped she could stay with Su Chun as long as possible. Duan Yalan thought to herself, "I really have to think of a way to deal with this if I want to stay with Su Chun. I can't become a burden to him." Suddenly, Duan Yalan seemed to find something inside the room. After going inside to take a weapon and prepare herself, Duan Yalan walked to the door and called out to Su Chun, causing Su Chun, who was preparing to fight the drought fiend Jiang Shaoqian, to instinctively turn back. Unbelievable. Duan Yalan, wearing a nurse outfit that covered what needed to be covered and exposed what needed to be exposed, had found a leather whip that Su Chun had prepared in advance so that tonight he could immerse himself in the healing thrill provided by Nurse. Duan Yalan, in the sexy outfit and holding the leather whip, said to Su Chun with a serious and determined face, "Let me help you deal with it." Su Chun saw that his dinner was trying to find a way to help him. Although he tried to suppress the surging excitement inside his body, Su Chun still turned back coldly and asked Duan Yalan, "Help me? The fact that you aren't so frightened that you've run away is already not bad, but you're only making me lose focus." Duan Yalan looked blankly up and down at her own body. Then she lifted the leather whip and looked confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" On the side of the drought fiend Jiang Shaoqian, it seemed she still had some unresolved feelings and memories from before she became a monster. Seeing Su Chun and Duan Yalan looking at each other, Jiang Shaoqian immediately flared up in anger. She kept baring her teeth, sticking out her tongue, and hissing threateningly. Then she bared her teeth, her eyes blood red, and let out a savage roar. "Su Chun, you deceived me." Then she immediately charged straight at Su Chun and attacked, her face twice as terrifying as before. Su Chun was busy admiring the scenery that had made him lose focus. When he suddenly heard Jiang Shaoqian shout, he immediately turned back, but it was too late to dodge the surprise attack. The young man took the monster's extremely powerful blow squarely to the chest. Duan Yalan stood by the door and watched Su Chun take the drought fiend's powerful strike head-on, making her panic with worry. Duan Yalan cried out in fear, "Su Chun!" But unlike what Duan Yalan feared, and unlike the cool pose the drought fiend Jiang Shaoqian was putting on, Su Chun's body was completely unharmed. Not even a scratch appeared after the attack. Thanks to the drought fiend demon's surprise attack, Su Chun's entire body instantly filled with killing intent as he activated the Berserker superpower. After posing, the drought fiend demon turned back and saw that Su Chun was completely unharmed by her attack. She immediately leapt up and circled behind Su Chun to ambush him. The demonic drought fiend lunged down, baring her drooling fangs and wearing a terrifying expression as she attacked straight at Su Chun's shoulder. But at this point, Su Chun's body was as hard as diamond. The moment the demon's teeth touched Su Chun's shoulder, only a dry, clanging sound rang out. In the demon's mind, she was probably thinking that this stone sprout would not soften even if it were stewed for 97,749 days. The fool tried to scrape her teeth against Su Chun's shoulder a few more times, but it was all useless. Looking at her pitiful face, Su Chun asked with icy eyes, "Oh, you can't bite through? I wonder if all those fangs in your mouth are just for decoration." Power began to flow throughout Su Chen's body, and the young man coldly delivered his verdict. It's time to stop. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen used both hands to grab the demon Jiang Xiaoqian's arms. Then he jumped backward and landed directly on her back. With her arms twisted behind her, Jiang Xiaoqian was completely restrained by Su Chen. With her voluptuous figure, the monster was utterly bewildered, her eyes wide with confusion at Su Chen's actions. From atop her back, Su Chen placed one foot on the demon's head and asked coldly, "Are you ready?" Before she could have even a single moment to prepare, Su Chen unleashed the great bone extraction art and tore off both of the demon's arms. Then he stomped hard on the demon's body, sending her flying up into the ceiling. The one below took a fatal blow head-on, and her nose and entire body were instantly dyed strawberry red. Only a few seconds after Su Chen casually removed both of her arms, the demon bared her fangs, drool filling her mouth, and screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Su Chen sprang up and landed lightly behind her, still holding the woman's two arms with great affection. Su Chen threw the two arms toward the demon, his eyes gradually returning to normal as he said, "Originally, I really wanted you to suffer even more endless pain in the apocalypse and slowly savor the feeling of dying under torture. But with things as they are now, I have to kill you. You first." He had thought this thing was already lying still and waiting to die, but its next move made Su Chen slightly startled. The demon turned back and approached the corpses of that group, using its tail to coil tightly around them. It seemed to want to devour them in order to upgrade its body. Then the demon opened its mouth, baring its teeth wide, its head tilted up to the sky. When it opened its gaping maw, it revealed a row of terrifying teeth. It began using its tail to feed Gao Chang's group into its own body. Slowly, all of their bodies were gradually digested by it. Once it was done, both of this thing's arms began gradually regenerating and growing back. The demon looked down at its arms and roared in delight. It seemed this demon's body had already been upgraded. It immediately evolved into an even more ferocious form. Veins bulged all over its face as it looked towards Su Chen and roared in fury. Su Chen looked at the demon's behavior in some surprise and thought to himself, "Your severed arms can actually grow back now?" The nurse Yalan had exactly the same thought as Su Chen right now. After witnessing the terrifying scene before her, fear immediately appeared on her face, and she stammered, "No, that's impossible. How could that happen?" But unlike Yalan's worry, Su Chen actually looked rather pleased when he saw the demon like this. He immediately curled his lips into a smile, making Yalan behind him cry out in confusion. Su Chen said coldly, "Very good." The young man grinned. "If you can regenerate your body, that means you won't die so easily." Su Chen raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared straight at the demon. "That also means I can tear you into 1,000 pieces." While the demon was still busy showing off, Su Chen charged straight at it at the speed of sound. While it was still posing, the thing was suddenly attacked from behind by Su Chen. He placed a hand on its shoulder and restrained its body, making it look rather panicked. Su Chen stood beside it, took hold of its arm, and instructed it affectionately, "Let me see how many more times your body can recover." Su Chen pressed the demon's shoulder down and reminded it coldly, "Let's start with your left arm." Then he casually tore off its arm, causing the demon to scream in agony. Su Chen then moved to touch its right shoulder and said tenderly, "Next, we'll move on to your right arm." Without waiting even a second, Su Chen ignored the expression on the demon's face and coldly yanked hard, ripping off its right arm. After becoming a drought fiend, Jiang Xiaoqian's life was now filled with nothing but screams. After that, through his brutal torture, Su Chen continued moving on to other parts of this thing's body. Next will be your tail and legs. With each swing of his hand, one body part after another flew into the air. Then Su Chen planted one foot down and pinned the thing's head to the ground. As he did so, each part of the demon's body gradually regenerated. Su Chen gently reminded it with loving kindness, "Calm down. This is only your first time." It seemed that every time its body parts recovered, the demon lost strength and clearly looked exhausted. When its arms, legs, and tail grew back again, the thing lay there motionless, panting non-stop. Su Chen looked at its fully restored body, smiled kindly, and asked Jiang Xiaoqian, "Are you ready? Shall we prepare to enter round 2? Let's begin now." Dr. Su Chen performed a dismemberment operation on this thing, while wearing a smile filled with murderous intent, leaving Yalan behind him horrified and unable to understand the sight of Su Chen. After round 2 ended, it seemed this thing could no longer withstand the young man's absolute strength. It tried to find a way to escape, dragging itself forward while still looking up at Su-chan with a frightened expression. But just as its limbs and tail had grown back, Su-chan sounded the trumpet of announcement. On to round 3. After round 3 came rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. This was the blazing love of a couple in love. As Su-chan continued his actions, he emphasized for the 8th time. So it turns out it's not only the limbs, but also the eyes, nose, and tongue. Next, the 16th time, the internal organs can grow back too. It seems that aside from your head, all your other parts can regenerate as before. Isn't 21 times enough for you? Su-chan paused slightly, his cold eyes full of murderous intent as he looked down. By now, it had completely lost its earlier ferocity, and in its place were 2 streams of tears flowing down. Su-chan looked at it and explained, "Originally, I intended to gouge out your eyes too, but I suddenly remembered one thing. I am not a demon." The demon looked at Su-chan tearfully and begged for mercy, trying hard to force out words of affection. "Even if you can speak human language now, I don't care." But it seems Su-chan also had the power of the apocalypse flowing in his veins, so he could understand. What was saying? He immediately asked it coldly. "You're still asking why?" Su-chan recalled the scenes from his previous life, when this thing, Jiang Shaoqian, and that underling Wang Haoyu had treated him that way. He then raised his foot, aimed straight at Jiang Shaoqian's face, and declared, "Of course, this is for revenge." Su-chan coldly brought his foot down, crushing the monster's face flat. The beautiful Nurse Yalan behind him looked towards Su-chan with a frightened expression and asked worriedly, "Su-chan, are you all right?" Su-chan did not answer Yalan's question. Instead, he turned his face back, his eyes glowing crimson, and asked coldly, "Are you ready?" Yalan was startled and confused when Su-chan asked this, and she stammered in bewilderment. "Ready for what?" Su-chan moved closer behind Yalan, raised one hand to stroke her cheek, and slipped his other hand downward. Then he made a few intimate gestures, smiled, and said to Yalan, "I performed bravely just now. Don't you plan to reward me with something?" Yalan tried to resist, but that resistance was negligible. Blushing shyly, she asked, "A reward?" But here, the scene shifted to the rescue team's area. Someone was observing and sensing that the surrounding air and temperature seemed to have become more balanced. She immediately reported, "The temperature outside seems to have returned to normal." Then she slowly walked outside. Reaching out to feel the gentle breeze outside, she silently wondered, could this be a sign that the apocalypse is about to end? Lu Xiaofeng appeared right behind her and approached with a hesitant expression, looking into the distance. He said uncertainly, "Captain." Lu Xiaofeng looked into the distance and discovered that many groups of people were heading toward the rescue team's area. He could not clearly see how many people there were. Looking somewhat uneasy, he said, "There are a lot of people over there. It looks like they're moving closer to our area." Hearing Lu Xiaofeng's report, the captain immediately returned to a state of vigilance and glanced behind her. Lu Xiaofeng's captain was a woman with platinum blonde hair, sharp eyes, and a striking figure. She raised a gun in front of her, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at the crowd approaching. Sensing that something was not quite right, she spoke hesitantly. Those people in front of Lu Xiaofeng's group were, in fact, a large crowd of transformed drought fiends. As they moved from the Green City Hotel area toward the rescue point, the entire crowd staggered aimlessly. They howled noisily while slowly drawing closer, and each of their faces looked extremely terrifying. The female captain of the rescue team looked at the terrifying drought fiends approaching, and a worried sweat broke out on her forehead as she said, "Zombies." Realizing that there were people ahead, the entire group of zombies became more ferocious than usual. One after another, they howled loudly and rushed swiftly forward. The female captain saw that the situation was not promising. She immediately shouted orders for the others to evacuate the civilians at the rescue point at once. "I'll personally hold these zombies back." Lu Xiaofeng was stunned and did not know how to handle it. Worried about both the situation and the woman, he hesitantly shouted, "But, Captain!" Wave after wave of zombies rushed toward the rescue team's location, and magazines of bullets were fired from the female captain's gun. As she shot down zombies, she shouted that this was an order. Lu Xiaofeng realized there was no more time to delay. He immediately turned and ran quickly inside to carry out the order his captain had given. As he ran, he reminded the woman with a heavy heart, "Captain, don't die." While firing, the female captain shouted and cursed, "Lu Xiaofeng, shut that filthy mouth of yours and get lost." Back at Su Chen's residence, Su Chun and his dinner, Yalan, entered the bedroom. Several rays of light radiated from the young man's entire body as he raised a hand and slicked back his hair in a cool manner. With a cold gaze fixed on Yalan, he announced, "Next, I want you to personally experience unlimited strength." No one knew how much time had passed or how many techniques had been used, but by now, when Yalan looked at Su Chun, it was as though she were looking at a demon. She hugged the blanket tightly around herself and cried out in fear. "What? Again? How many times has it been now?" Su Chan was like a beast with unlimited strength as he pressed Yalan face down onto the bed, his whole body filled with animal instinct. He looked at Yalan with a hungry expression and coldly reminded his prey, "That's enough. The disaster of extreme heat has passed, so of course I have to go outside. But before that, I must leave you with profound memories you'll never forget." Yalan faced away from the enemy with high vigilance, though that vigilance was negligible in this situation. Hearing Su Chan say this, Yalan asked, "Can't you take me with you?" Su Chan did not like his dinner asking questions again and again. He moved relentlessly, his eyes flashing like a demon manifesting in the flesh. Then he coldly reminded her, "Those who want to stay by my side must meet two conditions. First, they must be valuable to me. Second, they must absolutely obey my orders." In the middle of her daze, Yalan braced both hands against the bed frame, her eyes growing heavy with each of Su Chen's movements as she panted nonstop and replied, "I understand." When the godlike Su Chan finally brought down his prey, Yalan, he temporarily stopped. After that, Su Chan checked the weather outside. It was currently quite cool, so he prepared to set out and carry out his plan. As he raised his hand and opened the interdimensional space, Su Chan said, "It looks like Yalan has completely surrendered to me." He opened the interdimensional space and pulled out an off-road vehicle. While planning, Su Chan spoke urgently, "I have to seize the time now and hurry back before seawater floods inland. In my previous life, many drought-fiend demons carried an obsession with moving to the rescue point, and in the end, they formed a zombie wave that directly attacked the rescue point. Many civilians and soldiers died in that zombie attack. Because of this incident, a large number of weapons were scattered outside, which directly created many armed factions of various sizes. Su Chen passed through an area where underworld forces were using guns to fight one another. One man fired his gun forward while wearing a sinister smile. He had thought he would move smoothly to the designated area, but he had not expected a few mosquitoes to fly straight over and a buzz in front of him. Several thugs pointed their guns at the front of Su Chen's vehicle, their fierce faces looking as if they were ready to arrange his funeral. They declared, "The vehicle ahead, stop right now." Sitting inside the vehicle, Su Chen looked expressionlessly at the group of fools in front of him and said coldly, "Are you sick? You actually dared to stop a car and rob people at a time like this?" Without another word, Su Chen lightly moved his foot and pressed down on the accelerator, making the car move forward. The thugs standing in front of him fell silent at the action of the person in the car, their faces pale and covered in sweat. The one in front was rooted to the spot, while the two underlings behind him panicked and tried to flee for their lives. Su Chen's vehicle shot forward, making the thugs in front of him suffer the full consequences. After taking down those ignorant thugs who did not know the height of heaven or the depth of earth, Su Chen let them sleep soundly on the spot while he continued moving toward the designated area. When Su Chen approached the subway station area, he recalled that in this life, just like in his previous life, the subway station had ultimately collapsed. It had been exposed to sunlight and also devastated by the charging zombie wave. Su Chen stood above and looked down below, then said, "The number of dead underground must have reached tens of thousands." The zombies underground immediately gathered together because of the sound of the engine. Su Chen looked at the crimson eyes ahead with some concern. The zombies down there were probably all attracted here by the sound of the car engine. Su Chen looked down and clicked his tongue in regret. Unfortunately, not every drought fiend demon has a crystal core in its head. If I had to split open each head one by one, it would truly waste too much time. Su Chen continued driving toward the school he had once attended. The atmosphere here seemed rather quiet. First, I should probably check the situation at the school. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've returned to visit the University of Technology since graduating. As soon as he arrived in front of his university building, Su-chun stopped the vehicle, then stored the entire off-road vehicle inside his interdimensional space. Without hesitation, he quickly entered the building. The moment Su-chan stopped in front of the building entrance, a drought fiend chained by the neck appeared before him. Its eyes were blood red as it kept growling heavily. Just as Su-chan was about to go inside, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Behind the two drought fiends chained by the neck appeared a long-haired man who looked like some underworld delinquent. Two underlings stood behind him. Seeing Su-chun enter, the young man sat cross-legged with an arrogant expression and immediately warned him, "You have to show respect. When you step into our territory, the first thing you must do is offer up your backpack to me." Su-chun began role-playing as someone weak. He reached into his fake backpack as if taking something out, but in reality, he took a chicken drumstick from his interdimensional space. Pretending to tremble, Su-chun stammered, "Can you help me? Please let me go. I have a fried chicken drumstick here." In this fat-melting, apocalyptic era, with no food and no drinking water, when all three fools saw that Su-chun had a chicken drumstick in his hand, each of their faces showed considerable shock. The leading young man's mouth fell open as he asked in surprise, "A drumstick? What time is this? And you actually still have a drumstick? Hurry up and throw it over here. Throw that drumstick over here now." Seeing that these fools looked quite hungry and greedy, Su-chun immediately changed his expression, curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, then raised his hand and threw the drumstick forward. The drumstick fell down. It landed right in front of the two drought fiends and the delinquent thugs, making every one of their eyes go round like marbles as they instantly entered combat mode. When they saw food appear right in front of them, all three fools no longer cared who was the big brother and who was the underling. All three used every ounce of strength they had to wrestle each other. They lovingly gave one another elbows and headlocks as they rushed forward to fight for it with their lives. "It's mine. This is mine. Get out of the way." Just as the long-haired man was about to reach out and grab the chicken drumstick, Su-chun used the string tied to it to pull it back, leaving the fools speechless for a few seconds. The expressions of clowns who had been toyed with appeared clearly on their faces. Su-chun pulled the chicken drumstick back, held it in his hand, shook it back and forth, and announced, "I'm truly sorry, but you people really are not worthy of eating this chicken drumstick." Having had their pride provoked by Su-chun, the fools instantly flew into a rage, as if thunder, lightning, rain, and storms had all erupted at once. One spun a staff like the Monkey King, another transformed like a gorilla, and another held an axe while angrily howling. "Damn it, how dare you trick us? Beat him to death." But before they could howl for long, Su-chun pulled a gun out of his space with an icy expression. This made everyone in front of him feel that all people were equal now. Brothers from all corners of the world might share the same boat, but once they started shouting in front of our brother Chun, none of them would survive. 3 gunshots rang out, sending the 3 delinquents straight off to reunite with their ancestors. Su-chun continued walking upward. As he walked, he wondered curiously, "I really remember that in my previous life, there weren't this many idiots showing up. Could my warning have allowed more people to survive? And this really happened because of that." Su-chun went on and arrived at the snake biology laboratory. Su-chun walked up to the door and reached out to remove the lock that had already shattered on the door. He said, "It looks like no one has appeared in the laboratory during this period." Su-chun slowly walked inside, and a thick stench rushed into his nose. Su-chun observed as he commented, "It looked as though many snakes had died, and there really was a rotten stench in the air." As Su-chun walked around the place, he suddenly looked down at an experimental glass cage. Su-chun smiled and said, "Found you." Inside the glass cage was a snake with 4 horns on its head. Its mouth was still clamped around the head of another snake, and its gaze seemed rather stubborn as it stared at Su-chun. Su-chun smiled and said, "The future leader of the Water Snake Legion, the Golden King Snake." Su-chun looked at the snake that was digesting one of its own kind and laughed as he spoke to it. "Damn, so this is how you survived?" Su-chun recalled the time in his previous life when this snake had caused chaos across the entire Earth. It was the first creature to undergo mutation. It had eaten countless people, and there had even been one time when he himself had nearly died in its mouth. When the flood descended on Earth in 1 week, this snake would begin to mutate. He wondered how closely it would evolve toward its ancestors over the course of that week. If by then they could not withstand it, Earth would truly be in serious trouble. Suchin looked toward the snake's head and voiced his own feeling. Why do I feel like this snake has evolved a little in terms of intelligence? Looks like I still need to be extremely cautious with it. While Suchun was still absorbed in thoughts about the Golden King snake, many footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. A large number of unfamiliar people were carrying firearms. Realizing that Suchin's presence here had attracted their attention, Suchin's gaze sharpened, filled with vigilance. Who's there? While Suchan was inside the room with the Golden King snake, several young men outside were carrying weapons. Their faces were fierce and thuggish, and out of habit, they suddenly shouted threats. Get out here! We know you're hiding inside. While the delinquents outside kept grinding their teeth, holding guns and hiding behind the wall, Suchan coldly called out from inside to warn them. Right now is a critical stage. I can't let you people disturb me, so... Before Suchan could finish speaking, a figure appeared outside, making Suchan start slightly and blurt out, "Huh." A young woman with silver hair and agile movements swiftly appeared in front of those revenge-seeking thugs. It turned out that the person these delinquents had been threatening was not Suchan, but this woman. As soon as they saw her appear, the thugs looked somewhat panicked, gritted their teeth, and shouted, "You filthy bitch, we're hiding here." Seeing that the woman they were looking for had appeared, one young man immediately shouted to signal his companions, Take her down for me right now." The moment those delinquents shouted, the woman charged forward like a javelin and attacked, catching the young men completely off guard. Before they could even pull the triggers, before the confusion had faded from their faces, she had already rushed up to them. One man immediately dropped to the ground. Another was firmly restrained between her two thighs. The young man whose neck had just been twisted was spun several times in midair by her. After that, the woman landed lightly and turned her attention to the remaining man. With boundless love and tenderness, before this young man could raise his gun and act, she leapt behind him with her agile body. The young man panicked and shouted in despair, "You stinking bitch!" The moment he finished speaking, there was a crack from his neck, and two cervical vertebrae parted ways forever. After lightly shaking out both hands, the woman had finished dealing with the three young men who had come looking for her. At that moment, Suchan pressed a gun to her head, leaving her stunned. Suchin praised her, "Nice skills." But unexpectedly, the woman reacted extremely quickly. She swept her elbow backward, trying to knock the gun away, and restrained Suchun in return. After knocking the gun out of Suchin's hand, she used a series of nimble movements and bent down, preparing to spring upward. Suchun could only break into a cold sweat, baffled and confused. Looking closely, she was the captain of the Special Forces team, the superior of Lu Xiaofeng. Suchun stood still like a statue, letting the woman do whatever pose she wanted. The female captain immediately jumped up toward his neck to restrain him and kept making neck-twisting motions. But after trying countless times, she realized that Suchin's neck did not budge at all. She clearly showed fear and confusion, but still did not forget to give Suchun an accidental close-up inspection of what she had hidden in her pants. Then she asked in bewilderment why she could not take him down. From beginning to end, Suchun had only stood there like a statue. His face and entire head were clamped tightly by the woman in front of him, and he simply took his time enjoying the situation. While she struggled around, trying to restrain and finish off Suchun to no avail, the woman gradually realized that she and Suchun were in an extremely awkward position. Because of that, she immediately cried out, "Huh? Wait, what are you doing?" But no matter how much she shouted, her current strength was no more than a grain of sand in the desert compared to Suchin's. A while later, she was completely restrained by Suchun, who pointed a gun straight at her face and asked, "Who are you?" Looking again, the female captain had been tied up by Suchun with rope in a very artistic and extremely unique way. It looked just like those people playing BDSM. Suchun looked at the woman's unwilling expression after being tied up, along with her face that seemed to beg for a beating, and asked, "What's going on here?" The female captain's entire body was drenched in sweat, soaking through her soldier's uniform. With a beautiful yet stubborn expression, she replied, "I'm the captain of the Azure Tiger Special Operations Team. My name is Bai Shang. I advise you to behave properly and release me at once." When Suchun heard the name Azure Tiger Special Operations Team, it sounded somewhat familiar. He frowned slightly and asked in return, "Azure Tiger Team? Then do you know someone named Lu Xiaofeng?" When Bai Shang heard Suchun mention the name of her subordinate, she immediately looked dazed and asked back, "You know Lu Xiaofeng?" Suchun recalled the image of Lu Xiaofeng being tied up and restrained by him, then answered seriously, "I saved his life." A while later, After listening to Bai Shang recount what had happened, Su Chun opened his backpack, took out the tools to make fragrant 7-spice dog meat, and listened to the story while preparing it. Then he nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I understand now." Seeing that the piece of dog meat was nearly seared, Su Chun stabbed a fork into it. Then he continued, "A group of escapees occupied the school as their base. They directly took the students hostage to threaten you, and then seized the weapons from your group." Bai Shang immediately recounted the details about Lu Xiaofeng. That's right. Right after the zombie wave attacked the rescue point, Lu Xiaofeng directly led everyone away first. But he didn't expect that the people who had escaped from prison had actually mixed in with those civilians. Su Chun brought the meat directly to his mouth while looking at Bai Shang and said bluntly, "So I can't put all the blame on you." Bai Shang seemed very uncomfortable with the way Su Chun had tied her up. She immediately explained, "As long as I have a weapon in hand, those people are nothing to fear." But Bai Shang continued sweating in the rather provocative-looking bindings, and on top of that, someone was eating meat right in front of her. Forcing herself to endure it, she said to Su Chun, "How long are you planning to keep me tied up? Untie me." Su Chun looked at Bai Shang and smiled slyly. He asked meaningfully, "Then you have to promise me you won't use your legs to clamp my head like you did just now." Bai Shang looked at the meat in front of her, practically drooling, and replied, "Then I want to eat dog meat too." Su Chun looked over Bai Shang's body. It seemed she really could not untie herself. With just a few quick slashes, Su Chun untangled the emotional knots wrapped around Bai Shang's body. From his magical backpack, Su Chun pulled out a submachine gun with a scope. Then he handed it to Bai Shang and reminded her, "I have my own business to handle, so I can't help you much. I can only provide you with a bit of firepower." After giving the gun to Bai Shang, Su Chun stepped forward and coldly said goodbye. "Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me." After speaking, Su Chun walked away. He himself did not want to meddle in other people's affairs. If the other side did not touch him, Brother Chin would not take the initiative to act. Su Chin's current main goal was to wait for the Great Flood to arrive in a week, wait for the Golden King snake to develop, kill it, and take its crystal core. Bai Shang accepted the gun from Su Chun and secretly felt a little emotional. She felt that Su Chun was actually a good person. If she had his help, the plan would be much easier to carry out. So she called out to Su Chun, "I plan to attack their lair. Only by doing that can we recover the supplies they looted. Only then can we help the trapped people survive in the current environment." Bai Shang looked at Su Chin's back, secretly full of hope, and continued hesitantly, "So this might be the only time we ever meet. That's why." Before Bai Shang could finish, Su Chun interrupted, "Military supplies." It seems Su Chun had thought of some new idea, and he immediately walked toward his backpack. As he walked, he reminded Bai Shang, "Wait a moment." Su Chun continued performing magic with his magical backpack, and right after that, he pulled out a long, large sniper rifle. The act of pulling such a long and large gun from a tiny little backpack left Bai Shang in front of him completely speechless. She stood still and watched Su Chun. While pulling the sniper rifle out, he explained, "Lu Xiaofeng and I have a friendship. I'll go with you on this operation." The scene shifted to the administrative building of a university from which Su Chun had just graduated. The escapees from prison were currently occupying this area, and behind them were male students who had been restrained and tied up by them. Behind the leader were several underlings holding weapons. The leader looked at the lackey who had just returned from scouting and, with a fierce expression, asked, "How are things outside?" The underling trembled a little inside while standing before the leader. He immediately hesitated and reported, "Boss, the brothers are all prepared and waiting outside. We'll definitely catch all the people hiding in the dormitory." The leader bared his teeth and smiled coldly as he ordered, "Very good. Let those who didn't obey earlier go in front as human shields. If they don't listen and want to die, then get rid of them too." While the escapee brothers were still happily discussing all sorts of grand plans, none of them knew where old man Su Chun came charging from as he kicked the room door flying open. The sudden action left several underlings stunned, not understanding what had happened. After Su Chun kicked the door open, he walked inside with a cold expression and said, "Damn, sorry. Is everyone in here having a meeting?" Su Chin's actions made every lackey present look somewhat frightened. Seeing Su Chun suddenly charge in without asking their permission, one underling became fierce and angry, pointed at Su Chin's face, and threatened, "Who the hell are you? How did you get in here?" There are more than 20 people standing guard and protecting the area outside. Faced with the confused and baffled expressions of the lackeys in front of him, Su Chun coldly and slowly walked inside. With both hands in his trouser pockets, he calmly said, "You're asking how I got in here? Su-chan raised his arm, making the gesture of a gun pointed straight at the group of escapees, and explained, "Thanks to this." Su-chan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pointed straight at the man who had just spoken and made a shooting motion. Bang! The young lackey had just been about to raise his hand and ask Su-chan what time it was, but it was already too late. Following Su-chan's voice, the man's head immediately disappeared, leaving every member of the escapee crew shocked and panicked. Su-chan's strange action made the entire escapee crew tremble instinctively and scream in terror. The leader's eyes widened in bewilderment as he asked threateningly, "What the hell is going on?" The guy only pointed at his head for a moment. Why did his head disappear? Su-chan looked toward those people, pointed forward, and coldly gave another warning. "Don't move, or you'll be joining your ancestors right now." The boss's face bulged with veins, and blood rushed to his brain to the extreme. His whole face was covered in sweat as he gritted his teeth and glared straight ahead, warning Su-chan, "Young man, stop playing dirty tricks." Returning to the previous scene, when a member of the escapee crew fell, it turned out that Brother Chen's new woman, Bai Shang, had just pulled the trigger and dealt with him. She immediately confirmed, target eliminated. Before the operation, Su-chan and Bai Shang had made a careful plan. Su-chan would volunteer to charge straight into the escapees area, while Bai Shang would go up to the laboratory building and use the sniper rifle to cover Su-chan. As Bai Shang continued aiming toward the window, she reminded Su-chan through the earpiece, "But right now, there are many escapees inside the room, and you are in a very dangerous situation." Bai Shang's expression showed some worry for Su-chan, and she reminded him, "I'll stress this again. You going directly into the enemy area alone is far too risky." Bai Shang recalled the moment when Su-chan and she had planned things. Su-chan had laid out the plan and only asked her to provide cover, leaving her somewhat dazed and unable to understand this course of action. "You only need to take this sniper rifle and go to the opposite building to cover me. I'll go over there directly and lure the enemies out. When I request it and signal toward someone, you directly take that person out." Bai Shang closed her eyes and said with some regret and bitterness in her heart, "I actually agreed to such a ridiculous plan." After being dazed and worried about Su-chan for a moment, Bai Shang continued looking through the scope in his direction. But by some miraculous means, the curtain at the window suddenly dropped, blocking her entire field of view. This made Bai Shang quite panicked. She repeatedly pressed her earpiece and loudly asked Su-chan, "Why did the curtains suddenly fall?" "Su-chan, what's happening to you in there?" There was no reply from Su-chan. Instead, the leader's voice rang out. "Damn it, kid. Don't think that just because you arranged a sniper outside, you can do whatever you want with us." Hearing the voice from the earpiece, Bai Shang immediately stopped thinking, packed up the sniper rifle, and quickly moved toward the main building to rescue Su-chan. As she ran, she realized that the matter had indeed been exposed. Fearing that Su-chan would not be able to handle it and would lose his life in this situation, the woman unexpectedly worried about Su-chan. She used all her strength and agility to fly down the stairs. Her face was filled with anger as she shouted into the earpiece, "Su-chan, find a way to buy time. I'm coming to rescue you right now." While Bai Shang rushed at full speed to rescue Su-chan, the leader's command came from inside the earpiece. "Kill this brat for me." As soon as the voice rang out, Bai Shang worriedly gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it, it was too late. But instead of stopping, she charged faster and faster like a moth to the flame toward the escapees. Her eyes widened in fury as she shouted, "Damn it!" Bai Shang thought Su-chan had already gone to reunite with his ancestors, filling her with complete regret. Why did I agree to that idiot's stupid plan? I was such a fool. The moment she arrived at the escapees area, she held up her gun and pointed it into the room, shouting furiously, "Su-chan, I'm here to avenge you." But the scene before Bai Shang was completely different from what she had imagined. The entire group of escapees, from the leader to his subordinates, had been completely taken care of by Brother Chun. Every single one of them was lying on the ground, knocked out cold. Su-chun heard Bai Shang's voice while still clutching the neck of the leader, who had already lost consciousness. He raised his hand high and said, "Ah, you're late. There aren't any military supplies here at all." Returning to a little earlier, after the young man had knocked them down one by one, he had stored all the supplies inside his own space. He had also temporarily informed the people in front of him that all the things here would be kept by him for the time being. In the future, if they were still alive and lived a little more honestly, then perhaps if he was in a good mood, he might give them some. But the leader was in a half-dead state. His neck was being gently caressed by Su-chun as his entire body was lifted into the air. Even so, he still had to use his last bit of strength to threaten Brother Chun. "You can't kill me. Otherwise, the people behind me won't let you off." Su Chun gently tightened his hand, causing the captain's neck to make a soft crack. As he squeezed, his face remained icy as he said, "Don't worry. Those people will be joining you very soon." Returning to the present, Bai Shang seemed unable to believe what she had just seen. She was so stunned that she could not understand it. Then she asked Su Chun, "Were all those people killed by you?" Seeing Bai Shang speak up and ask, Su Chun immediately replied, trying to gloss over what had just happened, "I've always exercised regularly. Besides, all the supplies in this area are gone. Those people must have been so hungry that they were utterly exhausted." Hearing Su Chin's explanation, Bai Shang realized that it did make sense. After all, in the current apocalypse, anything really could happen. But out of curiosity and out of concern for the people as a member of the Azure Tiger Special Operations Team, Bai Shang still asked, could there really be someone else here capable of stealing their supplies? If all the supplies here are gone, what are the remaining students supposed to do? Su Chin already had his own thoughts. If necessary, he would share some of the supplies he had just stored in his interdimensional space with them, but of course he would still have to see how they behaved. Su Chin had studied at this university and was very familiar with the place, so he already had a partial plan in mind for what he should do next and how he should act. That was because, while dealing with the death row convicts, Su Chin had extracted quite a bit of information from them. Su Chin immediately turned and walked out the door, saying to Bai Shang as he went, "Let's go. We're heading to the women's dormitory." Bai Shang still had not quite recovered from everything that had just happened. Hearing Su Chin say that, she asked blankly, "What? Why are we going to the women's dormitory now?" As Bai Shang asked, she hurriedly followed after Su Chin. The young man continued striding forward, glancing slightly back as he explained to Bai Shang, "I questioned them earlier while I was taking action. Lu Xiaofeng and the other students have all been gathered over there." Returning to the room where Su Chin had just dealt with the death row convicts, looking upward, the bodies hanging high above seemed to have something strange about them. A woman's body hanging from above seemed to be moving. It was also making unusual sounds. The woman immediately opened her eyes in an eerie manner, as if she had witnessed everything that had just happened inside this room. Outside the administrative building, a death row convict appeared, wearing an iron mask that covered his entire lower jaw and teeth. With his wildly flashy hairstyle, this man was Steel Fong, one of the death row convicts who had just escaped from prison. Steel Fong had his hands in his trouser pockets as he strolled leisurely around the courtyard. Seeming annoyed with his teammate, he clicked his tongue and said, "That brat seems to have run out to cause trouble again." Steel Fong walked into the building, his expression cold as he said, "Who knows if he's dead yet?" Not long after entering the administrative building, Steel Fong's underlings searched the whole building and discovered the woman hanging from the ceiling. They immediately shouted to report to Steel Fong. "Found her boss. The captain is still alive." The captain of this group was the woman with equally flashy hair, making her a perfect match with Steel Fong. What stood out most on her sexy, half-covered, half-exposed body were the many crisscrossing scars all over her. Steel Fong knew this was the captain's rather perverse hobby, so he was not in any hurry or panic. Instead, he strolled closer and clicked his tongue. So slow. What a pity. Steel Fong's underlings, however, were worried and frantic, completely unlike him. They immediately shouted to one another, "Hurry and let the captain down." Soon after, one subordinate found the rope binding the captain. Gritting his teeth and straining with all his might, he slowly lowered the female captain to the ground. After she had been lowered, Steel Fong walked closer and asked with concern, "Sister Na, you disguised yourself as a prisoner here and were hung up for days. Did you find the feeling you were looking for?" The female captain pressed her hand against the armrest of a chair and gradually stood up. Her body had not quite recovered its vitality, but she still maintained her composure. She said to Steel Fong, "It was only a fleeting brush with the Grim Reaper. Steel Fong, right now I need comfort and care from you." Steel Fong immediately pulled out the spiked leather whip from behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he gave the female captain a sly smile and asked, "Is that so? Damn. So this little sister Na likes self-inflicted torment. If she ran into Brother Chun, he would torment her until she saw her ancestors." Seeing that Sister Na's entire body was severely lacking vitality, Steel Fong, as her sworn comrade, knew what he needed to do. He immediately swung the leather whip and lashed it repeatedly across different parts of Sister Na's body. Though Sister Na was in considerable pain, she also moaned in pleasure. From Sister Na's gasping expression, it was clear that this happened quite often. Steel Fong's eyes remained narrowed as he looked at Sister Na with an amused expression and asked in a low voice, "How do you feel now?" Our little sister, Na, seemed to have reached the peak of pleasure after that sadistic session. Moaning, she replied, "Ah, much better now." Seeing this, Steel Fong immediately questioned her further. "Then you definitely saw it, didn't you?" Steel Fong sat down in chair and let Sister Na sit on his lap with a blissed-out expression. Steel Fong asked carefully once more, "Who was it that dared steal my supplies?" After reaching her peak, Sister Na wore a lewd expression and answered with her eyes tightly shut, speaking vaguely. It was someone like a devil. Steel Fong supported Sister Na with one hand, then turned his face in surprise and said, "Tell me that person's name. I'll make him pay." Sister Na seemed to sober up from her intoxicated state. Her expression turned somewhat dark and cold as she replied, "He is Su Chun." The scene shifted to the women's dormitory area. After Bai Shang and Su Chun arrived, they met the remaining students and Lu Xiaofeng's group there. Seeing that Lu Xiaofeng was injured, Bai Shang immediately shouted with worried reproach, "Xiaofeng, how did you get hurt?" Lu Xiaofeng smiled at Bai Shang and reassured her, "Captain Bai, I'm fine. It's really good to see you return safe and sound." Lu Xiaofeng placed a hand over the wound on his abdomen. Then, looking at Su Chun with some suspicion, he asked, "Why are you here too?" Bai Shang also turned to look at Su Chun, then explained why he was there. "This man said he is your lifesaver." Su Chun paid no attention to Bai Shang's explanation and immediately turned his concern to Lu Xiaofeng. "Damn, Xiaofeng, your wound is pretty serious. Hurry and let me take a look." Seeing Su Chun say that, Lu Xiaofeng slowly unwrapped the bandage around his wound, then gradually explained, "It was actually just an ordinary scratch wound. During the fight, it felt quite serious, but I don't know why the wound has been getting worse and worse." Su Chun looked at the festering wound, then fell into thought, raising a hand to his chin as if he had realized the problem. He immediately stated, "It was the Claw tribe. They're those man-eating things. Their claws contain harmful bacteria and corrosive viruses. If you don't use medicine in time, your life may be in danger." Lu Xiaofeng's expression was rather calm, as if he was not particularly afraid of death, but he still felt somewhat unreconciled and said, "But medicine is a rare resource at a time like this. It can't be found easily. It's just that if I died like this, I really wouldn't be satisfied." While Lu Xiaofeng was still troubled over the fact that he might have to die in such a pointless way, Su Chun immediately, as if by magic, shoved several boxes of medicine in front of Lu Xiaofeng, startling him. "Take these. It should be enough." While Lu Xiaofeng was still frozen in place, not knowing what to say, Bai Shang was so shocked by Su Chun's generous action that she could not understand it. She immediately turned and asked Su Chun, "Where did you get so much medicine?" Su Chun replied calmly with something completely unrelated. "I already told you. I'm his lifesaver." Su Chun began searching through memories from his previous life, recalling an extraordinary person with unrivaled power. Inwardly, he hoped that in the previous life's government organization, there had appeared a man with a fierce strategic mind and power comparable to a nuclear warhead, a man people had passed rumors about and called the Storm God Man. If that man was indeed Lu Xiaofeng, then this investment would definitely never be a loss. On the contrary, it would bring tremendous profit. Lu Xiaofeng's style and personality were rather upright, and he always upheld justice. Receiving Su Chen's help, which was more precious than diamonds at this time, Lu Xiaofeng could not help feeling indebted to him. But part of him was also curious as to why Su Chun had appeared here. He asked, "Now I owe you a favor, but I know you definitely didn't come here just to bring me medicine. Tell me, why did you come here?" Su Chen's face was expressionless as he coldly reminded everyone present, "The Great Flood is about to arrive. You all need to evacuate quickly." Prophet Su Chun continued explaining why he said that. "The extreme heat has caused the glaciers in cold regions to almost completely melt, which will lead to river flooding and seawater intrusion. When that time comes, this entire university will definitely be submerged by the Great Flood." Su Chen's words at this moment left everyone staring blankly like dazed deer. Everyone was in a state of half-belief and half-doubt. Bai Shang looked somewhat skeptical and asked in confusion, "A great flood?" Just then, a villainous figure appeared. It was Fang Qing, Su Chen's old classmate. She decided that Su Chen must have some other motive for saying such things. Placing one hand on her chest, she immediately showed her opposition with an angry expression and said, "Nonsense. Where'd a great flood come from? I think you're clearly trying to find a way to drive us away from here so you can monopolize the university's resources by yourself." Su Chen looked toward the person who had spoken and immediately recognized her. He thought to himself, "It's her? Fang Qing Ching, my classmate from the same year. A rich girl, a famous feminist at the University of Technology, always trying to create opposition between men and women on campus. Seeing that Su Chan did not answer her question, Fong Qing no longer cared and simply stared at the backpack Su Chan was holding in front of his chest. Her curiosity, along with having gone hungry for so long, made her ask irritably, "Humph, is there food in that bag of yours?" Without waiting for Su Chan to answer, Fong Qing, used to acting arrogantly because of her rich family background, rushed forward and reached out to snatch Su Chen's backpack. As she charged over, she shouted an order, "Let me see what's inside." This stupid woman had actually provoked the man himself. Anyone who rushed at him looking to take food would immediately receive a slap from Su Chun, and Fong Qing was no exception. Looking at that face, it was exactly the kind of face suited to eating a slap. Fong Qing clutched one side of her face, swollen as if stung by a bee, while one hand opened to hold the stupid tooth that had fallen out after the slap. She seemed unable to believe what had just happened. Trembling, she asked in disbelief, "You dare hit me?" One might have thought Su Chen's action would bring a negative reaction from the other people and students present. But it seemed that Fong Qing had not exactly been a good person herself. Seeing Su Chen give her a slap, all the other students cheered in delight. They all shouted and cheered Su Chen on. "Great hit! Who told her to dare mess everything up?" She occupied an entire dorm room all by herself. "I found her an eyesore for a long time." "Exactly. Isn't it just that her family has a little money? Hurry and drive her out." Su Chan slightly raised his eyes toward the crowd, clicked his tongue, then looked at Fong Qing and remarked, "Looks like you haven't lived very well among people, have you?" Fong Qing looked at the situation in front of her and grew so angry she nearly burst a lung. She stood up with one cheek deformed, glaring furiously at the crowd. Then she shouted defiantly, "You lowly men, you actually dare treat me like this? Fine, I'll go find my father right now and tell him to kill all of you." Fong Qing seemed extremely aggrieved and immediately stormed off to find her father. Whether it was her biological father or stepfather was unclear. Haha, damn. Bai Shang looked at Fong Qing storming outside, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Su Chun, will doing this cause any problems?" Su Chun was exactly the kind of person who never answered the question directly or to the point. He replied, "She wants to go find her father. Do you want to stop her yourself?" As Fong Qing walked out, she continued angrily cursing Su Chun and the men inside. Men are all lowly scum, especially that bastard Su Chun. People like them can never compare to foreign gentlemen. Fong Qing walked and cursed, unaware that behind her, a large hand was reaching toward her with rather ill intentions. Steel Fong had heard Fong Qing mention Su Chen's name from afar. He immediately found a way to approach her, then covered her mouth with one hand so that she could not make a sound. With his other hand, he held her tightly from below to restrain her. With a perverted look in his eyes, Steel Fong bared his teeth as he looked at Fong Qing's terrified eyes and pale face. Gritting his teeth, Steel Fong asked, "Little baby, hurry and tell Big Brother where that Su Chun is." After talking for a while with Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Shang, Su Chun continued, leaving to handle his own matters. After saying goodbye to the two of them, Su Chun calmly left the dormitory. As he moved, he thought to himself that the matter of evacuating the people could temporarily be left to Bai Shang's group to handle. Su Chen opened his phone and looked at the photo of the Golden King snake. In his heart, he considered his plan. The most important thing now was to wait until the Golden King snake finished mutating, then immediately eliminate it. When that time came, he wondered whether he would be able to obtain the water control ability. While he was absorbed in thinking through his plan, Su Chan was walking forward when, from a nearby vehicle, Fong Qing's moaning voice suddenly rang out. Su Chen, sabeme." Hearing the voice, Su Chan instinctively raised his eyes and discovered that the person who had spoken was the detestable Fong Qing. She had been tied up and hung from the hook of a crane, continuously moaning and begging Su Chan for help. Su Chen was not moved to save her. Instead, he asked mockingly, "Oh, you found your father that quickly?" Steel Fong stood boldly on top of the vehicle, looking at Su Chun as though he wanted to eat him alive. Laughing loudly, he introduced himself. "Damn, I'm Steel Fong from Evolution Base." Steel Fong looked at Su Chun, baring his teeth in a terrifying way, then glared at him and asked threateningly, "You're Su Chun? I didn't expect you to dare steal our resources. I thought you were some kind of three-headed, six-armed terrorist." Su Chen's gaze became somewhat serious as he glared at Steel Fong and asked in return, you're from Evolution Base? Steel Fong immediately patted the truck container behind him and confirmed, that's right. Since this is the first time we've met, I even specially prepared a greeting gift for you. Right after that, Steel Fong unlocked the container. Inside the container was a group of people who had transformed into drought fiends. Affected by the intense heat, every one of them had blood-red eyes and kept growling and moaning non-stop inside the vehicle. Seeing the door open, they immediately stepped outside. Steel Fong stood on the roof of the vehicle and gestured toward the group of drought fiends, then asked Su Chun challengingly, so I want to ask you, are you ready too? The battle between Su Chun and Steel Fong's side immediately produced a series of loud noises, startling Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng inside the women's dormitory. Right after that, Bai Shang looked in one direction with alarm and said worriedly, that's the direction Su Chun just left in. Bai Shang was worried about Su Chen's situation and also about Lu Xiaofeng's condition. She immediately ordered Xiaofeng, I'm going out there to see what's going on. Xiaofeng, you command the people here and protect everyone. Lu Xiaofeng did not agree to Bai Shang's order. Since he had also received a favor from Su Chun, he was somewhat worried about the situation outside as well. He replied decisively, no, I want to go with you too. Back at Su Chen's location, Steel Fong stood on the roof of the vehicle and laughed loudly as he looked straight at Su Chun. After being released, the zombies slowly advanced outside, heading straight towards Su Chun, while Fong Qing was still hanging from the crane hook. Steel Fong narrowed his eyes and bared his teeth in a savage grin. Then he looked toward Fong Qing and said, Su Chun, this woman is your classmate, right? I'll give you a chance to play the hero, saving the beauty. How about it? As long as you kneel and beg me for mercy, I'll immediately release this woman. Seeing Steel Fong say this, Su Chun raised his hand and began to think, then slowly said, actually, saving her isn't impossible. Su Chun really knew how to toy with people. Just a few minutes ago, he had given Fong Qing a slap that left her feeling quite resentful. Yet now, he had suddenly changed his tone and attitude, speaking with feeling, which made Fong Qing become hopeful and even suddenly feel that she loved Su Chun. With one cheek still swollen like a steamed bun, Fong Qing hurriedly spoke up after hearing Su Chun. Really, Su Chun? You really are a good person. Then hurry up and kneel down, so you can save me. Su Chun interrupted Fang Yin. He coldly looked up and said an unfinished sentence. But there is one problem. Fong Qing found Su Chen's abrupt, out-of-nowhere remark a little strange. She immediately asked in a daze, what do you mean, there's a problem? Didn't you just say you would save me? I clearly heard every word you said. You said you would save me. Fong Qing realized that Su Chun was toying with her, and she instantly flew into a rage. Her eyes widened furiously, blood vessels visible in them, and she shouted in anger. You were the one who said you'd save me. Are you going back on your word now? Are you even a man? It seems Su Chun had heard the vicious words this woman had used to mock him and the other young men when she stormed off earlier. He immediately used those same words to ridicule Fong Qing and throw them back at her. There's no need to question that. Of course I'm a man, but I feel I'm not worthy of saving you. How about I contact those foreign gentlemen directly and ask them to come see if they're willing to save you? Every word Su Chun said made Fong Qing so angry she could barely endure it. She wished blood would burst from her eyes. Fong Qing broke out in a cold sweat and glared at Su Chun with hatred, sizing him up. So this is the kind of person you are. Just because I called you despicable and petty, just because of one little sentence, you're actually willing to take revenge on me like this? Fong Qing was truly furious now, but at this point, all she could do was wait to be dealt with by the zombies. Fong Qing's expression changed. She had thought that even if Su Chun did not save her, Steel Fong would let her go, or someone else would save her. So she loudly cursed Su Chun. Do you think I'm going to apologize to you? Then humbly beg you to save me? The facts prove that you're a despicable, lowly, petty, inferior man. I don't need someone as low as you to save me. It seemed Fong Qing was so furious that she had not looked down at her feet. Seeing this, Su Chun kindly raised a finger, pointed downward, and reminded her with a smile, oh, is that so? Then I hope you remember every single word you just said in a little while. The zombies immediately aimed at Fong Qing's suspended body and began climbing over one another. They were ready to use Fong Qing's body as a sweet meal. The scene below her feet made Fong Qing freeze in a daze for several seconds. One after another, the creatures lunged forward and bit viciously into Fong Qing's body, making Fong Qing suffer. Pain that pierced straight to her heart and liver. Fear and agony overwhelmed her until all she could do was scream helplessly. Ah, help! Help me, Su-Chen. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hurry and save me. Hurry and save me. Steel Fong looked at the scene before him and could only laugh loudly. He glared at Su-Chun, pointed at him, and threatened, "Damn, you really are the kind of bastard who watches someone die without saving them. But that's fine. Either way, in the end you'll be going with this woman too. Right now, I'll let you broaden your horizons by witnessing the technology of our evolution base." Steel Fong took out a jar containing a strange liquid from his person. Like a professional cosmetics bestseller, Steel Fong applied makeup to his face while loudly introducing the product to Su-Chun. "As long as I smear this powder on myself, I can make those zombie monsters down there obediently listen to me." Su-Chun looked coldly at Steel Fong, that dedicated salesman, and reminded him in an icy tone, "Oh, are you smearing bone ash on your face? That really is quite useful. I think it can make those zombies mistakenly believe you're one of their own kind." Su-Chen's words seemed to strike Steel Fong's low intelligence directly. Steel Fong froze in a daze, sweating as he looked at the jar of powder he had just smeared on himself. His voice stammered, "Bone ash?" After Su-Chun explained to him how to sell products and advise customers more professionally, Steel Fong looked at the box of bone ash he had just smeared on his face and could not help feeling nauseated. He immediately spat frantically. "Pa, like a foolish child being teased by Su-Chun. Steel Fong felt provoked and instantly flew into a rage, ordering the zombies to rush at Su-Chun. "Damn it, all of you get him. Tear him into pieces for me." As soon as Steel Fong finished speaking, the zombies growled and rasped as they charged rapidly towards Su-Chun. Every one of their faces looked extremely lifeless. Su-Chun noticed that the zombies were about to rush toward him under Steel Fong's command, yet his expression remained rather calm. He immediately took a defensive stance, crossing both hands. Su-Chun used his spatial superpower, and two sharp swords instantly grew out from his palms. This young man had gone from a close combat assassin who fought barehanded to someone whose swordsmanship had risen greatly after fighting the human pile driver, Duan Yalan, for just one night. Su-Chun darted swiftly through the horde of zombies, swinging cutting sword strikes at their heads, necks, bodies, chests, legs, and arms in an extremely cool fashion. After displaying those sword moves, graceful as dragons flying and phoenixes dancing before Steel Fong, Su-Chun landed lightly on the ground. Steel Fong thought Su-Chun had already been eaten by the zombies, so he disdainfully turned away, not even bothering to watch, and said arrogantly, "That damn brat is about to die, yet he still dares perform tricks in front of me." Seeing that the zombies were still standing motionless, and that Su-Chun had suddenly appeared in front of him, the foolish Steel Fong cried out in shock and confusion. "Huh? You? How did you get up here?" Meanwhile, Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng had also run over because of this. Seeing the zombies surrounding Su-Chun, as well as the appearance of someone who looked rather vicious, Bai Shang spoke worriedly. "This is bad, Su-Chun." Bai Shang looked towards Steel Fong, who was standing there, and continued with a face full of worry he surrounded. The foolish Steel Fong, after being toyed with by Su-Chun, seemed to have had a nerve struck. He immediately flew into a rage, glared at Su-Chun, and cursed loudly. "Damn it, what are you still standing there for? Get up here right now. All of you." Su-Chun calmly raised his hand and brushed the dust from his clothes, then looked emotionlessly at Steel Fong and said in a soothing tone, "Stop shouting. It's pointless." All the veins on Steel Fong's face began to bulge. His eyes growled with rage as he looked at Su-Chun and asked, "You, what do you mean by that?" At that moment, the sword strikes Su-Chun had unleashed earlier finally took effect. Only now did all the zombies truly begin to move normally again. But normally meant they slowly fell apart and scattered to the ground. Su-Chun glanced slightly behind him and explained coldly, "Because you're only wasting your strength." Steel Fong looked at the slashing marks the zombies had suffered, completely bewildered and unable to understand what was happening. He immediately cried out in horror, "What is this? How is this possible?" Su-Chun no longer wanted to waste words on this fool. He immediately activated space and slowly stepped inside. Then he coldly stepped out from behind Steel Fong, looked straight at the fool, and gave him a reminder full of humane consideration. Originally, I had no intention of having anything to do with your evolution base. Su-chun immediately moved closer, brought both hands up, and grabbed Steel Fong's entire face, holding it tightly so the man's head could not move. Steel Fong's expression became more terrified than ever. Su-chun coldly reminded him, "But who told you to insist on coming here and demanding my life?" Su-chun used his own strength to hold Steel Fong's head in place, preventing him from moving. Then he slowly applied force, pulling the fool's head upward while saying, "In that case, I can't let you keep your dog life." Steel Fong felt unbearable pain. His eyes filled with red, bulging veins as he shouted in fear, "What are you going to do to me? Stop right now." Su-chun bared his teeth in a terrifying smile as he looked at his enemy, killing intent rising in his eyes. Steel Fong's head was pulled backward and upward by Su-chun, the pain piercing all the way into his bones. He could only scream helplessly. Cracking sounds began to come from Steel Fong's neck, along with the savage sight of his skin being pulled upward. Su-chun gently tore off Steel Fong's head, pulling it up along the vertebrae and bones of his neck. Damn, that was horribly disgusting, everyone. Baishan witnessed the way Su-chun dealt with the zombies and Steel Fong, and her face turned completely vacant. Trembling inwardly, she thought, he dealt with that person in an instant. It was the same back there before. This is definitely not something that can be done just by relying on daily physical training. What kind of monster is this man? Su-chun held Steel Fong's severed head in one hand, while his other hand remained in his pocket, and he said coldly, "All right, when dealing with small fry like this, maybe I should still hold back a little. It would be great if I had a capable assistant by my side." Back at Green City Hotel, the temperature outside had now become milder, and many faint breezes carried moisture inland. Inside Su-chun's presidential suite, Duan Yalan still did not seem to have escaped the feeling of being tossed around and tormented by Su-chun all night. She was still curled up, her mouth open wide, as if even in her dream, Su-chun was still pounding away at her. Duan Yalan kept panting, one hand placed below herself, struggling to moan, "Don't." Duan Yalan suddenly opened her eyes, her cheeks still flushed, sweat covering her body, and called Su-chun's name in a daze. She sprang up, waking from the lingering pleasure, and shouted with a red face, "Don't abandon me." After putting a night dress over her sexy, vibrant body, she continued panting heavily as if she had just experienced a nightmare. Duan Yalan's eyes were exhausted as she breathed and said, "I dreamed of him again. Why hasn't he come back after so long?" A loud boom came from outside, startling Duan Yalan and making her turn around. Duan Yalan remembered what Su-chun had said before he left. "If you're useless, what right do you have to stand by my side?" Duan Yalan seemed to have made her choice. While absent-mindedly thinking of Su-chun, she affirmed, "Su-chun, I definitely won't become your burden." Duan Yalan did not think too much and did not allow herself to keep sinking into that trance. She woke up fully, picked up the pistol beside her, and made her decision. "I will become your capable right hand." Knocking sounds came from the room next door. Duan Yalan, dressed in an extremely sexy nightdress, coldly held the gun and pushed the door open, stepping outside. After entering, she froze in a daze because nothing had happened at all. She looked around in confusion. Strange. The sound clearly came from this side. A loud boom rang out behind Duan Yalan, making her anxious, and a little fear rose in her mind. At some point, a drought fiend had appeared behind Duan Yalan, baring its teeth and growling, causing her to suddenly freeze. Before her, a drought fiend had appeared beside her at some unknown moment, and Duan Yalan's situation was now extremely dangerous. Seeing the drought fiend behind her, Duan Yalan was startled and instinctively stepped back, asking herself inwardly, "Damn it, when did it appear behind me?" At this moment, the monster continued pressing forward, closing in on her. Duan Yalan finally had no room left to retreat. A click sounded as Duan Yalan's large hips bumped into the table behind her. She glanced back and saw that the situation was bad. The table had blocked her from behind. At this rate, she would be caught by the monster. Suddenly, she remembered the gun she had brought with her earlier. Duan Yalan was about to raise the gun and attack the monster, but in the next second, she accidentally slammed the gun hard against the table. Because she was too tense, her grip was unsteady, and the gun slipped from her hand without her noticing. The gun flew away and fell to the floor with a clatter. Hearing the sound, the monster immediately roared. its sharp teeth and blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent as it lunged forward. It bit fiercely at the girl in front of it, but missed its target. At that moment, Duan Yalan told herself inwardly, "I'm dead for sure." But the monster did not continue attacking. Instead, it sniffed around at everything nearby, making Duan Yalan wonder what was going on. What is this thing doing? Why does it keep sniffing around with its nose? Only now did Duan Yalan realize that this monster basically could not see anything. It identified prey through scent and sound. Duan Yalan breathed a sigh of relief. She had a chance to escape this disaster, but right now, she and it were standing too close. As long as she made even the slightest noise, she would be attacked. What on earth should she do now? Duan Yalan leaned forward, doing her utmost to reach for the gun over there. As long as she could get hold of it, everything could be resolved. That slender, fair arm was only a tiny bit away from the gun. But at that moment, an accident happened. Duan Yalan's hand slipped, causing her to hit the floor and make a sound that attracted the drought fiend's attention. Hearing the sound, the monster immediately locked onto the nearby target. Duan Yalan thought to herself, "I'm done for this time." The drought fiend turned toward the source of the sound and lunged forward with its sharp teeth, intending to tear apart its prey. 1 second before danger descended, Duan Yalan remembered what Su Chun had said to her. "My resources are limited. I can't keep you around just because you're beautiful. Find the crystal core in a monster's head, and you can obtain a special ability. I will never shelter useless trash." Thinking of this, Duan Yalan made up her mind and told herself that she was not useless trash as Su Chun had said. At the critical moment, Duan Yalan used all her strength to kick the monster hard in the face. Her high heel sank deep into its eye, causing the drought fiend to cry out in painful roars. The kick was so powerful that the heel pierced through part of its head. Silent seconds passed. Duan Yalan waited to see whether this drought fiend still had the ability to attack. Her face became tense as she waited. After waiting for a while, she saw that it no longer reacted. She pulled her foot out of the drought fiend's head, but in the blink of an eye, just as she lifted her foot away, the monster grabbed her ankle. Duan Yalan's expression darkened, and she cried out, "Ah, not good." She quickly kicked her other shoe into its face. This time, the monster truly collapsed slowly and no longer had that fierce look of charging toward Duan Yalan. It fell to the ground in front of Duan Yalan, and she had finally escaped danger. Duan Yalan proudly told herself, "Su Chun, what a pity you didn't see that. I'm not useless trash either." She glanced around and saw an axe nearby, then picked it up and approached the monster. She stepped on its head, gripping the axe firmly and carrying it on her shoulder. Duan Yalan wanted to see whether there really was a crystal core in this monster's head, just as Su Chun had said. The scene shifted. At this moment, at the University of Technology, Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng followed Su Chen's suggestion and began organizing the students' retreat. Bai Shang also specifically contacted her older brother, Bai Ming, so he could lead his troops over to rendezvous and protect the students' safety. On this side, in the snake biology laboratory, the golden king snake species that Su Chun had been paying close attention to also began to mutate. Su Chun stared intently at the snake in front of him, his expression dark as he carefully observed it. He said to himself, "Let me see how far you can transform." In addition, Su Chun had specially prepared a large bucket of water for it. He set the bucket, filled to the brim with water, heavily on the floor. As soon as the Golden King snake saw the water, it slithered over. According to what had happened in Su Chen's previous life, this snake had to enter water to fully mutate. This could be considered saving Su Chun the trouble of taking action himself. As soon as the Golden King snake's entire body touched the water, it began changing at a dizzying speed. Its body immediately grew, and its snake head also took on a ferocious appearance. Its purple eyes were filled with murderous intent, and its fangs became especially large. Su Chan watched the mutation happening before him and felt somewhat shocked. The snake's body grew larger and larger, and the bucket was about to be unable to withstand it, making popping sounds. Immediately afterward, there was a thunderous explosion. Water splashed everywhere, forcing Su Chun to retreat several steps. The Golden King snake had transformed from a tiny snake into a huge black serpent. It glared at Su Chun with eyes like red flames, as if it wanted to devour him alive. The young man was rather surprised. It had only just entered the first stage of mutation, yet it was already this large. Fortunately, it was only one bucket of water. Otherwise, the matter would have been much harder to handle. Su-chun took out a sword from his interdimensional space. Looking at the giant python before him, he advised it to choose to submit to him first, and perhaps the male lead would consider letting it become his pet. Naturally, the Golden King snake did not take the words of this human before it to heart at all. It immediately shot out through the window, fleeing from Su-chun. The male lead also immediately realized its intention. It seemed this snake's intelligence was not bad. With its massive body, one powerful impact shattered the glass window. The great serpent slithered outside at astonishing speed, and Su-chun also used his ability to strengthen his body, immediately giving chase. After him, the male lead gripped his sword tightly and leaped into the air. He mocked the snake aloud. So this is how snakes run away? What a shame. This speed still isn't fast enough against someone with an overpowered ability like Su-chun. On the other hand, if it had been an ordinary person, they probably would have been swallowed alive by that python already. Only now did Su-chun make his move, using the strength in his arm to drive the sword hard into the python's back. But in the very next second, the sword snapped in two. The young man stared blankly at the half-broken sword in his hand and muttered to himself, "Are its scales really this hard?" In the next second, the Golden King snake seized the chance while Su-chun was distracted and lunged forward, opening its enormous mouth toward him. Su-chun was not afraid. He swung his fist at the python. If a sword was useless, then he could still use his fists and feet to smash its mouth apart. Su-chun's full-force punch sent the python crashing heavily into the ground. A thunderous boom rang out from the collision between the monster's tough scales and the earth. However, the Golden King snake was no pushover either. It swept its giant tail around Su-chun's body, wanting to restrain him. Su-chun realized that it had deliberately taken that blow just now in order to make him reveal an opening so it could bind him. This snake's intelligence had already surpassed the norm. Watching the vicious beast's blood-red eyes slowly draw closer, Su-chun looked at it calmly. That previous attack had only been a diversion. Its true goal was to trap Su-chun so it could eat him more easily. At the critical moment, when that enormous mouth was about to bite down, Su-chun stared coldly at the monster. On the other side, the evacuation team was preparing to leave. Bai Ming saw that his younger sister was still reluctant to part from Su-chun and teased her a little. Bai Shang answered shyly, "Shut up." Bai Ming was certain that if Su-chun stayed here, it would be suicide, so he hurriedly urged Bai Shang to leave quickly. But Bai Shang did not think so. She trusted Su-chun's ability. He was very strong. Those deep, mysterious eyes were like those of a monster. She believed in Su-chun. Back to the battle between Su-chun and the python. At some point, the young man had already grabbed the monster by the neck. He lifted it high into the air and spoke with contempt. "Did you really think you could catch me? I heard that a snake's nervous system is extremely developed, and even if its head is cut off, it can still bite people. But even if that's true, so what?" Su-chun used only a little strength and easily held the monster like a toy. Then he smashed the monster's entire body hard into the ground, planted one foot as leverage, and forcefully tore the gigantic python's body in half. After that, from within its flesh and blood, Su-chun found a purple crystal core. Holding in his hand, Su-chun wondered what kind of power this crystal core would bring him. If extreme heat destroyed the will of mankind, then floods would sweep across the entire world and utterly destroy human civilization. Even an inland city like Xanadu could not avoid being ravaged by floodwaters. The terrain of Xanadu University was not high. Only the administrative building had not yet been swallowed by the flood. Su-chun had already finished absorbing the giant snake's crystal core, and he was now immersed in the floodwater, testing his ability. Sure enough, after absorbing the Golden King snake's crystal core, Su-chun gained a new ability. His body once again underwent an earth-shaking change. After coming into contact with water, not only did small snake scales grow on his body, but his physical strength also increased significantly. His eyes became even more sensitive to light, and there seemed to be a protective membrane over them. Now, even without breathing through his mouth or nose, Su-chun did not feel suffocated at all. It was as if he could breathe through his skin. This was very likely a trait of the giant snake. Although the new ability did not allow him to control things underwater, being able to breathe in water was already quite good. After figuring out the nature of this newly obtained ability, Su-chan shot up from the bottom of the water to the surface. The floodwater was flowing over from the hotel's direction, so if Su-chan wanted to swim back, he would have to swim against the current. Even though he had to swim against the obstructing current, with Su-chan's current strength, it was not impossible. It was just that the floodwater was currently flowing far too violently, and the objects mixed into the water were like hidden weapons. It seemed the volcanic eruptions had reached their limit. Because Xanadu was too far from the volcano, the sky here was still relatively clear. When a massive amount of volcanic ash rose into the air, enough to cover the entire sky, the frozen apocalypse would not be far away. In the face of these global catastrophic natural disasters, human civilization was nothing more than a joke. If one did not want to become prey for others, one could only keep increasing one's own strength. In his previous life, after this great flood apocalypse came to an end, several other powerful forces appeared in Xanadu. Because the northern district had low terrain, many bodies of water formed there, and it was occupied by the Water Ghost Army under the giant snake and the female Corpse King. The south of the city became a gathering place for cannibal tribes. The Roach clan in the Western District was controlled by the Rat Army under the Rat King. The Eastern District was Gao Chang's territory. In his previous life, Su-chan had nearly died at their hands several times. But in this life, Gao Chang and the Golden King Snake had both been dealt with by Su-chan in advance. Next, if he wanted to maintain and develop his strength over the long term in the future, the best method was to collect all the remaining crystal cores for himself. However, the Roach clan had quite a large number of people and was divided into many factions, while the female Corpse King's whereabouts were mysterious, making her even harder to find now. In his previous life, a rat disaster had once broken out at the University of Science and Technology. The Rat King was likely there. As long as he found them early, he could obtain its crystal core at the lowest cost. Sitting on a rocky outcrop amid the vast floodwater, Su-chan thought through plans to increase his strength in the future. Because he was too focused on thinking, Su-chan did not pay attention to his surroundings. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that he had already been surrounded by a group of drought fiends. It had to be said that these drought fiends were incredibly tough. Even after being submerged by the flood, they could still move normally. If an ordinary person were put in their place, they would have died long ago. At this moment, on a nearby tower, two people were clinging to a small hope of survival. Even though they were in danger and could die at any moment, it still could not stop the man from cursing nonstop. Damn it, everything was fine. So why did a flood suddenly come out of nowhere? Just as he was cursing the heavens with great enthusiasm, the man suddenly saw that not far away, someone seemed to be swimming toward them. The young man below heard what the man above said, but did not believe it at all. He thought that even if there was someone on the water surface now, it could only be a corpse. But when a young man turned his head to look, he was utterly terrified. It seemed the young man even recognized who was coming. He shouted Su-chan's name loudly and muttered to himself, "How is this brat Su-chan still not dead after being swept away by the flood?" From what he said, if the base had not sent them to follow and monitor Su-chan, the two brothers would not have encountered flood like this. The young man snorted and said to himself that if Su-chan dared to rush over, he would kick Su-chan straight into the water. While the young man was still resenting Su-chan, the expression of the man above had already changed because he saw that Su-chan's swimming speed was truly too fast. Moreover, there seemed to be something else behind Su-chan. Hearing the middle-aged man say this, the young man still did not understand what was going on. He and the man once again carefully looked behind Su-chan and saw that behind him was a group of drought fiends, so numerous they were like an army. Seeing these monsters before them, the two men's faces changed. What terrified them even more was that, despite swimming against the current, those things were still moving at a frightening speed. No matter how hard they thought, they could not understand why these monsters could do that. Seeing Su-chan swim close to them, the man said loudly, "That guy's swimming over here," afraid that Su-chan would lure the monsters closer to them. The young man below shouted a threat. "Su-chan, we're from the evolution base. I'm warning you, Don't come near us. Su-chan was swimming and originally had no intention of going toward those two fools. But after they threatened him, and after learning that they were also people from the evolution base, the young man grew furious. Damn it, are you messing with me? The young man decided to change course. He found it strange. In this life, had the claws of the evolution base already stretched this far? This time, he had to ask them carefully what was going on. Once he made up his mind, Su-chan used his astonishing explosive power. In the blink of an eye, he flew out of the water and toward the tower. The two fools from the evolution base who were taking refuge there saw this scene and were rendered speechless, all four eyes wide open and mouths agape. In particular, the mustached man clinging to the tower was used by Su-chan as a landing spot, with Su-chan stepping on his face. Immediately, the man had no time to react and let go. Then he fell downward, his expression filled with extreme terror as his mouth shouted instinctively, "Holy crap, I'm dead." Just as it seemed the man was about to fall, the young man grabbed him with one hand and held him. The mustached man below said, "This is bad. I can't reach the tower anymore." Moreover, he called himself the younger brother of that young man. In that case, did that mean this older-looking man was actually the younger brother of that young man? The young man shouted loudly, using all his strength to hold on to his younger brother. "Don't be afraid. I'll definitely save you." The thick-bearded, broad-forehead man trembled and said, "Brother, I'm too heavy. Hurry and let go of my hand. If this keeps up, both of us will die." The young man still refused to let go. He shouted that he would not release him. If they died, then the two brothers would die together. It could be seen that the bond between these two brothers was not bad. Su-chan crouched on top of the tower and questioned them with an unfriendly expression. "Tell me everything you know about the evolution base right now." Even though the young man was in danger, he was determined not to betray the organization. He cursed, "Su-chan, go die." He absolutely would not speak. Even if Su-chan killed them, someone would come to avenge them. Hearing these fearless words from the two fools, Su-chan praised them aloud. "Good. Very impressive. Then don't blame me for being cruel." Although Su-chan spoke tough and threatened them like that, he did not actually do anything to those two idiots. Then, just as something unexpected happened, a drought fiend raised its long arm. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed the younger brother's ankle. And then, what had to happen happened. The younger brother was pulled down into the midst of the drought fiends, screaming in fear and despair. Sitting on top of the tower, Su-chan said flatly, "Your younger brother was the one who let himself get pulled down. You can't blame this on me." When the young man saw his younger brother in danger, he stopped thinking. He shouted loudly, "I'm coming to save you." Immediately afterward, he leaped down toward the drought fiends below. And so, the two brothers were reunited, and perhaps they would soon be reunited with their ancestors as well. When the older brother finally reacted to the situation in the water, what appeared before him was a bloodthirsty drought fiend. Its eyes shone with crimson pupils. Its mouth opened wide, and jagged teeth were aimed straight at him. His pupils shrank, and his heart was telling him that this time he was definitely dead. At the life and death moment, Su-chan leaped into the water. He drew a sword from his interdimensional space and slashed hundreds of times in succession. Every slash sent one drought fiend to its death. In just 1 minute and 69 seconds, Su-chan had killed every drought fiend there. Seeing this inhuman scene, the young man was utterly shocked. Holy crap, is this guy really still human? He's way too strong. At this moment, the two foolish brothers have been saved and brought back up to the tower. The older brother thanked Su-chan. He said that he owed him a favor, and now he would tell Su-chan everything he knew about the evolution base. In truth, they had been sent by the evolution base to monitor Su-chan. The evolution base was located at the University of Science and Technology and was led by a group of researchers headed by Boss Liu. The two of them only helped out a little. They simply did whatever their superiors ordered them to do. The mention of a University of Science and Technology reminded Su-chan that in his previous life, the rat disaster had also erupted from the University of Science and Technology. It seemed this was connected to the evolution base. Su-chan continued asking the older brother whether there was research on mutated rats in a laboratory there. The older brother said that only researchers could enter the laboratory. As for that aspect, they truly knew nothing at all. Although Su-chan could not obtain any more information, he could already be certain that the University of Science and Technology was the birthplace of the mutated rats. No matter what, before the rat disaster broke out again, he had to go there first to investigate the situation. The scene now shifted to Green City Hotel. Duan Yalan had also been lucky enough to obtain a crystal core from the brain of a drought fiend. Duan Yalan sensed the earth-shaking changes in her body. Her eyes widened, her breathing became rapid, and sweat lightly broke out over her body after the crystal core improved her genes. She wondered whether she had succeeded. Looking around, only now did she realize that her room had been flooded. One had to know that her room was on one of the highest floors, yet now even it had been flooded. While she was observing the situation around her, Duan Yalan was suddenly entangled by a creature with a body as long as a snake's, but with a mouth like the aquatic monsters in Hollywood movies. Seeing herself caught by this disgusting, unknown creature, she was extremely startled and had no idea what the hell it was. This creature was both slippery and sticky, truly disgusting. At this very moment, it even stretched its head in front of her face. Its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, repeatedly contracted and expanded as if it were extremely hungry. In the blink of an eye, the aquatic monster opened its huge mouth and lunged at Duan Yalan. But with reaction speed and strength that had been transformed to a new level, she easily grabbed the aquatic monster's head and blocked the dangerous attack from this bizarre creature. Just when it seemed she had brought the situation under control, an extremely dangerous incident occurred again. At this moment, her entire body had already been tightly bound by these strange creatures. She could no longer move at all. Facing her now was not just one bizarre creature. Dozens of them had appeared. Seeing this scene, she could not help being shocked. She wondered why so many had appeared all at once. Damn it, right now, she did not even have time to adapt to her new ability. Remembering the instructions Su-chan had previously given her, she recalled that Su-chan had told her she only needed to find a crystal core and eat it to obtain an ability. However, ordinary monsters had an extremely low chance of producing an ability crystal core. Watching Su-chan demonstrate his spatial ability, Duan Yalan had said that she did not even know what kind of ability she had. So how could she use it? Su-chan had held an apple in front of her and said, "Hurry and feel it. Feel yourself. Feel the surrounding environment. Feel the changes in everything. Then try controlling your palm and see what happens." Returning to reality, Duan Yalan's lips curved into an extremely happy smile because now she could feel it. Looking at the strange creatures before her, she could sense all of their cerebellums. "Then hurry up and stop for me." As soon as she finished speaking, Duan Yalan's eyes became bewitching and a red light flashed in them. At the same time, the strange creatures suddenly stopped and stood completely still. This was very likely Duan Yalan's new ability. Looking at the disgusting creatures hypnotized by her, Duan Yalan's expression became somewhat perverse. She muttered to herself, "These monsters are so disgusting. They made my whole body sticky and slimy. It's truly unbearable. Just you wait." After saying that, she reached for the axe on the table. Holding the axe over her shoulder, she pronounced her own judgment. "I'll chop you all down like leeks." Duan Yalan swung the axe decisively. The monsters' heads were like strands of rope, easily chopped off by Duan Yalan. The blood of the strange creatures splattered onto the wall, but Duan Yalan did not care at all. What she cared about right now was that her body was filthy. She had to hurry back and take a bath. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Duan Yalan, and with him came a man's voice drifting by her ear. "Can I bathe with you?" Holding the axe in her hand, she spun around and shouted, "Who exactly are you? Confess honestly right now, or I'll give you a chop with this axe." After she turned her head, what entered her eyes was Su-chen's completely naked figure. Su-chen looked at Duan Yalan and praised her. "Not bad. You even know how to use a weapon to protect yourself." The moment she recognized that it was Su-chen, she still could not quite believe it and asked again, "Su-chen, is it really you?" Then she immediately dropped the axe and jumped onto Su-chen. She said happily, "That's great, it really is Su-chen. You finally came back. I was so worried about you." Su-chen, being hugged while completely bare, was also a little stunned. While she was still delighted, she suddenly felt something hard poking her from below. Duan Yalan hurriedly asked, "What kind of weapon are you carrying?" After observing for a while, Duan Yalan finally realized that Su-chan was not wearing anything, and the weapon she had mentioned was very familiar. It had tormented her terribly a few days earlier. Embarrassed, she pushed Su-chen away. Su-chen, however, was not embarrassed at all and explained, "Haha, I went swimming earlier, but the water was too dirty, so I had no choice but to take everything off. Hurry, let's take a bath first." Ah, this is really too comfortable. In the bathtub, Soo-chan lay there in relaxation, completely letting himself go. He sighed with feeling that only after going out did one realize home was still the best. Duan Yalan, who was sitting opposite Soo-chan and bathing in the same tub, had a slight blush on her face from embarrassment. At this moment, Soo-chan turned and asked Duan Yalan, "What kind of special ability did you awaken?" When Duan Yalan heard Soo-chan ask about her new ability, she was somewhat surprised and asked in return, "You noticed?" Duan Yalan wrapped a towel around herself to cover her sensitive areas, while both her hands kept massaging Soo-chan. He replied, "Not exactly. I only noticed it through the temperature of your lips." Soo-chan answered Duan Yalan with a squinting smile while enjoying the feeling of being massaged by beauty. When Duan Yalan heard Soo-chan say that, her face turned even redder. "What temperature are my lips? What kind of temperature could my mouth have?" Soo-chan continued asking, "What is your ability? Could it be a type of mental control ability?" Duan Yalan answered him. Soo-chan was a little surprised and asked further, "Can your mental control skill work on food?" Duan Yalan said she did not know. "How about you try practicing it for Soo-chan and let him see?" Hearing that Duan Yalan wanted to test it, Soo-chan said with some interest, "Practice? Practice what?" The moment Soo-chan turned his head and looked toward Duan Yalan, his mind seemed to be affected, and his gaze changed for an instant. The Duan Yalan in front of Soo-chan had now turned into an extremely alluring and sensual woman, accompanied by a voice that bewitched the mind. "Master, how about practicing like this?" If someone else had been struck by Duan Yalan's move, they definitely would have been unable to control themselves and would have been manipulated by her at will. At that point, Duan Yalan could deal with that person however she wished and control their mind. But who was Soo-chan? He was someone who already possessed 2 crystal cores. When he was reborn, he had immediately obtained his interdimensional space ability. After using the crystal cores of the Drought Fiend and the Giant Snake twice, his physical and mental abilities had been raised to an astonishing level. What stood before Duan Yalan now was a humanoid monster. Duan Yalan was extremely frightened at this moment, and inwardly she thought, could this be Soo-chan's mental power? If Soo-chan had not consented, then when she tried to use her ability to influence him, it would only be natural for her to be knocked down by the backlash. After all, how is such a foolish act any different from throwing an egg against a rock? Soo-chan put on a frightening expression, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Haha, in that case, next I'm going to train you until both your legs go weak. At this time, outside, the sun had already sunk below the horizon, and the moon had risen high. Inside the hotel, 2 people were enthusiastically exercising their bodies in 9,982 positions, while also practicing their cries of ah and oh. No one knew how much time had passed before the sun rose high again. At this moment, inside the hotel, continuous gunshots rang out. Every shot fired blew a monster apart. It turned out that the person who had just fired those shots was none other than Duan Yalan. Only now was she truly practicing seriously. Soo-chan was currently guiding her in shooting practice. With one hand, he held her waist, and with the other, he held her arm. He whispered beside her ear, "Focus your mind, then use your will to hold it steady before firing." Duan Yalan was wearing an extremely sexy little bunny outfit, and with an embarrassed expression, she said to Soo-chan, "Aren't you going to the University of Science and Technology? Why do you still have time to teach me how to shoot?" Soo-chan let go of Duan Yalan, turned, and walked behind her explaining, "I want to spend half a day helping you master shooting skills. You said before that you studied at medical school, right?" "That's right. Why?" Soo-chan cast a glance toward Duan Yalan and said, "Then come with me next. It's time for you to be useful." Duan Yalan happily agreed. He's letting me go with him too. At this time, Duan Yalan and Soo-chan were on a speedboat. The city around them was now a heap of ruins, with floodwater filling the entire city. Duan Yalan curiously asked Soo-chan, "Soo-chan, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to let me go outside dressed like this?" Soo-chan said, "It's fine. Even if you didn't wear anything, no one would be able to do anything to you." Haha. Inside the speedboat, Soo-chan was leaning back in his seat, holding a glass of red wine and slowly savoring it, while Duan Yalan was responsible for steering in her cute pink bunny outfit. At this moment, Duan Yalan curiously asked Soo-chan whether he had been to the University of Science and Technology before. Looking at the glass of red wine before him, Su-chin answered, "That's right. This time, I'm going there to meet a brother of mine. I don't know whether he's still alive." After traveling for a while, the speedboat stopped. Duan Yalan looked ahead and informed Su-chin that they had arrived. Before them was a self-made fortress, formed by two high-rise buildings on the left and right, with a makeshift gate in the middle made from wooden boards scavenged from the floodwater. At this moment, something happened. Su-chin sensed Danye approaching. On top of the fortress, a man holding a gun was continuously firing at Su-chin and Duan Yalan. Su-chin rushed over and held Duan Yalan in his arms to protect her. Whether it was because Su-chin's special ability made him unafraid of bullets, or because the man did not actually intend to shoot them anymore, neither of them was harmed. The man on top of the fortress stopped firing at this moment and interrogated Su-chin's group, asking who they were and what they had come here for. Su-chin cast a glance toward the man with the gun and thought to himself, "This is the place where the mutant Rat King rose up in my previous life, the University of Science and Technology." After confirming that he had come to the right place, Su-chin walked to the front of the cabin and said to the gatekeeper, "We came to join the evolution base. Can you open the gate and let us in?" The man revealed a lecherous expression, his gaze falling on Duan Yalan as he said, "Who would have thought a cute pink bunny would come here? Little sister, stay with me tonight and I'll let you in. As for that brat, he can crawl back wherever he came from." Duan Yalan was not angry. Instead, she brought over a plate of food and invited the man. "Big brother, for the sake of this braised pork, please open the gate for us." The moment the man saw the delicious braised pork in Duan Yalan's hands, he no longer paid attention to her and instead revealed a shocked expression, as if he could hardly believe it. He loudly asked again, "What is this? Braised pork? Is it really braised pork?" After realizing it was real, the man hurriedly shouted to another gatekeeper, "Open the gate for me now." At this moment, the man could no longer hold himself back and urgently urged the person below. The man below was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly answered yes and ran to open the gate. At this moment, the gate to the base area was completely opened. Su-chin's speedboat also moved inside. As soon as they entered, the man from earlier ran down and loudly told Su-chin to stop the boat at once, go over to his side, and hand the braised pork to him. At the same time, he did not forget to order the man who had opened the gate just now, go over to the speedboat and lead Su-chin's group up. The man also did not forget to threaten him further, saying that he was only to bring the people up, while the braised pork had to be left for him, and then he should get lost. That plate of braised pork belonged to him alone. At this moment, Su-chin and Duan Yalan looked at the man with contempt and mockery. Duan Yalan in particular had the power of her hypnotic ability in her eyes, bewitching that foolish man. What Su-chin and Duan Yalan had given the man was not braised pork at all, but an arm of the drought fiend. Yet the man had no idea and still looked smug. He gazed at the drought fiend's arm with craving. "Damn, it smells amazing. For the sake of this braised pork, I'll let you go in first. Another day, send that brat into the laboratory." At this moment, Su-chin and Duan Yalan were led inside by the young man who had opened the gate. His manner was not as arrogant as that man's. Moreover, he was somewhat timid, so he was most likely someone at the very bottom of this area. After asking, they found out his name was Lu Tao. Lu Tao turned and looked at Su-chin's group, saying that since everyone would be living in the same base from now on, helping one another was only proper. Next, he gave them a brief introduction to the basic division of residences in the base. The lowest level was for the elderly, children, and some lowly commoners. He would take the two of them upstairs to find a cleaner room. But just at this moment, a little girl who was not watching where she was going bumped into Lu Tao. After being bumped by a child, Lu Tao immediately grew angry and cursed loudly. "What's wrong with you, little brat? Don't you know how to walk?" It turned out that this Lu Tao was truly someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak. The little girl trembled in fear and stammered an apology, explaining that she had felt a little dizzy, which was why it happened. Seeing the pitiful girl, Duan Yalan picked her up in her arms and examined her. Looking at the girl's condition, Duan Yalan diagnosed that she was so hungry she was about to faint. Duan Yalan then asked the little girl, "Where are your family members?" With a tired expression, the little girl answered, "They went to look for food and haven't come back yet." Seeing how pitiful the little girl was, Duan Yalan somehow took out a piece of bread and handed it to her. "I have some bread here. You can eat it. All right." The little girl was so hungry that she was weak all over, and when she saw the bread, longing appeared in her eyes. Even so, she still refused to take it because she knew that if Duan Yalan gave her this bread, then Duan Yalan would go hungry. The little girl even called Duan Yalan little bunny sister. When Duan Yalan was called Little Bunny Sister by this pitiful little girl, she became a little embarrassed, and both her cheeks flushed red. Seeing that this little girl was a good child, Su Chun spoke to comfort her. Don't worry, Bunny Sister can't possibly go hungry. Even after being comforted by Su Chun, the little girl did not change her previous opinion and replied, "Why are you lying to me? How could there be anyone who isn't hungry now?" Seeing that the little girl was still so stubborn, Su Chun could only give a helpless smile. To let the little girl eat the bread in peace, Su Chun took a hot pot out from his interdimensional space and declared, "You can doubt my character, but you cannot doubt my ability. A woman of mine can never go hungry." In front of Su Chin now was a hot pot feast with all kinds of meat and vegetables. Lu Tao, standing beside them, saw this scene and was so shocked that his eyes bulged and his mouth hung open. He asked in confusion, where did this hot pot come from? Meanwhile, the little girl, who had been exhausted, suddenly sprang up, her eyes wide and mouth open as she shouted, "Hot pot? Big brother, I want to be your woman too." Duan Yalan was speechless at this scene. Hearing the little girl speak nonsense, Duan Yalan hurriedly stuffed the bread into her mouth. Not only that, she also warned the little girl that children should not say such nonsense. "Now hurry up and eat the bread." At this moment, a loud voice suddenly shouted from far away, "Damn it, someone is actually cooking food here." Seeing that someone with ill intent had suddenly appeared, Su Chun was also a little surprised. Looking carefully in that direction, there were 3 thugs dressed like gangsters, each fully armed. All 3 were extremely arrogant, and wherever they went, they beat people and knocked things over. "Get lost, you bunch of lowly commoners. Don't you know that privately hiding food violates the rules? All supplies must be handed in, then exchanged using contribution points." The leader was a one-eyed man. With a frightening expression, he shouted, "I don't remember anyone exchanging for food these past few days. Who exactly broke the rules?" When the little girl saw the 3 fierce thugs approaching, she fearfully hid beside Duan Yalan and sought her protection. Seeing this, Duan Yalan comforted the little girl and told her not to be afraid, saying she would make them speak properly. Duan Yalan stood up and glanced at Su Chun, silently asking him. Although she said nothing, Su Chun understood and nodded, signaling that she could act. Duan Yalan spoke to the thugs. "All you want all day is food, isn't it? These things are all food prepared for you." At this moment, a table of food appeared from Duan Yalan's palm. She looked at the 3 thugs with bewitching eyes and invited them to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. The thugs had now been hypnotized. Before their eyes was a table full of food, whole chickens, roasted beef legs, braised pork. The 3 of them shouted like madmen, "Chicken! Wow, meat! So much meat! It smells amazing! Damn it, it's all mine! Ha ha ha! I want to eat too. So much delicious food. This is heaven." They grabbed pieces of meat and stuffed them into their mouths, tearing off huge bites like wild beasts. Delicious, delicious. This familiar feeling makes me want to cry. The one-eyed man laughed like a madman, drool constantly flowing from his mouth as he pointed at Duan Yalan. "Haha, little beauty, you're pretty sensible. In that case, I won't punish you today. As for that newcomer, you broke the rules, so you must be punished." Su Chun and Duan Yalan looked at the 3 thugs with pity. Su Chun in particular had a calm expression as he asked blandly, "Oh, punished." The one-eyed man revealed a vicious look and ordered his underlings, "Bring them out." At this moment, several other thugs came over, holding chains and controlling 2 people who seemed to have lost control. Both of them wore collars, and long chains were attached to them, held by 2 other thugs. The people in chains were none other than the 2 siblings Su Chun had met at the tower in the floodwater. Su Chun was somewhat stunned when he recognized these 2 siblings. For some reason, the little girl hiding behind Duan Yalan poked her head out and looked curiously toward the thugs. She seemed to have recognized something. In the blink of an eye, the little girl angrily shouted, "Big brother, second brother, what happened to you?" Hearing this from the side, Duan Yalan was also startled. She asked softly, "Little girl, are they your brothers?" The little girl, tears and snot streaming down her face, wanted to rush forward, but Duan Yalan stopped her. The little girl could only cry helplessly while continuously shouting curses at the thugs. "You bad people, hurry and let my brothers go." At this moment, Duan Yalan had to hold the little girl back while urgently advising her not to go over. "Their condition is a little strange. The leader of the thugs spoke while chewing noisily, eating as he said, They ruined a mission, and they didn't have any contribution points to compensate for it, so they were sentenced to death. But killing them outright would have been too much of a waste. I don't allow that kind of thing to happen, so I kept them for the brothers to have some fun with. But I didn't expect you all to know each other. Looks like this time will be even more interesting. I've decided, if you lose the duel, I'll have this little sister thrown into the water with her brothers to feed the water ghosts. Suchin cast a glance at the two unlucky siblings chained up like animals. Inwardly, he could not help thinking. These two seemed to have fallen into some kind of frenzied state. Could they have been injected with some drug? At this moment, the one-eyed thug, who was chewing on Suchin's food, suddenly shouted an order to his underlings. Let go. Release those two crazy brothers. As soon as the one-eyed man gave the order, his underlings let go of the chains. The two brothers, frenzied and out of control, immediately charged towards Suchun. Their current appearance could only be described as extremely ferocious. If it were an ordinary person, it was very likely that these two brothers would pounce on him and beat him to death. Unfortunately for them, Suchun was an ability user whose physique had been transformed. Twice, Suchun raised one arm forward. Seeing Suchin's action at this moment, everyone thought he had been frightened stupid, or else he would not have made such a move. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. In the blink of an eye, Suchun used only one arm. He moved as fast as lightning and swung a chop at the older brother's neck. Then he swung another slap into the younger brother's face. Just like that, the two brothers instantly lost consciousness and collapsed flat on the ground, completely unaware. By then, the little girl who had said she was the brother's younger sister had witnessed everything that had just happened. Seeing her own brothers beaten unconscious, she cried out, sobbing, "Brothers!" At the same time, she tried to break free from Duan Yalin's hold. Seeing how worried the girl was about her two brothers, Duan Yalin could only do her best to hold her back while comforting her, saying, "Nothing will happen to your brothers." When the one-eyed thug saw this scene, he was somewhat shocked and angry. He cursed at the two brothers Suchun had just knocked out. What a pair of useless trash. You were defeated that quickly and made me waste 2 bottles of medicine. After he finished cursing, he turned his gaze towards Suchun. Greed appeared on his face, and then he said, "I'm in a good mood today. Hand over everything you have like good little people, and I'll pretend nothing happened today." Suchun looked at the one-eyed thug with an indifferent expression and said disdainfully, "Why should I hand my supplies over to you?" One of the thugs under the one-eyed man threatened Suchun. "Damn it, you newly arrived brat. Anyone who enters the University of Science and Technology has to obey Boss Lu's rules. Only by doing that can we maintain stability in this chaotic world." The one-eyed man also chimed in. "That's right. We don't support freeloaders here. If you want to stay here, you need to earn contribution points. Search for resources or supplies, and then you can exchange them for contribution points." When Suchin heard the thugs mention contribution points, he thought to himself, what exactly are these contribution points? They don't function like money, but they're clearly very beneficial to the people who made these rules. After thinking it over, Suchan said calmly, "That rule sounds pretty decent, but unfortunately, the last of our food was eaten by you people. We don't have anything left now." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange man's voice rang out. "You want contribution points? Why not work for me?" From behind, the one-eyed man's gang of hoodlums appeared an obese man, dressed like some tribal native from a movie about ethnic minorities. Hearing this voice, the one-eyed thugs were startled and stammered out a greeting. This fat man was Captain Gua. It seemed he was the one managing the one-eyed gang of thugs. Suchun and Duan Yalin looked at the fat man in some surprise. There was a man whose mouth was muzzled with a wooden bar, his teeth bound tightly shut. At this point, he had only 4 teeth left on top and 3 on the bottom. This person must have suffered brutal torture, and the man's actions were even stranger. He was currently carrying a makeshift sedan chair assembled from crude materials. Sitting on it was that fat Captain Gua. Beside him was a scantily dressed girl. Under the sedan chair were several more people, just like the muzzled man, all hunched over and carrying it. Suddenly, one of the sedan bearers tripped. His whole body pitched forward. When Captain Gua saw this, his brows immediately rose. He seemed extremely displeased that the man had tripped while carrying his sedan chair. A cruel look appeared in his eyes. At some point, a spear appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the spear in his hand shot out, striking toward the man who had just stumbled. Under the force of the fat man's powerful throw, the spear instantly pierced through the unlucky man's chest. The man's face was full of pain. His his eyes rolling back as bloodshot veins stood out clearly. A mouthful of blood also sprayed from his mouth, accompanied by a loud scream. Then he collapsed and died. Su-chun and Duan Yalan could not help but be shocked at the sight. Normally, when they killed, it was only in legitimate self-defense. But these people were different. They would kill someone over such a trivial matter. After killing that man, Captain Guo propped up his chin and looked at Su Chen's group with a disgusting expression. The fat man said to Su Chen's group that they were extremely short on people and told Su Chun to come over and replace the man who had just been killed. As for Duan Yalan in particular, he called her Little Bunny. Every day, he would give her a box of fresh meat, or she could take instant noodles in exchange for serving him. One had to know that this was the apocalypse, and industrial production had long since stopped. For her sake, he would be putting in a great deal of effort. After that, he grabbed the head of the girl beside him with one hand and pressed her into his body, revealing a lecherous expression at the same time. After all, he had long since grown tired of goods like the girl in his arms. Duan Yalan was different. In his eyes, she was nothing short of the finest beauty in the world. When the one-eyed thug heard the fat man say this, he immediately chimed in and turned back to shout at Su Chen's group. He said, "Our captain has graciously invited you people. I advise the two of you not to fail to appreciate his kindness. You'd better seize this opportunity." At the same time, one of the one-eyed man's underlings also began echoing him. This was great. After the captain got a new woman, the old one would be handed over to them to play with. This time, they were truly in for a treat. The hoodlums had not even had time to celebrate for long before Captain Guo's cold question startled them. "Wait, this smell. What did you people eat?" After hearing this, the entire group screamed inwardly. It was over. Just now, they had seen meat and completely forgotten that secretly eating meat behind the captain's back was a capital offense. The hoodlums hurriedly bowed low and kowtowed. "We're sorry, Captain, we're sorry. Captain, we won't dare do it again. Please give us another chance. From now on, no matter what food we find, big or small, we'll definitely bring it to you." After hearing this, Captain Guo revealed a speechless expression. It seemed he already knew what these hoodlums had just eaten, so he did not bother arguing with them over it. Only then did he loudly curse at them. "Damn you all, shut your mouths. Do I look like I came from nowhere? Did you people just eat shit? What the hell are you even talking about? Hurry up and get out of my sight." Hearing Captain Guo's words, Su Chun and Duan Yalan were somewhat puzzled. Could this fat man have seen through Duan Yalan's mental control? No, that was not right. It should not have had any effect on him at all. The one-eyed group also looked somewhat stunned. They were just about to explain what they had just eaten when the expressions of the whole group suddenly changed. Sweat poured down their faces like rain, and their eyes moved toward their own stomachs. At that moment, the whole group suddenly clutched their stomachs and cried out in pain. They even spat out mouthfuls of blood. It seemed eating the aquatic monster's corpse earlier had caused this. Then the whole group held their stomachs and called to one another to go find a toilet because they could not hold it in anymore. While rushing off to find a toilet, they kept asking one another why their stomachs hurt so badly. When Captain Guo saw how stupid his subordinates looked, he could not hide the angry expression on his face. The veins on his forehead bulged and throbbed nonstop. After a while, he could not help cursing his subordinates. "Damn it, why do I have such a bunch of idiotic underlings? One of these days, I'll kill all these parasites." At this moment, Su Chen looked at Captain Guo with some doubt. He observed the fat man and clearly could not sense any ability from him. And yet, from the fat man's body, Su Chen sensed a power far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, under the fat man's influence, those hoodlums had actually awakened from Duan Yalan's mental control. Su Chen wondered what kind of person Boss Liu was, but judging from this Captain Guo, there was an 80% chance he would not be someone easy to deal with. Killing these small fry now would cause trouble for Su Chen's plan, so it would be best to first find the location of those mutated rats before saying anything else. Seeing that Su Chen had not answered for a long time, the fat man reminded him, "Hey brat, what do you think of my offer?" Su Chen replied indifferently, not interested. Unexpectedly, despite being rejected by Su Chen, Captain Guo did not show the slightest anger. Not only that, he even laughed loudly and said that Su Chen could relax. There would come a day when they would have to come begging him. After that, he ordered Lu Tao to go to the spot where the man had just been impaled and bring the corpse back to his residence. When Captain Guo called Lu Tao by name, Lu Tao hurriedly agreed and ran off to do the job. Watching Captain Guo's group go farther away, Su Chen fell into thought. Seeing Su Chen like this, Duan Yalan revealed a dejected expression and apologized to him. Her mental power was not as strong as Captain Guo's, so her ability had been ineffective against him. Seeing that Duan Yalan was overthinking it, Su Chen comforted her this isn't your fault. These people didn't even die after eating the corpse of an aquatic monster, so we have to be very careful in everything we do now. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded from behind Su-chun. You've offended the Divine Guard. They won't let you off. Su-chun, you have to come with me immediately. The speaker was a young man around Su-chun's age. His clothes were not much different from the people Su-chun had encountered earlier. Looking at the young man in front of him, who seemed to be about his age and even appeared to recognize him, Su-chun could not help asking in confusion, "Do I know you? Why do you want to help us?" When the young man heard Su-chun's question, he was also a little stunned. He pointed at himself and said, "It's me, Meow Poo. I'm Tianyu's roommate. We met the last time you came to school." The scene shifted to a ruined building not far away, where Captain Guo wore a frightening expression. He said to Lu Tao, keep an eye on that woman. Don't let them run away." When Lu Tao heard this, his expression became somewhat startled. He stammered and asked, "Captain, are you trying to?" At that moment, Captain Guo's expression changed. He revealed a sinister look and licked his lips. The image of Duan Yalan in that sexy little bunny outfit appeared in his mind. In the apocalypse, it was not easy to come across many fine women like that. Meanwhile, at the University of Science and Technology, in a certain ruined apartment building, this apartment building was much taller than the neighboring apartment blocks that had already been flooded. The apartment buildings were connected to one another by patched-together little bridges. Inside the apartment, someone was receiving a drip accompanied by a voice. Although you people don't have many medicines in reserve, fortunately, it's enough. Your lives aren't in danger for the time being. It turned out the voice belonged to Duan Yalan. She was currently taking care of the two brothers who had been injected with stimulants and then knocked unconscious by Su-chun. Although they were still in comas and uncomfortable expressions still appeared on their faces, their condition seemed much better. Their younger sister was beside them, and when she saw this, she thanked Duan Yalan. "Thank you, bunny sister. You're amazing." At this moment, Su-chan was talking with his friend Meow Poo and asked, "So all the students are here now, right?" Meow Poo looked at Su-chan and answered, "That's right. Men or women, as long as they're still alive, they'll take shelter here. Also, Brother Tian Yu often helps everyone here, so this place can also be considered territory belonging to our outer division." Su-chan asked Meow Poo doubtfully, "What's the outer division?" Without waiting for Meow Poo to answer, a figure appeared behind Su-chan. That person answered in Meow Poo's place. "That's right. Our outer division is very strong. Even if we encounter the Rat Clan, we'll kill every last one of them. Classmate, are you interested in joining us?" After Meow Poo looked toward the person who had just spoken, he called out loudly, "Brother Tian Yu." It turned out the young man who had just arrived was Tian Yu, the very person Su-chun had wanted to find. The clothes Tian Yu wore were rather tattered, but he had patched on many strange and unique accessories. So overall, he looked rather cool. This was especially true of the swimming goggles and the hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. Meow Poo pulled Su-chun toward Tian Yu and showed him off. "Brother Tian Yu, look who I brought back." After taking off his swimming goggles and looking carefully, Tian Yu recognized that the stranger in front of him was none other than his best buddy, Su-chun. He loudly cursed, then called Su-chun by an affectionate nickname. "Little Su, you're really something. Damn it, I thought you were dead. I never expected you to still be alive. This is great, brother." After that, the two embraced each other like lovers who had been separated for a long time. Su-chun also responded warmly and slowly said, "Brother Tian, long time no see." Tian Yu said excitedly, "Come on. It wasn't easy for us brothers to get the chance to meet again, so we absolutely have to have a drink. I just got back from searching outside, so I can have some fun with you for a few days." Suddenly, Tian Yu's gaze shifted to the side, and he showed a somewhat stunned expression. After looking carefully, he recognized the girl before him. You. I've seen you before. You're the legendary campus belle, the ice-cold goddess Duan Yalan." Duan Yalan, recognized by an underclassman while wearing a little bunny cosplay outfit, was extremely embarrassed. She said shyly, "Those things are all in the past. Everything is different now." Seeing the goddess, Tian Yu was extremely excited. He loudly asked Meow Poo, "Little Meow, why has the legendary goddess appeared in our place? And why is she wearing bunny ears like that?" Meow Poo, standing beside Tian Yu, had his ears nearly deafened by his shouting, so he used 2 fingers to block his ears. Only then did he slowly ask Tian Yu, "Brother, is she Senior Duan Yalan from the medical school?" At that moment, Duan Yalan shyly walked to Su-chun's side and said in a low voice, "Su-chun, I want to change clothes. Wearing this outfit in front of the juniors is making me so embarrassed. Besides, look at them." Su-chun wrapped an arm around Duan Yalan's waist. After listening to her, he felt that it made sense, so he said to her, "You really should go change. Who could stand seeing you in a sexy little bunny cosplay outfit like this?" At that moment, when Meow, Pooh, and Tianyu saw this scene, they were utterly indignant. Both of them had nosebleeds without even realizing it. Meow Pooh was the first to question him jealously. Why is he hugging the goddess? When Tianyu heard this, he also nodded in agreement with Meow Pooh. On top of that, he blurted out jealously, "How hateful." Seeing that Duan Yalan wanted to change clothes, Tianyu introduced a place for her to change. "Sorry, our place is a bit messy. You can all sit wherever you like. Duan Yalan can use this room to change." After hearing this, Duan Yalan thanked Tianyu, then went inside to change. Seeing that Tianyu had his own private room, Su Chan teased him, "Tianyu, you're doing pretty well for yourself. You even have a private room all to yourself. How luxurious." Meow Pooh, standing beside Su-chan, explained, "I'm envious too, but he got it all by exchanging contribution points." At this moment, Tianyu turned to Su-chan and asked in confusion, "But why didn't you bring any bags? Where are you getting clothes from then?" Su-chan did not answer Tianyu's question, but instead asked him, "Brother Tian, are the missions you usually take very dangerous?" Tianyu pulled back the swimming goggles that were about to slip down and answered Su-chan, "What danger? Our luck is very good. We're always clean all over. Look at me. Do I look like someone living through the apocalypse? Since you're here, don't leave. Join this team. I can protect the two of you. And besides, Duan Yalan is an outstanding doctor. She doesn't even need to go out looking for food. She only has to be responsible for taking care of the wounded. But there is something I need to remind you about first." Hearing the somewhat serious tone in Tianyu's voice, Su-chan asked, "What is it?" Tianyu continued, "From now on, stop causing trouble for me, and don't let the goddess run around outside in bunny cosplay anymore. What are you trying to do? This is the apocalypse." Seeing that his buddy cared so much, Su-chan did not want to explain too much and said, "Let it go, Brother Tian. Don't worry, I'll protect her well." As soon as Su-chan finished speaking, Brother Tian knocked him on the head. "Just because you say you can, you can? Have you forgotten who was bullied back in high school and I didn't dare fight back? You even stopped me from fighting those people for you." After being knocked on the head by Brother Tian, Su-chan was somewhat speechless, especially after such an embarrassing old story from long ago was dug up. At this point, Brother Tian continued reminding Su-chan to be careful. That captain of the guards is no good person. The girls he sets his eyes on usually don't come to any good end, and Duan Yalan is an unmatched beauty, so he won't let her go easily. At that moment, while Duan Yalan was in the room, changing clothes, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The black shadow's blood-red eyes were fixed intently on her. The person suddenly pressed a knife close against Duan Yalan's neck, then threatened her to stand still and not make any moves. Caught in the sudden attack, Duan Yalan was somewhat panicked. She asked tentatively, "Who are you? What do you want?" The woman leaned close to Duan Yalan's ear and whispered, "Captain Gua told me to take you somewhere to rest." So this chicken-haired woman was one of that Captain Gua's people. She brought her face close to Duan Yalan and said, "You're a woman, so of course you can't sleep in the same place as a bunch of men." Duan Yalan replied, "I'm fine here. I don't need your concern." The chicken-haired woman slowly reached her hand down toward Duan Yalan's lower abdomen. From the look of it, she seemed to want to tease Duan Yalan. Seeing Duan Yalan refuse so bluntly, she said, "That won't do. The captain specifically invited you over." Duan Yalan felt that getting entangled with this lunatic for too long would be bad, so she used her mental ability to bewitch her and said at the same time, "I already said I don't need it. I'm perfectly fine here." The chicken-haired woman was instantly controlled. She could not speak, and her eyes seemed to lose all sense of self. Her body was controlled, her entire person stiff and motionless. Seeing that the other party had fallen for it, Duan Yalan said to her, "Can you let go now?" The chicken-haired woman immediately obeyed and hurriedly stepped back, allowing Duan Yalan to escape her control. Looking at the woman who had just attacked her, Duan Yalan's expression was a little weary. Although it was very difficult to forcibly control someone with mental power, dealing with this chicken-haired woman for a short time was still possible. She would leave the rest to Su-chan. After saying this, Duan Yalan headed for the door when something unexpected suddenly happened. That chicken-haired woman actually stabbed her own hand with a knife. She wanted to use the pain to stimulate her nerves and break free from Duan Yalan's control. Duan Yalan had not yet opened the door door when she sensed something wrong and turned back in surprise. She actually stabbed her own hand with a knife, using the pain to force herself awake. After breaking free from Duan Yalin's control, the woman ignored the pain and rushed forward with the knife. Holding the knife in one hand, she pinned Duan Yalin against the door with the other, then used her leg to restrain Duan Yalin's movements. Furious, she stared into Duan Yalin's eyes with a gaze full of killing intent and said through gritted teeth, "I almost fell into your trap. You little brat, you really are something." Outside, the others had also realized that something was wrong inside. Voices rang out loudly, asking, "Duan Yalin, what happened in there? Why is there such a big commotion just from changing clothes? Senior, say something." Although that woman had covered Duan Yalin's mouth with her hand, urgent voices continued to sound from outside. No one is answering. Did something happen? Duan Yalin, I'm coming in. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chun smashed the room door open in an instant. When the woman saw someone break through the door and enter, she immediately threatened, looking to die. Without waiting for Su Chun to make a move, she charged at Su Chun like a bloodthirsty beast. Seeing that Su Chun was in danger, Tian Yu rushed in front of him and shouted to stop her. Suchen Bekarefu. But after the woman heard the name Su Chun and clearly saw his face at that moment, in an instant, her pupils contracted and sweat began pouring down her face. Su Chen's expression was cold, his gaze sharp. Looking carefully at that face, she felt as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Her heart screamed, "It's him." Then waves of memories resurfaced in her mind. Back then, at the University of Science and Technology, this Su Chun had been a demon. Scene after scene of Su Chun slaughtering that madwoman's companions appeared again like a slow-motion film, replaying the horrifying memories she never wanted to recall again in her entire life. Although she had killed many people before, her instincts told her that if she faced Su Chun, what awaited her would be the cruelest death. The thoughts in her mind erupted rapidly. What she needed to do now was, under everyone's astonished gaze, after running up to Su Chun, she dropped to her knees on the ground. Duan Yalin, in particular, was stunned. Just moments ago, this madwoman had been so fierce. Yet now, what exactly was she seeing? The woman spoke with utter sincerity. "Master, please punish me." She raised her head, her eyes like those of a woman brimming with lust, looking at Su Chun pleadingly. The most surprised and startled person at this moment was Tian Yu. He muttered the words she had spoken. "Master, what the hell is going on?" Su Chen's entire body was now giving off an aura of death. His gaze was icy, his expression cold. He slowly asked her, "Who is your master?" "Master, do you still feel that my sincerity is not enough?" The woman looked at Su Chun with an alluring gaze. But how could Su Chun possibly feel any pity for someone like this? She took off all her clothes and spread herself towards Su Chun. How about this, then? Without the slightest shame, she put on a scorching, seductive live show, revealing her whole body to Su Chun and everyone present. Su Chen's two friends were dumbfounded at the sight. They were still virgins. When had they ever seen anything this crazy? Tian Yu could not stay calm and asked himself, she really stripped completely? No way. Su Chun, your taste is seriously heavy. Just as Tian Yu finished speaking, the woman's eyes suddenly changed. A smoke bomb, taken from who knew where, was thrown by her into the middle of the area where she was standing, intending to use it to block Su Chen's vision and escape. Seeing this, Tian Yu immediately realized that she had only been pretending just now. After distracting them, she used a smoke bomb to flee. "Oh no, it's a smoke bomb. She's trying to escape." Tian Yu shouted loudly to avoid Su Chen. She used her memory of the terrain here and ran madly in another direction, hoping to get away. But just as she had taken only a few steps, a hand grabbed her by the jaw. She was seized without any warning at all. Terrified, she cried out, "What is this?" The person who had caught her was none other than Su Chen. At that moment, she was like a chicken being casually held in Su Chen's one hand. Su Chen looked at her with cold eyes and said in a low voice, "Did you really think you could run away that easily?" Seeing Su Chen, she could not help trembling. Remembering the scene of Su Chen single-handedly slaughtering her entire group, her eyes widened and she screamed and begged, "Su Chen, wait. You can't kill me. Do you remember the little girl you saved? That child and her two older brothers have been taken to the Beast Arena over there. If you kill me then." This woman was so frightened she had lost her mind. Was Su Chen the kind of person who could be threatened by a few words like that? Su Chen looked at her with disdain and said, "So what? Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen threw her down from the top floor of the building. Although there was water below, she would still need quite a bit of luck to have any chance of surviving. After hearing her threaten Su Chen, Tianyu asked Meow Poo in confusion. Who was the little girl she was talking about? Meow Poo told Tianyu that it was Xiao Mai and her two older brothers. The Divine Guard must have taken them away while we were gone. Brother Tian, what should we do now? If we don't save them, they'll be bitten to death by those old rats. Hearing Meow Poo mention old rats, Su-chan could not help asking, what do you mean, old rats? Wasn't Su-chen's purpose in coming here this time to find the mutated rat? Without waiting for Tianyu and the others to react, Su-chan led the group to search for the beast arena that Madwoman had mentioned. Seeing how calm Su-chan was, as if nothing had happened, Tianyu hurriedly asked, Su-chan, you really are calm. You're not agitated at all. At this moment, in a nearby factory building, Captain Guo's people and Xiao Mai's brothers were all there. Captain Guo looked at Xiao Mai and passed judgment on her two older brothers. He said, your two brothers failed to complete their mission. That is a capital crime. However, if you are willing to enter the beast arena, I can consider giving them another chance. At this moment, the fat man revealed an utterly disgusting face, not even sparing a child. Xiao Mai's eldest brother and second brother were both tied up and hanging from a crossbeam. Her second brother could not bear Captain Guo's actions and hurriedly warned his little sister, Xiao Mai, go. Don't believe anything he says. Captain Guo looked at Xiao Mai's two older brothers and said with a smile, it's too late to leave now. Hearing the condition Captain Guo had offered, little Xiao Mai asked with a bit of trust and hope, I won't leave. Will you really let my two brothers go? Captain Guo laughed and said, of course, as long as you can survive. He pointed a finger behind Xiao Mai, where the gate of the cage was being raised. From inside came a mutated rat, its body even larger than the little girl. 3 incisors protruded from its mouth, its eyes were blood red, and it stared fixedly at Xiao Mai as if it wanted to devour her alive. At this moment, Xiao Mai seemed to sense the danger as well. Her face went pale, and her whole body shrank back in fear as she turned her head to look. The instant she turned around, she saw the rat's huge mouth biting toward her. The rat bit into the little girl's arm, causing her to scream miserably in pain. Weak Xiao Mai had no strength to resist at all and was dragged away by the rat. In the little girl's mind, happy images suddenly appeared of the days she had spent living with her two brothers. Her eldest brother held a bag of mushrooms and happily showed them off in front of his little sister Xiao Mai. Quick, look, I just found a lot of mushrooms. Xiao Mai looked at the mushrooms in her eldest brother's hand and asked suspiciously, Brother, these mushrooms aren't poisonous, are they? Her second brother, standing to the side, looked unhappily at the eldest brother and said, How can you let Xiao Mai eat something this unsafe? Then, without waiting for either of them to react, her second brother snatched the bag of mushrooms and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing ravenously. Not only that, he even used the excuse that he would try them first, and if he did not die, then Xiao Mai could eat them. Seeing his actions, the other two siblings were terrified. Big brother, have you gone crazy? After eating them, the second brother began foaming at the mouth and said in a daze, There are so many red umbrellas in the sky. Seeing this scene, the two siblings became even more frightened. They really are poisonous. Hurry and spit them out. Next came the image of her two brothers leaving home to do missions, earning contribution points to exchange for food. Xiao Mai, once we finish the mission, we'll have more contribution points. In the future, we won't let you go hungry anymore. Remember to be good. Don't run around. Wait for us to bring back something tasty. Returning to the present situation, when the two brothers saw their small, delicate little sister being attacked by such a huge rat, their faces were filled with fear. Even though both of them were tied up, they were still extremely worried about their youngest sister. Xiao Mai, hurry and run. Don't worry about us anymore. You have to live well. Captain Guo found Xiao Mai's two brothers talking so much extremely irritating. He said to his subordinates, so noisy, Shut those two up for me. Immediately afterward, the two wooden boards under the brothers' feet were kicked away. The two of them now had nothing to stand on. Worse still, ropes were tightened around their necks, and they were suspended in the air, unable to speak anymore. If they were not rescued in time, they could die. Seeing this, Xiao Mai no longer cared that she had been bitten by the rat and cried out loudly, Big brother, second brother. Realizing that the only way she could save her two brothers was to defeat this mutated rat, the little girl gritted her teeth and endured the pain, then raised the wooden stick in her hand. She stabbed it straight into the mutated rat's blood-red eye. After being stabbed in the eye, the rat let out squeaking cries, as if in terrible pain. At that moment, it no longer cared about Xiao Mai and let her go. Xiao Mai escaped the rat's attack and quickly ran toward her two brothers, who were about to suffocate. Big brother, second brother, I'm here to save you. Hold on. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. Now, the only family she had left was her two brothers. She could not let them leave her. But at that moment, the rat that had been stabbed in the eye by the little girl recovered. It charged madly toward her, with speed far surpassing Xiao Mai's. The rat easily caught up to her and stomped on her back. Xiao Mai, who had been running, was suddenly knocked down by the rat and fell forward with her whole body. Seeing this, Fakwa laughed so hard he could not close his mouth. That little brat thinks she can save people? What a delusion. Trash like you people really don't deserve to live. At this moment, Xiao Mai looked utterly miserable, tears and snot streaming non-stop down her pitiful face. She kept calling from her mouth, "Big brother, second brother." The rat had now caught Xiao Mai. Looking at her two brothers being tortured to the brink of death, the little girl could only cry out helplessly, "Why is it like this? We only wanted to live. Why? Save me. Someone, please save us." Just as Xiao Mai thought that the three siblings were about to lose their lives here, Su Chun suddenly appeared. He casually swung out one hand in a light slap, but that slap sent the rat's head flying and killed it instantly. Blood from the rat's neck sprayed continuously. All around, Xiao Mai had been in a desperate situation, and when she saw the scene before her, she could not help widening her eyes and opening her mouth in shock for a moment. Tian Yu and the others were also startled by the sight, thinking that this kid was way too impulsive. They had just been praising him for being calm, but now his attitude had changed. Captain Guo was also somewhat stunned by this scene. A moment ago, he had been laughing so hard he could not close his mouth. Now he was silent, cold sweat unconsciously running down his face. Looking at the rat that had just been slapped to death, Su Chun was somewhat disappointed. Is that all the strength it had? Looks like this old rat was just a bit bigger. Although he said that, Su Chun was quite disappointed that this rat did not have any crystal core. Moreover, this one felt different from ordinary mutated creatures. Captain Guo forced out a sinister smile and looked at Su Chun, laughing as he said, "Bastard, if you want to die that badly." Just as he said this, the sound of another cage gate opening rang out again. Inside, another group of mutated rats had been kept. Every one of them was much larger than the one from before, their blood-red eyes displaying their thirst for blood. Although Su Chun had already sensed these rats, he still could not be bothered to care, his expression remaining as calm as ever. Captain Guo continued with great confidence, "Then I'll grant your wish." Xiao Mai's two brothers had now been rescued by Su Chin's group and his friends. Tian Yu and Miao Pu were supporting the two of them as they moved away. Tian Yu also reminded them, "Rest first. Whatever you want to do can wait." The eldest brother looked happily toward his little sister and said, "Xiao Mai." Xiao Mai also looked at her two biological brothers with concern. "Big brother, second brother, are you all right?" The two brothers looked at their little sister with tender expressions. The second brother opened his mouth and said, "It's all thanks to you, Xiao Mai. You're the one who saved us." Xiao Mai tiredly hugged Duan Yalan tightly and looked at her two brothers as she retorted, "It was brother Su Chun who saved everyone, not me." Although Xiao Mai was still young, she was very sensible. She knew clearly who had saved the three siblings. Therefore, when she heard her brother say that, she immediately refuted him. At this moment, a soaking wet foot stepped across the floor, leaving behind droplets of water that continuously dripped down from the person's body. Those wet footsteps belonged to none other than the woman Su Chun had thrown into the water. It seemed that apart from being drenched from head to toe, she had not suffered any injuries. Beside her now was a young man. He wore glasses and looked very much like an intellectual. The man was holding a glass of wine in his hand, looking towards Su Chin's group. Seeing that the woman had arrived, he paid her no mind and then said to her, "Is the man down there the special research material you mentioned?" The woman looked at the man before her and slowly replied, "Yes, boss. If we can make use of his genes, we will definitely be able to solve the problem of genetic instability in the..." Again, when he heard her say that Su Chun was that formidable, he was somewhat surprised. Is that so? These rats were made with the latest technology, so they're much larger and more aggressive than the previous ones. But if he dies here, he won't be worthy of being my special experimental subject. As soon as the man finished speaking, those huge mutated rats were instantly beaten to death by Su Chun. Su Chun struck so quickly that only slash marks were left on the rats' bodies. No one knew when Su Chun had taken a dagger out of his interdimensional space. Xiao Mai's two brothers, along with Tian Yu and the others, were stunned by the sight. In the blink of an eye, he had slaughtered all the mutated rats. Was this still the Su Chun that Tian Yu knew? Captain Guo was also somewhat afraid when he saw this, but he was not as shocked as Tian Yu and the others. Dam Brat. Before Captain Guo made a move, he started cursing. As for Su Chun, his expression was indifferent. The only thing he cared about was whether these mutated rats would drop crystal cores after he killed them. Unfortunately, even after all the rats were dead, there still was not a single crystal core. Ahem. At this moment, a voice came from the loudspeaker below. Attention, this man is the experimental material I need. Old Tian Yu, the two of you bring him to me. When the fat man heard the bespectacled man's order, he was delighted. Haha, the boss has spoken. You're finished now. Unlike Fat Gua, Tian Yu could not help cursing. Damn it, go. The bespectacled man issued another order. Capture Su Chun, dead or alive. It seemed that what he needed was an experimental subject, not necessarily a living person. After hearing these words, Su Chun did not show any anger at all. His expression remained calm and composed. Miaopu was extremely worried at this moment. He looked toward Duan Yalan and urged her, Senior, hurry and run. This situation is really bad. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Ignoring Miaopu's advice, Duan Yalan insisted on staying. She said to Miaopu, I won't leave. As long as Su Chun is still here, I'm not going anywhere. It could be seen that Duan Yalan now trusted Su Chun completely and regarded him as the only man in her life. The fat man looked excited. He turned to Tian Yu and shouted teasingly, Brother Tian, I heard you two are brothers, right? But our future existence all depends on the boss. So what are you going to choose? Ah, Brother Tian, what exactly is going on? Su Chun looked at Tian Yu and asked in confusion. Because Fat Gua's words had no context, Su Chun did not understand Tian Yu's current situation. Only then did Tian Yu explain to Su Chun, the man upstairs is Lu Xiaoyan. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he developed a drug that could make people stronger. Because of that, he easily seized power and took control of the entire school. But this drug consumes a great deal of vitality in exchange for strength. Once we can't get the drug, we become weaker than anyone else. After hearing Tian Yu explain the whole story, Su Chun understood where the key problem lay. Su Chun looked at Tian Yu and said, If I say I have a way, will you come with me? Tian Yu's expression turned somewhat sad as he said, I'm sorry, Su Chun. I'm afraid I don't have any other choice. Hearing this, Captain Gua immediately opened his mouth and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect to see brothers killing each other again today. How interesting. There isn't much time left. The boss is still waiting. After saying that, Fat Gua grabbed 2 meteor hammers and charged towards Su Chun. The force surging from Captain Gua's body formed a gust of wind that blasted towards Su Chun. Su Chun's hair was blown backward, as if a gale had struck his face. But at that very moment, Tian Yu's voice suddenly rang out. He said, Today I don't want to make any choice. As he said this, Tian Yu had already moved. He used his extremely fast speed to kick Fat Gua in the face. Caught off guard by Tian Yu's sneak attack, the fat man was kicked far away and slid across the ground. Seeing Tian Yu looking coldly at him, Fat Gua, who had just been ambushed, had not yet reacted and could only say, Tian Yu. But after a few seconds, he realized that Tian Yu had betrayed them. At this moment, Fat Gua became furious and cursed Tian Yu loudly. You actually dare betray the boss? Tian Yu looked at Fat Gua with contempt and said, What damn boss? He just wants to control me with drugs. I only have one life. At worst, I'll die. But whoever dares touch my brother, I'll fight him with everything I've got. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. In his heart, he said to himself, Brother Tian, sure enough, you're still exactly the same as before. After saying this, Tian Yu shot toward Fat Gua. Seeing Tian Yu charge at him, Fat Gua was not afraid in the slightest. Just now, Tian Yu had only managed to hit him because it was a sneak attack. Now that he was prepared, how could he possibly give Tian Yu another chance to strike him like before? You're really asking to die. Today, I'll smash all of you to pieces. Fat Gua roared angrily. With just you? Dream on. Tian Yu leapt forward, clenched both fists, and poured the strength of his entire body into them. In an instant, Tian Yu unleashed dozens of punches on Fat Gua's body. But Fat Gua's defense was ridiculously tough. Tian Yu's powerful punches landed on him as if stones had sunk into the sea. Even while being beaten, Fat Gua still looked arrogant. Haha, the boss knew you would betray him, so he only gave you a vial of level 1 drug. What I'm using is a level 2 drug. When Tian Yu heard the words level 2 drug, his expression changed. It seemed he knew the gap between the two kinds of drugs was enormous. Before attacking, Fat Gua used words to shake Tian Yu's resolve. He smugly boasted to Tian Yu that his fat was his strongest layer of defense, and no one could injure him. Even while Fat Guo was running his mouth, he did not forget to swing his hammers at Tianyu, not slowing down in the slightest. Only then did Tianyu react. Fat Guo had just been using psychological warfare to distract him for a moment during the fight. Although Tianyu blocked the two hammers in time, the force transmitted by the attack was truly too powerful, exceeding what Tianyu could endure. Tianyu could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Tianyu being beaten so easily, Fat Guo was delighted. But immediately after, Fat Guo's expression changed. The way he looked at Tianyu was as if he were looking at a dead man. At that moment, he pronounced Tianyu's fate. Godi. After saying that, Fat Guo pressed a button on the handle of the hammer. A current of electricity crackled and flashed beside Tianyu's ear. Tianyu's expression changed. He had also realized that the meteor hammer contained electricity, but now it was impossible for him to break free. Just when Tianyu did not know what to do, Su Chun arrived beside him. He jumped onto Fat Guo's meteor hammer, ignoring the electric arcs constantly shooting from it. Under Su Chin's powerful stomp, Fat Guo lost his grip on the meteor hammer. The handle of the meteor hammer also followed. The force of inertia. At the very moment Su Chan made this move, he also mocked Fat Guo with the words he had just said to Tianyu. I heard no one can injure you. When Tianyu saw this scene, his eyes widened in shock. Even Duan Yalan, who had spent so much time with Su Chun, reacted the same way. As for the young man Miao Pu, there was no need to mention him. Naturally, his reaction was even more intense. Lu Xiaoyun had been watching the battle from upstairs the entire time. It seemed he had misjudged Su Chen's combat strength. His expression did not change as drastically as those in the arena below, but the worry in his eyes and his furrowed brows were enough to reveal his current unease. At this time, old Gua, suffering after taking the full force of two electric hammers, was dazed and confused. After a while, he finally returned to dust. Standing above, Lu Xiaoyun could not help sighing at the situation just now. This is rather interesting. I'm even more interested in you now. To find a way to evolve humans into perfect beings, I have devoted all my resources and talent here. And only then did the experiment achieve a major breakthrough. Moreover, you just displayed your own strength, proving that you have value. He spoke loudly through the loudspeaker. Now I'll give you a chance to participate in the experiment. You will evolve into the first perfect human in this world. Hearing his invitation, Su Chin replied, Isn't this so-called perfect human of yours just a rat? He acted dangerous, like so many bespectacled young men. Oh, you actually guessed the main direction of my research? That's right. The genes of rats are indeed closest to those of humans. He gave a sinister smile, full of interest. I will use rat genes to create a rat army, and then I will conquer the world. For us, the apocalypse will be paradise. What do you think? Doesn't that excite you too? Su Chan looked as if none of this nonsense was getting through to him. He said, That's right. What I feel is complete disgust. Seeing that Su Chan was refusing him, Lu Xiaoyun let out a surprise. Oh, beside him, the chicken-haired woman was already holding her weapon and taking aim. Lu Xiaoyun said, Looks like you still don't understand how great evolution is. In that case, I'll let you broaden your horizons a little. Then a shot was fired. Su Chun dodged the bullet with a needle tip. With one look, he knew this thing was nothing good. But in truth, the bullet was meant for that pig-like Olgua, who now returned from the dead. Boss Gua immediately mutated into something extremely disgusting. His face gradually swallowed the two spiked hammers, and his limbs no longer looked human. Witnessing this chilling scene, everyone's expression turned horrified. Tianyu said, His body is mutating. Duan Yalan said, What exactly are these people researching? It looks utterly disgusting. The boss said, This fat pig, surnamed Gua, was a sumo wrestler, and he has a great deal of fat, so he has strong combat resistance. In addition, the level 3 drug just injected has strengthening and regenerative effects, so you absolutely cannot be his match. At this moment, Gua had turned into a mutant pile of fat. Many more eyes appeared on both of his arms, and his teeth began to become jagged and sharp. The boss said arrogantly, Now do you know how great the power of evolution is? Right now, you're trapped with a level 3 evolved being. If you know what's good for you, come work for me. Hearing that irritating tone, Su Chan raised his middle finger in greeting and said, Great my ass. You're just turning people into monsters. What's there to be so smug about? Seeing that Su Chan wanted to insult him, Lu Xiaoyun's face darkened, and he ordered, You stupid pig pile of fat, kill him for me. After that, extract the genes from his body. Hearing his master's order, Mutant Gua opened his mouth and roared, ready to fight Su-chan to the bitter end. Like a spinning ball, he curled himself up and rushed forward to attack. Seeing this astonishing speed, everyone grew worried for Su-chan. Duan Yenin skotet, Su-chan bekaraful. Su-chan's expression remained extremely calm. He used both hands to clash head-on with that electrified pig pile of fat. Su-chan said, "Stop right there." He stopped him and said, "You still think that putting 2 batteries into a weapon means you can electrocute someone to death?" With his bare hands, he crushed the spiked hammer, took out the power source, and said loudly, "Then you can have a taste of being electrocuted too." He immediately stuffed the thing into Gua's mouth. Gua thought Su-chan was feeding him and bit down hard. A boom rang out. After giving him a harsh lesson, Su-chan turned around in an incredibly cool manner. With worried expressions, Tian Yu and Duan Yalan asked, "Was he eliminated?" Lu Xiaoyun thought, "He actually used an exploding battery to create damage? But I already said that this level 3 drug has extremely powerful regeneration." At this moment, Gua's face quickly healed. Instead of the previous form that still resembled a human somewhat, he had now become a monstrous pig. Seeing that he had evolved into something even more terrifying, Lu Xian laughed gleefully and said, "You must be feeling powerless before the strength of evolution, right?" Su-chan flew forward and said, "Not bad." He then threw a testing punch at the other party. Feeling that it was not enough, he unleashed a barrage of punches like a martial artist, emphasizing rapid strikes. He thought, "These days, very few people know about abilities, so I still don't want everyone to know how I use mine." On one side, Su-chan made the battle so chaotic that no one could see anything. Duan Yalan said worriedly, "The dust is everywhere, blocking our vision." Lu Xiaoyun wondered, what exactly is he planning to do? Su-chan thought, as long as this guy keeps regenerating, Lu Xiaoyun's research will still exist. He smiled wickedly. However, his interdimensional space had collected far more than just supplies. He had prepared many other things as well. He immediately brought out a large pile of stones, rusted iron, and steel from construction sites, and used them to crush Gua into a mushy mess. This was Su-chan's secret weapon. As for Gua, he stood there and tried to catch it all, thinking it was food as he opened his mouth to receive everything. Outside, they heard the huge noises coming from the battle, but they could not see anything. Tian Yu and Duan Yalan were startled and asked worriedly, "What is that sound?" Lu Xian broke out in a cold sweat and said, "What kind of damn trick is he pulling now?" At this moment, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing a pile of wreckage and a figure. Tian Yu, Duan Yalan, and Miao Pu stared wide-eyed in shock. Is that a small mountain made of all kinds of cement and steel materials? Has the enemy been completely buried underneath? Su-chan was now sitting high above, like an invincible king. Seeing that the results of his efforts had now been mercilessly buried, Lu Xian no longer acted clever or dangerous. Instead, he had a panicked expression as he shouted, "I don't care who you are, and I don't care how you drag that pile of junk here. But since you dared slap my face like that, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Look around you. You bastards are all about to die." They saw a crowd of mutated monsters around them, eyeing them hungrily. Su-chan cracked his joints and replied with a dangerous air, "That's fine. I had no intention of letting this go either." Duan Yalan said, "This is bad. There are too many of them. We're surrounded." Not only were there rats, even the people who had been taken to the laboratory had now become experimental subjects. Every one of them growled and roared, transforming into rat men. Su-chan's expression did not change. He said, "My target is Lu Xiaoyun upstairs. If we don't deal with him, the situation here will never end. To defeat the enemy, we have to capture the king first. So I'll leave this place to you." After hearing this, everyone looked extremely stunned. If it were an ordinary person like Miao Pu, that would be one thing, but even Duan Yalan, who had an ability, was a little shocked. She recalled what Su-chan had said before. If she could not prove her own value, then she would not be qualified to stay by his side. She replied, "All right, don't worry. I'll help everyone hold him off here." As Su-chan left, he said, "If you can't hold out, just shout loudly." Seeing that he had already left, Duan Yalan said with determination, "Did everyone hear that clearly?" She immediately used her ability. A glow radiated from her, making her look extremely impressive as she said, "We're going to control these guys. There are too many of them. I don't have enough time to control this many, but I have to do it." She signaled, "All of you just focus on killing them. Leave the control to me." Upstairs, Lu Xiaoyun said arrogantly, They're just a few insignificant traitors. I'll turn you all into food for those mutated rat men." Suddenly, a man shouted, "Report! Su-chan has wiped out all the security personnel. He's almost about to break into Miss Yun's room." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyun's face filled with alarm. What? He actually dares to barge into that area? Immediately inject the apocalypse gene into reagent number 5. He took off his shirt so the staff could do something to him. The man replied, "But the gene synthesis still isn't stable, and the risk is far too high." Lu Xiaoyun answered coldly, "Just do as I say. I have to personally deal with that Su-chan." The scene shifts back to Su-chan. He is walking into a place filled with experimental tanks. They are all filled with mutated creatures, but his attention is immediately drawn to one tank. Inside is a young girl, completely naked except for some bandages wrapped around her. Su-cheng wonders, Jun, why are you here? I never expected that after saying goodbye before the apocalypse at the bar, we'd meet again here like this. But first, I should save her before anything else. He throws a punch, smashing through the tank, then carries Yun out. Yun wakes up in a daze and asks, "Are you Su-chen?" He replies, "It's me. Don't worry. I'll save you and get you out." Yun's face turns red as she says, I am hungry." Seeing her whole body limp and without the slightest strength, he asks in surprise, "You're hungry?" At this moment, a shout comes from outside the room. "Let her go now." As soon as Su-chan turns around, 3 arrows filled with ability power shoot toward him, but he reacts in time and blocks them. Lu Xiaoyun points at him and says, "Take your damn filthy hands off her. She is the woman I chose." Su-chan breaks the arrow and thinks, an ice-type ability? So this guy possesses it. He holds Yun even tighter and continues, "The woman you chose? Do you think you're picking goods at a supermarket? Since when are women things to be chosen by people like you?" Lu Xiaoyun says, "After the apocalypse, ordinary people are nothing more than flies and mosquitoes. Besides, I hold the power of evolution in my hands. In the future, I will become the ruler of the world. Being able to become my woman is her honor." Su-chan says, "Sure enough, you're as crazy as the rumors say." Only now does Yun notice that her body is covered by nothing but a few strips of bandage. She's a little stunned and hurriedly covers herself. Then she jumps up, clings tightly to him, and pleads, Don't leave. Don't abandon me again. I'm so scared." Pressed against her, Su-chan replies in a daze, All right. I won't go anywhere." Seeing Yun hugging Su-chan, Lu Xiaoyun grits his teeth in bitter rage and shouts, "Let go of her right now. I already said she's my woman. Are you deaf?" He immediately charges forward to attack. Su-chan, who was enjoying the hug, is interrupted, so he kicks an iron cabinet toward him and says, "So annoying." Lu Xiaoyun sends the iron cabinet flying with one hand, but the scene awaiting him is even more infuriating than before, leaving him shocked. Su-chan and Yun are embracing each other intimately, kissing passionately. Maybe because the girl was hungry, he is just feeding her a temporary tongue porridge. At this moment, the two finally separate. Yun says shyly, "Who told you to leave me last time? This is what you owe me." After saying that, she hugs him tightly, then faints. Su-chan can only call out, Hey, Yun, wake up." After being force-fed that public display of affection, Lu Xiaoyun's face twists as he growls like he is about to lose control. You actually dare do that? If that's how it is, then you can both die together." At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun tenses his whole body and roars. His shirt explodes into pieces. His body begins to change, especially his human mouth, which turns into a rat snout. His body shrivels until only his skinny, bony chest remains, just like some long-time addict. His hands also grow claws like Wolverine, except he is a rat man. After reaching his complete form, Rat Xian says, "Now I'll show you what the power of a god is." Su-chan is not afraid of sewer rats at all. He releases an astonishing, domineering aura and replies, "If you've got the guts, then come at me." Su-chan carries Yun to a corner away from the fight and says, "You rest here for now and wait for me a little. Eat this chocolate bar to hold off your hunger." Yun answers weakly, At this moment, while they are still hand in hand, Su-chan's eyes show surprise as Lu Xiaoyun rushes toward him with astonishing speed to attack. He shouts, "At a time like this, you're still distracted by a woman? You really are courting death. I'll grant your wish." Su-chan does not even bother letting the brat bark another word. With one slap, he smashes his body apart. Looking at the somewhat strange drops of blood, Su-chan is surprised and puzzled, not knowing what this phenomenon is. Yun devours the chocolate bar, then asks, "Su-chan, are the people below your friends?" He replies, "Yes, that's right. They're my friends." After finishing the chocolate, Yun picks up a chair and says, "I won't take your food for nothing. Leave those guys below to me." Having regained her strength, she uses the chair to smash the glass door. standing outside. She reminds him, oh, right, Su-chun. Lu Xiaoyun is a petty man with many tricks. He won't die that easily. Be careful. After saying that, she jumps down from the high floor. Below, a mutated rat army has surrounded everyone. As Yun descends, her body grows larger and larger. From a slender girl, she has now transformed into a giant beauty. But it seems she has not adapted yet. With her new strength greatly increased, her landing is a little too excessive, causing the ground and stones to crack into fragments. Hearing the loud impact behind them, Duan Yalan and Tian Yu freeze in terror. Yun's landing is rather exaggerated, so right now she can only cry out, ow, my butt hurts so much. Seeing the giant, Duan Yalan wonders, am I seeing things? Tian Yu's mouth hangs open as he says, this is a female giant? Why did a female giant suddenly appear? Yun explains, so everyone will stop being confused. Hello, everyone. I'm Yun, Su-chen's friend. I came to help you. Duan Yalan continues, huh? Reinforcements? Tian Yu stares blankly at something and says, I think I saw something. Only then does Yun realize that she is wrapped in only a few strips of cloth and she is stunned. She quickly closes her legs and covers herself. Duan Yalan screams loudly, you pervert. Hearing the loud commotion, the rats charge toward their group. Tian Yu shouts in panic, look, they're coming again. Yun stands up seriously and says, leave them to me. Seeing her step over his head, Tian Yu puts on a serious, dissatisfied expression and says, hey, don't step over my head like that. It's bad luck. With her current strength, Yun can easily take out one with just a stomp. Yun lifts her foot and looks back. Are these the rats? Seeing their kind flatten like rice paper, the mutated rats swarm toward Yun like a broken beehive. As they move, they bite and tear at the innocent people around them. Although she possesses terrifying strength, her mind is still that of a young girl. Seeing so many of them, Yun bursts into tears and cries out, help, there are too many rats. She stands in place and stomps repeatedly. You filthy things, get away. Get away, you're so disgusting. Duan Yalan and Tian Yu are also affected by the aftershocks and keep dodging around like they are dancing to club music. Duan Yalan says, run? She's gone crazy. Tian Yu complains, stop already, or you'll crush us. I told you it was bad luck. Watching from above, Su-chan sighs. I really didn't expect Yun to have an ability like this. At this moment, behind him, a swarm of rats born from Lu Xiaoyun's blood appears. He notices them, but he has no intention of running. He simply stands still and says, sure enough, you don't die that easily. At this moment, the rats leap up and surround him. Then they turn into liquid and slowly swallow Su-chen's entire body. From within, a sharp hand emerges. Lu Xiaoyun revives in a mighty form. Seeing that Su-chan has fallen for his move, he laughs gleefully. Ha ha ha, fool! Didn't I already say this is an immortal, indestructible body? Now obediently become food in my belly. At this moment, the rats below suddenly stand on two legs and stop their attack. Seeing this, Tian Yu's group wonders in shock. What's going on? Why did these mutated rats suddenly stop moving? They all raise their heads and look upward. Seeing this, Tian Yu says, everyone look where they're looking, up there. On the rooftop stands Lu Xiaoyun's figure, looking just like a mafia boss. Even more shocking is that all the rats have knelt down. They're all worshipping the Rat King. At this moment, Yun pulls out an iron stake. She sweeps through the rats and scolds them. Hurry up and get off my body. Her eyes turn cold as she asks, hey, you stinking rat over there. Are you the Rat King? Then where is Su-chun? Rat King Lu Xiaoyun replies, he no longer exists. He laughs smugly. Now it's your turn. You dare speak to me like that? You're really seeking death. As if receiving a signal, the rats go berserk and throw themselves at Yun, biting her body relentlessly. She curses, damn you all. Tian Yu and the others, struggling to fight back, wonder, why did these rats suddenly go crazy? Duan Yalan says, hold on. Yun is overwhelmed by their numbers and falls, crying out, there are too many of them. I can't hold on anymore. Lu Xiaoyun bursts into laughter. As long as I rely on this rat army, I will. Before he can bark out a few more lines, he suddenly feels something in his chest. A hand appears, accompanied by Su-chen's voice. I had to look for the crystal core, so it took a little time. Seeing this, Rat Lu says, what the hell is this? Weren't you completely devoured by me? Su-chan then tears his body in half. In an extremely cool, ability-powered state, he slowly steps out. Seeing that, apart from his shirt, Su Chen's body is not missing a single piece, Lu Xian says in terror, "No, impossible." Su Chen's eyes are like those of the god of death, as he says, "Now your core belongs to me." Meanwhile, down below, things are not so easy. Mutated rats are squeezing in everywhere. Even the sewers are one of their routes of movement. Seeing a swarm crawling up from underground, Tianyu shouts, "These rats are crawling through the gaps. Everyone, be careful of the sewer pipes below." At this moment, one crawls up near Xiao Mai's eldest brother. He is about to go over and block the hole, but it immediately grabs him. Seeing this, he curses, "Damn it, I'm done for." Amid his hopeless, miserable screams, he cries, "Let me go, you filthy rats." Seeing this, Xiao Mai's second brother and little Xiao Mai can only stand there helplessly and call out, "Big brother, big brother." As he is carried away by them, Xiao Mai's eldest brother warns them, "Forget about me. Don't come here. Take good care of little Xiao Mai." These are Xiao Mai's eldest brother's final words. He is slowly bitten to death, without even being able to close his eyes. The stones return to their original positions amid Xiao Mai's second brother's heartbroken cries. Little Xiao Mai stands behind him and wails. No, Tianyu's body is now extremely exhausted. There are just too many rats. Over on Miao Pu's side, he is also using every last bit of strength to resist. Covered in scratches, he shouts, "Come at me. I'll take you all on." Tianyu is now almost unable to hold on. His face is deathly pale, and as he pants, he thinks, "I'm at my limit. My arms can't move anymore." Huff, huff. As for Yun Yun, although she has an ability, she is not doing much better. The rats are holding a mountain climbing party on her body from her feet all the way to her head. She curses, "Damn it, I actually got hungry at a time like this." Duan Yalan thinks, stopping all of them is simply impossible. Tianyu looks up and sees a blurry figure high above. He thinks, this is something only the god of wealth could pull off. Even my ancestors at home couldn't drag me back from death this time. Suddenly, his eyes fill with terror. The figure above has begun to move. With one leap, it lands and sends all the rats flying. An astonishing and sinister, domineering aura spreads out. Tianyu is so frightened that his face loses all color as he says, Is that the Rat King?" The figure rises after landing with a wicked smile. The mutated rats around it are frightened by the pressure and move aside. The Rat King's figure strides forward arrogantly, radiating an aura that makes everyone afraid. Duan Yalan does not see her boyfriend appear. Tears well up in her eyes, and she can hardly believe it. Did Su Chan fail? The Rat King's figure stands before Duan Yalan, frightening her so much she can barely breathe. Seeing his girlfriend's expression, Su Chan stops joking and speaks. "Don't be scared, don't be scared. It's me." Hearing the familiar voice, Duan Yalan says, "That's Su Chen's voice. Where is he? Hurry and let him go." Su Chen looks at his hand and thinks the remaining consciousness inside the crystal core actually still wants to devour me. The mask gradually disappears. Su Chen smiles in satisfaction. "Unfortunately for you, when it comes to mental power, I'm not inferior to you." Seeing his buddy appear, Tianyu says in shock, "It's Su Chun. It really is Su Chun." Su Chun continues, "Brother Tian, you've worked hard. Rest now. Leave the rest to me." Seeing the domineering aura gradually vanish, the rats focus on Su Chun. Then they all charge up to attack him from behind. Seeing this, Tianyu shouts, "Su Chun behind you. Be careful." The male lead uses only a single glance, along with one word, "Scram." The rats open their mouths and widen their eyes in terror, then turn around and flee. That murderous gaze is like telling them that whichever one is too slow will become boiled rat, or fried if they do not like boiled. With one look, Su Chan disperses the whole rat gang. Whichever hole they came out of, they crawl back into it, scrambling over each other like a crowd of fans, leaving after watching their home team lose. Miao Pu says, "What happened? Why did all these rats run away?" Having witnessed everything, Tianyu still cannot believe it, and says, "I fought until I was out of breath and still couldn't drive off even one, but Su Chen only seemed to say scram, didn't he? And that actually scared them all away." Everyone wonders, are we alive? Su Chan thinks expressionlessly. "Although I'm not the Rat King, the remaining deterrent power in the crystal core is enough to drive these rats away." Seeing that everything is over, Tianyu collapses and starts coughing nonstop. Su Chen runs over in worry and asks, "Brother Tian, what's wrong?" Yun walks over and says the thing injected into his body was actually a kind of poison. It gives a person limitless strength, but the more they use their power, the deeper the poison seeps in. Suchin asks, what do I have to do now to save him? Yun says, in Lu Xiaoyun's laboratory, there's a corpse. As long as you use its blood to make a serum, you can neutralize the toxin. After searching for a while, Suchin wonders, is this the laboratory Yun mentioned? Standing before a room, he sees strange black waves of pressure emanating from within. He sighs, what a powerful sense of oppression. It's like a dark cave. The door then opens. Suchin steps inside. He passes through a barrier, and it immediately shatters, leaving him shocked. He feels as if he has walked through a wall made of mental power. Suchan remembers that Yun said there was a corpse in a laboratory, but in front of him is the extremely blurry figure of a girl. She turns around and says, you're here, Student Liu? Suchen Sinux, Student Liu? Did she mistake me for someone else? Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyun's voice rings out. Hello, Teacher Xiao. Suchin looks into the mirror in shock and confusion. Have I become Lu Xiaoyun? Is this an illusion? It feels so real. No matter what it is, he tells himself he must wake up quickly. The girl said softly, hurry over and sit down. Lu Xiaoyun replied, all right. Suchan thought to himself, it looks like I've entered Lu Xiaoyun's memories. Only then did Lu Xiaoyun ask, teacher, what are you doing? The girl slowly took off her outer coat and answered seductively, it's too hot in the laboratory. I just want to take off my coat and cool down. Lu Xiaoyun replied, oh, so that's it. But what is this crab about? The girl asked, do you know about the crab slave parasite? Xiaoyun continued, isn't it a common parasitic organism found in crabs? Teacher Xiao immediately replied, that's right, a marvelous organism that uses its host to protect itself and coexist. Don't you find it fascinating? After saying that, she moved closer and touched Lu Xiaoyun's body. Lu Xiaoyun answered in slight surprise, ah, it is indeed somewhat interesting. But she suddenly pressed up against him, pushing her voluptuous body against him from behind, then gradually took the initiative and leaned closer to his face. She said, I didn't expect Student Liu to not only have excellent grades, but also to have trained his body so well. She slowly pulled down the zipper of her clothes. Seeing that she had taken the initiative, Lu Xiaoyun gave a wicked smile. Oh, is that so? If food is served right to my mouth and I don't eat it, wouldn't that be too pretentious? The girl assumed a seductive posture, ready for battle. Lu Xiaoyun said, if you're like this, then this isn't exactly an interesting experiment. She answered back, I prefer hands-on practice over experiments. Lu Xiaoyun slowly reached his hand behind her and said, in that case, I'll have to study hard. Suddenly, the girl looked out the window with some confusion. Why does the moon outside look a little strange? While Lu Xiaoyun and the girl were in the middle of their passionate struggle, the sunlight outside suddenly released terrifying rays of energy, making both of them cry out in shock. Ah, it's so hot. Close the curtains quickly. It's really hot. When is this going to end? The two of them were trapped in the laboratory for a long time. Their bodies gradually became exhausted and lifeless, but the worst was about to come. Lu Xiaoyun said, teacher, we don't have much food left. I'll handle the rest, but sometime later, the teacher and student no longer had any lingering affection between them. Quarrels began to break out over food. Lu Xiaoyun cursed, you filthy bitch, you dare steal my food? Do you know these supplies are worth more than your life? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun revealed a nature no different from a beast. The woman he had once been intimate with was now treated mercilessly. I'm sorry. I was too hungry just now. I couldn't hold back. Lu Xiaoyun immediately pulled out a sharp tool and said, since you moved so quickly just now, that proves you still have some strength left. Seeing that he was about to attack her, the girl crawled backward in terror. Lu Xiaoyun grabbed her by the head and said, perhaps it hasn't been digested yet. Amid the girl's desperate pleas, don't. The inhuman Lu Xiaoyun still struck without hesitation. A miserable scream rang out as dark red blood splattered everywhere. Lu Xiaoyun frantically dug around searching for food, then laughed. Sure enough, it was still in her stomach. Sometime later, after solving the food problem, he began his experiments. The mice truly evolved after eating that person's flesh. Although this violent and frenzied form of evolution was not exactly perfect, it turned out that the serum made from your blood could neutralize the toxin. And what surprised me most was you, teacher. Even now, you're still alive, and your body is continuously mutating. At this moment, horns had begun growing from the girl's body. The flesh from her abdomen, which Lu Xiaoyun had cut away, was completely gone, leaving only bare bones. Lu Xiaoyun exclaimed, what a perfect research specimen. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Looking looking at this data, calling it the gene of the apocalypse would not be an exaggeration. Why don't we take a look and see what surprises are hidden inside your head? By this time, only the girl's upper body remained. Lu Xiaoyun had completely lost his humanity. He said, "In any case, teacher, you won't be able to die." Because of that, he no longer used a knife and switched to a chainsaw instead. Along with the sound of the chainsaw came the savage laughter of that inhuman student. At this moment, the girl revealed an eerie smile. "Have you found it yet? The core you've always wanted to find." After Lu Xiaoyun found the crystal core, he laughed with great delight. The girl kept provoking him. "Hurry up and eat the crystal core. What are you hesitating for? Eat it quickly. Why won't you eat it?" Lu Xiaoyun immediately crushed it because it was nothing but a piece of rotten flesh. The girl spoke in surprise. "Oh, how did you discover it?" Lu Xiaoyun's face gradually changed. Su Chan slowly returned to his own appearance and broke free from the illusion. He said, "If what I had was a core, you would have died long ago." She asked in shock, "You can actually break my illusion?" Damn it, it was so hard to get a suitable human here, and I almost... Su Chan raised his hand and said, "Right now, I really want to open up your brain with my own hands." She hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, I'm just a poor wounded woman. Don't you only want my power? I can give it to you, as long as you spare me." Su Chan replied calmly, "When the crab slave parasite invades a host's body, it takes away the host's consciousness." So he placed his hand on her head and freed her. Amid her continuous pleading, Don't, a crushing sound rang out. Su Chan said, "Do you think I would give you a chance? Without a crystal core, your body is already starting to disintegrate." Holding the crystal core in his hand, it seemed there was no problem this time. But then he froze and asked himself, "Wait." She turned to Ash. "So what about the antidote I was looking for? There must be an antidote among the medicines in this laboratory, right?" The girl's body gradually vanished. The crab's slave parasite. After parasitizing a host, root-like branches form inside the host body, connecting various parts of the host body and controlling the host behavior. This parasitic relationship ultimately leads to the host becoming the slave of the crab's slave parasite. The scene shifts elsewhere. The group at the experimental base began moving. As they walked, they discussed what they had seen after the floodwaters receded. The corpses that had once been submerged were now mutating. Someone urged everyone to keep moving and avoid stopping for too long. At this moment, Duan Yalan, with Su Chen's permission, had changed into a different outfit and looked less disheveled. Yin Yin walked behind her and asked Sister Duan Yalan where Su Chan intended to take these medical students. Duan Yalan answered, "The escaped rats are hiding near the University of Science and Technology. That place is no longer suitable for human survival. The surviving medical students will be rare talents in the future, so Su Chan plans to take them to the resettlement zone." Hearing this, Yin Yin complained that the road ahead was still long and she was already starting to get hungry. Unable to endure it, she decided to go find Su Chan. Just as she was about to leave, Duan Yalan grabbed her hand and told her not to go. Yin Yin asked in confusion why. Duan Yalan blushed and said shyly, "Because you're traveling with a group, so you have to listen and must not act on your own." In her heart, Duan Yalan thought that she was doing it all for this younger sister's own good. She recalled how, earlier, Duan Yalan had once been roughly pushed down by Su Chan. When she asked the reason, Su Chan gently pinched her cheek and said, "I'm just feeling a little heated." After that, they had an intimate night that left Duan Yalan exhausted, but also rather surprised by how much more forceful Su Chan had become compared to before. She wondered, could this change be a side effect of the crystal core? In Su Chen's mind, after the flood receded, bacteria, viruses, and plants all underwent major mutations. Many resettlement zones had collapsed due to a lack of doctors, and doctors were now a scarce resource. If he made good use of them, he could establish his own settlement. Su Chan had already found a method to make serum and recovery medicine. In addition, the research equipment and supplies in the laboratory building had been placed into his interdimensional space. There was also the Rat King's crystal core, which not only improved his ability, but also increased his physical strength and gave Su Chan an additional ice-type power. Although he could only condense a small amount of this power for now, he believed he could find a way to increase its strength later. As they moved, Su Chen's group encountered a strange sound. He immediately used his perception ability to identify it and discovered an ambush by the Iron Clan about 30 meters away. At this moment, the figure of a young girl hanging from a traffic light appeared, drawing everyone's attention. A girl in the group was horrified to recognize her as her roommate and immediately urged everyone to save her. Although Su Chan advised them against it, the young people still decided to take action. However, as soon as they approached, they fell into a trap, and countless spears shot out from multiple directions, injuring several people. At this moment, two burly giants appeared, surrounding the group. One of them, with sharp teeth protruding from his mouth, licked the girl's face and said, "What a cute little girl. I knew using you as bait would definitely attract plenty of people." He slowly squeezed her fair thighs and continued, "Let me see. Brother Shun, can I play with this girl first?" The girl kept begging in terror, "Please, let me go." The leader immediately shouted, "Damn it, you bastard. Let her go right now." Another man standing opposite swung his axe and roared, "So noisy. Shut your mouth." With one chop, he instantly ended the young man who had protested. He said coldly, "Food should have the self-awareness of being food." The sight made the girl scream even louder in fear. The other man could no longer hold back and began tearing at her clothes. He said, "This girl is so sweet. Why don't we keep her to bear children?" Elsewhere, Su Chen's group continued walking. Hearing the loud scream, the students discussed among themselves, "That really is Xinu's voice. What happened to them? Bleeding hearts only end up harming people." Duan Yalan looked at her beloved's calm expression and asked, "Was that woman just now a trap?" Su Chen quickly replied, "That's right." She continued, "Then are we safe now?" He answered, "No. Quite the opposite. We've been surrounded by the Iron Clan." From above, several giants with weapons were ready to attack. The students were terrified. "Huh? What? We're surrounded." Su Chen answered, "Exactly. Let me try one last ability." Su Chen's eyes emitted a mysterious light. He chanted something, then said coldly, "Let them have a taste of being surrounded." From every direction, corpses began to awaken and gathered into a large formation. Then the young man said, "If they want to keep playing the encirclement game, then I'm not afraid either." He summoned an army of mutated corpses, numbering in the hundreds. Now surrounded in return, one Iron Clan member shouted warily, "Watch your backs." When did these mutated corpses appear? Some of the Iron Clan tried to show off their strength, but there were too many mutated corpses, and their numbers kept growing. They roared furiously, "Damn it, don't even think about stopping me." One of them strained with all his strength to fight back, sending a swarm of mutated corpses flying, then continued roaring, "All of you, get out of my way." From above, several hidden observers watched and said, "This is bad. All the prey is running away." They immediately jumped down from the upper floors and shouted, "Stop! Don't let them escape." Su Chen's gaze was icy as he asked, "Where do you think you're running? Hurry! The safe zone is up ahead." This was the He City safe zone. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Who dares barge into He City?" The entire group stopped warily. Duan Yalan spoke up. "We're from the University of Science and Technology. We came here to seek refuge." In the sky, a young man holding a battle axe jumped down and landed on the ground with a powerful, muscular body. He said, "We don't accept useless trash. All of you get lost." Duan Yalan was furious and activated her ability. "Isn't this a shelter? On what grounds are you refusing to let us in?" The man was controlled by her ability, and in surprise, he slapped himself on the head to regain clarity, then said, "Oh, you do have some skill, but it's nothing more than crooked tricks." He swung his axe and charged forward, roaring, "Sure enough, you're still trash." Duan Yalan was shocked. This guy is also an ability user? Just as the two were about to clash, Lu Xiaofeng appeared and spoke up to stop them. "Hurry and stop, Captain Sun. They didn't come here asking for protection. Why resort to violence?" The man surnamed Sun replied suspiciously, "Ordinary people could easily pass through the Iron Clan's trap-filled territory. I think these people are Iron Clan spies trying to sneak in here." From the back, Su Chan stepped out of the crowd and said, "If that's the case, then we'll have no choice but to take these dozens of medical students to another shelter." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. The man surnamed Sun was shocked. "What, dozens of medical students?" Someone else added, "Surviving medical students are extremely rare now, Captain." Yet he actually brought dozens of them. Lu Xiaofeng recognized Su Chun and immediately called out in surprise, "So you really are still alive?" He turned to Old Sun and said, "They're my friends. I'll stake my head on it and guarantee they are not spies of the Iron Clan." Su Chun continued, "These are medical students. That is definitely true." Old Sun turned back to ask for more opinions, and the two people behind him said, "Since Xiaofeng has said so, let them in. With medical students here, we won't have to worry so much about the sick anymore. What if we end up falling ill one day?" In the end, Old Sun walked inside irritably and said, "Let them in, Xiaofeng. If they don't know how to treat illnesses, you'll bear the consequences." The two people following him said, "Everyone, the captain has agreed. Hurry inside." The scene shifted into the shelter. Xiaofeng said to Su Chun, "Don't take Captain Sun's attitude to heart. That's just the kind of person he is." Su Chun replied, "It's fine. What place doesn't have people who annoy others?" Xiaofeng continued, "But you really came at just the right time. A few of our people have contracted a strange illness, and we urgently need help from doctors." When they entered a house, everyone saw a girl with a pretty face and an alluring figure, but her body was covered in mushrooms. Seeing this condition, Yin Yun felt somewhat uneasy. "Are these strange things mushrooms?" Xiaofeng replied, "I don't know, but we tried cleaning them off for her. However, these damn things grew back even faster and made her weaker and weaker." Hearing this, Duan Yao's expression became serious. Su Chen observed her and said, "She has been infected by mutated bacteria. Plants are mutating now too. It would be best to remind everyone to be careful of plant shoots and not to get injured by them." Yin Yun immediately ran off to find someone to help, saying, "I'll go see if they can formulate medicine." Su Chun pondered, "This is only the beginning. If these mutated plants are not cleared away thoroughly, they will grow rapidly and attack humans. When that happens, the Iron Clan will seize the opportunity to attack the refuge, and most humans will fall into slavery, raised by them to be slaughtered for meat. The growth of the Iron Clan tribe will be disadvantageous to us. If we can use this refuge as a base, making preparations in advance is still the top priority." While everyone was discussing matters, the sound of motorcycles and gunfire suddenly rang out outside. A group of delinquents rode in on motorcycles, holding rifles as they smashed through the gate. They acted arrogantly, ramming into people while cursing, "Get out of my way!" The residents dodged in terror and whispered, "The young city lord is racing again." One of the group fired wildly and shouted, "You lowly peasants, make way for this young master." Seeing this, Su Chun asked Xiaofeng, "Someone is firing a gun inside the refuge? Does your Fierce Tiger Squad not manage this?" Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. "The Fierce Tiger Squad has already been disbanded." Su Chun asked again, "Was that the condition for letting these refugees enter the city?" Xiaofeng nodded. "That's right. That guy is the city lord's son. He often deliberately pushes the elderly and children to their deaths because he thinks they're useless to the resettlement zone." The young city lord glanced toward Yun Yun and smiled wickedly. "Oomph, they're new arrivals again." He drove his motorcycle closer, then said with a swaggering air, "Little sister, want to get on my bike and let me take you for a ride, then treat you to something delicious? It's been a long time since I've seen a girl as pretty as you. You'd be perfect as my girlfriend." Yin Yun said listlessly, "I'm so hungry, I can't even walk anymore. Can you carry me?" Hearing the pretty girl's request, Zhang He grinned from ear to ear, delighted beyond measure, and replied, Oh, I couldn't ask for anything better. Come on, little sister, I'll carry you into the car." Lu Xiaofeng shouted angrily, "Damn you, Zhang He, don't you dare." Su Chen stopped him. "It's fine, as long as he can carry her, then let him. Just keep quiet and watch the show." Gazing at Yun Yun, Zhang He couldn't help urging her again and again. Come on, pretty little sister, come here. I'm all ready. Hurry up." Yun Yun immediately revealed a dangerous smile. "You're such a nice big brother. Then here I come." She leaped up, planted one foot on the side of the car, and used the force to launch herself forward, calling out, "Here I come, big brother." Seeing her rush toward him, Zhang He joyfully stretched out his arms to catch her, planning to savor the whole moment. He said, "Oh, come on, little sister." But at that very moment, Yun Yun transformed, becoming enormous, her eyes filled with danger. Seeing that he was about to be buried face first in an ocean, Zhang He broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in terror, "Please." But that please was basically a farewell to his ancestors. Seeing that massive figure about to crush him, Zhang He hurriedly dodged to the side in fear. Being pressed down by mountains might sound nice, but if this one landed on him, he would never come back. Yin Yun's gigantic body flattened his pickup truck. Afraid of startling too many people, she cutely changed back to her original form. Behind them, the young man surnamed Sun wondered in surprise. "Huh? What just happened? What was that noise?" Inside the room, the beauty by Shuang was also puzzled. Huh, what was that sound? At that moment, Zhang He was trembling in fear and shouting, "My leg! My leg! I can't stand up!" Yin Yin walked over and, with great mercy, set his bones for him, then mocked him. "Young city lord, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to use it. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to carry me earlier? I jumped into your arms on my own, and you still couldn't catch me?" Zhang He screamed in pain. His lackeys rushed over and asked, "Young city lord, are you all right?" Seeing his underlings arrive with guns, Zhang He immediately pointed at Yin Yin and yelled, She's a monster. She just turned into a giant and broke my leg. Hurry up and arrest that woman." Hearing this, the two lackeys were shocked and looked behind them warily. Duan Yalan didn't want the matter to escalate, so she used her ability to control their minds. They immediately said, No, young city lord. You clearly fell off the car by yourself and broke your leg." The other continued, "That's right. We saw it with our own eyes. That's exactly what happened." Zhang He shouted furiously, "Damn you, shut your mouths. I get it now. You're all working together to mess with me, aren't you? Don't you know who my father is? I'll report this to my father and have all of you dealt with. Just you wait." Although he was powerless and unable to walk, Zhang He's mouth was still extremely sharp. He shouted loudly, Dad, save me." His cries echoed throughout the shelter base. Old Captain Sun said with interest, "Haha, looks like there's going to be a good show." In less than 5 minutes, a luxurious Bentley arrived, followed by 2 rows of soldiers equipped as if they were in a military parade. On Su Chen's side, he was not afraid of confronting Zhang He and his father. But Lu Xiaofeng was more worried and said that Zhang He really shouted loudly. He actually called the city lord over. Yin Yin said disdainfully, "Tisich, as if I care. The city lord? Sounds pretty impressive, doesn't it?" A pair of polished leather shoes stepped down from the luxury car, belonging to an old man who looked extremely powerful. He was Zhang He's father. He raised his chin and said, "Can someone tell me what exactly happened?" "Here," Lu Xiaofeng hurriedly explained. "City lord, my friend came here to take refuge with dozens of doctors. But your young city lord caused trouble, acted tyrannically, and harassed everyone." Zhang He interrupted and shouted, "Dad, kill them all." My leg was... Before he could finish, thinking his father would stand up to protect him, the old man raised his hand and gave his unfilial son a loving slap across the face. He shouted angrily, "How many times have I told you? You must treat everyone who comes here seeking refuge kindly. Why are you acting like an idiot? Don't use the title of young city lord to throw your weight around." With the demeanor of a pyramid scheme leader, the old man spoke in polished, formulaic words. "Always remember, our ideal is to build this place into a beacon in the apocalypse, a place that can illuminate everyone and provide a path to survival in the end times. Let everyone who comes here feel the last remaining warmth of humanity." These words immediately convinced the surrounding crowd, and they began whispering among themselves. He even punished his own son for doing wrong? It seems this city lord is a good man. I never expected there to be such a noble person. Someone even looked at him with admiration and said, "I can see a seed of hope." The old man continued sincerely, "I am deeply grateful and would like to invite all of you to stay here and realize this dream together. We will also provide you with the best food and the most convenient living conditions while you are here." Hearing this, the crowd responded enthusiastically. "Is that true? That's wonderful. Let's stay here. Long live the city lord." Cheers rang out. "Long live the city lord. Long live." Lu Xiaofeng turned to Su Chun and said, "Everyone can stay here now." But when he turned around, he asked in surprise, "Huh, he was just here? Where did he go?" The scene changed. A small group consisting of Su Chun and his companions had set up a campfire in the forest. Yun Yun said, "Why aren't we staying in the city for shelter?" Duan Yalan replied, "You broke someone's son's leg and even wanted to crush him to death. Do you really think the guns in that city lord soldier's hands are just decorations?" Yin Yin nodded and replied helplessly, "Ah, fine. So tonight, the 3 of us are going to sleep together in the forest." Yin Yin blushed, moved closer to Duan Yalan, and said playfully, "That's fine too, Sister Duan Yalan. This is my first time. Can you give me some advice?" Looking at the expression on this younger girl's face, Duan Yalan was speechless and replied, "Huh, what nonsense are you thinking about?" Then she muttered, "I don't even know if I'll be able to sleep tonight." Yin Yin asked in surprise, "Huh? But I think your stamina is pretty good. You still can't handle it." Seeing the two of them talking nonsense, Su Chan said, "Stop making noise. Someone is here." His warning made Yun Yun immediately fall silent, not daring to say another word. Su Chan raised his voice. "Friends over there, no need to hide. Come out, all of you." The sneaky men who had been discovered were quite startled. They had not expected their group to be exposed so easily. Since they had been discovered, they came out without any restraint. They even stated their purpose directly. "You broke the young city lord's leg. How could you possibly run away so easily?" Su Chen's face was expressionless, his gaze as cold as ice, as he calmly replied, "Run away? I simply didn't want to start a massacre inside the city, in case I accidentally injured members of the Azure Tiger Squad." Hearing Su Chen's words, the leader's face filled with contempt, and he mocked him. "A massacre? A brat with no weapon wants to kill people." The man beside him, holding a gun, said disdainfully, "Don't waste time. I'll finish him with one bullet." Su Chen did not bother arguing. He simply made his move, using one punch to send the man's entire upper body flying in an instant. The bald leader stood there with sweat pouring down his face, unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes. With only one punch, his underling had been left without an intact corpse. His face filled with fear, he hurriedly ordered his men to open fire. Although the underlings were frightened, they still managed to pull their triggers and fire a hail of bullets at Su Chun. Moving as fast as lightning, Su Chun held two short swords and charged straight into the crowd. Each slash not only cut through the air, but also took the life of an enemy. When it was the bald leader's turn, Su Chun suddenly stopped, his blade pressed close to the man's face. The man was so frightened that sweat soaked his entire body, and he shouted in despair, "As long as you spare my life, I'll reveal an important secret about the city lord." "Oh, tell me." Su Chen's voice carried killing intent, his cold eyes fixed on the bald leader. Under Su Chen's threat and killing intent, the bald leader could only tell everything. The city lord of the safe zone has close ties with the Tao Tai clan. Recently, they have been carrying out secret transactions with the Tao Tai clan here. Every week, hearing this, Su Chen asked, "What kind of secret transactions?" The bald leader continued, "The city lord uses refugees to exchange for food from the Tao Tai clan." Beside them, Yun Yun and Duan Yalan could not help becoming furious. Yun Yun angrily knocked the bald leader on the head and questioned him. "You actually dare to use human lives to trade with the Tao Tai clan?" The bald leader felt a sharp pain and answered shakily, "These are all the city lord's orders." The scene shifted elsewhere. A booming voice rang out. "Wait a moment. What are you planning to do? Isn't it just food?" There, a Tao Tai clan member was gripping a human by the throat, his face radiating viciousness. "That pile of rotten food," he sneered. "I'll throw it in front of the resettlement area before dawn." The human whose throat was being squeezed asked in panic, "What?" The Tao Tai clan member did not bother answering and merely continued, "As for you, of course we'll follow the old rules." After speaking, the Tao Tai clan member opened his huge mouth and bit down on the human's neck. A crack rang out. In the blink of an eye, that Tao Tai clan member had bitten off the human's neck and even pulled out the unlucky man's spine with it. These were the people responsible for acting as guards and also temporary refugees. The city lord would never allow any of them a chance to survive. When Yun Yun and Duan Yalan saw this bloody scene, their faces turned pale. Although they had seen many killings before, this was the first time they had seen such savage murder. After the bald leader finished speaking, he also asked in fear whether Su Chen's group could let him go. Hearing this question, Su Chen smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry. There's one more thing I still need your help with." He immediately came up with a plan, tying up the bald man and hanging him in midair right in the Iron Clan's territory. When the Iron Clan saw this scene, they began discussing it. One of them said, "Who cares how he got hung up there? Just beat him to death and bring him back. We'll have another meal." A bald member of the Iron Clan rushed forward and declared that the bald man would be their next meal. Faced with danger, the bald man tried to use the old trick of claiming he knew someone to escape, but the Iron Clan bald man did not care and unleashed a fatal blow, making the bald man cough up blood. At the tense moment, a crimson light suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by an authoritative voice. "You've damaged my new player. How do you intend to settle this?" The Iron Clan became alert and shouted, "Be careful. It's an ability user." Yun Yun quickly grabbed one of them, her fingers slowly tightening until he was about to be crushed. Seeing this terrifying scene, the remaining ones could not escape either. One of them cried out, "There's a sniper ambush in the building over there too." Upstairs, Duan Yalan had already prepared her gun and carefully aimed at her target. Recalling Su Chen's reminder that the Iron Clan skulls had mutated, she still could not suppress her excitement. She pulled the trigger, producing a perfect headshot effect. Duan Yalan continued displaying her superb sniping skills, terrifying the Iron Clan. Meanwhile, Yin Yin was still toying with one member of the Iron Clan. He tried to escape, but he did not notice what was behind him, where Su Chan was leisurely dealing with them one by one. When Su Chan tried to grab his hair, he discovered that the man was bald. So he changed methods and crushed his skull into pulp. The scene shifted to a cozy house. Inside, the sound of conversation rang out clearly. Su Chan, how did you discover the secret transaction between the City Lord and the Tao Tai clan? Su Chan said that he had previously heard rumors of quite a few temporary bases doing such things. Today was only a simple investigation, but he had not expected to discover that it was actually true. At the same time, the scene inside the house gradually appeared. A large, soft bed, taken out by Su Chan from his interdimensional space, made the atmosphere here more comfortable than ever. There was also a sumptuous and beautifully arranged table of food that he had taken out of his interdimensional space. Under the dim light, Duan Yalan lay on the bed, wearing a seductive dress that made her look extremely alluring. Her face was flushed and her expression tempting, making it obvious at a glance what was going on now. Duan Yalan slowly said, "Actually, if we want to build a temporary base, we can absolutely find another place. There's no need to get caught up in this trouble." Hearing this, Su Chan replied gently, "Building a base requires a lot of time and effort. I'm not a specialist in this field, so it's better to find someone trustworthy and experienced to work with. And that person is in his city." Hearing this, Duan Yalan had no further questions, because the two of them were already busy doing something else. Suddenly, Yin Yin walked in wearing a sexy dress that no one could take their eyes off. She complained, "Sister Duan Yalan, why did you two sneak off and do this without me?" Duan Yalan immediately responded, all right, you come up too." Hearing the two girls' words, Su Chan was momentarily stunned. These two actually wanted to do that together with him right now? Duan Yalan and Yun Yun moved closer together, their eyes fixed on Su Chan as they smiled brightly. "It's thanks to you that we can live like human beings in this apocalypse. So tonight, let the two of us serve you well." The next morning, City Lord Zhang discovered that the bald leader had been badly injured by the Tao Tai clan. Panicking, he mistakenly thought there had been a problem with the transaction with the Tao Tai clan, so he immediately decided to go to the Tao Tai clan tribe to find out what was happening. At this moment, at the Tao Tai clan base, inside an abandoned warehouse, City Lord Zhang was speaking with a group of Tao Tai clan members. The leader of the Tao Tai clan, sitting on a chair with a grave expression, questioned City Lord Zhang. "City Lord Zhang, your subordinate was badly injured, and I lost 3 warriors. As punishment, from now on you must send twice as many living people. Otherwise, don't even talk about continuing the transaction." Hearing this, the City Lord's burly bodyguard immediately showed shock on his face. "What? Twice as many?" But before he could say more, the City Lord raised his hand, signaling the bodyguard to be silent. Then he turned his gaze toward the Tao Tai clan leader and calmly replied, "No problem. Then it's decided." Before the transaction could end, Su Chin appeared out of nowhere and walked over to interrupt. He said coldly, as expected of the City Lord, "You use other people's lives as bargaining chips without even blinking." Hearing these words, the City Lord and the Tao Tai clan members were instantly startled. "Su Chun, why are you here?" the City Lord shouted angrily, his eyes full of reproach and dissatisfaction as he looked at him. Even so, Su Chin's expression remained as cold as ice, his gaze carrying contempt and ridicule. "I heard that City Lord Zhang has an extremely close relationship with the Tao Tai clan, so I specially came to observe." "So, it was you who killed our people, wasn't it?" The Tao Tai clan members moved closer, their faces fierce as they formed a tight encirclement around him. Their voices carried a hint of mockery. "You dared come here on your own. You got guts." The leader stared at Su Chun with a cold and vicious expression, his voice low and gloomy. "Kid, I don't know how you killed 3 of my subordinates, but since you stepped into my territory today, don't even dream of leaving." The City Lord and his bodyguard had already left the place. Before returning, he glanced back with a contemptuous expression and said disdainfully, "That kid is definitely dead, but the people who followed him into the base cannot be ignored. We must clean them all up quickly before they cause trouble." The scene shifted to the He City temporary base. City Lord Zhang had returned to the shelter with a grave expression. He immediately called everyone in the shelter to gather, so he could announce an important piece of news. "Everyone, a traitor has been discovered in our base." This sentence instantly caused the entire crowd to burst into an uproar. Then he pointed toward the group that had come with Su Qian the previous day and said, "These are the people who betrayed us. He began fabricating absurd stories. Brazenly lying, he claimed they had disguised themselves as doctors to enter the base, then secretly kidnapped the refugees here to trade them to the Taotai clan for food. After saying this, he thought viciously to himself, "Since you ruined my good plans, don't blame me for being ruthless." His words were like a spark that ignited the fury in the hearts of everyone present. A wave of intense emotion spread through the crowd, impossible to suppress. Curses rang out at that moment. "These animals, kill them!" Suddenly, amid the clamor, a loud shout rang out. "Wait!" From the middle of the crowd, a bearded man stepped forward, his appearance carrying the weathered air of age and experience. He spoke up to defend Su Chen's group. "As far as I know, Su Chen is a very trustworthy person. These people were brought here by him, so there definitely won't be any problem." As soon as his voice rang out, everyone's eyes immediately turned toward that man. The surrounding crowd could not help being shocked, and they cried out in unison, "Oh, that's General Gao? Who is this Su Chun? Even the general is speaking so highly of him." At this moment, the city lord could not restrain his anger and loudly retorted, "Gao Wei, are you intending to protect them?" But with only empty words and no evidence, how can you prove they aren't traitors? As soon as he finished speaking, from the rooftop of the building where they were standing, a figure loudly declared, "I can prove it." When the city lord heard that voice, he immediately raised his head. At first, his face showed surprise, but immediately afterward, it turned into uncontrollable fear. In panic, he asked, "It's him? Why is he still alive?" When General Gao heard the city lord mention the name Su Chun, the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a faint smile. So that person was Su Chun. Su Chun had returned, carrying a member of the Taotai clan in his hand, and not just anyone, but their leader. He lifted the Taotai clan leader high and smiled towards City Lord Zhang as he said, "City Lord Zhang, why don't we let him explain exactly what's going on himself?" The Taotai clan member had been beaten by Su Chun until his face was swollen and several of his teeth had fallen out. He kept begging Su Chun to spare him. Seeing the scene before them, both City Lord Zhang and General Gao could hardly believe what was happening. For someone as seemingly insignificant as Su Chun to have wiped out an entire Taotai clan group was truly far beyond their imagination. Not only that, with just one calm reminder, "Speak louder. I want everyone to hear clearly." He was enough to make the leader panic so badly that he nearly wet himself. Under Su Chen's terrifying pressure, the Taotai clan leader could only scream with all his strength and reveal the truth about how City Lord Zhang had betrayed everyone. The Taotai clan leader's testimony ignited the fury of all the humans living in this shelter. At this moment, City Lord Zhang still stubbornly refused to admit guilt. He loudly insisted that the accusations from the Taotai clan were nothing but baseless fabrications. He even shamelessly shifted the blame onto Su Chun, claiming that Su Chun was the one secretly colluding with the Taotai clan. But General Gao no longer trusted him. Then General Gao gave this despicable city lord a painful punch. Only then was his true face revealed. The filthy smile on his lips showed satisfaction. He calmly declared, "That's right, I arranged all of it, but now it's the apocalypse. The places with supplies have already been seized by the Taotai clan. They're just waiting for us to fall into their trap." He glanced over, facing General Gao, and refuted him with full confidence. "Now, by killing just a few inferior people, we can save so many lives. I'm clearly doing the right thing. Shouldn't you all be grateful to me?" He did not stop there. The city lord continued to mock him. "Gao Wei, you're so outstanding, so noble, but you also ate the food I traded back. What right do you have to criticize me?" Someone could no longer restrain his anger at the city lord's insults. He pointed at his face and growled word by word, "Because you are a coward." As soon as he finished speaking, that person swung his fist and struck him straight in the middle of the face, making the city lord stagger before he could react. The person who had attacked was none other than Su Chun. He looked at the city lord with eyes full of contempt and said coldly, "You sold out your humanity just to exchange it for a little food, trading other people's sacrifices for your own survival. In an age where the strong rule, perhaps that is a reasonable choice. Unfortunately, it is the choice of cowards no different from beasts. We're different from you. We will not accept that kind of cowardice." Su Chan turned toward General Gao, his eyes shining with fierce determination. "We cannot continue living in this corruption. Come with me and build a new base, a place that truly belongs to human civilization." He reached his hand toward General Gao and made an extremely noble proposal. Su Chan thought that in his previous life, he had once traveled through the ruins and finally arrived at a refuge. It was a base like a utopian society, without the shackles of class and without the cries of people starving in misery. Everyone had enough to eat, and their souls also had a place to rest. All of this beauty originated from its founder, Gao Wei, but right now, he was only the deputy city lord of this place. It was not until he saw the dark side of this base that he decided to establish a base of his own. I've merely caused these events to happen ahead of time. Bai Chong spoke up, but establishing a base is too difficult. The man beside her said, but if we want to do our own work, we can't keep living under someone else's roof. Establishing a new base really is the best option. At this moment, City Lord Zhang burst into loud laughter. Ah, do you people think you're saviors? You even want to establish a new base? Mutant beasts run rampant in the outskirts, and zombies are everywhere. You don't even have the most basic food or safety. Isn't this the same as telling others to go throw their lives away? Zhang He, sitting in his wheelchair, said, Dad, if they want to go, just let them. When the time comes and they suffer, they'll come back begging us. The old man said, Oh, son, you're right. Some of the civilians spoke up. It's too dangerous outside. I don't want to throw my life away. I'd rather be a coward. At least I can still live. After hearing this, old Zhang shouted loudly, Ha ha ha, listen carefully. If anyone believes they're dreaming nonsense, then I, in my magnanimity, will let you leave. But let's make this clear. Once you leave this place, I won't care even if you starve to death. Su Chun, sitting imposingly to the side, spoke up. Isn't it just food? You call that a difficult problem? Hearing this, several others said, Ability user, it's easy for you to say. No, that's not right. He was able to bring the leader of the Tao Tai clan here and even use him as a chair. He must be able to bring food too. I heard he's an ability user, and an extremely powerful one at that. Zhang He yelled, Su Chun, do you think you're some kind of savior? Stop deceiving everyone here. Do you know how many supplies a base needs? Su Chun replied, I don't have that many supplies. Only about enough for 2,000 people to last 1 month. Hearing this, old Zhang was shocked and thought, Isn't that about equal to the supplies in my warehouse? Damn it, where did he get so many supplies? On the other side, there were several men guarding the gate. Suddenly, Yin Yin flew over from nowhere and locked one of them by the neck. She said, In your opinion, why did Su Chan suddenly become so generous? The young man looked dazed, focusing only on her large, fair chest, forgetting to answer her question. So Yin Yin squeezed him until blood spurted. Yin Yin said, He just emptied out the warehouse in this base. Before the man coughed up his last drops of blood, he replied, Oh, no wonder. A moment later, Yin Yin ran over to Duan Yalan and whined, Sister Yalan, I'm so hungry. Do you have anything for me to eat? Duan Yalan said, Who told you to use your ability so recklessly? Duan Yalan reported, We've already prepared the sniper positions. Suchin spoke up. General Gao, it's time to make a decision. Gao Wei said loudly, not having enough to eat or wear, being bullied by others. I thought that in order to survive, these people had already given up enough. But in the end, they were still treated like livestock by this group and sold to the Tao Tai clan. I don't want to stay in this place any longer. With a serious expression, the old man called out, Su Chun, I've decided to establish a new base with you. Then he shouted loudly to the several hundred brothers in his unit, Brothers who are willing to leave with me, Gao Wei, please step forward. Let us go establish a base where everyone can continue living with dignity instead of staying here and living like dogs. Two team captains shouted, Spear Tiger Team, White Tiger Team, assemble. Hearing this, the soldiers from Old Zhang's side immediately ran toward the command. The old man shouted in dissatisfaction, Damn it, what are you doing? You are the City Lord Army. I'm a City Lord. You must all be loyal to me. A voice rang out, reporting to the general, all members are present. The man surnamed Zhang shouted, Old Gao, who do you think you are? Without my permission, no one can leave. At this moment, the two sides split into two factions, pointing their guns at each other in an extremely tense standoff. As soon as a single gunshot rang out, both sides would start fighting. But suddenly, that crippled fool Zhang, he fired and shouted, Damn you, Su Chun, you piece of trash. If you hadn't brought people here, my legs wouldn't have been ruined. Today, I want you dead. At that moment, the bullet flew past Su Chen's cheek. He immediately said angrily, Do you want to die? He instantly teleported. With one hand, he grabbed the boy by the neck and lifted him high. His fingers tightened. He spoke up, Zhang Jianshu, tell the City Lord Army to put down their guns. Otherwise, I'll snap your son's neck. With an angry expression, the old man could only grit his teeth. He shouted the order, All of you put down your weapons. Su Chan said, General Gao, now have your people lead the refugees away. Leave this place to me. The old man replied, all right, Su Chan. We'll wait for you at Azure Cloud University. At this moment, the old fox, surnamed Zhang, immediately signaled with his eyes. The old man spoke up. Su Chan, they've withdrawn. Now you can release my son, can't you? I'll let you leave. Each of us takes one step back. What do you think? Not far from there, a sniper was lying in ambush, targeting Su Chan. But Brother Su was not blind. He signaled, Duan Yalan rooftop, 12 o'clock. His beloved wife heard the order and replied, understood. Yin Yin, hurry up and stand still. Don't hug me. Duan Yalan got into position, ready to snipe and take down the enemy. One shot sent that guy straight to meet his ancestors. Old Zhang was terrified. You arrange a sniper too? Su Chen replied, same difference. Oh right, City Lord Zhang. I agree to your proposal just now. Here, I'll return your son to you. After saying that, Brother Su kindly threw Zhang back to the old man. With a compassionate expression, he spoke up, but I still have one question. Does the flesh of your own kind taste good? The old man replied, what? Why are you asking that? But at that moment, the old man discovered that his beloved son's mouth was tightly biting down on a durian, making muffled whining sound like a dog. A loud explosion immediately rang out. Amid the smoke, City Lord Zhang mutated. But now, his son's body was scattered everywhere. The old man roared in rage. Su Chun, I'll kill you, you filthy dog. Su Chun stood proudly with his harem squad, looking extremely imposing. Duan Yalan spoke up. Brother Su Chun, we're here. With a killer's gaze, Su Chun thought, it looks exactly like the rumors from my previous life. Zhang Jianshu is a Taoye human hiding among humans. I just didn't expect him to be a second-level Taoye human. But the next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. The scene shifted to another side. All members, attention. Ahead is the supermarket containing the supplies Su Chen mentioned. Our objective is to deal with the Tao Tai clan members inside, then bring the supplies back to the new base. At this moment, the soldiers charged in like fierce tigers. But every one of them looked utterly shocked. It seems the Tao Tai clan members have all been wiped out. Not a single one is left. The captain said the supplies are in the vehicle, and the tank is more than half full of gas. It's enough to drive back to our new base. As expected, Su Chun didn't lie to us. There really is an entire truckload of supplies here. Captain Sun said, I thought we'd have to fight a brutal battle. Who knew the mission would be this damn easy? What a waste of time. The young man beside him said, Captain, I heard the general gave an important mission to Su Chun. But in the past, missions like this were always handled by you. Captain Sun asked angrily, a pretty boy like him wants to compete with me for credit? The scene shifted to the signal station. Yin spoke up, Sister Yalan, why hasn't that stupid captain come back yet? The sexy Lady Duan Yalan said, the Tao Tai clan members in the supermarket were dealt with by Su Chen long ago. They only need to drive the truck back. Even an idiot could do that. Yun said, who's worried about him? Su Chen told us to handle treating the refugees. I'm afraid those people will starve to death right in front of us. Duan Yalan continued, they're here. We can go back now. Once they get close, it'll be very difficult to use mental power to conceal your enormous body. At this moment, Captain Sun spoke up, reporting to the general, the supplies have been delivered. They really found supplies. Su Chen didn't lie to us. He really can solve the food problem. Old Gao said, Su Chen truly is our savior. Captain Sun said unconvinced, that pretty boy. I don't know about anything else, but he's certainly good at brainwashing people. Someone reported, General, at the South Hospital not far from here, there are traces of Tao Tai clan activity. It's probably a tribe of several dozen people. Hearing this, Old Gao was somewhat surprised and asked, a Tao Tai clan tribe? Captain Sun thought, Su Chun, I'll show you who the real protector of everyone is. At this moment, Bai Chang's voice rang out. What? You want to move the arsenal? There's a military base nearby, but the entrance has been submerged by the flood. That place must have become a death trap, with corpses gathered in swarms. Lu Xiaofeng continued, and even if the three of us can get in, how much can we possibly take? Su Chen replied, you two don't need to worry about that. You just need to take me to the arsenal. Bai Chang said, all right, I've been there before. I'll go with you. But we need to get 2 vehicles first. The arsenal is some distance from here. Su Chen interrupted, vehicles are simple. He immediately took a pickup truck out of his interdimensional space. The two of them were shocked. Is this magic? Is this your ability? Su Chen got into the vehicle and said, stop talking so much. If you don't mind me being poor, get in and I'll give you a ride. And so, the 3 of them set off for the military zone. On the other side, a group of people were cursing. Damn it, why is draining the water taking forever? I refuse to believe in evil spirits. Go pick a few useless people and throw them down as bait for those water ghosts. The supplies in the city vanished for no reason. If we can't find supplies, we'll definitely lose our lives when we go back. Don't blame me. And so, a group of unlucky people were thrown down as bait. The old man said, the water ghosts have all been attracted by the bait. Now, whoever goes down there and pries open the door, when we get back, I'll tell the city lord to reward him with a sweet little woman. Someone spoke up. Before the apocalypse, I had no money and no women. Now that the apocalypse is here, I'll risk it all. On the other side, Xiaofeng said, they're people from the City Lord Army. Looks like they've also set their sights on this place. Bai Chong said, I know where the rear entrance is. We can avoid the City Lord Army, but we'll have to dive to get in. Su Chen replied, Fine, we'll do it your way. And so, the three of them dove underwater. At this moment, Bai Chong realized something. She was immediately horrified when she saw dozens of eyes waiting below. Bai Chong hurriedly covered her mouth and thought they're water ghosts. Oh no, the air. Su Chen immediately appeared and comforted her. Don't be afraid, she thought in surprise. Su Chen can still talk underwater? Su Chen promptly helped her by giving her oxygen mouth-to-mouth with impressive skill. As Bai Chang's lips were kissed, she thought, he's giving me oxygen. But we're surrounded by water ghosts. Hands reached out, ready to grab this pair, enjoying themselves right at the entrance. Bai Chong, terrified, hugged Su Chen tightly, deciding that they would die together. But after quite a while, there was still no movement. She wondered, have all the water ghosts stopped? Ow! But then she realized it might be because of Su Chen, when his eyes turned deep crimson, as if activated by some ocular power. Bai Chong realized. Could he be controlling these water ghosts? Su Chen smiled, holding the girl with one arm as he spoke. Now, we prepare to hunt. At this moment, several water ghosts had already broken free from Su Chen's mental control. They charged forward and attacked in a pack. But how could Su Chen possibly be afraid of such small fry? He spoke up. Everyone go on ahead. I'll deal with these water ghosts. And so one after another, the water ghosts were all. Su Chen put them on a log-out board, clearing a path for Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Chong to leave. By the time the two of them surfaced, they immediately gasped for air as if they had never breathed before, having been trapped underwater for far too long. But when they looked back and saw the corpses of the water ghosts floating everywhere, Lu Xiaofeng asked in shock, Su Chen can control water monsters. Is he really still human? Bai Chong added, just how many tricks is he still hiding from us? At this moment, Su Chen also began to emerge from the water, holding a crystal core in his hand, looking somewhat disappointed. So many water monsters, and after all that effort, he had only found one white core. The drop rate was far too low. Seeing this, the two of them were shocked. Bai Chong said, we already got a white core so quickly, and you still think it's too little? Lu Xiaofeng said, although a white core can't grant someone an ability, it can still strengthen an ability. But in the darkness, a pair of golden eyes, glowing like car headlights, was quietly fixed on the white core in Su Chen's hand. A cat suddenly appeared and stole the crystal core. Su Chen was so stunned by this move that he had no time to guard against it. Seeing this, Lu Xiaofeng wondered aloud, why would there be a kitten in here? Bai Chong said, to guard against rats. Cats are kept throughout the base. Looks like this cat was trapped inside the base, and because of that, it actually avoided the apocalypse. But this cat is pretty impressive. I can't believe it managed to snatch a crystal core from Su Chen's hand. Su Chen frowned in irritation. He had never been afraid of fighting anyone, yet a cat had just stolen something from him. He took out a bag of food and said, little guy, you can't eat that thing. How about I trade this with you instead? The little cat instantly shot forward like lightning, snatched the bag of food from Su Chen's hand in a flash, and ran off. Su Chen felt an intense headache coming on. He clenched his fist, furious yet slightly excited, and said, I was robbed by a cat twice in a row? As expected, anything that can survive in the apocalypse is no simple thing. A while later, Su Chen's group restored the base's circuit breaker. Because of that, the electricity came back on as well. Bai Chong said, we're lucky. The power system can still operate. Let's go. The arsenal is up ahead. Bai Chong led the way and added, before the flood came, the lucky survivors all left in a hurry, but the supplies here definitely wouldn't have been moved in time. We're here. This is the place. These weapons and ammunition are enough to equip a 500-person team. Before them was an enormous military storage warehouse filled with equipment, firearms, and supplies. Lu Xiaofeng said in surprise. If we can find tanks, then even equipping 1,000 people won't be a problem. Hey, I'm warning you. Be more careful. The young man replied, Don't worry, Captain Bai. She said, the problem is, how are we supposed to bring all of this back? The City Lord's army could enter at any time, and a fight could easily break out. But going back to call people now is impossible. Suddenly, a loud noise shook the entire place. Before anyone could understand what had happened, Xiaofeng was already driving a tank like a street racer and shouting, Su Chun, Captain Bai, I found a tank. But there's a monster chasing me. Xiaofeng's face turned deathly pale as he yelled, Hurry, save me. Seeing this scene, Bai Chong was utterly shocked because she had run into a real troublemaker. The mutated monster immediately opened fire. But there seemed to be something wrong with its sights, so it missed, and Lu Xiaofeng escaped disaster. Lu Xiaofeng shouted, Hurry up and think of something. If it blows up the arsenal, we're all going to log out. Su Chun immediately ordered space expansion. All the supplies inside were slowly collected by Su Chun into his interdimensional space. Bai Chong asked in shock, All of these things can be stored in your space. Even a little cat was just as dumbfounded. Xiaofeng shouted, Su Chun, your ability is ridiculously awesome, but can you put the monster behind me into your space? Su Chun said, Living mutated creatures can't be stored inside. Bai Chong hurriedly said, Now isn't the time to talk about that. I'll lure the monster away, and Xiaofeng can find a chance. But before she could run off, Su Chun lifted her up in his arms. She stammered, Hey, what are you doing? All the supplies are in your space. I have to make sure you return to the base safely. Xiaofeng shouted, Be careful. The mutated beast seized the opportunity to open fire, but Su Chun dodged very quickly. However, the tank was blasted away. Su Chun said, Stop wasting time. I'll deal with the mutated beast. You go check if Xiaofeng is hurt. She quickly ran over to check the situation, but did not forget to remind him, Su Chun, don't die. Su Chun began radiating light, standing firmly before the mutated beast. He said, In my previous life, I never heard of a mutated beast like you appearing nearby. But that doesn't matter. In any case, your crystal core will belong to me. Outside, everyone was also startled when they heard the sound coming from inside. After listening carefully, they realized it was the sound of explosions. A subordinate suddenly shouted, Boss, the water level is dropping fast. The explosion must have cracked something underneath. Hearing this, the leader cursed angrily. Damn it, someone got in before us and dared to play tricks right under my nose. Kill them all. But when he gave the order, no one answered. Didn't you hear what I said? When he turned around, he found his subordinates staring straight ahead with foolish smiles. Boss, it's a rabbit. We haven't eaten meat in so long. How about we eat first, then go? Ahead of them, in the grass, a little rabbit was looking at them with a smirk. But that smile made the leader feel uneasy. Why is this rabbit smiling so strangely? In the next instant, the rabbit let out a roar, and a gigantic black shadow immediately enveloped the entire group. Everyone's eyes went wide. Then their faces all turned into the same eerie smile as the rabbit's. Inside the arsenal, Su Chun continuously threw powerful punches at the monster. But even using all his strength, his punches did not cause the slightest injury. Instead, the monster turned its head, aimed directly at Su Chun, and prepared to attack. As expected, Su Chun easily dodged. Observing the monster's body, he inwardly sighed. As expected, the body of a level 2 creature is as hard as steel. Just like that level 2 superhuman Zhang Jianshu from last time, who stood in the middle of an explosion without a scratch. Compared to them, my body is still far too weak. At this moment, the monster raised its hand and launched another attack. Su Chun leaped away to dodge, and a method flashed through his mind. As long as I destroy the parasitic vines in its brain, it'll be resolved. But before he could try, countless vines shot out from the monster's body, wrapping tightly around Su Chun and preventing him from moving. After immobilizing him, the monster began gathering energy again, aiming straight at Su Chen's face. However, just as the cannon blast fired, Su Chen vanished. It turned out that he had used his spatial teleportation skill at the final second, avoiding the fatal blow. Looks like it isn't as easy as I imagined. While he was racking his brain for a way to kill the monster, Su Chun suddenly saw the black cat walking over from behind. He hurriedly warned it, Danger, don't come closer. But when he looked carefully, he noticed its glowing golden eyes and the golden aura emanating from the black cat's body, and began to suspect something. Could it be that you're a mutated beast too? Meanwhile, in the ruined area, Bai Chong was loudly calling for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, are you all right? If you can hear me, answer me. At that moment, a weak voice sounded from behind her. I'm Fine. Luckily, I dodged in time. I was almost turned into minced meat. Seeing that Xiaofeng was safe, Bai Chong let out a sigh of relief. It's good that you're fine. I'll rescue you right away. But before she could act, a strange sound suddenly came from behind her. Bai Chong shouted, "Who's there?" Turning around, she saw a group of people walking out from the darkness. They were silent, only wearing strange smiles. Bai Chong felt something was off. It's you people? You already opened the main gate? What are these people trying to do? Bai Chong quickly realized something was wrong. When they stepped into the light, their eerie smiles were just like that monster rabbit's earlier. Back on Su Chin's side, the black cat had already begun transforming, its body rapidly expanding. One stomp from it cracked the entire floor. The sudden change even left Su Chin surprised. I didn't expect you to be able to grow this big. But instead of attacking Su Chin, the cat turned toward the yellow cannon monster, as if the two were sworn enemies. Both of them roared furiously at the same time, preparing to charge at each other. Seeing the scene before him, Su Chin suddenly understood. So you two are mortal enemies. As they say, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. He walked up beside the cat and said with a smile, "You stole my crystal core just to lure us here, didn't you? After seeing me display enough strength, you wanted to cooperate with me, right? Fine, as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chin leaped onto the mutated beast's back and shouted, "Then let's charge together." When the mutated giant cat discovered that Su Chin was riding on it, its fur stood on end and it roared angrily. However, after hearing the roar from the cannon whale, it had no choice but to temporarily cooperate with Su Chin. In an instant, the giant cat roared and charged straight at the cannon whale. When its paws swept across, countless sparks flashed, but the damage it caused to the cannon whale was negligible. At this moment, Su Chin realized that the monster was almost unharmed and shouted, "This won't work. We have to coordinate." Su Chin immediately instructed, "Use your speed to circle around to its side and draw the vine's attention. Leave the rest to me." Meanwhile, the cannon whale had already begun gathering energy, preparing for its next shot. The moment it fired, the giant cat quickly carried Su Chin and leaped away to dodge. But that shot shattered the outer wall of the base, causing lake water to pour in. However, this was not the time to worry about such things. Right after that, the giant cat followed Su Chin's instructions and charged straight at the cannon whale. As the distance between them grew shorter, the vines on the monster's body hissed and lunged out to attack the giant cat. But all of them were torn apart by its razor-sharp claws. Seeing that the giant cat had completed its task, Su Chin also prepared to act. He threw a powerful punch at the monster. Unexpectedly, that punch landed squarely on the cannon whale's body, and the terrifying force sent it flying several meters away. The giant cat stood to the side, stunned, inwardly thinking, "Good thing I didn't offend him earlier." At this moment, both of them saw that the cannon whale had not been completely defeated yet, but when it stood up, it was already staggering, clearly about to collapse. Recognizing the opportunity, the man and the cat decided to deliver the finishing blow. 2.5 minutes later, the vines surrounding the monster had mostly been torn apart. When Su Chin delivered the final strike, the monster's head exploded, revealing a pink crystal core. Seeing that its enemy had left behind a crystal core, the corners of the giant cat's mouth could not hide its smile. But it did not expect Su Chin to snatch the crystal core at lightning speed, hold it in his hand, and say, "This time the crystal core is mine." Then, ignoring the giant cat's angry protests, he directly tossed the crystal core into his mouth. At that moment, the shattered wall caused the water to rush in even more violently. Seeing more and more water filling the hall, Su Chin realized that the arsenal outside had also been submerged. The wall is broken. This place is about to sink underwater. But immediately afterward, the scene before him left Su Chin stunned. He saw the giant cat struggling and thrashing painfully in the water. Su Chin pulled it up and said in surprise, "So you're afraid of water? Then follow me. I'll lead you out." Hearing that Su Chin intended to make it his subordinate, the giant cat refused completely and turned its face away in dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Su Chin directly threw it back into the water and said, "Fine then, I won't force you." When the giant cat saw that Su Chin was serious, it panicked, struggled twice, and then jumped onto Suchun. When Suchun asked again, it could only nod in grief and agree, its eyes looking as if it was about to cry. Seeing the giant cat's resigned expression, Suchun laughed loudly. You chose this yourself. I didn't force you at all. Meanwhile, on Bai Chang's side, she was struggling because she could not kill those monsters. Damn it, these guys are clearly already dead. Every time I kill them, they just stand back up again endlessly. Inside the tank, Xiaofeng shouted, Captain Bai, the tank won't start. Don't worry about me. Run. But Bai Chang only shook her head helplessly. Run where? I have to deal with these things first. When she turned back to face the monsters, she saw a strange rabbit in the middle of the crowd, absorbing energy from the corpses. Bai Chang immediately noticed it, but just then, the rabbit let out a ferocious roar, and two tentacles like tree branches suddenly appeared behind her. Sensing the danger, Xiaofeng shouted from inside the tank, Captain Bai, watch out behind you. But before he could finish speaking, countless tentacles had already tightly bound Bai Chang. The giant rabbit drew closer and closer, and Bai Chang understood that she had been careless. Just as she thought she had no chance left, a tank suddenly charged straight into the rabbit. Inside the tank, Xiaofeng shouted, Monster die! A direct shot from the cannon barrel caused the giant rabbit to explode apart. Xiaofeng's tank charged straight into its mouth, and that shot not only took the rabbit down, but also blasted it into pieces. Seeing this scene, Bai Chang was stunned and could hardly believe her eyes. After the rabbit was destroyed, Xiaofeng also let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Finally, it's over. But at that moment, a crystal core fell from the rabbit's corpse, straight into the seat of the tank. The green crystal core landed perfectly in Xiaofeng's mouth. A crystal core? The instant he swallowed it, Xiaofeng's eyes shone brightly with green light. Seeing this, Bai Chang asked worriedly, Xiaofeng, are you all right? Xiaofeng held onto the tank and replied, I'm fine. I just accidentally swallowed a crystal core. My body feels a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, Su Chun had also just arrived. Seeing that yet another crystal core had been swallowed, the giant cat beside him nearly burst into tears. Su Chun looked at Xiaofeng's condition and quickly realized that he had eaten a crystal core. But Xiaofeng did not understand why he could not sense the power of an ability. So he asked Su Chun if there was some trick to it. Su Chun replied, if you want to grasp your ability quickly, the best way is to go through a battle. But first, let me get everyone out of here. When he turned and saw Bai Chang's disheveled clothes, Su Chun asked, what happened to you just now? Bai Chang recounted the entire incident involving the mutated beast she had just faced. After she finished, she looked at the giant cat in Su Chen's arms and asked, you're planning to raise a cat in the apocalypse? Su Chen nodded firmly. That's right. This cat will follow me from now on. The scene shifted to another place. A woman was hanging from a street lamp. Below, a girl was crying and begging the members of the Tao Tai clan, please spare me. But the only response she received was a man's cold laughter. The more you beg, the more excited I get. Your voice sounds so pleasant. Let's see if it sounds even louder in a moment. The girl continued begging. Don't kill me, please. Another member of the Tao Tai clan gave a sinister smile and threatened her. If you serve us well, we'll keep you as a female slave. But if you don't satisfy us, you'll be hung up there and dried into salted meat. Hearing the threat, the girl could only cry, not daring to move. She muttered, I don't want to be dried into salted meat. Then, amid her choked sobs, she trembled and said, I'll do my best to serve you, my lords. Hearing this, the eyes of the Tao Tai clan members lit up and they prepared to act. Good, very good. What followed was the woman's wailing, a violent gale like a raging storm, and groans everywhere. But just then, the sound of a car horn rang out outside. Someone's here? Take care of business first. We can have fun later. A figure stepped out of the vehicle. The Tao Tai clan members sneered mockingly. What brat dares interrupt our fun? Kill him. We'll use his meat for dinner. At this moment, Bai Chang, who was outside, asked Su Chun anxiously, Xiaofeng has only just recovered, and now he has to deal with 3 Tao Tai clan members. Will he be all right? Su Chun stroked the big cat while reassuring her, don't worry, I'm still here watching. If Xiaofeng really was the humanoid nuclear god from his previous life, he definitely won't have a problem. Besides, if he wants to fully grasp his ability, combat is the best way. Just then, without saying a word, Xiaofeng strode straight into the middle of the 3 Tao Tai clan members. The Tao Tai clan members immediately rushed forward, shouting, you dare act tough in front of us? You're asking to die. They instantly unleashed a rain of punches, attacking Xiaofeng non-stop. Watching from the side, Bai Chang saw that Xiaofeng was not fighting back and shouted anxiously, as expected, this isn't working. If this keeps up, he'll be beaten to death. but Su Chen stopped her and said, "No, that's not right." Xiaofeng seems to have figured out how to use his ability. At this moment, the Tao Tai clan members beating Xiaofeng also sensed something was wrong. The Tao Tai clan's strength was several times greater than a human's. How was he completely unharmed? Right after that, Xiaofeng answered their question. "It's because most of the energy from your punches has been absorbed by me." But the Tao Tai clan members did not believe him. They roared, "Are you kidding? Kill him." Then they used all their strength and charged at Xiaofeng once again. However, what they did not know was that Xiaofeng had not finished speaking. Rather than saying he absorbed it, it would be more accurate to say he plundered it. As soon as the words fell, Xiaofeng let out a roar, and an enormous surge of energy burst from his body. This was his ability, the Plunderer. When the ability activated, the Tao Tai clan members truly felt fear. They realized that the power inside them seemed to be getting drained away. Even Su Chen, who was standing nearby, exclaimed, "This ability really is far too powerful." Xiaofeng truly is the legendary mythic war god. Just then, Su Chen saw something flying over from the distance. It was a giant axe. In the blink of an eye, the axe chopped off the heads of the 3 Tao Tai clan members attacking Xiaofeng. Even Xiaofeng was equally surprised. Right after that, the axe returned to the hand of a man, and Captain Sun appeared with his group. "Good thing I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would already have become the Tao Tai clan's meal. But in return, hand over all the food you have." "Captain Sun," Xiaofeng was about to speak, but Su Chen stopped him. "Xiaofeng, get in the vehicle first. I'll handle this." Su Chen took a crate from the vehicle and said as he did so, "You all know this is the apocalypse. This is all I can give you." After saying that, he tossed the crate at Captain Sun's feet. Looking into the crate, Captain Sun froze. "It's dog food." Before he could react, Su Chen had already climbed into the vehicle and shouted as they drove away, "Take your time eating it. We'll be leaving first." Watching the vehicle disappear, Captain Sun roared furiously, "Brat, just you wait." At this moment, one of Captain Sun's subordinates asked, "Why didn't you take the chance to kill Lu Xiaofeng just now? Instead, you even helped him escape from the Tao Tai clan." Captain Sun replied coldly, "Do you think I didn't want to? If my axe hadn't inexplicably veered off course, that brat would already have gone to meet the King of Hell." Hearing this, the subordinate continued, "Now the general would rather trust outsiders like them than people who once fought shoulder to shoulder with you. With Lu Xiaofeng's ability, we will definitely be pushed out of the center of power." Captain Sun narrowed his eyes, his face filled with killing intent. "If Gao Wei no longer trusts me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. It's time for the leader of this base to be replaced." The scene changed. In the vehicle, Su Chen asked Xiaofeng, "Do you have some conflict with Captain Sun?" Xiaofeng merely shrugged and replied, "That's just the kind of person he is. Don't pay it any mind." Hearing this, Su Chen only sighed. Xiaofeng was far too unguarded around people close to him. "If I hadn't acted just now, you would have lost your life." But in his heart, he thought that Captain Sun had not acted out of personal resentment. There was definitely some other scheme. If he had already been secretly building his own faction in the new base, then it would be best to deal with him completely, once and for all. In the new base, everyone was urgently building protective walls. They all praised, "Thanks to Yun Yun, the construction work is as easy as can be, and our efficiency has doubled." But Yun Yun reminded them, "Every time I use my ability, the amount of food I consume isn't small. Can you all bear that?" Hearing this, everyone swallowed back tears and said, "As long as we can protect everyone, no cost is too high." Just then, Yun suddenly stood still as if she had seen something. A second later, she cried out joyfully, "It's Su Chen. He's back." Su Chen had driven back to the new base. As soon as they arrived, they stopped the vehicle right in front of the warehouse entrance. As soon as Su Chen parked, the mutated cat leaped out. Seeing this, Su Chen instructed it, "Don't run around and don't scare people." Hearing Su Chen's words, the cat obediently nodded. "Meow." Seeing its expression by Chong's side, "It looks very happy, doesn't it? Maybe it hasn't been outside in a long time." Xiaofeng, standing beside them, asked, "Aren't you afraid it'll run away?" Su Chen only smiled and replied, "On the way here, it ate so many of my fish sticks and cat food. Where else could it find a better place?" A while later, in the supply warehouse, Gao Wei asked, "This is the empty warehouse you asked me to prepare. I don't know if it's big enough." Su Chen replied, "It should be enough." A flash of light appeared, stunning Gao Wei. You have a space ability? And these are the supplies from the military base. Before him was a huge pile of supplies stacked like a mountain. Su-chan explained, with these weapons, the base's security problem is basically solved. Gao Wei asked in confusion, you have a space ability, so why aren't you hiding it from us? Su-chan smiled, we're already in the same boat. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Gao Wei agreed and promised to keep it secret. Bai Chong suggested, the new base still doesn't have a name. To recognize Su Chin's contribution, why don't we call it the Su Light Base? Gao Wei pondered. Su Light, the light of dawn. It means hope and rebirth. That really is a wonderful name. Su Chin recalled that in his previous life, the base founded by Gao Wei was the last Pure Land. Now that it bore his name, it was truly a great honor. Elsewhere, the little black cat fumbled its way into the operating room where Duanya was working. Someone said, you really are amazing. You removed this mutated plant so easily. Duanya said regretfully, unfortunately, the environment here isn't good. Many seriously ill patients can't be treated. Another person said, it would be wonderful if we could get medical supplies from the base hospital. Duanya picked up the scalpel, causing the kitten to grow suspicious as it recalled the horrifying memories of the past, when it had once witnessed one of its brothers being castrated in an utterly tragic manner. The little fellow was instantly startled in terror and kept meowing nonstop. Duanya was distracted by the cat's cries. She turned around and saw it trembling like a leaf. She reached out to stroke it and asked, where did this little cat come from? She happily picked it up and said she would go find food since it must be very hungry. Then she gently coaxed it, come back with me. After that, Duanya carried the cat back to her room, saying as she walked, Little Black, once Su-chan comes back, I'll ask whether he can raise a cat. Sigh, after all, in this world, even keeping ourselves alive is already difficult. But she did not know that this cat had been brought back by Su-chan. When they arrived, she said, this is our temporary residence. Just as she was about to take off her clogs and step inside, a figure suddenly rushed over, hugged her tightly, and shouted, Beauty, hurry up and come have some fun with this rich master. She was startled and demanded, who are you? Then she was subdued and pushed forcefully onto the bed. Little Black panicked and did not dare move. But when she opened her eyes, she immediately realized that the thug was none other than Su-chan. She asked in surprise, Su-chan, when did you get back? Su-chan had originally planned to tease her a little, but he had not expected to be discovered so quickly. So he asked, how did you know it was me? She replied, other than you. Who else could be completely immune to my mental ability? Su-chan was surprised. Oh, so that's how it is? After they talked for a while, Duanya took the cat into the bathroom with her. As she scrubbed it, she said, oh, so you were brought back by Su-chan? But you don't have a name yet, do you? The pattern on your body seems to be golden. How about I call you Gold from now on? The kitten was enjoying the scrubbing so much that it meowed a few times. Suddenly, Su-chan walked in the bathroom and said, Gold, huh? That name sounds pretty good. But weren't you supposed to come help me wash up? Duanya was both embarrassed and curious. She asked, right? How did your trip to the arsenal go this time? Did you gain anything? Su-chan took out a crystal core and replied, of course I gained something. With this, I can evolve to level 2. Gold thought blankly. Didn't Su-chan swallow it directly back then? Su-chan explained, sorry, the situation was a little chaotic at the time. Actually, I stored the crystal core in my interdimensional space. But this crystal core gives me an intense urge, so I specifically brought it back. He then swallowed the crystal core directly. Duanya asked in alarm, you're going to eat it now? But was already too late to stop him. Su-chan began to change. His skin turned dark black, with blazing red vein-like patterns. The power radiating from him was incomparably strong. Duanya exclaimed in surprise, Is this a level 2 human? His power is shaking even the space around him. Duanya could only resign herself to it, and softly said, Su-chan, don't be like this. I can't take it anymore. But Su-chan had no intention of stopping. Outside, Yin heard strange sounds and walked in, blushing when she saw the scene in the room. She complained, Su-chan, why didn't you come find me when you got back? You're making me really angry. Yin joined in, and after about a struggling, both Duanya and Yin were so exhausted they could not move. Duanya sighed, I almost feel like I'm about to collapse. Yin added, this side effect is way too intense. Su Chun awkwardly apologized, but Yun Yun reminded her, Sister Duanya and I have to improve ourselves quickly. Otherwise, we'll just keep getting bullied by him. After that, they tested Su Chin's new abilities together. He explained, the physical ability, strong iron body, has merged with the powers of Berserk and Dark Shadow. When my skin turns black, my body becomes harder than steel. There's even a stream of energy flowing out over the surface of my body. I wonder if I can push this energy outward. So he aimed his hand at the young woman and tested his second move. She was stunned, sent flying with the bed curtains, and crashed off the bed. He laughed and said, looks like my attack power has gotten even stronger. Next was the space ability. Previously, space could only expand from the place it touched, but now he could open multiple small spatial gates anywhere within about 20 meters around him. Yin Yin said unhappily, Su Chen, you bastard, you actually launched a sneak attack on us. Next was the ice element ability. This time, in addition to creating ice pellets, he could also condense layers of ice over his body. Although this was rather useless, it was still progress. Suddenly, he looked at the layer of ice and came up with a new idea. If I focus this type of energy flowing over my body and apply it to the ice surface, then I can use spatial gates to attack from multiple directions. Immediately, he created a new move, firing ice pellets through spatial gates, with power comparable to bullets, attacking from different angles. He tested the move and found it highly effective. The two women watched him create it and marveled in astonishment. Yun Yun said, abilities can even be used like this? Duanya added, if you evolve a few more times, won't you be able to make missiles? Finally, he tested his mental perception ability, activating red eye mode. He noticed that the range of perception had not changed much, but he could sense every cell in his body, like the internal observation state in cultivation novels. However, at that moment, he was suddenly pulled into another dimension. He wondered blankly, where is this? Suddenly, a young woman's voice answered, it's the consciousness space inside your brain. Su Chun, it's been a long time, hasn't it? He was shocked to realize that this girl was the woman from the mutated rat laboratory base. He immediately asked, it's you? Didn't you already dissipate? Why are you here? She replied, because you swallowed my crystal core, I parasitize your body. Now my true body has already fused into one with you. Su Chan thought to himself, I was careless. I actually fell into her trap. He realized that none of his abilities could be used here. Meanwhile, outside, Yun Yun and Duanya anxiously called out, Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Inside the consciousness space, he asked what she wanted. She replied, do you know how lonely I've been all by myself? It wasn't easy for me to wait until you came in. So, of course, she was about to do something suspicious. But he quickly remembered that he still had one ability he could use. He created a rope and bound her tightly. The girl continued, don't think you can bind me. Then he used a rope like a pet leash to control her. The girl was furious, but she could not resist. She admitted, you're too strong. I can't possess you. He replied, sorry, but I'm not capable of trusting you. So he used even more ropes to bind her from head to toe. She said, but you're only controlling my consciousness. You can't kill my true body at all. He replied, then you can stay here frozen forever. The girl reacted fiercely, using her hair to surround him and turn him into a mummy. Both of them were tightly bound by each other's techniques, and neither could do anything. She said, Su Chun, now neither of us can move. Why don't we chat for a bit? He asked, oh, then what do you want to talk about? She replied, actually, I only need to absorb a little of your ability energy to survive. It won't have any effect on you. Su Chen, he did not believe her and asked, how can you leave my body? She answered, I have to absorb ability energy to exist. If I go out now, I'll die unless... Su Chun suggested helping her find a female ability user with a balanced appearance and a suitable body, someone who was not too weak. Faced with this demand, Su Chun smiled and said she was rather picky, but he understood what would be appropriate. She replied that when she encountered someone suitable, she would let him know, while also guaranteeing that she would not make him help for nothing. If he helped her find a suitable body, she promised she would bring him good things, though she did not say exactly what. In a moment of threat, Su Chen warned her that if she did anything harmful to him, he would find a way to eliminate her. The girl then acted coquettishly, asking Su Chen to untie her because she was being squeezed so tightly she could hardly breathe. After that, the two agreed to untie each other, treating it as a sign of initial trust in this cooperation. Returning to the real world, Su Chen was dazed, while the two girls beside him were worried. Duanya asked why he had become like that, and Yin Yin added that they had called him, but Su Chen had not reacted at all. They had even thought his soul had left his body and wandered somewhere. Su Chen replied, This is rather dangerous. It needs to be minimized as much as possible to ensure safety. In the mental world, the surrounding space gradually became frozen, causing the girl inside to be shocked and loudly scold Su-chan for daring to do such a thing. Su-chan was also surprised to discover that his ice element ability had a strong reaction with the consciousness space. He concluded that he had to quickly find a suitable body for her. Thinking of the base, he realized there were women there and suggested that Duanya take him to look for someone. Hearing this, Duanya, Yun, and the others were stunned, wondering how Su-chan could still be unsatisfied with the two of them. The young man immediately grew awkward, gave a dry laugh, and explained that he only wanted to take a look at the other people in the base. Outside, Duanya reported that General Gao was compiling the numbers. There were about 1,300 people in the base. More than 400 of them were in charge of security and had already repelled several harassment attacks from the Taotai clan and mutated beasts. The other men were responsible for building the temporary barrier wall, while the women, children, and elderly were in charge of clearing mutated plants and handling logistics. Thanks to Yun, the wall was basically complete. Those with minor injuries had also returned to work after treatment. Duanya remarked that everyone was working hard, and only when the wall was finished would they be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Su-chan, however, expressed concern and gave them some intelligence, saying that the peaceful period would not last long. In another area of the base, General Gao, by Chang, and a group of people were discussing construction and supplies. They stressed the need to quickly retake the hospital controlled by the Taotai clan in order to reclaim the medical supplies. During the meeting, Captain Sun was displeased that Su-chan was not present and began criticizing the young man for shirking responsibility. However, General Gao spoke up to defend Su-chan. He emphasized that without Su-chan, this base would not exist. Hearing this, Captain Sun could only scowl resentfully and do nothing more. Old Gao thought deeply to himself that Captain Sun's vision was far too narrow. He recalled his earlier conversation with Su-chan when he had asked, "You want to hand full control of the base over to me?" "What?" Su-chan had calmly replied, "I'm not interested in becoming the leader, and you're the only person I trust. I feel at ease leaving it to you. But I want to remind you that in the future, with disasters coming one after another, even with the base's protection, if you do not prepare for danger during peacetime, sooner or later you will be swallowed by the apocalypse." At the time, Gao Wei had answered seriously, "I understand." Then he had thought to himself that, sure enough, the strong never allowed their steps to slow. Su-chan was someone who constantly pursued greater power. Old Gao spoke up. "Everyone only needs to know that when we encounter hardship or a powerful enemy, in this base, he will take action." After hesitating for a moment, Old Sun laughed and said, "There are dozens of Taotai clan members in that hospital, and all of them are formidable enemies. If our losses are too heavy, I can't shoulder that responsibility." Old Gao continued, "Considering the importance of this operation, Lu Xiaofeng will assist you. In addition, I will ask Su-chan to take action to ensure nothing goes wrong." Old Sun slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Since General Gao has said so, I'll take on this mission. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare right away." A subordinate asked, "Captain, weren't we about to seize power? Why are we suddenly attacking the hospital now?" Old Sun replied, "Originally, I was still worried that Su-chan and Lu Xiaofeng were both ability users and wouldn't be easy to deal with. If we can secretly kill those two during this operation, the base will easily fall into our hands." From high above, two people were watching Old Sun from a distance. A young man said, "General Gao." Just as Su-chan said, he really agreed. Old Gao replied, "I hope he doesn't choose the wrong path. By the way, have people been sent to investigate his city?" The other person answered, "The field team I sent should have arrived by now." If it's as Su-chan said, then something big will definitely happen during the raid over there. The scene shifted to the He City safe zone. Little Meow said dejectedly, "Brother Tianyu, Su-chan is so strong. Why didn't you ask him to help us take back those 2 crystal cores?" Tianyu replied, "You have to rely on yourself if you want to become stronger. If we keep depending on Su-chan, when will we ever have a chance to grow? Besides, Su-chan already saved us once. Why should we ask him to act again?" Little Meow retorted, "That may be true, but the two of us fought zombies and mutants like desperate fools. But in the end, we didn't gain anything. I just can't accept it." Tianyu whispered, "Stop talking. Someone's coming." The two of them immediately hid carefully. From afar, several fierce-looking men holding boar spears escorted. Several beautiful girls passed. A young man said, "Boss, we're here to deliver the goods. Take a look. These are all top-quality goods." The young guard looked around, then said, "Follow me. I'll take you to see the city lord." The leader of the group laughed loudly. "Brother, we're going to make a huge profit again this time, aren't we?" The scene shifted inside the city. Amid laughter and chatter, a voice rang out, "Very good. I'm very satisfied with this batch of goods." A fierce Taotai clan member said, "Whoever can bear me a son will get to live. This is your only chance." The girls begged in fear, "Please spare us." He roared, grabbed a girl by the neck, and said, "You have no right to flatter me here. Remember that." He drew his sword, intending to make the girl taste it. A young man ran over and reported, "City Lord, Su Chun and the others are attacking the hospital." The city lord furiously ordered, "Counterattack. This time, I'll turn Su Chun to dust." The young man said again, "But we've been starving for a long time and basically have no fighting strength left, unless we turn them into our people. But the evolution process takes time." While he was struggling to think, a girl spoke up, "Or perhaps I can help you a little." The city lord turned back and asked, "What did you say?" "Help us." The young men who had brought the people here thought they had made a fortune, but unexpectedly, the Taotai clan turned them into seed material. "Hey, what are you doing? Let us go," one of them shouted. City Lord, I'm your business partner. Why are you treating us like this?" However, their eyes immediately widened in terror as the grinding sounds of weapons slowly approached. The Taotai City Lord said, "That woman wants to help me build an army of Taotai clan members. She just needs to use you as catalysts." The two young men shouted in terror, "This is her revenge. That woman is clearly trying to get revenge." Someone behind them said, "She's deceiving you." Another person spoke up. With a sinister expression, the old man began swinging his mace and said, "Whether she's deceiving me or not, I'll only know after I try." The club swung decisively, striking and sending the two young men flying high into the air as though he were playing golf. Below, the Taotai clan members were grabbing people and throwing them into a blood pool as if they were cooking hot pot. This was no different from hell on earth. Another person cried out as he heard the extremely miserable screams begging for help. That woman, San Mao, was acting like a sorceress as she poured a bottle of green liquid into the pool. It was a second-generation strengthening drug used to accelerate the clan's evolution. This drug had already been tested before. They only needed to pour it into the blood pool, though it was somewhat unstable. The others were being grabbed by the neck and thrown into the pool. The young man kept struggling and shouted, "Let me go, Jumi," but he was still thrown into the pool in agony. The woman said, "You should be grateful. Only those chosen are qualified to enter the blood pool, and only the strongest warriors can contribute their strength to the city lord. Su Chun, if you hadn't destroyed the evolution base, I wouldn't have been captured as a slave and brutally tortured. This time, I'll make you pay." From within the blood pool, an arm suddenly emerged, and then a young man transformed from a human into a flawed Taotai clan creature, slowly crawling up to the surface. Not far away, Tianyu and Little Meow were watching. The situation, oh my god, they're trying to turn everyone into a bunch of Taotai clan monsters. Tianyu said. Little Meow continued, "If this keeps going, all 2,000 people in the city will become that city lord's lackeys. We can't allow that." The two young men jumped down from the wall, but accidentally made a faint noise. Tianyu said, "We have to bring this news back. Otherwise, the base will suffer an extremely terrible disaster." A Taotai clan member growled, "What a pity. None of you can escape." The two young men were horrified to see that a group of Taotai clan members were already waiting with weapons ready. "This is what we get for going into the jungle without placing wards." Little Meow cursed loudly. "Damn it, we've been discovered." Tianyu said, "I'll hold them off. You find a chance to run." The Taotai clan member said, "I think you two should stay here and become our dinner." The scene shifted to early morning at Su Light Base. A little girl happily ran over and called, "Brother Su Chun." He replied, "Oh, little May, how do you feel in the new base? Is anyone bullying you anymore?" The little girl let him pat her head and obediently replied, "Who would dare bully me? I'm Brother Su Chun's woman, after all." From afar, old Gao called out, "Brother Su Chun." Captain Sun has gathered his people, but they're still somewhat reluctant to deal with dozens of Taotai clan members in the hospital. "So I'd like to ask you to help." Su Chun said, "No problem." At that moment, Yun Yun and Duanya also walked over to gather with them. Old Gao added solemnly, "Also, Su Chun, I still have one more request. The hospital is too close to the base. Sooner or later, it will become a major threat. Moreover, the medicines inside are extremely important supplies for the future. Therefore, I would like to request that you leave the medical supplies for the people in the base. Suchin replied, don't worry. I'll only take what I need. The rest will be left for the people. Old Gao turned back and introduced the team members behind him. By the way, this time, I brought along all the ability users in the base. A silver-haired young man said, during the mission, we will obey your orders. Suchin looked at this team and found it quite reliable. They were all tall, sturdy young people, and there was even a Milan-like girl. He said, since you're going to listen to me, then everyone listen to my orders. The whole group immediately focused with all their might, ready to hear the mission plan and prepare for the hospital raid. But he lowered his voice and said, everyone, continue staying at the base and keep watch. Pay special attention to any movement from each city. Hearing this, the whole group's eyes widened in shock, and they could not help exclaiming, what? They learned that Su Chan intended to raid the hospital alone without needing help from the group of ability users. He thought silently that perhaps because of his actions, his city would undergo uncontrollable changes. The scene shifted back to the Taodai clan's territory, where Tianyu and Little Meow were surrounded. On all sides, Little Meow cursed, damn it, these Taodai clan monsters are toying with us. They aren't giving us any chance to stop. Tianyu continued, this isn't a good method. We'll soon run out of stamina. We have to end this quickly. Little Meow, do you remember how we used to go through all kinds of crises in the field team? Little Meow replied, of course. I'm the most experienced team member. But a Taodai clan member burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How long are you two planning chat? No matter what little tricks you two want to play, you're dead today. Seeing them raise their axes, ready to chop them apart, Tianyu, although unarmed, used verbal bravado to build momentum. Go to hell, you monsters! But instead of punching or kicking, the young man threw a pile of lime powder into their eyes. The Taotai clan members hurriedly covered their faces and roared in pain and fury. Damn it, you two brats. I'll kill you. Hurry, stop them. Little Meow immediately shouted proudly. Now's the time. Run, you bastards. Come catch me. Hey, you idiots. But the young man's face soon showed clear terror. When he turned back, a sharp spear pierced straight through his body. Little Meow froze for a moment and let out a grunt. Seeing this, Tianyu was horrified and shouted Little Meow's name. The Taotai clan member raised his trophy and said, oh, a snack delivered right to my door. This guy's a bit skinny, though. Is he an addict or something? But why was his mouth so loud just now? He isn't even enough to get stuck between my teeth. He then swung the spear backward toward the hundreds of Taodai clan members. Reward for all of you. The unfortunate Little Meow was immediately surrounded by them. He weakly called out Tianyu. Tianyu angrily charged forward, intending to fight hundreds of them alone, and shouted back, Little Meow, hold on. I'm coming to save you. But a Taodai clan member played dirty, slashing him across the back and making him scream endlessly. Little Meow used the last of his strength to shout, run. The Taotai clan members swarmed forward, biting and tearing at him. Just like that, Little Meow was ripped in two. Tianyu collapsed helplessly, calling out, no, Little Meow. He clenched his teeth and said, Little Meow, wait for me. I will definitely avenge you. He then used every last bit of strength to flee. A Taodai clan member said, oh no, he's trying to jump into the river. Stop him. They immediately raised their spears and threw them to prevent Tianyu from jumping into the river. He ran for his life, panting heavily, not daring to slow down for even a second because he knew that if he fell behind, several holes would appear in his body. Amid the rain of spears, he dashed forward like the wind, escaping disaster and falling in a complete spinning arc into the violently rushing river. When they ran over, there was no trace of him left, so they cursed, damn it, that brat actually escaped. What a pity. I am starving. I want to eat meat. The commander smiled viciously. You want to eat meat? In a voice full of power, he said, then wipe out the people of Su Light Base. Everyone inside. You can eat as much as you want. As if filled with new courage, they shouted, ha ha ha, I don't care, I'm going there. I want to go too. As long as I can feast on meat, I'll do anything. I want to taste women. The commander growled Su Chen's name with deep hatred. This was old Zhang Jianshu, the father of that foul, gluttonous Zhang He. Just wait for me there. I will avenge my son. He released an astonishing pressure and led San Mao and 500 of his brothers towards Su Light Base. The scene shifted to the hospital, where a young girl was screaming, tears, and snot soaking her body. Amid the wailing cries of a child, the girl was utterly exhausted after giving birth to a Taotai clan baby. A Taotai clan member shouted, my son. This was Fatty Foam, the boss of the Taotai clan tribe at the hospital. He had originally been a psychiatric patient in the hospital, always fantasizing that he could make the women around him pregnant. After the apocalypse, he became the first Taotai clan member in the hospital. The girl tried to use what little strength she had left to stand up. She no longer wanted to keep living in this den of demons. She had to escape. He immediately grabbed her leg, pinned her down, and said, "You're a breeding machine, so how can you rest? I'll make you pregnant with my child again right now." The girl said in fear, "Wait, I just gave birth. How could that be possible?" Ignoring everything, he forced the unfortunate girl down. The scene shifted to the city hospital. At this moment, the force led by Captain Sun had attacked and was moving to retake the hospital and the supplies. The Taotai clan members were caught off guard by the sudden assault, leaving them unable to react in time. The troops charged in and opened fire with great ferocity. Old Sun held an axe and hacked down Taotai clan members one by one. An old man said, "Next, I'll have to trouble you people to go ahead and clear the way for the army." Hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng was stunned and replied, "Captain Sun, what do you mean by that? You want us to go first empty-handed? How is that any different from sending us to our deaths?" Su Chun and Duanya behind him looked rather displeased. Old Sun said, "Don't be fooled by the fact that there are over 100 brothers holding guns behind us. They're only ordinary people." Su Chun stepped forward and said, "Are you threatening us?" The old man burst out laughing. Wasn't it perfectly normal for someone with abilities to charge ahead? Su Chun did not bother arguing any further and threatened them directly. He turned and said, "Oh, really? But I must remind you all that anyone who points a gun at us will not come to a good end. Let's go." And so Su Chun stepped forward, carving out a bloody path for them. Duanya and Lu Xiaofeng immediately followed close behind. Xiaofeng could not help staying alert in every direction because enemies could appear and attack at any moment. Captain Sun whispered, "Let them deal with the Taotai clan first. After that, we'll make our move and kill them." Even a super ability user can't stand against 100 rifles. One of his underlings replied, "Captain Sun, why not keep that juicy woman, Duanya, for the brothers?" The men behind him immediately laughed happily and chimed in. "That's right." Captain Sun replied, "Let the brothers have something to relieve their stress." They began staring Duanya up and down, from head to hips, but none of them noticed that her eyes were glowing a brilliant red. One man said, "That woman? It would really be a pity to kill such a beautiful woman." Captain Sun's subordinates kept laughing and talking. "Then keep her for the brothers." But before they could finish speaking, their expressions changed and they let out puzzled sounds. Captain Sun shouted, "Damn it, where did Su Chun and the others go? Why can't we see them anymore? Damn it, hurry up and search. Don't let them escape this way." Duanya and Lu Xiaofeng were hiding off to one side. Xiaofeng asked, "They can't see us?" She replied, "I can use my ability to control the nerves of ordinary people, but that Captain Sun is also an ability user, so he may be able to sense that something is wrong." Su Chun, standing behind them, continued, "Don't worry, he won't notice." Then he began using his spatial ability. Space gates appeared above the soldiers' heads, and ice bullets rained down on them. The men fled in terror, screaming in pain, "Oh no, damn it, someone is ambushing us from behind." Captain Sun shouted, "Pay attention, take cover quickly. Anyone too slow will die early." Su Chun laughed with great amusement and said, "You lot are still better suited to charging into the front line." As he spoke, he used his ability to smash their backsides, forcing them to run forward with their butts in the air and become Taotai mine detectors. Captain Sun cursed furiously. "Damn it, has anyone seen where the enemy is?" The scene shifted elsewhere. The unfortunate girl's eyes had rolled back, her expression stiff as she had logged out of Earth's server. Fatty Foam snorted angrily. She died just like that? Far too weak. Suddenly, he let out a surprise sound, because behind him, another girl was also being tortured by them. The girls were pinned to the ground by two Taotai. Fatty Foam asked, "What are you doing?" They replied, "Boss, we also want them to give birth to our children." That's right. We want to be just like Boss." The girl widened her eyes and screamed in tears, "No, please spare me." Seeing that those bastards did not take him seriously, Fatty Foam angrily roared, "How dare you touch my woman?" With a heaven-shaking slap, he killed the two underlings, and a shockwave shattered the wall, conveniently blasting away several of the subordinates behind Captain Sun as well. A gigantic figure slowly stepped out from behind the wall. Fatty Foam appeared and let out a sound of surprise. "So, a few little rats actually sneaked in here?" Captain Sun was shocked. "It's the Taotai clan. Their leader is huge. One man, his face filled with terror, called out, "Captain Sun, look up there." Didn't they say there were only a few dozen Taotai? Why are there so many? As they poured down from the fourth floor, they were packed together like a crowd watching a concert. "We're surrounded. Captain Sun." Captain Sun shouted loudly, "Open fire! Fire! Hurry! Everyone open fire!" Then the sound of rifles rang out like firecrackers. But very quickly, the underlings looked back in horror and wondered, what's wrong with these guns? Why aren't they causing any damage at all? Why are they all blank rounds with no killing power? Someone must have tampered with them. Fatty Foam roared angrily. "All of you, chop off the limbs of these intruders and turn them into smoked meat." Upon hearing the order, the Taotai underlings fiercely grabbed their weapons and charged in. A young man as black as the bottom of a pot was split in two. Captain Sun was immediately ganged up on by three huge figures, but he was no pushover either. He swung his axe in retaliation, splitting them into several pieces with one slash. Then he displayed the authority of a leader. "All of you get up. Even without guns, we must fight these beasts with our lives." He cursed Su Chun furiously. "That damned bastard actually dared trick us. Once I kill all these Taotai, you'll be next." But the situation did not look very promising, as only a few dozen soldiers remained to fight against hundreds of Taotai clan members. On the Taotai clan side, they held blades and axes, determined to kill everyone without leaving a single survivor. Charge and split them in half. And so the two sides fought fiercely. But how could Captain Sun's team possibly be a match for the Taotai clan? After only a few short exchanges, the dead were dead and the wounded were wounded. Some even tried to flee. This Taotai clan is truly too terrifying. I have to find a way to escape. When the deserter ran past a bed, he suddenly heard the cry of a newborn baby. Turning back to look, he discovered that it was a little Taotai cub that had just been born. But before he could react, the little Taotai crawled under the table and disappeared. Seeing this strange scene, he froze for a moment, his mind going blank. He had no idea that the little Taotai had already sneaked right beneath his feet. In an instant, it leaped up and bit fiercely into his leg, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. After that, it madly bit and tore at his entire body. He screamed in pain. "It hurts. Save me." But no matter how he screamed, he could not escape the fate of being eaten. So delicious. After eating, the little Taotai realized that its body was rapidly growing. It understood that as long as it ate flesh, it could grow stronger. The scene shifted to Captain Sun's side. Around him now lay the corpses of Taotai clan members. The survivors all admired him. Captain Sun is too powerful. He killed more than a dozen Taotai all by himself. At this moment, Captain Sun was filled with confidence, completely unable to distinguish between strong and weak enemies. Seeing Fatty Foam, he shouted, "You came at just the right time. I'll split you in half." Just as Captain Sun's giant axe was about to come crashing down, Fatty Foam merely used 2 fingers to gently pinch the axe blade, stopping in place. Seeing this, Captain Sun froze. Just how strong is this guy? While he was still shocked, the Taotai child that had grown up appeared behind him. Its hands turned into sharp blades, and in an instant, it severed both of Captain Sun's arms. As he fell, the Taotai child prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Go D. But at that very moment, a figure appeared and kicked the Taotai child hard in the face, sending it flying more than 100 meters away. The Taotai child roared angrily. "Who dares kick me?" 3 familiar figures slowly walked over. They were Su Chun, Duanya, and Xiaofeng. Su Chun said coldly, "It isn't your turn to kill this man yet." Fatty Foam also looked toward them at this moment. When he saw Duanya, his eyes lit up and he blurted out, "Such a beauty. My luck today really isn't bad." He smiled sinisterly, looked at Su Chun, and said, "Since you personally delivered a beauty to me, I'll allow you to choose how you die." But before he could finish speaking, Su Chun had already flashed in front of him and coldly interrupted, "You talk too much." After saying that, Su Chun punched straight into Fatty Feng's chest, sending him flying backward. Su Chun said coldly, "The method I choose is for you to die." Fatty Feng then realized that a large hole had been punched through his chest, but immediately afterward, the wound rapidly healed at an astonishing speed. He smiled sinisterly. "So you're an ability user too. In that case, your flesh must taste very good." While Fatty Foam was speaking, the Taotai child heard its father express his liking for Duanya and looked puzzled. She looks so weak. Why does father like her? But after thinking for a moment, it gave an evil smile. Since father likes her, she can stay and be my mother. Don't worry, I'm still growing, so my body won't eat you. Besides, I just ate human flesh, so now I only want to drink milk. Just as it was about to call Duanya mother, a heaven-shaking kick slammed straight into its head. The force was so strong that its head crashed into the ground, leaving it unable to say a word. But only a few seconds later, the Taodai child burst into loud laughter. So this is what a mother feels like. I like it so much, seeing it still babbling nonstop. Duanya immediately continued kicking, attacking again and again. Clearly, Duanya was not just a delicate vase who only knew how to use mental abilities. Her physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person. At the end of her combo, she raised the 10-centimeter heel of her high-heeled shoe and stomped down hard onto the Taodai child. This stomp seemed to make it completely lose its ability to reproduce. At this moment, the Taodai child looked at Duanya with an evil smile. Mother is really amazing, but now it's my turn. After saying that, it suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Duanya was surprised. It has an ability too? Less than a second later, the Taodai child appeared behind Duanya. I can move through the darkness to attack. Mother won't know where I'll strike from. As soon as it finished speaking, its hands once again turned into sharp blades, and it charged toward Duanya to attack her. But before it could get close, a small figure appeared. It was Little Meow. With a powerful kick, Little Meow sent the Taotai child flying away. Seeing Little Meow appear, Duanya asked in surprise, "Gold, why did you come here? This place is too dangerous. Hurry and hide behind me." Then Duanya pulled out the gun she had prepared beforehand. She thought to herself, "With my mental perception, I can lock onto its movements. As long as it appears, it won't escape my bullets." But at that moment, the Taotai child emerged from the wall above and roared, "You damned cat, I'll kill you." But before it could attack, a powerful blow from Gold smashed straight into the place where it had just appeared. The tremendous force instantly destroyed both the wall and the Taotai child. When Duanya turned around and aimed her gun after hearing the sound, she only saw 3 enormous claw marks etched into the wall and had no idea what had just happened. At this moment, the Taotai child was hiding in a corner, panting heavily, its face filled with terror. That cat is too frightening. I almost died. I have to escape. Back at the center of the battle, Captain Sun was surrounded by Taotai. Terrified, he shouted for his underlings to protect him because he no longer had hands to hold his axe. Lu Xiaofeng spoke up. "This place is too dangerous. Everyone, get as close to me as possible." A Taotai laughed mockingly. "Ah, you think you alone can stop us? You really don't know your own limits. Look at him, so weak and skinny. Doesn't he look like a junkie who's been wasting away for 20 years? This is hilarious." Captain Sun clenched his teeth and thought slyly. Lu Xiaofeng is kind-hearted. Right now, I can only use him to help me escape. The old man called out, "Lu Xiaofeng, I am the captain of this operation. I order you to protect me and get me out of this damn place." Looking at his miserable state, yet seeing him still shouting and putting on airs, Xiaofeng replied, "Protect you? Of course, no problem. But before that, help me with something first." The old man immediately glared in terror and shouted, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Lu Xiaofeng grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. His plunderer ability was also absorbing the old man's power. Xiaofeng said, "Without both arms, you're nothing but a cripple. You might as well lend me your power. Then I'll kill all these Taotai to avenge you." The old man was sucked dry, blood streaming like springs from all over his face. He asked weakly, "We're teammates, aren't we? Why would you?" Hearing the old man say the word teammates, Xiaofeng's face darkened as he continued, "The moment you pointed your guns at us, we were already enemies. And if you are enemies, then all of you must die." Lu Xiaofeng immediately strengthened his plunderer ability. Captain Sun's underlings screamed miserably as their strength was stripped away, turning them into dried corpses without the slightest bit of power. Back at Su Light Base, thanks to Su Chen's warning, Su Light Base had discovered that the majority of the Taotai army was advancing toward them. On the city wall, Bai Chong said, "For now, we'll follow the plan we prepared. But Yin Yin, why are you still here?" Yin Yin replied gloomily, "Before Su Chen left, he told me to build the barrier wall. I really don't want to watch the Taodai clan destroy this place." Bai Chong immediately blushed, as if feeling somewhat embarrassed. She stammered, "By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. When you and Duanya are together with Su Chun, do you feel anything strange?" Yin Yin calmly replied. At first, it was indeed a little awkward, but now it's the apocalypse. Who still cares about worldly rules? She thought. Besides, how could I possibly withstand a beast like Su Chun all by myself? Yin Yin added, speaking of which, Captain Bai, do you like Su Chun? Whenever you mention him, your expression seems different. Bai Chong immediately turned her face away, shyly, and replied, don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly? Yin Yin then teased. Before a strong and handsome man like Su Chun, it's normal to have your heart move. Bai Chong held her face and asked in return, so this kind of thing is very normal? Suddenly, a young man shouted, Captain Bai, look over there. A Tao Tai army is coming. Although they had mentally prepared themselves to face battle, the sight still sent chills down both women's spines. Bai Chong said, are all those Tao Tai? There are far too many. She ordered, report this to the general immediately and have the civilians evacuate quickly. Yin Yin immediately took food out of her bag and ate madly, chewing furiously as much as she could. Captain Bai, are we preparing to abandon the base? She replied, of course not, but we also need to ensure everyone's safety. Then what do you want to do? Holding a chicken drumstick, Yin Yin bit into it and replied, the barrier wall we just built will definitely be destroyed by this mob. And if Su Chun sees that the base is gone, he definitely won't be happy. Remembering the torment she had endured from him at night, she could not suppress her anger toward that scoundrel. With a determined expression, she thought, I'd rather fight a decisive battle than be battled by Su Chun. She took a strengthening drug from her backpack and directly used the serum without the slightest hesitation. She said, I'll charge in first. You quickly organize people to fight. We absolutely cannot abandon the base. After saying that, Yin Yin jumped straight down from the high city wall. Witnessing such boldness, Bai Chong could not help exclaiming in surprise. She completely disregards her own safety. The moment Yin Yin landed, her body grew larger, and the impact shook even the earth and stones. She then turned her gaze toward the trees beside her and directly pulled one up by hand to use as a weapon. Yin Yin shouted domineeringly, come on, all of you. I absolutely won't let you take a single step past. This point, looking at her current body, Yin Yin could not help feeling surprised. The effect of the strengthening drug was truly powerful, and her body was actually still growing bigger and bigger. She prepared for battle. Then I have to seize this chance and deal with that trash mob. Seeing that only Yin Yin had come out to greet them, Zhang Jianshu became extremely furious. You think a single girl can stop us? You're really looking down on the Tao Tai army, Su Chun. All of you charge. And so the Tao Tai clan army surged forward to attack the base like a disturbed nest of ants. Yin Yin was somewhat dazed because there were too many enemies, but she quickly pulled herself together, raised a tree in her hand high and shouted, don't even think any of you are getting past here. With one swing downward, dirt, rocks, and the Iron Clan were blasted away in an instant. Another squad immediately jumped up, wanting to fight an aerial battle. They clung tightly to her arm, but with just a light slap, like swatting mosquitoes, Yin Yin sent them flying until they vanished from sight. Die, you flies. Off to the side, watching the battle, Bai Chong thought in shock, damn it, why are all of Su Chin's women this strong? But there are too many enemies. She probably won't be able to hold out for long. The problem is that the base's previous defenses have all been thrown into chaos. I have to do something to stabilize the battle. So she immediately ran out of the fortress. Meanwhile, Yin Yin was using the beggar's sex dog-beating staff technique, whipping the Tao Tai like stray dogs as she shouted, come at me, you flies and mosquitoes. Taste the power of this young lady. Seeing their own kind slapped away into oblivion, the Tao Tai were horrified. Mother, that woman is way too terrifying. Looks like she's a tough bone to chew. Suddenly, Little Three Hairs spoke up. Who's willing to go up and kill that woman? Are you all just cowards who cling to life and fear death? Their eyes immediately turned crimson as they looked back at her and muttered, oh, isn't there a woman right here? She looks pretty tasty too, with meat everywhere. Haha, then let's eat her first. And so the whole group charged in, planning to gang up on her. She immediately unleashed a flurry of slaps across their faces and shouted, if you're so brave, then go deal with that woman. Instead of just swelling up with bumps, the three of them were left dumbfounded as plants stuck to their heads, looking as if they had grown old mold. Huh, what the hell is this? It's blooming? But it isn't New Year's yet, is it? She recalled the past. When she was brought to He City, she had accidentally discovered a mutated plant. When it came into contact with her blood, it could temporarily make people stronger. but the price to pay was their lives. Back then, she had tested it on one person. She had not expected the result to be so terrifying, and so one Taodai was transformed into a form even stranger than before, howling loudly. The three Taodai turned into different forms, and their bodies were growing larger as well. Sensing that something was wrong, Yun Yun froze in unease. Out of nowhere, three huge monsters appeared, growling like rabid dogs. Zhang Jianshu laughed loudly with delight. Ha, beautifully done. Excellent. I like this transformation. He pointed and shouted. The rest of you attack. The humans inside that Su light base are yours to do with as you please. Seeing that their restraints had been removed, they charged forward excitedly. Eat all the men. Keep the women. But very quickly, one of them was horrified when his companion was struck by a shell and blown to pieces. What happened? At that moment, a convoy of tanks was brought to the front line, their target being the Iron Clan. Fire at will. Seeing the tanks arrive, the younger Taotai instantly lost their nerve and subconsciously backed up a few steps. One of them was blasted apart. The whole group immediately fell into chaos, fleeing and shouting. Damn it, where did they get so many tanks from? Run! With reinforcements supporting her, Yun Yun looked down at the steel vehicles moving beneath her feet and said in great relief. The reinforcements finally arrived, but the flowery vine-like one suddenly launched an attack at Yun Yun while she was distracted. A vine instantly bound one of her hands. Another quickly coordinated and rushed over, trying to sneak in a bite. But Yun Yun reacted quickly and blocked his mouth. Not only that, the remaining one swung a blade at her from behind. Yun Yun was now in danger and terrified. Her eyes widened, but both her hands had already been restrained. This time, there was a high chance she would lose her life. But from somewhere a drone came flying over. A huge explosion erupted, striking the Taodai ambusher head-on. He was gradually swallowed by the flames. Yun Yun cried out in surprise. Huh? A drone? On the rooftop, Bai Chong was the one controlling the drone. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Chun brought these good things back from the military base. It's just a pity there aren't many of them. Back at the hospital, the sounds of fists and kicks rang out. Su Chan was throwing punch after punch, smashing several holes into Fatty Fang's body. But he possessed super regeneration, so he seemed to grin smugly as he taunted Su Chan. Brat, you look weak, but you actually have this kind of ability. I suppose you're not as bad as those useless pieces of trash. Su Chun instantly radiated killing intent, as if he wanted to devour the man alive. Fatty Fong said, but unfortunately, you're still far too weak to defeat me. He immediately threw a punch, counterattacking Su Chun. Inside the mental space, the beautiful woman was bewildered and wondered what exactly is happening outside. Looking around, she found that everything had been frozen over. She cursed inwardly. Who told that Su Chan to seal this place off? Now I can't sense the outside world. I really want to go out and take a look. Driven by her strong desire for freedom, she used her ability to turn her cloud-like hair into some sort of ultimate technique. Full of momentum, she declared, I've decided. I can't keep going on like this. I have to drill through this ice wall. And so the drill slammed hard into that thick layer of ice. Outside, Su Chun was still fighting fiercely with Fatty Foam. Trading blows. Facing someone so tough head-on, he found it somewhat difficult and thought, this fat bastard may look like that, but he's really hard to catch. I have to end this quickly. Inside the mental space, the drill had already pierced through the sturdy ice wall Su Chun had built. Su Chin's eyes suddenly froze as he sensed that something was terribly wrong. Fatty Fong threw a punch with delight. Aha, you little brat. Your end has come. Take this old man's punch and see if you can still dodge it. And so Su Chun was struck by a barrage of punches. Even his clothes were torn to shreds, leaving him without a scrap of cloth to cover himself. But now Su Chun was immobilized, unable to resist. His body was still outside, but his soul had been pulled into Xiao Minner's mental world. He wondered in surprise, have I been pulled into the consciousness space? Before he could fully understand his surroundings, Xiao Minner suddenly flew over from somewhere, looking full of excitement. She called out loudly, Su Chun, I've been waiting for you for so long. The moment they met, she jumped over and hugged him affectionately. But something seemed not quite right. Seeing the surroundings sealed off before Su Chun could understand what was happening, he said, Hey, what are you doing? But her cloud-like hair had already locked him tightly. Inside, forming a cocoon floating in midair. He asked in confusion, Hey, what do you want? Xiao Minner replied, This way, you won't be able to use your ice-type ability anymore. If you think you're so capable, then use it. The two of us will both get frozen. Who told you to imprison me in this icy cave? This is your punishment. But at that moment, Xiao Minner suddenly felt something shifting below and glanced down. Wait a second. She could not understand how, by some mysterious turn of events, her body was becoming burning hot, and her heart also began pounding wildly. What is going on? Su Chun. Only now did she realize that the space between them had been filled by Su Chen's Excalibur. She questioned him. Are you some kind of pervert? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Su Chun, innocent all his life, answered, Can you blame me? You're clearly the one who suddenly pulled me in here. She blushed in embarrassment. I didn't mean to. I was just a little curious. But when she looked down at that long, hard thing, she immediately said in panic, Wait a second. What is that? No, this is my first time. Hearing that, Su Chan was surprised. What? Didn't you and Lu Xia already? Xiao Minner hurriedly explained. Those illusions back then were all fake. I only wanted to lure him into a trap. But hey, control your instincts properly. Su Chan was no less panicked as he replied. Can you stop moving on your own? If you keep going up and down like this, it'll be hard for me to stay calm. No, I have to get out of here quickly. Back outside, Fatty Phone roared. Brat, you think I'll spare you just because you're playing dead? There's no such thing. And so he unleashed mighty punches. Even the ground cracked and shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, inside the mental world, the movements inside the cocoon grew violently shaky. Xiao Minner screamed, what's happening now? I can't move. Is it from outside? At this moment, her face seemed to be getting battered to the point that she cried out repeatedly. The force was so strong that the cocoon slammed hard into the ground, then bounced back up. Hurry and think of something. I'm almost at my limit. At this moment, her cries grew increasingly intense. At the same time, Su Chen's body outside was also getting beaten black and blue, mirroring what was happening. Inside, the piercing screams continued until the cocoon flew high into the air while she was unable to resist. Why? Why is it happening again? It kept going up and down, repeating endlessly, and Xiao Minner's gaze became more and more numb, to the point that she did not understand how everything had turned out this way. Outside, after Fatty Phone grew bored of beating him, he grabbed Su Chun and prepared to devour him alive. Ha ha ha. In the end, you can only become food on my plate. Just as he was about to attack Su Chun, a series of gunshots came from behind. You dare interrupt me? She pointed her gun and shouted, Bastard, let him go. Seeing the beauty come looking for him, he frowned in displeasure and questioned her. You're the woman I've taken a fancy to, yet you dare point a gun at me? Her face was cold as ice as she replied, Enough nonsense. Let my man go now. Otherwise, don't blame me. Fatty Phone said in a cold, hoarse voice, So you've been tainted too. Recalling the time before his mutation, Fatty Phone had also been a genuine bootlicker. She said that once I gave her 100 gifts, she would marry me. When he brought the 100th gift over, what? You two are getting married. The girl replied heartlessly, That's right. Let's stop seeing each other. But you clearly promised me. You even accepted my final gift. She shouted, Did you really think a toad like you could eat swan meat? Why don't you go take a piss and look at yourself? See just how ugly you are. Besides, I only took your things because I pitied you. His face darkened, unable to believe it. Didn't you say looks aren't everything? I don't care what happened between you two. Marry me. I'm the one who truly treats you well. She cursed. This old lady finally managed to hook a rich second-generation heir and even got pregnant. Marry you? Are you mentally ill? Hearing this, tears welled in his eyes as he asked, You're pregnant with someone else's child? She replied coldly, That's right. Can you get lost now, you damn bootlicker? At this moment, being dumped made him turn into a murderer, no longer a lovesick simp. His voice and eyes were cold and filled with disgusting obsession. So you were tainted after all, but it doesn't matter. I'll lick you clean. He immediately opened his huge mouth and stuck out his tongue, intending to lick Duanya as well. But she was quick on her feet and ran away with Little Meow. Gold, we have to lure it far away from Su Chun. After using his plunderer ability and draining all of Captain Sun's subordinates dry, Lu Xiaofeng, brimming with power, faced the Tao Tai alone. With an excited expression, he said, Good. All the traitors are dead. Next, it's the turn of you, Tao Tai trash. He was preparing to charge into combat when suddenly, the sound of a wall breaking rang out, startling him somewhat. Before Lu Xiaofeng's eyes was the sight of Fatty Phone preparing to attack Duanya. His tongue, covered in excessive saliva, licked toward her, looking extremely disgusting. Duanya was knocked into the air and had no way to dodge. A look of panic appeared on her face, and she did not know what to do. Am I really going to be turned into fresh food? But just as it was about to touch her, Gold transformed into Great Gold and successfully rescued her with his soft white cushion. Duanya cried out, "Gold! I should have thought of it sooner." The cat Su-chan brought back definitely couldn't be an ordinary little emperor. Lu Xiaofeng supported them from the side. "Plunder!" The tongue struck over, forcing him to withdraw in panic. "Ah, damn it, that hurts. The gap in strength is too great. I can't plunder it." And so the two of them had to flee according to the plan. Duanya shouted, "Don't worry about anything else. Run first." Down below, Xiaofeng could not help exclaiming, "Damn, that tongue is disgusting." Right behind them was the bulldozer that was Fatty Foam, his tongue licking everything it passed. He shouted loudly, "You won't escape." The scene shifted to Su-chun, who was still collapsed, in a corner, sunk deep in a world of pleasure. Inside Xiao Minner's side, Aya, it finally stopped. After dozens of rounds with her in that cocoon, Su-chun spoke in an indifferent voice. "I have to go outside and handle some matters, so you'd better behave until I come back. As for what just happened between us, we'll talk when I return." Seeing his cold, aloof demeanor, Xiao Minner was instantly smitten and replied, "I don't care. In order to let you come back sooner, I should help you a little. So you bastard had better take responsibility for me, okay?" Back at Su Light Base, the sounds of cannon fire rang out everywhere. The human army was driving tanks into battle. Everyone, pay attention. Maintain coordination between the infantry and the tanks. Attack that Taodai trash harder. For me, the ability users immediately charged forward as the vanguard. Their speed was so fast that even the Taodai were shocked. Elsewhere, Bai Chong was controlling drones to support Yun Yun. The drones rammed into the enemies and exploded, causing several transformed Taotai to scream. Suddenly, a huge utility pole pierced through one of them, turning him into a meat skewer. It was Yun Yun, who had conveniently yanked it up to use as a weapon. Whoever she encountered, she skewered without hesitation, turning them into triple-stacked meat skewers in one strike. Yun Yun, nice, but because she was too absorbed, she did not notice a tank flying toward her. A loud boom rang out. Dirt and rocks sprayed everywhere. Bai Chong took the hit and was buried beneath the rubble, her life or death unknown. Witnessing this scene, Yun Yun was horrified and could hardly believe it. She shouted, "Bai Chong." A loud voice rang out. "No good. We can't hold them off anymore. The Taodai clan's offensive is too strong." Countless people died under their hands, and even heavy tanks had all been overturned. The wall had also been broken through. Everyone fall back quickly, seeing everything taking a turn for the worse. Yun Yun's gaze changed, filled with the urge to smash these creatures apart as she cursed. "You damn Taotai clan beasts." Zhang Jianshu was gleefully giving orders. "Charge in later. I have to find a girl first." Everyone, rush in. They immediately cheered, excited that they were about to feast on the human beauties. But they did not know there was a gigantic foot above their heads. Yun Yun stomped down directly, turning them into strawberry-flavored juice in an instant. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshu cursed loudly in shock. "You bitch!" He instantly flew forward on all fours, climbing like a dog jumping over a fence as he shouted, "You've ruined my fun over and over again. I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson." He jumped onto a rooftop and faced Yun Yun's fury. She immediately reached out to grab him. A dragon claw hand strike crushed the ground, but he flew up in time and dodged. Taking advantage of the momentum, he sped up and crawled along her arm to attack. He swung his fist and roared, looking extremely mighty. One punch shot straight toward Yin Yun's face. A tremendous sound erupted. At the same time, Bai Chong struggled out of the ruins. But when she saw her friend had been beaten so badly, Bai Chong ignored the bleeding wound on her head and shouted two words. Yin Yun. After taking the blow, Yun Yun collapsed flat onto the ground. Zhang Jianshu landed in a majestic, ridiculously cool pose. He started getting smug. "Now no one can stop me. I am invincible." But suddenly, a surge of power accompanied by terrifying killing intent came sweeping in. Yin Yun's eyes shone like headlights as her voice rang out. "This is the base Su-chan worked so hard to establish. Before he comes back, I have to protect this place properly. Anyone who wants to destroy it must die." Seeing that something was wrong right in front of him, Zhang Jianshu was instantly scared out of his wits. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that? From a bird's eye view, Yin Yun was standing up, but her body had undergone a massive change. At this moment, she stood so tall it was as if she touched the sky. Looking down from above, Yin Yun kindly sent a few greetings to Zhang Jianshu's mother. "You damn bugs. All of you die." A tightly clenched fist was raised into an attacking stance. Zhang Jianshu, standing below, had no idea whether he managed to sneak a glance at anything, but his face was now so frightened that his jaw dropped as he screamed, "W8, what are you trying to do?" Yin Yin said nothing more. She directly swung her fist down. A punch as huge as a meteor came hurtling over, and the force it gave off made Zhang Jianshu clench every muscle just to stand firm. But that only lasted a few seconds. The pressure immediately forced him flat onto the ground. Even the earth cracked open as he cried out, "What? It's just the pressure from a fist. So why can't I move?" He immediately activated his inner power and began screaming like a lunatic. Yeah. He thought he could build momentum by shouting and give himself courage. But life was not a dream. Yin Yun's fist smashed down where he was, flattening him like chewed-up rubber. He almost bit his own tongue clean off. The force of the punch caused the building in that direction to gradually collapse wall by wall. The resulting shockwave sent an extremely powerful gust of wind surging downward. The people of Su Light Base had to shield themselves carefully, otherwise they would have been blown 100 meters away. On everyone's faces was written the same thing. They could not believe the scene before their eyes. "Gee, General, is that still the Union I know?" Another person added, "She's way too strong. With her here, the base is saved." Old Gao looked gravely at Yun Yun from afar and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple." At this moment, Yun Yun was like a ferocious beast. She let out a roar that shook the sky, showing off her terrifying strength. The roar made heaven and earth tremble. General Gao and the others quickly covered their ears, because this was no different from a lion's roar. If they were even a little slow, they might spend the rest of their lives reading lips. "Hurry, cover your ears." But Yun Yun now seemed somewhat wrong. A crimson-killing aura radiated from her, making them wonder, what's wrong with her? Yin Yin seems to have fallen into an out-of-control state. She has completely lost control. Old Guang shouted, "Ability Squad, think of a way to find Su Chun immediately. Only he can save Yin Yin now." A beautiful woman stepped forward to take on the responsibility. "Leave it to me. I'm the only speed-type ability user." She immediately shot off like an arrow. "I have to use my fastest speed to find Su Chun as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid both enemy and ally will be wiped out." The scene shifted to the hospital. A familiar figure slowly walked along the road that had already been swept clean. Su Chan stretched his wrists and ankles while looking around. Most of the Iron Clan members here are already dead. But suddenly, he realized that Xiao Minner had also followed him out into the real world and let out a surprise sound. He asked in confusion, "Why did you come out?" "Maybe because of that accident earlier. That's how I discovered that I can freely enter and leave your body." She pointed and asked, "Hey, if we follow these traces, we can catch up to that fatty, right?" Su Chan said indifferently, "I'll make my own judgment. Don't get in my way." Feeling underestimated, Xiao Minner frowned and retorted, "Hey, I came here to help you. Don't be ungrateful." He merely waved his hand and said, "As long as you don't cause trouble, that's already good enough. Hurry back and wait for me obediently." But how could Xiao Minner possibly be that obedient? She happily slung an arm around his shoulders. A lock of hair instantly stretched dozens of meters and clung to a wall. She said, "Then I'll show you just how amazing I am." Su Chan sensed something wrong and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Xiao Minner used the pulling force to fly forward and replied, "I'm wrapping my hair around rooftops and swinging over like Spider-Man." The situation happened so suddenly that Su Chan cried out in shock, "What? Don't mess around." The more momentum she gained, the faster she flew, and she laughed excitedly. "Ah!" Su Chan could only cry out helplessly, "Aya, you crazy woman." Swooping around like Spider-Man, she said delightedly, "Look, isn't this much faster now?" He was astonished. "This can actually be done? Your imagination is way too rich." But her expression suddenly froze when she saw something, and she said, "Hey, look over there. What is that?" Su Chan instinctively looked in that direction. His expression was not much different from hers. That gigantic figure could only be Yun Yun. Xiao Minner also recognized her. "So it's her. But what is she doing?" Su Chan continued, "Looks like something happened over there. Otherwise, Yun Yun's ability wouldn't have gone out of control. And if this keeps up, she'll self-destruct soon." Xiao Minner looked somewhat annoyed. Self-destruct? That's not a good method. Because the situation here did not look optimistic either. Below, Duanya and Lu Xiaofeng's group were fighting Fatty Feng 3 against 1. Xiaofeng used his ability together with the power of Gold's twin swords in a combined attack. "This is all the power I stole. Now I'll finish you off completely." Xiao Minor said sharply. A young man who still hasn't fully mastered the power of his ability, plus a level 1 mutated cat. The two of them are no match for that level 2 Iron Man. Although the attack caused damage, it also enraged Fatty Feng. With a flick of his tongue, he suppressed both Xiaofeng and Gold. Seeing that he had dealt with them, Fatty Feng roared with a terrifying expression. Women are nothing but heartbreak. I'm starving now, and I'll make you as clean as you were at the start. The tongue kick looked a bit suggestive, but to repeat, it was his tongue that struck once, tearing Duan Ya's clothes to shreds. A level 2 Iron Clan member isn't an ordinary opponent. Even you would have a hard time ending this quickly. So now, who should he choose to save? Yun Yun, who could self-destruct at any moment, or Duanya, who was in danger. At this moment, the fatal blow was swinging toward Duanya. If she was hit by this attack, she would be done for. She was filled with fear. But suddenly, Xiao Minor's lock of hair lashed out. It tightly bound that filthy tongue. Xiao Minor was shocked. What? You can actually control my power. Su Chun entered combat mode and rushed over. With an incredibly serious face, Su Chun said, "Only children make choices. I'm taking everything." Hearing his somewhat arrogant tone, Xiao Minor answered excitedly. "Even so, I only exist inside your consciousness. Other people won't be able to see me. From here on, you'll have to rely on yourself." Su Chun landed with surging killing intent, looking extremely cool. Seeing her beloved come to the rescue, Duanya let out a relieved breath and called, "Su Chun, thank goodness. I knew you'd be fine." With a dark face, as if he wanted to slowly beat Fatty Feng into paste, Su Chun stepped forward. "Let's see which bastard was trying to mess with my precious girlfriend just now." Fatty Feng roared angrily. "You again, you damn mutt? You actually dare ruin my good time? If you don't get out of the way, I'll deal with you too." But Su Chun did not care about his words at all. His gaze swept toward the new source of power. "Looks like I really can use this ability. Then I'll test it on you first." A strange, sinister power appeared along with Su Chen's extremely dangerous smile. Those streams of power immediately rushed over and wrapped around Fatty Feng's entire body. Even the tongue that loved licking filth was pierced through like strips of pork belly. The black aura kept winding around him, slowly attaching itself to the building behind him. More and more appeared, suspending him in midair. But because he was all mouth, the guy shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha! Even your fists can't hurt me, let alone these childish tricks." But gradually, the strands of black aura began pulling him tightly against the wall, constricting around him more and more firmly. Only then did Fatty Feng panic and cry out, W8, you brat, let me go. What exactly do you want to do?" Seen from afar, he looked no different from a slab of pork belly being tied up and about to be thrown into a pot to boil. Now he could no longer act arrogant. Su Chen stood there handsomely with both hands in his pockets. "I want to tear you into little pieces. People outside sell shredded chicken, but I'm about to make shredded pig tongue and see whether you can still regenerate." Su Chen raised his hand and clenched it tightly. At the same time, the strands of black aura squeezed the man until his body warped out of shape, making him scream miserably. In just a few seconds, a loud explosion shattered the entire building. Fatty Feng was written out of the scene after being turned into rotten chunks of meat. Duanya, standing to one side, was so shocked that her eyes went wide and her mouth fell open. Without realizing it, Su Chun had become even stronger again. "I have to work even harder if I want to keep up with his growth." Su Chun said, "I have to hurry back to Su Light Base. I'll leave Gold and Xiaofeng to you." She obediently replied, "Okay." Looking back, the king and his servant had both suffered serious injuries. Xiaofeng said, "Su Chun, don't worry. We're fine." Elsewhere, the speed girl was racing through every corner to find Su Chun. She was already exhausted, yet she still had not found him. "Su Chun, where exactly are you?" She was almost unable to endure it anymore. With both hands on her knees, she panted, "I'm exhausted. If this keeps going, we won't make it in time." Suddenly, she froze as if she sensed something approaching. The moment she turned around, Su Chun was flying toward her at high speed. A collision rang out. The girl was sent spinning through the air like a top, crying out in alarm. She realized in shock, it's Su Chun. But what's going on with him? Is he using such high speed to find me? Seeing him getting farther and farther away, the girl shouted loudly, "Su Chun, wait. Suchin heard the call as well, but he did not want to waste much time staying behind to interact with the fan. Xiao Minner said, "Do you really want to go back there? If you make the wrong choice, both of us are finished." Suchin remained extremely firm. "Since they're my people, I can't let go so easily. Besides, it took me great effort to build that base." Seeing how loyal and righteous he was, Xiao Minner felt that perhaps she had not misjudged him. Her face flushed slightly as she added, "I'm afraid your Yun won't be able to hold on that long. If that's the case, then it's time to use that move. Spatial leap, activate." At this moment, Su Chin's movement speed increased significantly because he could borrow his spatial ability to fly through buildings. Xiao Minna asked blankly, What just happened?" As for the speed girl, she could hardly believe her eyes. Did Su Chun suddenly teleport just now? Or am I seeing things? This can be done too. Su Chan thought coldly. Before, spatial leap could only cover 3 meters. If I used it 3 times in a row, my body would feel like it was being torn apart. But now I'm level 2. The distance of that last leap was 8 meters. In that case, he immediately strengthened himself into a moving lump of charcoal. Steel body ability. Seeing this, Xiao Minner was stunned. She cried out in fear, "Wait a second. I have a really bad feeling. What exactly are you trying to do?" Suchin shot forward as if rockets had been strapped to him. His speed grew faster and faster, shortening the time needed to reach Su Light Base. He replied, "I want to challenge my limit by using spatial leap continuously." In the blink of an eye, the speed girl at the side once again got to watch the drama unfold, her mouth hanging open as she exclaimed, "What? Suchin du Sipir." Back at Su Light Base, screams rang out. Run. The giant has gone mad. At this moment, Yun's body was growing larger and larger, and she destroyed every structure she passed. A lust-crazed Tao Tai stood frozen, staring at Yun's body. This huge woman looks really interesting. I have to climb up and get a clear look." Another guy was so scared he almost wet himself as he ran and shouted, "Hey, damn it, what are you doing? Do you want to die? Are you crazy? Why aren't you running at a time like this?" The more the first guy looked, the more excited he became. Death beneath a woman is a blissful death. Where could I even run? I'm already sick of this apocalypse. Don't you want to go up there and admire paradise? Another guy looked toward the shadowy place between her 2 legs and said, "Come to think of it, I've still never seen that place before." And so, one man volunteered first, grabbing onto her stockings and climbing up. This is perfect for climbing. I feel like I can climb up right away." Another guy shouted, "Damn it, you dare take advantage first? You're too fast. Damn it, I also want to go up and see what that thing looks like in real life." And so the whole group started cheering each other on to go admire paradise. Then let's all go up together. The Tao Tai men were about to climb up that pale mountain peak, and they grew even more excited. I'm almost able to climb up there. Yun was now strong enough to lift an entire skyscraper with both hands, while the Tao Tai kept shouting to each other, Hurry. If we attack this giant woman from the inside, it should be easier." Old Gao down below immediately ordered covering fire. "Shoot down those damned Iron Clan members." With one throw, Yun hurled the entire building down, not only sending the Tao Tai flying, but also severely injuring quite a few humans. The scene at this moment was extremely terrifying. Yun could no longer distinguish friend from foe. If this continued, everyone would be in danger. Bai Chong said in surprise, "Wait a second, something seems to be approaching." A green streak of light descended from the sky. It was Su Chun, who had arrived at the Su Light battlefield. She said in surprise, "So fast. That seems to be Su Chun." Old Gao added, "He finally made it back." On this side, Xiao Minner said, Yun is still getting bigger. If this keeps going, I'm afraid she'll explode." Su Chan said, "I need to wake her up before that happens." At this moment, their eyes met. Seeing a stranger, Yun turned to look at him with hatred. With one strike of her hand, she directly smashed down the satellite tower. Suchen quickly dive. She doesn't even recognize me. Looks like she's completely lost consciousness. Su-chun immediately flew along her arm at high speed. Yun swatted at him as if swatting a mosquito. Su-chun was almost slapped flat and fell sprawled onto her pale twin peaks. Then he was bounced away by their elasticity. He sighed. "Looks like I should deal with these stubborn Iron Clan members first." Su-chun immediately fell freely downward. At this moment, the Iron Clan members were as dense as ants as they climbed upward. Xiaominer exclaimed, Val, where did Yin Yun buy these fishnet stockings? The quality is that good? They can become this huge too. Su-chun replied, it's probably because of the influence of Yun Yun's ability. Su-chun quickly used his new ability, and strands of black aura shot toward the Tao Tai. One Tao Tai, not knowing whether he was courting death, laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, now no one can stop me from entering that sacred place anymore. Just as he was about to make a move on that private area, a strand of black rope tightly wrapped around his neck. Su-chun appeared, bringing with him an astonishing murderous aura. There were certain places that only Su-chun was allowed to touch. Anyone else who wanted to touch them could get ready to dig his own grave. The one chained up like a dog immediately asked, "Damn it, what are you trying to do? Let me go." But Su-chun instantly leapt up, grabbed him by the neck, and hung him in midair, leaving him to slowly die from lack of oxygen. And it was not just one of them. Any Tao Tai who dared climb up was hanged until he died. Elsewhere, curses rang out. "Damn it, you are the most vicious woman I have ever seen." As San Mao was being cursed right to her face, someone shouted, "We used to be human too. You were the one who forced us to become like this." He rushed forward and tore off her cloak. "Today, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. After being stripped, the girl was both shocked and furious. Gripping her scepter tightly with both hands, she shouted, "You bastards dare?" She punched one man straight in the eye, blinding him and making him scream miserably. "All of you can go die. Damn rotten woman. You dare attack us?" The girl showed no fear at all. "Humph. Enjoy yourselves while you can, because very soon." She immediately stepped backward and fell straight down in free fall. "This is the gift I wanted to give you all." The scepter instantly took root below. When they saw this, they were terrified and wanted to flee. But it was already too late, as yet another newly combined, mutated creature appeared. It crushed every enemy in sight, leaving no one behind. After sweeping through them, it charged ferociously toward Yun Yun, intending to smash her. At that moment, one lucky guy who had not died yet laughed loudly. "Ha! I'm the first one to make it here, but I don't think this is the exact center." Suddenly, Yin Yin lifted her leg. Screams rang out as all the men trying to cling on fell off. Those who reacted quickly managed to hold on, while those who were too slow fell to their deaths. "Careful! This woman is raising her leg." Yin Yin kicked straight out and smashed the mouth of that mutated beast. Her face grew excited, and the more she kicked, the more energetic she became. A few young men were still desperately hanging on, dreaming of reaching that forbidden place. One of them laughed. "Haha, luckily I reacted fast, so I escaped death." But he immediately realized in horror that Su-chun was sweeping through the Tao Tai, charging toward him. Every single one of them was decisively torn to pieces by Su-chun. After finishing off the Tao Tai, Su-chun immediately leapt high into the air. Yin Yun, meanwhile, stared at him blankly as if he were some strange creature. Old Gao spoke up. "Excellent. The Tao Tai clan has been completely wiped out, but the matter was not over yet." Bai Chong said worriedly, "But how is Su-chun going to wake Yin Yun up?" At that moment, Su-chun hovered in midair. He wanted to face her directly, hoping that she would recognize him and regain control of her body. However, Yin Yun's hands slowly clasped together, as if she wanted to lovingly grab Su-chun. But that was only a guess. At that moment, Su-chun's eyes detected the hidden danger. Yin Yun's expression was extremely excited. She raised her clasped hands, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Su-chun's head. Seeing the murderous aura surging from Yin Yun, Old Gao and Bai Chong were horrified and shouted, "Su-chun, be careful. It's dangerous." The attack was about to hit him, and Su-chun now had no choice but to use spatial jump to dodge. Yin Yun still did not recognize her boyfriend and directly smashed down with a powerful blow. At this point, she had only one thought in her mind: to blast away every creature before her. The force of that wind-splitting strike blew away the upper halves of several nearby buildings. After unleashing the attack, she stared around blankly because her target was nowhere to be seen. It felt as if she had struck empty air. The two watching were left wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. Old Gao wondered, did he dodge that fatal blow? Bai Chong continued, but where did Su-chun disappear to? At that moment, Su-chun found himself in a space that was soft, fair, and tightly enclosed, making even him blush in surprise. Xiao Min spoke up. "Oh, fighting her head-on really isn't suitable. But Su-chun, where exactly are you hiding?" Her voice came from the valley on Yin Yun's body. Su-chun shouted, "Be quiet, will you?" Yin Yun heard a sound near her, but could not see anyone, so she looked left and right. searching. Suddenly, a crack appeared, startling the beauty Xiao. She cried out in panic. Suchun looked quickly. Why is this place? Yunyan's body had reached the limit of what it could endure and could no longer grow larger. A sense of unease surged over Suchun. He immediately used spatial jump to return outside. At that moment, the scene showed Yunyun reaching her limit. Her eyes shone brighter than headlights, and she kept roaring. Cracks appeared all over her body, and a surge of power was gradually escaping. Old Gao and Bai Chong were frightened and wondered, what is happening? Could it be? Suchun realized that Yunyun's body simply could not withstand it anymore. Her eyes glowed, her figure still gentle, while her roar shook the sky as if she were about to turn into a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball. But if she transformed this time, she would be completely destroyed. Deep within her soul, memories began to surface. It's so cold. Every time I open my eyes, all I see is endless darkness. I don't remember how many times I woke up in despair anymore. How many times have I lain on that cold operating table? How many times have needles pierced deep into my flesh? In this apocalyptic world, I am nothing but someone else's laboratory rat. If there is a God, please help me. I am willing to give everything in exchange for a chance to be freed. As she closed her eyes and gave up, preparing to abandon her life, a familiar loud cry suddenly rang out. Yin Yun. It made her open her eyes wide in shock and wonder, is there really a God? Back outside, Suchun had tried countless methods to no avail. Now only his final move remained, and he had no choice but to use it. He immediately leapt down to her hip area and shouted, have you forgotten? I don't need useless people around me. Suchun spread his hand open, all 5 fingers extended. Then he used the power of his ability, swung his hand, and shouted, wake up right now. A loud sound rang out as Suchun slapped her with tremendous force. Yunyun was in so much pain that she nearly cried out for her mother to save her. She shouted, I never expected this feeling to be so real. Seeing this somewhat suggestive scene, Bai Chong blushed, and her imagination started running wild too. Suchun, even at a time like this, you still. After being slapped, Yunyun kept moaning. The feeling was both painful and strangely thrilling, and it made her recall a familiar sensation. I remember now, ever since I first met that man, every time I fell into despair, he would appear by my side. He was like a ray of light, piercing through all the darkness in my heart. For him, I can change everything. From the first time we met in the bar, his gentle and kind consideration moved my heart. Then, when the apocalypse arrived, fate brought me to Suchun once again. At the moment I was freed from the darkness, my heart could no longer hold back, and we kissed passionately. The life I lived by his side afterward made me feel that I had found happiness. A strange peace within the apocalypse. Even the times when he tormented me could never fade from my mind. Suchun's expression immediately became serious. When it seemed the situation could no longer be salvaged, an extremely dazzling light spread throughout the area. Everyone understood one thing. Yunyun was about to self-destruct. Her roar reached its peak, and a massive explosion erupted. Golden rays now appeared all across the sky. Old Gao struggled to open his eyes and wondered, is it over? But when he looked around, he was shocked. Suchun and Yunyun had disappeared. At the scene now, aside from their group, there was no one else to be seen. They looked up at the glittering golden streaks in the sky. Though they were beautiful, the people were gone. Bai Chong collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down and soaked both her lashes. The two of them couldn't have. No, right? I still have so much I want to say to Suchun. And Yin too. She just saved me, and now I didn't even get to thank her. Suddenly, old Gao shouted in astonishment, quick, look up there. Only then did Bai Chong lift her head. Up in the sky, Suchun was still alive and well, and he had even saved Yunyun's life. General Gao spoke up. It's Suchun. Excellent. As expected, he's completely fine. Several traces of ability power still lingered around Suchun's body and had not yet completely dissipated. Looking at Yunyun's body, he saw cracks covering her from head to toe. Seeing this, old Gao was still worried. Yunyun is badly injured. Hurry, take her to the hospital. Treat her immediately. Suddenly, a graceful figure in the sky called out, wait, hold on a moment. It was Duanya and Gold approaching. She said, it's better if I handle it. This was her first time meeting Gold. Old Gao cried out in astonishment. That cat is huge. Seeing his main wife arrive, Suchun called out twice, Duanya, hoping she would have a way to save Yun. Yun, Looking at the injuries on Yun Yun's body, Duanya said anxiously, her wounds are very serious. She could die at any moment. Let's return to the base first. Sometime later, the sound of flowing water could be heard. First, carry Yun Yun into the bathtub. At this moment, both of them were inside, but Su Chan sensed something strange and asked, "Oh, did you add something to the water?" On the other side, Duanya was changing clothes. She explained, ordinary surgical treatment methods are ineffective against these kinds of wounds. That's why I added recovery medicine from the evolution base into the water. Su Chan was surprised. So that's it. No wonder. She added, check whether Yun Yun's wounds show any signs of healing. But after looking, there was no change at all. Confused, he said, healing? I don't feel anything. She exclaimed in shock, impossible. I improved this recovery medicine many times over. As if realizing something, Su Chan said, could it be that this type of wound can only be healed with ability power? Duanya found that reasonable too. What you said makes sense. Then what should we do? Suddenly, her eyes opened wide in astonishment, and she only managed to let out a startled sound. At that moment, Su Chun kissed the wound on Yun Yun's forehead. In just a few seconds, the cracks immediately vanished. Even Su Chun had not expected that he could do this. Looks like it worked. Duanya's cheeks instantly turned rosy from embarrassment. She hurriedly turned around, preparing to leave, and said, that's great then. I'll leave the remaining wounds to you. Su Chun held Yun Yun in his arms, but his face went blank. Cracks had appeared everywhere on Yun Yun's body, inside and out. If he had to kiss every single one, there were far too many. Outside, a loud voice rang out. Su Chun, hurry and look what I brought back. Duanya went out and answered for her beloved. Su Chun is helping Yun Yun treat her injuries. What is that thing you two brought? Bai Chong was surprised. He can even treat injuries? Lu Xiaofeng continued. Then later, please have him help treat me. A little too. Just imagining Su Chun doing that to a man like Lu Xiaofeng made Duanya force an awkward smile. Are you? That's not very suitable. She immediately changed the subject. Anyway, you two should talk about this stone first. What should we do with it? Lu Xiaofeng said. Do you remember the leader of the Tao Tai clan? The one with the long, big tongue who liked licking things? This is what I found among the remains after they left. At the time, this stone emitted a strange light. That's why I think this is a crystal core. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned visibly serious. Duanya cried out in surprise, what? This is a crystal core. Lu Xiaofeng continued, that's right. With such a large crystal core, aside from Su Chun, no one can withstand the ability power contained inside it. Duanya blushed as she listened. Something this big for Su Chun to absorb? As she looked at that enormous crystal core, her whole body suddenly felt weak. She understood too well. But Su Chun, the side effect. Before, Yin Yin was there too, so I could barely endure it. But now, I'm the only one. Surely everyone understands how rough Su Chun becomes under the influence of a crystal core, right? Bai Chong suddenly asked awkwardly, do you need my help with that? Duanya fell into thought. Help? How could she possibly be willing to help with something like that? I don't want her to get dragged into it either. But then she sensed something off about Bai Chong. Her attention immediately focused on that shy expression, and she thought, my sixth sense tells me, could she possibly? Inside Su Chen's building, Lu Xiaofeng stood outside, utterly confused as to why he had been kicked out. Duanya had politely sent him away. Xiaofeng, Bai Chong, and I have something to talk about. You should go back first. The door slammed shut decisively, leaving the young man still standing there in a daze. Inside, Duanya looked embarrassed. I really don't want to share my beloved with another woman, but Su Chun won't stop becoming stronger. So I need someone to help share Su Chen's fierce beast. Seeing Duanya acting somewhat strange, Bai Chong asked in confusion, Duanya, what's wrong? Duanya continued, Captain Bai, there is something I need to confirm with you. You like Su Chun, don't you? Hearing such a direct question, Bai Chong immediately became flustered and did not know how to respond. A while later, in the bedroom, Yin Yin was still unconscious and had not awakened. Duanya was helping Su Chun take care of the girl. That's right, Lu Xiaofeng brought back a crystal core for you. Su Chun was surprised to hear this. A black crystal core? She replied, it's in the living room outside. Hurry and go take a look. Other than beautiful women, what Su Chun liked most was crystal cores. He said, then I'll leave Yin Yin in your care. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, the scene before him made him exclaim in surprise. His thoughtful gaze immediately realized that the thing before him was not an ordinary crystal core. This was black stone. Could they have mistaken this thing for a crystal core? He sighed, then prepared to swing his fist to test it. But I can't really blame them. Even in my previous life, after struggling through the world, I had only heard about this thing. I never had the chance to see it myself. After the apocalypse, hundreds of strange things began to appear. Although he was now extremely powerful, his punches still had as little effect as mosquitoes biting stainless steel. He sighed. This black stone is incredibly hard. It must be a rare material born during the apocalypse. Moreover, this piece of black stone is connected to one person. Suddenly, a figure with matchless strength appeared in Su Chen's mind. Black Saber Wong Tung, a legendary figure from his previous life, had dominated the apocalypse with a black saber. It was said that black saber had been forged from black stone. Looking at the thing before him, Su Chen pondered, "Looks like my luck this time is pretty good. Wong Tung's opportunity now belongs to me. First, I'll store it in my space. Once I find a blacksmith, I can ask them to forge a black saber for me." Returning to the earlier conversation between Bai Chong and Duanya, Bai Chong asked shyly, "Why did you suddenly bring this up?" Duanya explained, "After Su Chen absorbs a crystal core, it produces a very powerful curse. In the past, Yun Yun and I worked together to help him, but now, with only one person's strength, I'm afraid that if it can't be resolved, then..." A clever person speaks in half-finished sentences. She would stop after every line, making Bai Chong curious enough to ask, "What happens if it can't be resolved?" Duanya answered, "I don't know. I only know that I absolutely can't let that happen. But right now, Yun Yun also needs me to take care of her." Bai Chong still did not know exactly what that curse was, but she was very willing to take the initiative. She said, "Leave the curse to me." Duanya said in a low voice, "Things may not be what you imagine. Listen to me first." But Bai Chong sounded rather anxious. "It's fine. No matter what you want me to do, I can do it. In any case, leave it to me with peace of mind." Back to the present. A pair of extremely seductive fishnet stockings, along with a short skirt and apron. Bai Chong muttered to herself, "Although I did say that in a hurry just now, why do I have to wear this kind of outfit? And say those strange lines too? Besides, if resolving the curse means doing that with Su Chun." She felt a little hesitant and nervous. Duanya wouldn't be tricking me, would she? She stared intently at him from behind. But Su Chun is connected to the safety of the entire base. So no matter what, I have to confirm the matter of the curse first. Has he already absorbed the crystal core? Why can't I see it anymore? After this, I can only adapt to the situation. Then she carried a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses over. She called out haltingly, Su Chen. As soon as he turned around by reflex, his eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Bai Chong was wearing an extremely sexy maid outfit, but her whole body was trembling as if she were afraid he would pounce on her. She called softly twice, "Master." Su Chun froze when he heard that and replied, "Huh? WH what? Master?" In another room, Duanya was beside Yun Yun, carefully taking care of her. She thought to herself, Bai Chong should be fine, right? The curse is the most reasonable explanation I could think of. Besides, I prepared many things for her. No, that's not right. I should be thinking about how long she can endure. She let out a heavy sigh. Even her 2 legs were shaking so hard she could barely stand steady. Once Yun Yun stabilizes a little, I'll go help her. Outside the base, voices rang out. It was hard enough driving off the Iron Clan, and now we still have to clean up these bodies. Are they ever going to let us rest? Cut it out. If we leave these corpses here and a plague breaks out, do you know how many people you'll get killed? Suddenly, several younger underlings turned pale and said, "B-Boss, hurry and look over there." Before them, the corpses of the Iron Clan members had disappeared. Everyone immediately burst into a commotion, looking left and right. What's going on? Did the corpses grow legs and run away? It's the same over here. All the bodies are gone. It felt as though something ominous had happened. Inside the spiritual space, Xiao Miner let out a confused sound. Then her face flushed as she wondered. This feeling is... excellent. I've been waiting all this time, and it has finally appeared. But no, the distance is too far. I can't sense its exact location. Looks like I can only go to Su Chen for help. Hearing the words forbidden curse, along with the sound of red wine being poured, Su Chen wondered in confusion. What kind of game is this girl, Bai Chong, trying to play? She always looks so stern and captain-like every day, yet now she's wearing this maid outfit. It really looks strange, but it is very alluring in that embarrassed look of hers. It's actually pretty interesting. Bai Chong spoke. "Master, what do you wish to do with me next?" "Anything. Anything is fine. I'm willing to offer everything to you." As she spoke, her face flushed red. Su Chen took a sip of wine and immediately spat it all out. She anxiously ran over and called, "Ah, what's wrong, Su Chen?" Su Chen coughed violently and replied, "In nothing. It's the wine cough. Bai Chong immediately shook the wine glass to inspect it for him. Could there be something wrong with this wine? Then let me try it. She then downed it in one breath without leaving a single drop. Seeing this, Su-chun was stunned. Is her alcohol tolerance that good? He looked at the bottle and was shocked to see that the alcohol content was as high as 64%. Even he could not handle a sip of that. Yet she. At this moment, Bai Chong became drunk and started making trouble. It burns. Now that I think about it, this is my first time drinking. She slammed both hands heavily onto the table. My body feels so floaty. Then she sent the table flying away in one blow and shouted, "So energetic." Honestly, drunk women were very hard to deal with. Su-chin wondered, she got drunk that fast? Bai Chong suddenly became fierce and stomped down with one foot, forcing Su-chun to spread his legs wide to dodge. He looked at her in confusion and could only stammer. With a bit of jealousy and boldness rising in her now, Bai Chong shouted at Su-chun, "You're talking nonsense." The aura of someone taking the upper hand immediately emerged. With one hand on her hip and a proud gaze, she said, "How could I possibly be drunk?" The more she looked at Su-chun, the brighter her eyes became, as if she were about to put him on the chopping block. She began leaning closer, slowly raising her hand to caress him as she said, "I still want to help you resolve the forbidden curse." Su-chin gave a cold laugh and replied, "Oh, is that so? Although I have no reason not to eat the meat delivered right to my door, I don't like the feeling of our positions suddenly being reversed. So first, you need to understand the relationship between us." At this moment, she asked blankly, The relationship between us?" Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Su-chan released an extremely terrifying force, enough to make anyone tremble in fear. He asked sternly, "That's right. Have you forgotten who the master was just now?" Bai Chong was so frightened that she cried out, nearly having gone too far, and made Su-chan serve her instead. She quickly came to her senses and hurriedly knelt down before Su-chan with the obedient posture of a maid. Su-chan's gaze was extremely frightening, accompanied by a delighted smile. He asked her, "Are you sober now? Or should I give you a punishment?" Bai Chong felt that kneeling was not sincere enough, so she lay down and crawled toward him, calling twice. "Master!" With a sincere expression, she said, "I was wrong. I won't dare do it again next time." Su-chan nodded and said, "Very good. Since you know you were wrong, then..." Suddenly, Su-chan was stunned when he was transported away. "I haven't even punished her yet." Su-chan immediately recognized this familiar feeling. It's the consciousness space. "I've been brought here." He sighed in frustration. "Come on, we were just about to reach the best part and have some fun. Why drag me in here now?" The one who welcomed him was Xiao Min'er. She leapt at him as usual and shouted, "Su-chun, it appeared. It finally appeared." He was still confused and did not understand. What appeared?" "Wah." She was so happy she cried while hugging him tightly. "But with this mountain pressing down on me, how is anyone supposed to breathe?" The more she pressed down, the more intense it became as she said anxiously, "Su-chun, you absolutely have to help me this time. You promised, so don't go back on your word." Being pressed down, he fell a little way down and asked, "What?" "Explain clearly." Xiao Min'er said loudly, "A body suitable for me has appeared." Only then did Su-chin remember. "The body you asked me to find last time, right? If it appeared, then it appeared. Why did you drag me here?" She immediately used a cocoon woven from strands of hair to surround him, preventing him from running. She said, "I can't sense its location, so I want to borrow your power while I have the chance." The cocoon immediately formed. Su-chun questioned in dissatisfaction, "What is this supposed to mean? Are you treating me like a signal amplifier?" The surroundings were stretched out in all four directions. She said, "Pretty much. If you're not a signal amplifier, then what are you?" Su-chan felt that this was a bit too sudden and said, "No way. Wait a second. This is the method you mentioned?" Xiao Min'er only gave a wickedly mischievous smile and replied with two words, "That's right." Su-chan only had time to shout, "Hold on, wait. I'm not ready yet." Then the cocoon was lifted high into the air by some force, then slammed hard back down to the ground, rising and falling again and again in a very steady rhythm. Xiao Min'er jumped up excitedly, as if she had reached the peak, and said, "I can sense it now. Let's send our spirits over there." Suddenly, Su-chan was once again dragged through another rapid transfer, before the two of them with a mass of soul remains moving toward the distance, and the figure of a woman who looked extremely terrifying. He wondered in shock, "Is this a corpse tide?" Xiao Min'er continued, "It's right there. It's summoning a corpse tide. I remember that only a corpse king can summon a corpse tide." He was shocked. "So what you're seeing is the body of a female corpse king? Also, are we safe being this close?" She confidently reassured him, "Don't worry. in a spiritual state, as long as there aren't any strong fluctuations on the spiritual level. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave of energy struck, making both of their eyes widen in shock. Xiao Minor asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Su Chen replied blankly, "Could it be?" Outside in reality, Su Chan was sitting motionless like a statue. Bai Chang called him and received no answer, so she misunderstood. Sure enough, the curse has activated. If that's the case, she then sat on him and assumed a mounted position. She did not need him to move at all. She handled everything by herself. She called out, "Master, let me help you remove the forbidden curse." Inside the corpse-tied space, the female corpse king angrily released an astonishing wave of power and shouted, "Who is it? Get out here!" Su Chun and Xiao Minor's expressions became somewhat grave. Their hidden whereabouts had been exposed. The beautiful woman, surnamed Xiao, said, "Have we been discovered? What do we do now? What is that woman doing to you?" Outside the corpse-tied world, Bai Chang was using all her strength to help Su Chun remove the curse. One could say she was extremely enthusiastic. Returning to the present moment, the situation was extremely urgent. The female corpse king instantly shot toward the two of them with an extremely terrifying force. Even Su Chun nearly cursed out loud. "Damn it, I'm afraid it's too late now." The female corpse king's face was extremely vicious, her eyes glowing as she let out a sharp, piercing roar. She opened her mouth wide, intending to devour both of them at once. Suddenly, Su Chan was transported away in utter astonishment. He woke up in the real world with an extremely panicked expression, panting heavily. "Damn, I really thought I was going to die and become a corpse soldier." He frowned and rubbed his temples. "What's going on? Why does my head suddenly hurt so much?" Xiao Minor's voice suddenly came over. "You only had a small portion of your spiritual power devoured. With your strength, you'll recover very quickly." He opened his eyes and looked in that direction, asking, "Hey, you weren't affected at all?" He saw her standing there with a resentful expression, swaying her waist and hips as if she were dancing. She replied, "Who said that? Look at my butt. She almost bit off my tailbone." Suchen Said Guididi. You saw it too. That corpse king is not easy to deal with. And the 10,000-strong corpse tied under her control is the real, huge problem. He looked at her with an extremely serious gaze. As more and more corpse tides gather, her strength will increase even further. I can't possibly provoke such a terrifying existence just to help you, unless you can bring out something valuable enough for me to risk my life. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Xiao Minor stared blankly, then thought carefully. She replied, "What you said is indeed true, but if you're willing to help me." The beauty Xiao unexpectedly knelt down, startling him as well. Her attitude was extremely sincere. "Then after this succeeds, I am willing to become your servant to repay you." Su Chan seemed to have his own calculations as he said, "Are you joking with me? Just empty words. How would I dare risk my life?" She asked in return, "Then what do I have to do for you to trust me?" Su Chan stretched out his hand and said in a low voice, "Unless you hand your crystal core to me as a pledge." Hearing this, Xiao Minor was startled and exclaimed, "What? Hand over my crystal core? Wouldn't that be the same as handing my life to you?" Su Chen added, "If you don't want to hand it over, that's up to you. The choice is in your hands." Hearing this, her expression turned somewhat grave, and she gritted her teeth tightly, because right now, there was no other way. Su Chen's expression as he looked at her remained unchanged, his gaze firm and unyielding. Xiao Minor could only compromise and reply, "Fine, I understand. Handing you my crystal core is the same as handing over my life. I hope you can keep your promise." She then summoned her crystal core and handed it to Su Chan. When he saw the goods, his eyes immediately lit up. In a voice full of credibility, he said, "Don't worry. Starting now, you are mine, and I will help you fulfill your wish." She still seemed a little uncomfortable and annoyed as she replied in a rather forceful tone, "I hope so. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Su Chan pointed at her in dissatisfaction. "Hey, is this the attitude of a servant? You haven't even called me master, and you already want to leave?" But he only managed to make a sound before Xiao Minor vanished instantly without bothering to say another word. Another rebellious servant throwing a tantrum. Su Chan scratched his head helplessly. "Forget it. Since I have her crystal core, I won't argue with her." He recalled that in his previous life, the female corpse king led the corpse tied across Xanadu, and everyone could only live under her shadow. If he did not want to live in a world full of corpses, then he had to deal with that female corpse king. He smiled as he looked at the crystal core. Looks like it's time to leave. A while later, Su Chen's pickup truck sped away like the wind. As he left Su Light Base, Bai Chong watched from afar, not knowing what to say. Xiaofeng asked, "Captain Bai, aren't you going with Su Chen?" She replied, "Why would I follow him? There are still many things at the base that need me." Although her words were stubborn, deep down, she thought, right now, I'm too weak. I can't help him. But one day, I will catch up to his footsteps. The scene shifted elsewhere. At a ruined rest stop, the two sisters were sitting there taking shelter from the rain. Yin Yin spoke. "Sister Duanya, although this is the apocalypse, open flames should still be strictly forbidden at a gas station. Is it really okay to do this?" Duanya replied, "If you're worried about an explosion, you can still go outside and get drenched in the rain." Yin Yin laughed and replied, My body just recovered. I'm not going out." But hearing the thunder, she sat closer to her elder sister and called, "Sister Duanya, where did Su Chun go? Weather like this makes me a little scared." Duanya continued, "Before the apocalypse, he couldn't buy a large amount of fuel, so he wasn't able to stockpile much. That's why he's out looking for leftover gasoline now." The food-loving Yun Yun cried out, "Then when will he be back? I'm so hungry I'm about to die." Suddenly, not far away, there came the sound of bare feet walking over. Hearing the movement, the two of them looked over warily with serious expressions. Who's there?" An old man, trembling all over, walked over. "Cold, so cold. I'm so cold." Yin Yin asked in confusion, "Uncle, why is your body covered in ice?" The old man did not answer. He jumped straight into the fire and shouted, "I'm so cold." Seeing him being swallowed by the flames, Duanya shouted, "Is this man insane? Why did he rush straight into the fire?" Yin Yin immediately covered her mouth and nose. "There's so much smoke." Duanya's pupils widened in shock as she coughed. "Cough, cough. There's something wrong with this smoke. Hurry and cover your nose." Yin Yin. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the night, accompanied by extremely rogue-like laughter. Haha, Oldie's trick really works every time. And they're actually 2 juicy little beauties. If we'd known, we wouldn't have used that old man to release the poison. Yin Yin shouted, "Who are you people?" The man in the lead gave her a lecherous look and said, "Little sister, what a great figure you've got. Once Big Brother here has had enough fun, I'll sell you to New World Base. I guarantee you'll be very happy there." The 2 sisters, poisoned, could barely stand steady. Duanya could only draw her gun to threaten them. "Don't come any closer, or don't blame me for putting a bullet in you." He laughed disdainfully. "A gun? In front of supernatural abilities, what use is that toy?" Just as she was about to pull the trigger, she realized in shock that the gun had been frozen solid. The 2 of them instinctively crawled backward. Yin Yin threatened them with her mouth. "I advise you to hurry up and leave. When my Su-chan comes back later, you'd better be ready to lose your souls." He laughed contemptuously and replied, "You mean that man who just went out? He was targeted long ago. And what's more, he was targeted by a madwoman, so he won't live through tonight." Over there, an ability-wielding woman appeared, walking with a smile and a deadly bearing. She carried a cord with countless blade segments attached to it. Most likely, Su-chin would be tortured by her until he logged out in bliss. Her voice rang out, "Little baby, I'm here." She immediately called out a few times, "Who is it daring to enter the sealed space all alone?" The whip cracked down as if it had already been prepared, pushing the door open with one hand. This is extremely dangerous behavior. An excited expression appeared on her face. "But for me, it really is just perfect." She immediately used her ability and breathed a cloud of smoke from her mouth. She stepped forward with one foot, entering the sealed space. As she walked, she laughed excitedly and called out, handsome little guy, where are you? Hurry out and let Big Sister have some fun." When everything around her had been surrounded by her skill, the entire place was now filled with lethal poisonous gas. As long as he inhaled even a little, it would make him burn with desire and become unable to resist. After hunting for the little red child for a while, she excitedly noticed a figure in the distance. "Oh, so you were here? You made Big Sister search so hard." She reached out a hand invitingly. "Come over to Big Sister, quick. Let Big Sister help you cure the poison." But the closer she got, the more her eyes widened in disbelief. Because that figure was not human at all, but only a mannequin. She blurted out, "What is this thing?" From behind, Su-chun asked in an icy voice, "Who are you?" Having been led around by the nose like a cow all this time, she instantly flew into a rage. Without another word, she directly attacked. "Damn it, you dare toy with me, brat." But Su-chin needed only one hand to easily catch the blow. Without a single scratch on his hand, he held her weapon and examined it. Was this weapon made by the blacksmith? In an instant, Su Chun grabbed her mouth before she could even react, leaving her stunned. With a somewhat deadly tone, he asked, "Talk, where's the blacksmith?" Seeing the killing intent in his eyes, the woman answered fearfully, I don't know what you're talking about." Beside him, Xiao Min'er spoke up. "Is that blacksmith so important?" Su Chen replied, "The female corpse king's corpse tide is too powerful. If we can find the blacksmith, our chances of winning will increase greatly." She raised a hand and replied, "If that's the case, then let me infiltrate her consciousness and find the answer for you." With one motion, her finger went straight into the woman's brow. The woman's face turned deathly pale, completely unable to understand what the other party was doing. "What were you doing to me?" In just a few seconds, Xiao Min'er withdrew her finger and said, "Found it. The blacksmith is inside a base called New World Base, though I don't know the exact situation yet. But the thing's in her head." Seeing Xiao Min'er's expression and her hesitant, dangerous words, the woman immediately dropped heavily to her knees and pleaded sincerely, "Please don't kill me." Fear had completely enveloped her. She said, "I know you did something to my brain. From now on, as long as you have a single thought, my brain will be sliced into pieces." Su Chen was still baffled, not understanding what was going on. He turned to look at the skinny girl Xiao, only to receive her confused reply. "Huh? Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything." Seeing that this was still not enough, the woman lowered her whole body and did not dare raise her head. "I can feel that my brain has been bound by something. As long as you show mercy and spare my life, I am willing to be your most loyal dog." To Su Chun, this was a profitable deal anyway. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Oh, very interesting." Standing high above her, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura, he said, "Then let me see just how well you can act like a dog." The woman was so frightened that she broke out in sweat all over. Without permission from him to stand, she did not even dare raise her head. The scene shifted back to the abandoned gas station. At this moment, the two girls were whispering softly to each other. Yin Yin called, "Sister Duanya, what's going on? Why do I feel so hot and restless inside?" Duanya continued, "I feel the same." She questioned, "Could something have been added to the smoke?" The thug looked at the two of them with great desire, saying excitedly, "Haha, of course it's something that makes people happy and ecstatic." With a petty expression, he looked toward his underlings. "Haha, brothers, after I'm done enjoying myself, it'll be your turn." Suddenly, the two girls stood up as if nothing had happened. Looks of disgust appeared in their eyes. Yin Yin snorted and said, "Sister Duanya guessed right. It really is that stuff." Duanya said somewhat smugly, "What's so hard to guess about that? I'm your big sister, after all." Seeing this, the thug questioned in shock, "Huh? What's going on? Weren't you poisoned?" Yin Yin said disdainfully, "Sorry, you little chubby idiot. Your poison doesn't work on ability users." Only then did they realize the seriousness of the situation. "What? You're an ability user? Damn it, where are you all? Take out your gear and stab these two girls to death." His underlings immediately brought out several guns that looked like children's toy water guns. Three men immediately surrounded them from three sides. Number one ready, number two ready. Everyone was in position. Yin Yin silently judged. "Oh, water guns?" The bald man replied. "These are high-pressure water guns." With them, the tall thug activated his ability and added, "Together with my ice-type ability, we can attack you from three directions." A loud shout rang out as he ordered his underlings, "Fire!" The gun's triggers were pulled, and sharp eye spikes shot out. But the target was actually the loudest-mouthed man from beginning to end. He only had time to cry out in terror. Seriously injured by his own companions using his own ability, he asked in confusion, "You, why did you shoot me? Damn it, were you bewitched into stupidity by women?" They only saw Duanya using the power of her ability to control those two men. Her aura and bearing were not at all inferior to her husband Su Chen's. The man's face darkened as he cursed. Damn it, these two pieces of trash were actually controlled. At this moment, the sound of a woman's heels approaching made him turn to look. Seeing that his companion had arrived, he called out loudly in shock and joy, "Lady Poison, wonderful, you've returned." He immediately showed off his ability to rely on another's power, pointing and laughing loudly. "Haha, looks like your man is dead. Then next, it'll be your turn." But before he could finish speaking, Lady Poison angrily slapped him across the mouth, leaving him dumbfounded. After being hit, he asked indignantly, Huh? Lady Poison, did you make a mistake? You are. She immediately released a gloomy power and said in a deadly voice, "Shut that filthy mouth of yours." The man's mouth swelled from the slap, and he was so frightened that he trembled, not daring to make another sound. Suddenly, Lady Poison turned her back toward another direction, as though preparing for something. Seeing that person's figure approaching, she lowered herself and bent respectfully, calling out 2 words, "Master." This person offended you just now. May I ask how he should be dealt with, Master? Su-chan was extremely satisfied with her attitude. He saw her kneeling down and looking up as Su-chun patted her head. He praised her. "You really are an obedient dog. I'll leave this person to you to deal with. I don't want to dirty my hands with trash." At this moment, the scene shifted to a forest. Those young men who had wanted to bully Duanya and Yunyun earlier had now been sent off to do manual labor. Otherwise, they could just expect to be electrocuted. Lady Poison spoke up, "Hurry up and move all these gasoline barrels out for me. I want to give them to Master." A while later, amid the sounds of barrels being set down with anger and dissatisfaction, the bald man said, "Boss, Lady Poison is someone else's dog now, but we can't be like that." Though the leader was panting from exhaustion, he felt his underling's words made sense and replied, "That's right." He immediately ran over and shouted, "Lady Poison, this is gasoline we worked so hard to find. How can you give it to that?" The moment she heard his dissatisfied attitude toward her new master, Lady Poison was horrified. She immediately swung her whip and shouted, "Do you want to die?" With one strike, she nearly sent the man to the grave. His eyes rolled back, and the 2 underlings were also caught in the disaster. Witnessing this rather brutal scene, Duanya and Yunyun could not help feeling stunned. Who would have thought she'd be even harsher than those scam compound enforcers? Suchin spoke up, "Don't kill them just yet. Leave them alive. They'll still be useful." Even after being whipped, they stubbornly cursed. "Damn pretty boy, no matter what you did to Lady Poison, I'm a member of New World Base. If you let us go now, I'll pretend today's events never happened." Su-chun immediately walked over, his power continuously surging out along with a dangerous look in his eyes. He answered him, "I'm truly sorry. I don't have the habit of leaving future trouble behind." It was that deadly finger pointing again, as though he were transmitting poisonous goo worms directly into their brows, causing them to convulse like rabid dogs, having a fit, seeing them in agony. Su-chen's face remained completely expressionless. He only let out an "oh," and then whichever one had been the loudest earlier opened his mouth wide and bulged his eyes, as though something inside his head had made it explode like a balloon. Though Lady Poison was ruthless, seeing the scene frightened her so badly, she nearly wet herself. Their brains exploded. Su-chan pondered, unexpectedly, actually exploded directly like that. Earlier, Teacher Xiao had seen a monstrous worm connected to the brain inside Lady Poison's head, and she had called it a brain worm. It was just that the worm inside Lady Poison's brain had already died. Teacher Xiao immediately replied, "Perhaps it's because of Lady Poison's poison attribute that she is immune to this kind of brain worm." Su-chan felt that this kind of brain worm was truly extremely dangerous to the people around him. As for just now, I killed the 3 brain worms inside these 3 men, and as a result, they died along with them. It seems someone wants to use brain worms to control everyone in New World Base. I have to find a way to make Duanya and Yunyun immune to these brain worms. He called out, "Lady Poison." Hearing the order, the woman hurriedly knelt flat on the ground and answered loudly, "Please give your command, Master." He took a car out of his interdimensional space and asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Seeing this scene, she answered in shock, Yes, I do." Suchin only said, "Very good. Then you drive." The woman cried out in surprise, still not knowing where this car had come from. But she did not dare ask too much and only obeyed the order to drive. Sitting in the car and recalling her past, "I am Lady Poison. Not long ago, I was still a minor leader in New World Base. Now I've actually been forced to become someone else's puppet. But as long as I can survive, even if I have to gnaw tree bark or eat mutant rats, I can do anything." But she was so aggrieved, she nearly cried when, behind her, Su-chun and the other 2 were actually holding a cheerful hot pot party. She questioned inwardly, "These people are eating hot pot right in front of me? But this is the apocalypse. Where do they get hot pot in the apocalypse? Even hot pot broth should have gone bad long ago. Damn it, the aroma is already drifting over here." She looked back with greedy eyes. I want to eat hot pot. I absolutely have to." But then she struggled fiercely in her mind. Calm down. I absolutely can't throw away my life for a bite of food." At this moment, the sound of can being opened rang out. Lady Poison's ears immediately perked up to listen. That sound is. Her mouth fell open in shock. Cola? They even have cola. Suddenly, a hand offered a can of soda to her. Here, this is for you. Yun cheerfully came over to make friends. You haven't had cola in a long time, right? The woman asked suspiciously. For me? Really? In her heart, she thought, suddenly treating me so well. What does she want to do? Yun only replied, don't worry. What Su-chun likes most is women calling a master. Hurry up and drink. Lady Poison was surprised. Huh? Really? Behind them, Su-chun looked helpless after being smeared. That little girl Yun actually dares to badmouth me. Duanya, beside him, only covered her mouth and giggled. Yun continued, right. My name is Yun. From now on, we can be considered teammates. Lady Poison answered awkwardly. Ah, hello. She thought, teammates? Could she be implying that she was forced to, just like me? But that makes sense. In this apocalypse, it's normal for women to rely on men. Besides, no woman can refuse hot pot and cola. It's just a pity that these sugar-coated bullets won't work on me. Sooner or later, I'll definitely be able to. Suddenly, a voice said, here comes the lamb. Open your mouth. Lady Poison was so hungry, she was about to faint. Smelling the meat, she was instantly filled with bliss and opened her mouth wide, letting out an ah. Yun exclaimed, ah, you're still breathing poisonous gas from your mouth? Is this your ability? Feeling the piece of meat, Lady Poison answered excitedly. My poisonous gas can make men do that thing until they die, while women will burn with desire. But against ability users, the effect is reduced. Hearing this, Su-chan thought, there's a way. By using Lady Poison's ability, perhaps I can help Duanya and Yun become immune to the brainworms. Suddenly, Yun's whole body grew hot and trembled as she called out, Su-chan, I'm so hot. Can you help me? Lady Poison immediately cried out in fear and injustice. Ah, wait, I didn't do it on purpose. Su-chan only said calmly, focus on driving. Seeing the two of them preparing to cool off, she could only answer clearly since the order had been given. Duanya walked to the passenger seat and said, looks like I'll have to make room for them. Oh, right. Can you tell me about New World Base? Lady Poison seized the chance to answer. If I tell you, will there be food? I'm starving to death here. Duanya replied, of course there will be. Speak. What do you want to know? How did you join New World Base? Lady Poison began gossiping, saying, I took part in a beauty pageant. At this moment, they looked up from below at a somewhat ruined skyscraper. This place is New World Base. Lady Poison replied to the three of them. That's right. Although New World Base isn't large, it's also the money den of the apocalypse. This place has an auction house, slaves, a black market, beauty pageants, an arena, and many other things. Yun exclaimed as she looked up. It's so tall. She then felt puzzled and asked, why are there so many people standing in front of the entrance? Lady Poison explained, they're all scavengers. To them, New World Base is the lighthouse of the apocalypse. Everyone longs to join New World Base, but the conditions for entry are extremely strict, so there are many people who simply can't get in. Su-chan had grown tired of listening to the introduction as well. He said, let's go. We'll go over and take a look. At this moment, a hand raised an identity card. A short old man shouted loudly, in order to join New World Base, there is only this one thing. Having it means staying far away from all danger and hunger. But if you want an identity card, you must first participate in the trial and prove that you are worthy of receiving it. The old man pointed toward the challenge registration desk on the other side. Those people discussed among themselves, a trial? As expected, no resettlement zone needs useless people, not even New World Base. The old man shouted loudly, spots are limited. First come, first served. Hearing this, the whole crowd became restless. What? There's a limit too? I want to sign up. Me too. Don't fight me for it. Have these people gone crazy? Damn it, I want as well. But wait, why aren't women allowed to participate? Lady Poison spoke up. Master, these identity cards are managed by the City Lord's Guard team. This matter is beyond my capabilities. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to participate in the trial first. Yun said, how troublesome. Why don't we just charge straight in and find the blacksmith? Lady Poison replied, that would be too dangerous. The City Lord's Guard team are all ability users. Duanya spoke up. According to Lady Poison's description, this blacksmith must be a very quiet and cautious person. If they find out we're about to attack him, they might directly kill him. Su-chun then stepped forward. He said, that's why we should keep a low profile for now. I'll go see what this trial is first. As for Lady Poison, you'll be responsible for bringing the two of them in through another place. Lady Poison immediately answered loudly, understood, Master. Suddenly, the registrar pointed at Su-chan and said, "Hey, newcomer, with you added in, that just happens to make the final team. The trial is about to begin." Recently, more and more mutated spiders have been gathering on the mountain behind us. This trial will use those spiders as the target, but I advise you to hunt only around the outer area. Don't go too deep into the mountain. Anyone who brings back 5 spider corpses or 1 spider egg before nightfall will pass the trial. One man shouted in protest, "Wait, 5 mutated spiders? Even 1 is hard enough. Besides, spider eggs are inside the spider nest. Are you trying to make us sign up for a coffin?" The registrar said, "If you can't get a spider egg, then bring spider corpses back here. If you don't want to do that, you can always step over this iron mesh. Those who go alone will also become targets for these mutated spiders. Good luck." The loudmouth man immediately hefted his machete and called out, "Brat, the other teams have already set off. Follow behind us." Suchin understood what he meant. "You want me to do the hard work for you?" He then walked away coldly and replied, "No need. I'm safer on my own. There's a spider nest in the mountains? Then I'll go take a look." Those men immediately spat in contempt. "TCH, what an ignorant fool. Boss, why don't we rush him and beat him to death?" Their leader gave a sinister laugh and replied, "Leave him alone. Someone like that will die outside sooner or later. We just need to wait here for the other teams to come back, then steal their prey." A while later, deep in the forest, Su-chun called out softly, "Little spiders, where are you? Hurry up and come out." The moment he called, a whole swarm appeared from every direction. Su-chan said, "There are quite a few of you. I wonder if there are any mutated spider spirits. But seeing how ugly all of you are, I guess not." He rotated his wrists to warm up. "Let's see how many crystal cores I can get in total." In a flash, he vanished in an instant. With one strike, he crushed the head of a mutated spider. With a single move, Su-chan could easily take a head, and so he began darting around like a rocket, sweeping through the area. He fought all the way to the mutated spider's lair in barely an hour. Not a single one. How disappointing. But behind him, a giant spider spirit with 8 eyes shining like cameras was staring fixedly at him. Elsewhere, the girls had gone to handle another matter. A loud voice rang out, "Come and join the Doomsday Rose Beauty Pageant. The top 3 contestants will receive free permanent identity cards." Yin was curious. A beauty contest? Not far away, a tout was shouting, "This is last week's 7th place runner-up beauty queen. For just 3 packs of instant noodles, she's yours tonight." Some people immediately bid 4 packs, then 5 packs. Lady Poison said, "If you can't make into the top 3 and still want to stay in New World, then you can only become a tool for men to empty their pockets. But for top beauties like you two, there definitely won't be any problem." The 3 of them went inside. Yin said, "That's really tragic. I feel sorry for that girl." Duanya asked, "Does this place hold a beauty pageant every week?" Lady Poison replied, "That's right. First, the weekly winners compete for the monthly championship. There are also women who don't want to choose this path, so they can only go to the arena. In short, this place offers a few narrow paths, allowing you to make the most of your value. For most women, being able to earn food in safety without taking risks is 100 times better than going outside. Hurry and change your clothes. I'll wait for you two outside." As soon as the door closed, Lady Poison sighed. "You two are only living like you're in paradise because you're following Master." Suddenly, someone called out, "Lady Poison, you brought 2 pieces of goods this time. I saw those 2 girls outside. Take them to my room immediately." Hearing that lecherous voice, Lady Poison only replied, "City Lord's Guard, Lord One Eye." The old man said smugly, "I need to have a taste of them. If they serve me well, I'll give them 2 identity cards." Lady Poison hesitated and replied, but the old man clasped his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "No buts. If I say it's fine here, then it's fine. Right, drug them. That makes it more fun." She cursed inwardly. "Damn it, if I offend him, I won't be able to get the identity cards. There's no other way." Lady Poison gently opened the door and walked in. Then she began releasing poisonous vapor from her mouth. The air in the room made both Duanya and Yin feel their bodies growing restless and heated. Unable to endure it, the 2 girls clung tightly to each other and questioned her. Why? Why did you drug us?" By now, Yin and Duanya's bodies were burning hot. Soft moans rang out. "Lady Poison, why are you harming us? This feels so strange." Lady Poison did not truly intend to deliver the 2 of them to those men either. She replied, I'm sorry. For now, this is the only thing I can do. Please endure it for a while. But their bodies reacted more and more violently, to the point that they had to lean on each other, trembling and unable to stand steadily. Only their mutual cries for help could be heard. Sister Duanya, Yin Yin, don't. Elsewhere, the sound of wine glasses clinking rang out. Two men were laughing with extremely filthy expressions. The tattooed man said, as expected, Big Brother acts quickly and cleanly. The key thing is, whenever there's a beauty, you never share with your little brother. The one-eyed man laughed lecherously and replied, who told us we were blood brothers? Besides, beauties of this quality are rare in the apocalypse. You might not find even one in a million. The other man continued, just talking about them already gets my little brother excited. Why haven't those two girls arrived yet? Don't rush. Lady Poison still has to drug them. From outside, the door to the room was pushed open. Two alluring figures walked in like gorgeous courtesans. Seeing that they were the top-tier beauties he had chosen, the one-eyed old man immediately laughed in delight, his smile vile and obscene. Judging by their expressions, the drug has already taken effect. I'm really looking forward to the wonderful time that comes next. He was confident he could handle both of them alone. His younger brother said, they're both stunning beauties. Just like you said, every part of them makes me drool. Big brother, you choose first. Respecting elders brings longevity. The old man looked them over and set his eyes on Duanya. Then I'll choose this long-haired beauty. His iron hook lifted toward her chin, because this is exactly the kind of girl your big brother likes most. As for the younger man, seeing Yin Yin throw herself into his arms, he was instantly overjoyed. Big brother, this is the first time I've ever touched such a top-tier beauty who takes the initiative like this. The one-eyed man replied, of course. This is all thanks to Lady Poison. After this, we'll have to reward her properly. The two brothers looked at each other, their eyes shining like car taillights, then laughed. Then now, let's feast. The two men seemed so delighted that they even hugged and kissed each other with loud smacks. A single moment on a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. And so, inside the room, intimate sounds began to emerge. But something did not seem quite right. At this moment, Duanya, Yun Yun, and Lady Poison appeared from behind them. The scene was completely different from before. The two foolish brothers were enjoying themselves with each other. All of it was caused by Duanya using her mind control ability on them. She said, these two beasts were easier to control than I expected. Lady Poison said, your ability is way too brutal. You can actually make these two young men sharpen their swords against each other. Yun Yun, whose whole body was still affected, questioned her. You drugged us because of these two men? You made us suffer this feeling even now. Feeling wronged, Lady Poison explained, of course not. Master said my poison can resist brainworms. I was afraid that if you two came into contact with the City Lord's guards, you would be infected by brainworms. Duanya's hand uncontrollably touched her own body. You did the right thing. In order to prevent brainworms from invading us, we have to maintain this state the entire time we're in New World. But the older sister can endure it, while Yun Yun is about to take care of herself right here. Yun Yun replied, huh? But that's way too difficult. Then let's hurry and get the identity cards. Lady Poison asked, what about them? The two women struggled to leave. Duanya replied, they'll take care of each other. If you like, you can stay and watch. Lady Poison looked at them and felt so disgusted that goosebumps rose all over her body. As the sounds of intimacy rang out, oh, baby, you're so strong. She could not bear it anymore and hurried outside, calling, wait for me. She left the two brothers to their sword fight. The scene shifted to the forest. The Doomsday Beacon? It's nothing more than a trick to fool people. We came here for the Spider King's crystal core. But where exactly is the spider nest? The underlings behind him said, boss, are you lost? He said, up is north, down is south. And what were the rest again? Suddenly, they were shocked. Why are there so many spider corpses over there? And every single one of them has no head. The underlings immediately said something brutally honest. Boss, looks like someone got here one step ahead of us. From that side, the sounds of fighting rang out continuously. It was Su Chun personally wiping out these small fry monsters. Every attack was dodged by him with extreme ease. Suddenly, a strand of silk shot out and stuck tightly to his hand, leaving him slightly surprised. Su Chun frowned and pulled his hand back. I got careless. From above, an enormous spider monster appeared. He sighed, I didn't expect there to be such a huge spider hidden here. It feels like it's about to reach level 2. But whether it's level 2 or level 3, it'll still be grabbed by the scruff of the neck by Brother Su. On the other side, several young men were hiding in the bushes and watching. Who is that guy? He actually dares to charge into the spider nest alone. Another said, boss, that guy doesn't look weak. What should we do now? The boss laughed wickedly. What should we do? Of course we watch the show. With someone who doesn't know his own limits like this, I can't wait to see his corpse hanging from the spiderweb. At this moment, Su Chen's face was extremely serious. He easily tore away the spiderweb stuck to his hand. His face was filled with obvious killing intent. With one pull, he dragged the spider over. This move also scared the Spider Queen out of its wits. Su Chun easily slammed it down onto the ground. Then he leaped high and brought down a punch, blasting the Spider Queen's head apart in an instant. Witnessing this extraordinary power, every man's face looked like he was about to wet himself as they cried out, "The successor of Saitama!" He killed the Spider King with one punch. The underlings immediately drew their weapons. The situation has changed. Prepare to snatch the crystal core. But after that order, something seemed wrong. The boss was being held at sword point by his own close underlings, their faces sinister. They replied, "We're ready, boss." With his underlings' blades pressed to his neck, the boss was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Ah, very good, very good. Your blades are sharpened extremely well, boys. You didn't follow me for nothing. You're getting quite skilled." The two underlings replied, "Boss, how many times have we used this trick already? How can we not be skilled? We guarantee it works every time." He glanced towards Su Chun. "Brat, just you wait. I'll immediately show you how formidable I am." On that side, Brother Su still did not know that several people were secretly plotting a dirty scheme against him. Oh, found it. So this is where the crystal core is. The boss loudly shouted the incantation for his ability. Form shift transposition. On that side, Su Chan was still busy admiring the stone and had not noticed anything unusual. In just a few seconds, Su Chan suddenly became surprised as something caused his surroundings to change. In an instant, two blades were already pressed against his neck without him realizing it. The boss had switched places with Su Chun. At this moment, two machetes were also slowly grinding against the chains around Su Chen's waist. Holding the crystal core, the boss laughed smugly. Ha! In the end, it still fell into my hands. Now that the crystal core is mine, this is a huge profit. Su Chan said, swapping positions. That ability is pretty rare, isn't it? You even prepared chains in advance. Looks like you've used this trick to trap people quite a few times, haven't you? The boss laughed mockingly. Eu uso las tres. You sure talk a lot. Do you still not know how the word death is written? Broter su camni de plaid. Trash? If you say that, then you consider yourself the hunter? However, even experienced hunters can sometimes be killed by their prey. Hearing the danger in those words, he immediately ordered his underlings. "Oh, then let me see how you kill me back when you dare to talk so big. Kill him." Hearing the order, the underlings raised their blades high and cursed. "You think you can kill us back? Damn you." And so, the foolish men swung their blades down with great force. But something was not quite right. The toys in their hands snapped into the moment they touched Su Chen's body. The entire group's eyes went round in terror, as if they were about to piss blood. All of their blades had broken. They stared at the blades in their hands, unable to believe their eyes. Were they awake or dreaming? They looked Su Chen up and down and wondered, who exactly is this guy? What kind of person is he? The boss, who had been arrogant just moments earlier, was now sweating in fear and muttering, skin as hard as steel. Could he be level 2? He's a level 2 ability user. The boss shouted loudly while hurriedly backing away. When the underlings heard that, they were also terrified. What, a level 2 person? The boss confirmed, there's no mistake. He has copper skin and iron bones like a level 2 mutant beast. While he's still tied up, we should. With a loud sound, the chain shattered into pieces. The registrar cried out in fear. This is bad. The chains broke. Hurry, split up and run. Damn it, how can someone level up so quickly? Each of them ran for his life. Su Chen merely revealed an extremely sinister smile. He tore apart the few remaining chains and began hunting those men. His eyes shone as if he had already set his sights on his prey. Want to run? It won't be that easy. Killing intent poured out endlessly, enough to swallow the entire forest. On that side, the boss ran with all his might, still shouting arrogantly. So what if he's level 2? Once I get a few crystal cores, I'll rise to level 2 sooner or later too. But his face instantly twisted in terror when he sensed something right behind him. Like a life-reaping ghost, Su Chen roared from behind him, "Give me back the crystal core." Seeing the punch about to hit his face, the boss knew that if it landed, he would be finished. Thinking quickly, he shouted, "Form shift transposition." Elsewhere, one of the underlings who had already fled far away suddenly appeared here, leaving him completely confused. On that side, the boss also escaped disaster and fell sprawled on ground. He said, "My mouth almost got destroyed. Good thing I have a life-saving ability. I'll remember today's grudge. Sooner or later, I'll kill you." Back on the other side, drops of bodily fluid splattered onto the ground. The underling's face was full of pain. His eyes bulged, his mouth hung open, and his whole body trembled. Su-chan withdrew his hand, and a huge hole had been pierced through the unlucky young man's body. He officially died, without even knowing why. Su-chan said, "Using your companion as a scapegoat." Then he laughed wickedly. "If that's the case, then as long as I find you alone, that'll be enough, right?" His eyes shone like car headlights. Mental sensibility for figures fleeing in different directions immediately appeared before him. His eyes were practically like a thermal radar. On the other side, the boss was still trying to escape the Reaper's scythe. He gasped for breath, exhausted, yet did not dare stop to rest for even a second. Su-chan flew toward him like a ferocious beast and said, "As long as I chase after you, I can find all of you." At this moment, Su-chan continued hunting down the young man who wanted to reap rewards without doing any work. His eyes widened in terror when he still saw that debt-collecting guy coming after him, and he shouted, "No way!" His eyes nearly popped out as the male lead's knife-sharp gaze came streaking toward him. Again? Damn it, how is this guy so fast? How can he keep finding me? The young man immediately rattled off the incantation. Abracadabra, hocus pocus, form shift transposition. And just like that, from who knew where, the buzz-cut young man was summoned into his position. As for the boss, he managed to save his own life once again, letting those guys who always called him brother die in his place. He was so scared he could barely breathe as he cursed. Damn it, how can he find me? I have to get out of this place immediately. But then he suddenly froze as he realized something. Hold on, where should he run? At that moment, he glanced left, then right, and still had no idea which way to go. Whether he lived or died depended on this choice. But the young man immediately made a decision that was about to send him straight into the grave. Forget it. I'll just pick a direction and run with everything I've got. I'll definitely be able to escape. Meanwhile, Su-chan had just casually finished off another underling. It was still a painful, tragic ending for the unlucky young man who had provoked Su-chan. Su-chan gave a light snort. Second substitute ghost. Move a little faster, will you? He then slightly activated his night vision mode to look for frogs. No, to look for the enemy, and thought to himself, it would be bad if I let him escape. Suddenly, his eyes returned to normal as he looked at his girls, somewhat surprised, and let out a no. A familiar figure was running straight toward him, saving him the effort of searching. As for that little dimwit, he was still running while cursing. He swore a few times, wanting to pay his respects to Su-chan's mother. Damn it, did you eat food cooked by your mother, or what? You devil, every single time I get ambushed from behind. So this time, I'll look behind me and see how you sneak attack me now. Just wait until I get stronger. But before he could finish bragging, he sensed that something was wrong and glanced forward. His eyes instantly filled with terror, bulging as if they were about to pop out. The little fool, who had been charging at 300 kilometers per hour, had to use every ounce of strength he had to slam on the brakes. His face was full of fear when he saw who was in front of him. He questioned, "You, how exactly did you find me?" Su-chan only smiled faintly, but behind that smile was thick killing intent as he replied, "I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me if I told you. This time, you're the one who came looking for me." Standing face to face with Su-chan, the young man's face drained of all color. Trembling all over, he asked again, "I walked right into the trap?" He absolutely refused to accept dying here. As always, he cursed loudly first and then tried to figure things out. He might not be able to win in a fight, but he had to gain the advantage by cursing first. Screw you. Even if that's true, don't think you can kill me. Form shift trans. But before he could finish the incantation, Su-chan casually struck once, and the young man was literally erased. Su-chan then flicked his hand a few times to clean it. He only said one thing, too slow. The scene shifted elsewhere. Goldie poked its head out of the backpack and meowed a few times. A voice rang out. This place is the backstage area of the beauty pageant. Lady Poison led the group and lifted the curtain, saying the two of you go inside. Suddenly, all three of them froze in surprise and let out a sound of confusion. At that moment, there were not just the three of them. Many other women were waiting inside as well. Judging from their expressions, However, they did not seem very friendly. Lady Poison blurted out what she was thinking. Well, with this bunch of ugly women here, the two of you could win with your eyes closed. Yunyan added, why do I feel like the way these people are looking at us isn't friendly at all? Duanya warned, in any case, it's better to be careful. Seeing the three little girls arrive and immediately act arrogant, an older contestant stepped forward in a tone that sounded like she wanted to start a fight. Hey, stop right there. Lady Poison snapped. What are you trying to do? Suddenly, a voice answered from afar. Nothing at all. The sound of high heels rang out. A woman appeared, her face charming and her presence no weaker than any other beauty. She said loudly, I only wanted to see who dared cause trouble here. At this moment, Yunyan was shocked as she recognized that face. She's the big star, Lin Mayer. Lin Mayer did not care that someone had recognized her. She continued arrogantly, no one in this competition is qualified to be my opponent, so all of you get lost. Otherwise, Duanya's voice, filled with the smell of gunpowder, cut in. I was wondering who it was talking so big. Turns out it's the big star who became famous by sleeping with directors. Seeing someone mock her, Lin Mayer was surprised. Her tone turned somewhat bitter as she said, Oh, isn't this my dear best friend? She called out loudly, Duanya. In a flash, she swept past Lady Poison and Yun Yun at terrifying speed. Her pair of snow-white legs swung high into the air, and in an instant she attacked Duanya. But Duanya still looked like she was in a relaxed, blissful haze. Duanya only had to tilt her body to dodge the attack. Lin Mayer still did not give up. She spun around and continued kicking, while Duanya smoothly countered her moves. And so, their legs collided again and again, clashing fiercely. Neither of the two best friends was willing to give in. Lin Mayer said, I really didn't expect that you still weren't dead. Duanya replied with a dark expression, I'm truly sorry to disappoint you. Yun Yun asked in confusion and curiosity, Sister Duanya, do you two know each other? Lady Poison innocently added, Aren't you best friends? Duanya said loudly, Have you ever seen a best friend put hair removal cream in someone else's shampoo, put laxatives in their water, and put dead rats in their wardrobe? Mayer shot back. You're the one who was always acting pure and noble, yet you wanted to be the center of attention. You clearly knew my dream was to become an actress, but you still try to compete with me for the female lead role. Duanya said, I only went with a friend to the audition. I never wanted to become an actress. Lin Mayer shouted in resentment. And after that, didn't you also climb in a bed with that director? Shut up. It was all your fault, you vixen. If not for you, would I have needed to sleep with that old man? Duanya was once again amused by how furious she was. Haha, so being beautiful is my fault too? Yun Yun said quietly, This is the first time I've ever seen Sister Duanya like this. Lin Mayer said through gritted teeth, Do you still think you're in the right? I'm already a famous star known by every household now. What man wouldn't be captivated by me? Duanya struck back, but this is the apocalypse now. Who would still recognize you? The woman surnamed Lin provocatively said, Is that so? Then let's compete and see who is more charming. How about it? One look is enough to tell who the champion will be. And the leg showdown between these two ladies brought today's episode to an end. See you brothers in the next episodes.